To it, he would attach the middle part of the leg, which would have the reverse type of movement. This would allow it to somewhat be able to squat down to the ground. The last part would have the same movement joint as the previous one. This would be the foot portion that would actually be making contact with the ground. With all four spider-like legs connected to the main body, the golem should be able to somewhat move itself around. By moving the joints that were connected to the main body part, it should even be able to turn itself around. The last important part of this golem would be the head. This would be the part with all the golem's sensors that it required to see the world. This was a part that he had already worked on before and created his mapping device with. Making his golem identify him as its master wouldn't be hard, just as he thought it over before he would create additional items that would be recognized by his golems. Luckily in the books, this was all discussed, and the craftsmen could imprint their magical signature onto their creations. This was similar to a fingerprint, and was hard to copy by others. Hard but not impossible. There of course were ways to take over golems that didn't belong to the creator. This was not an easy task to perform while the golem was active and defending itself. Thus the only real way of doing it was after it was disabled. An easy way to go around this would be when a person knew the creator's magical fingerprint or had access to the golem's key. These magical automatons could be given to other people. The craftsman just needed to imprint them as the true master. Even then, the person fashioning this golem mostly put a backdoor in for themselves. No one wanted their own creations to be used against them, even less when they were giant war machines. Here, boss, the last one, just like you wanted it. But are you sure this is what you wanted? Bernir was to the side, bringing in the golem's legs. With the help of his assistant, he could focus more on the runes than the basic skeleton for his new creation. With all of these parts here, he would just need to weld them together and then apply the runes. With a good enough diagram and a splendid helper in Bernir, it wasn't much of an effort to get the golem's body into place. The prototype wasn't that big, with its chassis being about the size of a modern laptop. The golem's main body had special attachments for the legs which were just screwed into place. With time, these hastily produced joints would start to loosen up. When that time came, any golem would need a varied amount of repairs. Only when using superior materials could a creation like this work for years and not fall apart. When all the parts were put together, the creation looked like some kind of four-legged creature with a silly square-shaped head. The main camera in this golem was just a small square box with a brown matte gem. This was not a mana stone. It was a crystallized mineral called the Levin crystal. It could be polished down to form a nice-looking orb and came in various shapes and sizes. It was one of many other various materials used for magic-related items. A runesmith was able to inscribe light runic inscriptions in these types of crystals. The crystal was needed as a sort of lens that let light in. Through it, the golem would be able to see and distinguish between targets. This was not the only way for his contraption to distinguish between targets, but it was one that he was more familiar with. He could mimic his mapping device that he previously inscribed onto a ball of metal. This type of sensor was more of an add-on, but it could not replace a true one that allowed the golem to actually see. Without the eyes, the golem would be only able to see the general area it was in and the spot its targets were in. The amount of movement it would be able to react to would be also very limited. The map worked at a large delay that could only be brought down to 1 second per update. This made the feature good for a wide area scan, but not for close-quarters combat. Through working with the golem cores, his fine mana skills had been upgraded as well, so Roland didn't fear this crystal bursting in his face. Well then, boss, I'll leave you to it. Bernir helped out with the initial assembly, but Roland would be doing all of the rest himself. The initial runecraft procedures were done by him on the separate parts, while Bernir was working on them. This was one of the first times that he had worked on so many separate parts. This project required a lot of planning and mapping out. All of the legs needed to be inscribed with runes before the assembly. After all of the parts were brought together, it would be quite difficult to proceed from there. He would not be able to heat up the whole golem to make it easier for himself out of fear of something getting broken. Using his hammer on the parts when they were all connected together was also out of the question. He could attempt a Hansen approach by forcing the runes in through his hands. This would take some time, but was possible if he managed to increase his limits further. Just as his level went up, so did his stats grow, but with how harder runecrafting was on the better materials, Roland expected to stick to his hammering for quite some time. This meant that with this one, he just needed to use the hard method of doing it by hand on just the spots that connected to the premade chassis. Ethereal pathways for the joints were a must, as it was a requirement for any moving parts. With this being Roland's first time, he was meticulous. The spots where the joints were connected were touched in a gentle fashion, and his mana flowed in at a slow pace. Sweat covered his forehead as he worked. Compared to the previous years, his skills had increased exponentially. Thanks to this, it didn't take him that long to complete this part of the project, and in only a few hours he had everything fused together. The debugging skill was a godsend at moments like this. With only one glance he could tell if there were any mistakes made. Even though he saw a few red lines here and there, it seemed that the whole process was a success. Now came the last phase of the plan, giving his creation a proper power source. While he would be happy to just plug it into his runic generator, this was not a possibility yet. Instead, he used this world's equivalent, which was a Lockin's crystals. The one that he managed to receive from his dungeon expedition would finally see its use. This is everything else had already been prearranged. While the golem core was right in the middle of the rectangular body, the small compartment for the Lockin's crystal was right below it. After opening a little latch, he just slid the crystal in. This power source was quite pure as it was able to retain a solid form. With time it would start to turn to liquid, which after a while would be burned up and vanish. The inside of this little square compartment was fitted out with special siphoning runes. The power source didn't need to be placed in any kind of socket, as the runes would just suck the mana away by themselves. As with all of his previous creations, Roland didn't shy away from adding a couple of mana stones to lower the power consumption. Only after he had worked the kinks out of this prototype would he attempt making it from ether versions of deep steel. Then maybe he could move up to more exotic metals that could produce a real powerful golem that could go toe-to-toe with high Tier 2 monsters or even Tier 3 ones. While the creations of runesmiths were mostly slow, they did possess an uncanny defensive capability. Even strong monsters would find it hard to do any damage to a golem's metallic body. Without a noticeable weak spot that was a golem core, it was quite hard to take one out. This also made ones created by human or dwarven hands much better. The craftsman could hide the core deep inside of the metallic body, which would make it extremely difficult to battle such a metallic behemoth. Finally, it's time. Roland swallowed his own saliva hard as he completed his checks. All the runes looked to be in order, and the inside software had been implemented from the books. In theory, this would be enough to activate it. Before going through with it, he looked back onto his notes. After double and triple checking everything, he finally decided to go through with it. The activation process was quite easy. There were a few ways a craftsman could go about it. One was by just activating it by giving the runic structure a jolt with their own mana. Such an activation would just place the golem into a perpetual on state. The only way of shutting it down would be by touching it again to turn it off. This was fine when working with a prototype like this, but would not work if he wanted to have it function for other people. Normally, a craftsman would first create a remote item that they used as a medium so that they would not need to do everything by touch. This would also save them from having to run after the golem if it ever ran into some kind of system error. Roland was in a somewhat rush with this one, so he decided to just go with the Hansen approach. His hand was placed on the golem's main body, and it started to glow. The runic structures lit up in a bright blue light before settling down. The golem was down on the ground and had some space to move in. For the first test, he decided to use a closed environment. If this thing went berserk and started causing chaos, he could contain it easily here. The gem that represented his creations, eye glowed for a moment before settling back into its brownish color. The light show soon stopped, and Roland's facial expression went through a few stages before it settled down on a frown. Did it fail? But the moment he asked, he heard a familiar sound which was followed by a pop-up screen. You have gained a new title, Runic Golem Architect. Runic Golem Architect. Title: a person with this title has managed to construct a runic golem of their own making. With the help of this title, some of the secrets concerning golem creation are revealed. Roland grasped his forehead as he could feel a surge of information getting shoved in there. This was a bit similar to how he used to receive knowledge about how to cast certain spells when he was still training his mage class. While the simple spells like Mana Bolt didn't give him much trouble, this injection felt a lot worse. After it was done, he could feel that he already knew a lot more about his new creation than he did a few seconds ago. The title was quite grand as it had the architect part to it. Roland deduced that this might have been some higher title that he achieved due to his using the debugging skill on the golem designs from the books he was lent. It seemed that by altering a few things made him more of a designer and the golem's creator in one fell swoop. While he was confused why the golem was not working at first, with the title giving him some aid, he realized what the problem was. The golem was in working order, but it needed outside input to make it function. It was as if he managed to turn on the PC, but he didn't go into the operating system just yet. Thus, while stretching out his hand towards his creation, he finally gave it a simple order: Golem. Stand up. The little gem eye of this small automaton shone for a moment before the legs started rattling around. It looked a bit strange for a moment, but soon the insect-like legs started moving around and the golem rose up slightly from the ground. Golem. Move one step to the right. The small contraption creaked a little bit, but it managed to slowly move its legs in such a way that they carried it to the side. Even though Roland was not responsible for the runic program running these calculations, he was quite fascinated that his newest creation was working. A smile appeared on his face as he clutched his fist in victory. The title was there and it was working. His preparations that took him months to plan finally bore fruit. Huh. Wait, what's that smell? His little victory pose was brought to a stop as he noticed that something was off. He looked at the small golem and noticed that a certain part was starting to glow orange. The hell, Bernier almost fell down from a chair as he heard a loud sound of something exploding. He looked to Agni for a moment before both of them sprinted to Roland's workshop. Boss, are you all right, Bernier? Yeah, I'm fine, when I try to use untested minerals as power sources from the dungeon next time. Please kick me. Roland was spotted on the ground with a lot of dirt on his face. The golem's parts were scattered around the whole area and Bernier could not hide his amusement. The sound of some kind of liquid being poured could be heard. It was then followed by the sound of metal being singed. There, that should do it. Are you sure, boss? What if it explodes like the last time? That's why we are doing it outside this time around. Just hide behind those metal plates if something goes wrong. Roland and Bernier were standing outside his home and where an empty, unoccupied field was. On the ground was a four-legged contraption that looked similar to a very blocky insect. 10 meters from it were thick slabs of metal shoved into the ground. Okay, I'll activate the Bugbot Mark II now, Roland proclaimed while Bernier ducked behind the protective metal. Agni was also there and was ordered to keep his distance and alert them if any people came too close to their testing area. You sure come up with interesting names there, boss. He frowned a bit after Bernier started chuckling. He was not sure how to name this thing, but it needed something to distinguish it from others. Everything that he learned from making it would be written down later into his notebook so that he would have a point of reference. The prototype looked like a big metallic bug, so it was named like one. It seemed just natural to him. After placing the wand that he used to close the golem's fuel tank, he was ready to activate it. Previously, he used something that should have been powering a heavy-duty golem or a train. He truly made a blunder due to being actually excited to see if he would be able to produce a real magical robot. Click. This time around a remote was used to turn the creation on. Then Roland quickly ducked behind the other slab of metal to cover up. Even though he survived the previous explosion with some minor injuries, it didn't mean that he enjoyed it. The small insect-like golem activated and rose up. Roland started giving it a few voiced commands to move back and forth. This time it didn't look like it would be exploding. Previously, the compartment that stored the mana fluid had gotten orange from overheating. This time around it looked fine. By Solaria's tits, you've done it, boss, you've made a golem. Bernier peeked out from behind the cover as he saw the small metallic contraption shuffling its legs around. It followed Roland's instructions and didn't seem to be falling apart either. It seems to be working, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Don't sell yourself short, boss. Any craftsman could make those parts, but almost none could actually bring life to them. Bernier had a certain strange look to him. His eyes were glued to the golem and they were sparkling. While this was a large achievement to Roland, it was even a bigger deal to Bernier. Dwarves were born craftsmen. They strived to further their craft and golems were right on top of that totem pole. While there weren't that many runesmiths that could actually put runes to metal, it was enough for these dwarves to just be part of the creation process. I don't think those old scruffy-bearded bastards would actually believe that I helped a runesmith create a golem. While Bernier was in his own little world, Roland approached the small runic robot that he made. It didn't seem that it would be exploding, so he started to inspect the joints and the power source. It looks to be holding. I guess we can move on to Phase 2 now. Phase 2. Yes, we need to stress test it. If you notice something, be sure to tell me during the test. Just like with any other prototypes, they weren't the finished product. While this small golem was now working, he needed to try to destroy it. It needed to push it as hard as he could. Thanks to this, he would figure out the limits of his new creation. Thus, the testing continued. First, the little golem needed to run as fast as it could. It shuffled its legs back and forth. The first problem was spotted, as after a certain threshold, the magic robot started fumbling over its own legs. It also had a problem in keeping itself steady on uneven ground. The generic program that it had did a bad job at letting it detect smaller obstacles like rocks. Sometimes it would trip over them or fall into smaller holes. Going over softer ground also posed a problem as it got stuck and couldn't get itself out. Only when following some specific voice commands was it able to dig itself out. Throwing rocks at it also proved unsatisfactory, as the golem was not able to react to anything in time. It was clear that even a weak adventurer could easily dance around this contraption that he made. Next came the strength test. They started putting large rocks and then boulders onto the golem to see if it could move the same with added weight. It was actually surprisingly sturdy, but the slowdown was quite noticeable after a certain threshold was reached. Next was an easy pull test, where the golem had to try pulling a large rock behind it, which was quite surprising as it did have some pulling power. This was then followed by a flipping test. This was one of the tests that it outright failed. It remained on its back like a turtle with its legs flailing around. It was clear that if he wanted it to be able to function, after getting flipped he would need to add some changes. One such change could be to add a wider range of motion to the legs. The joints could become looser if that was attempted, so he could also add something to the golem's back that would flip it over instead. Are you sure about this, boss? Yeah, go ahead. Bernier gave out a sigh while hefting a sledgehammer over his shoulder. Soon he swung it down on the golem that he helped make. The hit forced the metallic construction to buckle under pressure, and Roland was quick to note everything down, put some strength into it. This would be the last test of the day, and Bernier clearly was saddened by the fact that he needed to destroy the Bugbot Mark II. Following the instructions, he delivered a hard blow to the body which now left a clear mark. The golem's legs gave out, and one of the joints came loose. Roland kept looking as after the damage was done the golem started acting strangely. It was all over the place, it couldn't keep its balance, and the 3 working legs were spasming out. Interesting, even though it should be able to keep itself upright with only 3 legs, it can't. It was clear that the runic program that was responsible for this golem's functions was not designed to take losing even 1 leg into account. If it shifted its weight and let the other 3 legs take some load off, it should be able to still function. Try hitting the other side now, but don't damage the golem core. While it was fine to destroy the golem's body, it would be a big loss if the golem core was damaged. Roland didn't know much about the golem's inner workings, but inside of that core would be the information. It might have looked like he was just destroying his golem and testing its resistance, but the runic program he put into the golem had a helpful feature. This feature was discovered in one of the books that the professor gave him. It allowed the golem to store limited amounts of data that could be analyzed later. With the timestamps that he was sure to make in his notebook, he would need to figure out to what this data corresponded. Luckily for him, he would not need to go through a tedious process of elimination like he did when he first tried working with runic components. No, this time around he had some research that the runic magus had lent him. With it, as a reference, his progress would be a lot faster than before. Well then, think we're done here. Roland looked at the beat-up remains of his golem. He bent down to pick it up, and even now the contraption was still moving. If the golem core was not damaged, it would keep sending signals to the intact runic components. This caused this contraption to look a bit strange, as it was flopping the half-broken legs around in random directions. With a click of the switch onto the remote that he made, the golem was disabled, and it stopped moving. As he was about to leave, though, he heard a loud howling that came from where Agni was ordered to remain. What is it, boy? Did you sense someone? Roland and Bernier moved to where the ruby wolf was making noises. When they arrived, they could see him growling at the nearby forest area. Neither Roland nor Bernier had any real detection skills, so they could not detect anyone hiding in the bushes. What Roland could only do was to take out his mapping orb to see if he could detect something. The map was soon displayed before him, but he could not see any people nor monsters on it. The only dots that he could see were the ones for simple animals. It looks like he might have seen a squirrel or something. You should have seen him chase that one poor squirrel all up onto a tree. I didn't know that he could climb so well. Bernier gave out a chuckle while petting Agni on the head. The dog seemed somewhat offended by the gesture, but there was nothing that Roland could do or say. It didn't seem that they were being watched, or at least that if they were, the person was not here anymore. All of them returned to the workshop, and together with Bernier, they started taking the golem apart. Everything was mapped, and the damage was written down into his notebook. The last thing that he had to check for was the mana fluid tank. Surprisingly, the golem didn't burn through that much mana. From what Roland could tell, golems didn't require that much energy to function. Only when someone tried giving golems some spell-slinging functions would they require a lot of juice. It seems that when it comes to pure mechanical force, then the golems are quite cost-efficient. The day turned into night, and Roland was now in his bedroom noting a few things down. When he recalled all the golems that he had seen in Edelgard, they all lacked such spell add-ons. They were mostly used for their large frames to do manual labor. Only the golems down in the dungeon were seen to perform magical attacks. This was probably all thanks to the dungeon's nature, as the monsters there were provided with mana by the dungeon itself. If he ever wished to create golems that could actively shoot magic at people, he would need to take the energy problem into consideration. While a lock-in's fluid was a power source that worked well enough, it cost a lot of money. Unless he was able to head down into the secret room in the dungeon, he would need to develop another way to get around this. Should I bring it up with the cat? Roland had the option of asking the strange magical cat for help. He could very well know a better way to power the golems. If it's a stationary model, then I think I could make it work with my current generator. There was a certain version of the golem that he was thinking about. This one would not be able to move, but it would be able to detect and eliminate intruders. With the wind turbines working quite fine and already powering his whole workshop, there was space for innovation. While he could not create a fully functional humanoid defensive golem, he could do something else, a defensive turret of sorts. To some craftsmen, it would probably not really be a golem, more of a trap. It wouldn't really need many moving parts, just the ability to turn its cannons around to face the intruders. This was something that he needed as the mining field was already giving him a headache, even these golem tests that they were performing today. Normally, he would like to do it behind his walls, but with all the mines there, it would pose a problem if the golem went berserk and ran into them. Then there was the way that Agni acted. He was not sure, but whenever he went outside to test his wares, he felt like they were being watched. Even after all of these years, the bad experiences from the past kept coming back. The run-in with Robert only made him more paranoid, as it was clear to him that people from his family could just pop out at any moment. Even worse than them would be the members from the cult that had no idea what we're doing. Before and after coming here, he did some research, and this island was supposed to be free of cult influence. Luckily for him, in the underground, there were more powers fighting among each other. The area he was occupying was said to belong to a different faction, which should increase his safety. Roland shook away the bad thoughts and returned to the more important issue, his store. While Elodia didn't give him a reply just yet, this didn't mean that he would not be moving ahead with his plan. He was already affiliated with the Adventurers Guild, so his shop could strike a deal with them as well. They could help him by selling him crafting materials that he could not otherwise get. The Dwarven Union was still denying him access to any of their wares. Even Bernir was blacklisted from their shops and was finding it hard to buy anything out in the markets. They were really set on denying him, but not like he cared that much, as the guild prices weren't that much off. They had enough affiliated merchants from the outside to keep him stocked with the required goods. While he was prioritized for being a runesmith, this couldn't be said for some of the other shop owners. There was only so much that could be spared, and the union was really making it hard for the others to earn money. One of the ways that the guild was trying to save their stores was with the help of the dungeon. There were some large mineral deposits there that were uncovered that could be mined. Even now, some adventure parties would be tasked to go down to get some of the dungeon-specific ores. Roland crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. After the golem had borne fruit, he had all sorts of ideas, but he also felt like he didn't have enough time for most of them. He was only one man. Going through all of the materials and books already took up a lot of his time. He quickly grabbed his notebook and started going through it. Next to it, he had the book manual with the golem's runic program that was somewhat unclear about a couple of things. He started looking through the code that now, thanks to his new title, was more understandable. An hour passed, then another, and soon it was already 1 in the morning. Even when it was this late, his eyes didn't feel tired. Ever since his stats had increased, he did not sleep more than 5 hours a day, and when he was awake, he either looked at his research material or was contemplating runic code. If I was this hardworking in my old world, I would have probably been a lot more successful. With no skills to guide his progress, Roland did stagnate. In this world where work was displayed on a spreadsheet on a system screen, it was easy to have something to work for. Even now, when he was ready to close his notebook, a certain nudge would be given to him by this friendly world system. Unlocked Determined Scholar. You gain the parallel thinking trait. What? Determined Scholar title, a title given to scholars that in the wake of their studies have pushed through their physical limits to attain enlightenment in their academic field. Parallel thinking trait grants the ability to think about multiple things and notions at the same time. Speed and amount is determined by the intelligence stat. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he was rewarded by a new title and even a trait. The title was obviously given to him because of his unhealthy sleeping schedule. With the help of his sleeping resistance that then has evolved into an immunity, he was able to maintain himself with only short naps. While the skill had the immunity world to it, it didn't allow him to quite resist the temptations of sleep. It was possible for him to stay up for about 3 days with no serious strain to his mind or body, but after that, he would feel quite drowsy. This skill was only at level 2 for now, thus Roland wondered that maybe if he maxed it out he could actually attain true sleep immunity. While the title was a nice bonus, what he really was interested in was the second thing he received, mainly the parallel thinking trait. After reading through the explanation, he got the general gist of it, but he was unsure of how it was supposed to work. Is this trait supposed to help me be better at multitasking? Roland was not sure how to activate this trait, but while going through the explanation, he tried testing it out. He tried thinking about a hard mathematical problem while also trying to recall some activities that he did the previous day. It was a bit odd at first, but he found that he was actually able to visualize all of it separately. He managed to perform this thinking exercise at the same time without having to strain his brain too much. I wonder. With some inspiration, he pulled out 2 pieces of paper. This was part of the research material that he received from the professor. One had research concerning golems, while the other went into more detail about the runic programming. His test started as he attempted to read both of these pages at once. It was difficult at first, as he found it hard to spread out his gaze between the 2 papers. After a few minutes of straining his eyes, he was finally able to read both of them at the same time. When he stopped, he could clearly recall the information that he just went through without any holes in his memory. This realization made him lean back and chuckle. Such a trait was a godsend for this situation. With so much research material and Golem-related research, he was having a hard time keeping it together. He still had to craft runic equipment for the guild while also thinking about his own shop, the house defenses, and then his family problems. With this handy trait, he could double his research speed, maybe even triple or quadruple them. The description added a part about his intelligence stat which made the trait better. Intelligence was his best stat from them all. It was also possible that his rare class multiplier would be accounted for. After the Golem testing was concluded, Roland found himself doing a whole different round of testing. He needed to know the limits that this newly gained trait would give him. First came the reading test, which brought him to about 3 separate texts at once. The biggest limit when reading was concerned depended on his line of sight. It was hard to focus if the books were not close to each other. It was also a bit awkward to read at first, but Roland discovered that he could also move his arms independently from each other. While he was reading some texts, he was also able to scribe down a runic scroll. The grade dropped a bit at the first try, but after he got used to it, he was able to actually scribe and read at the same time. Roland was sure that if he wanted, he could create 2 separate runic scrolls at the same time. It was as if he had 2 separate heads working half of his body when he was performing this task. Luckily, this trait didn't give him something like an alternate personality. He was still only one person that could just use his brain functions at a higher rate. It took him the whole night, and ever all morning, to go through figuring this thing out. He realized that even though this trait was meant for gathering more knowledge, it could very well be used for battle. His mind was able to react to more than one stimulus at the same time. It would clearly be handy during combat. While he focused on the enemy's weapon with one part of his mind, at the same time he could look for that deceptive strike that was coming and instantly react to it when it happened. This was easier said than done, as he did not really have that much battle experience in using this trait. It could help him combat the gap that was slowly increasing between him and people with true battle classes. While they trained themselves to have lightning-fast reflexes and react to everything within a split second thanks to practice, he could use brainpower for a similar effect. Instead of muscle memory, he would actively react to everything by being able to split his thoughts between actions and multiple opponents. His eyes weren't the only thing that he could separate from his body. Hearing and touch were also accessible. Taking this into account, it would help him hear or feel people coming in from unexpected vantage points that he couldn't see with his eyes. "Hey boss, you wanted to see me. What's with the runic launcher? Are we getting robbed?" Roland called Bernier over as he was somewhat intrigued by how flexible this new trait was. The plans were to work on the 3rd iteration of his golem, but that could wait. If he managed to master this skill, he could very well triple his output. "No, I just need to test a few things. It's loaded with empty shells here." Roland gave the slightly improved runic launcher to his assistant and then told him what he needed to do. "You want me to aim at you and shoot as fast as I can." While the runic launcher still needed a crank, it could shoot out large spheres of metal faster than Bernier could throw them. Roland just wanted to see if he could react in time to dodge them. "I don't think this is such a good idea." "You have that look in your eyes. Have you not been sleeping enough?" "How about?" "I'm fine, I don't need sleep. Now shoot me, we are wasting time." While it was true that Roland had been buried in research material and he was starting to feel strained by the work, he was somewhat excited to test this new skill out. Bernier, on the other hand, knew that his boss was being hasty, as this wasn't the first time when something like this happened. Roland was smart enough to place a helmet on his head and also use some body armor. He did a peculiar thing, though, as he didn't face Bernier directly, but turned so that he would see him out of the corner of his eye. Boss. Shouldn't you look at where the shots are coming from? If I did that, then there would be no point in testing this skill. The intent of this test was if he could react to a fast incoming threat while not directly looking at it. It would be somewhat easy to do it for him, as he was a Tier 2 class holder with enhanced reflexes. What he wanted to do is to see if his parallel thinking trait was as fast enough to help him react as if he was looking at the muzzle of the runic launcher himself. He could still see Bernier to the side, but his attention was elsewhere on a particular scratch on his fence. Bernier could do nothing but shrug and aim the runic weapon. If Roland had made up his mind about something, he knew that he could not change it. He knew that the orbs were hollow and would not cause lasting damage even if they hit Roland. "Are you ready?" "Sure, fire them as fast as you can and try aiming for the body." Roland got ready as a little green glow appeared on his helmet. This runic spell traveled towards his eyes and made them shine in the same hue. This spell somewhat enhanced his vision and would aid him in this test. He was not quite convinced of his own physical capabilities and wanted to test it first with some help. The first orb traveled towards him, and he could clearly see it going for his chest. Even though his attention was on other things, out of the corner of his eye he was following Bernier's every move. This new trait allowed him to see his assistant lean forward and take aim. He could clearly tell when the trigger was pulled even though he was mostly focusing his gaze elsewhere. Thus he stepped to the side just in time for it to pass him, and for the next one to be fired. While it wasn't hard to concentrate on the first and second shot, the more pellets traveled his way, the more concentration it required. This new skill seemed to be working just as he had thought. Normally, he would not have enough time to turn his head and react fast enough to evade the speedy projectile. Okay, that's enough. Roland started rubbing his chin while looking at the pellets that he had dodged. While he was able to do this when the weapon was right in front of him, could he do the same if two people were firing from other vantage points? His class was runesmith. He could not reliably detect people that were standing behind him. He relied on the scanning device to detect hidden enemies, and even Agni was better at detecting non-magical traps than him. Even if he could use his hearing to notice that someone was behind him, he had no training nor skills to judge how far away they were. But this didn't mean that he didn't have something in mind. With an enhanced reaction time and good eyes, he was thinking of implementing a small aid into his next helmet. Did he really need to keep the detection device in orb form and activate it constantly? What if he placed it in his helmet and had it show him what was happening behind him in real time? It would be nothing more than an active radar that would show him if something was at his blind spots. Then it could be improved to a sort of camera that would actually show him what was happening there. With his parallel thinking trait, he could still keep his eyes on it while dealing with whatever was in front of him. At first, Roland thought that he might need to switch to some sort of battle class to protect himself. But now, on the other hand, he was thinking that he should focus more on what he was good at. He might have been depending on crafted items too much, but so were classes like Master Swordsmen. Without the right weapon in their hands, they would not be able to unleash all of their skills. Roland's weapon in this situation was his brain and all of his crafted creations that he could bring along. His biggest advantage over others was that he could customize his weapons and also prepare more if he needed them, though this also put him at a bigger disadvantage. While a swordsman only needed one sword, he needed a whole lot more. A suit of armor to protect his body and for casting spells. Then he also needed specialized weapons for certain situations, like for the ruby golem that required a heavy sledgehammer-type weapon. Even though he might be able to make himself a number of golems to protect him, it would be impossible to take them along on his dungeon runs. Having them walk all the way from his house and down into the dungeon would probably increase the exploration costs. What he really needed was a certain storage technology. The golems were not living beings, so he would be able to place them in spatial items. This would conserve valuable mana fuel that was needed for them to operate. This was also something that he was willing to put his research into, but there was a small problem. Apparently, dimensional magic was quite the difficult field and runesmiths were not really the scholarly type. This was also why all of the storage bags that he had come across were made by other means. He needed to somehow get his hands on that knowledge, but he was refused by the only person that could make that true. The kitty professor apparently didn't think that he was ready to delve into that field of magic. He gave him a little speech about trying to run before being able to walk. It seemed that he would need to prove himself to his academically inclined friend before he gave away the spatial runes. "I think we shouldn't do things like this here, boss," Bernir called out to him while walking towards the large fence that was reinforced with logs. One of the orbs was embedded in the wood, and after pulling it out, an indention was left behind. You might be right. Roland looked at his house again before going back inside to go back to work on his golem. Now equipped with the new trait, he wondered how much faster he could improve. While finishing up with his golem research, he and Bernir were also moving along with the expansion. He was deliberating on buying up more land around his home while he was at it. With his home still being far away from the city, there wouldn't really be a big spike in prices just yet. But when he actually made a successful spot for adventurers to visit, someone might see it as an opportunity to expand towards this location. There were already moves being made to build up taverns outside of the city. While it was more dangerous, it was also not taxed as much. Some people didn't really care about danger and had their own little bands of mercenaries ready to protect their assets. While Roland would do nothing more than build up defensive turrets and place massive golems all over his property, this dream was a bit far-fetched. It would probably take years till he would have enough skill and money for something like that. Instead, he would need to add more people to his side. One was the shop attendant, which he still hoped to give to Elodia. The other would be to some guards that would stand there and look intimidating. I guess it's time. Luckily, the taxing system in this world is a lot easier than in the old one, Roland commented while walking down into his workshop in which he would spend the remainder of the day in. After a good night's rest, it was time to head into the city where he would check the prices of land once more. Then only 2 days from now, the construction workers would be arriving, and he could finally move forward with what he was striving to do for many years, start his own little business. Say, what did they fin out? Not much. TH informant didn't want to get too close as they ave some strange mutt guarding TH house. A couple of dwarves were talking to each other while grumbling slightly. How come are we paying them if they can't do tire jab? One of the dwarves spoke up as he was unhappy about the lack of information that was given to them. They had been spying on their competition and even hired one of the town's known ruffians to keep an eye out on the house that was outside the city. They did finute something and it doesn't look good. He reported that they brought up some strange-shaped lump o' metal. Strange lump o' metal. I twas supposedly movin'. Is th bastard already making golems? While the information was vague from what their informant described, they came to a conclusion that it could have been a basic type of golem. This information was not taken well as they all finally recognized that they weren't dealing with a simple runesmith. That human must have someone backing him or he is hiding his real identity. A Jewist will not believe that someone that young could mac a golem. The dwarves here nodded with their heads. In their eyes, the man that was calling himself Wayland was a true mystery. They saw his wares. In some places they were average at best, while in other aspects they overshadowed old masters. The biggest mystery for them was how a human was doing this. Without the proper guidance and knowledge, it was extremely hard to produce a working rune, even less something complex as a golem. They could only conclude that he was getting some outside help, or he was some old craftsman hiding behind a young man's face. It wasn't unheard of people to use illusion spells to alter their appearance. They were up against a crafty runesmith, so it was plausible that he could do such a thing. He might be trying to make a name for himself heir. The dwarves came to the conclusion that the man named Wayland was probably trying to root himself in this town. He probably had some prior knowledge about runesmithing from an outside source and was trying to undermine the Dwarven Union's monopoly on runecrafted items in a lesser-known location. So how do we go about getting rid of IM? Should we try to employ IM ourselves? I'm not sure if that he would go for that after that we had done. The dwarves from the Union that had gathered in this town were sent here on a mission. First, they needed to see if it was worthwhile to invest in the city. Albrook passed that initial test, and they sent over more people to establish their own smithies and shops meant mostly for the adventurers. Most of the Union's manpower was focused on the main city of Isgard. They were just a branch with very few blacksmithing masters that were not even Tier 3 craftsmen. The two most established were Bammer the enchantsmith and Dunnan that was both an armorsmith and weaponsmith. While the two were not Tier 3 class holders, they were the closest ones to achieving them. It was a planned move to have these two achieve a breakthrough in this city and entrench the Union's grasp on it. With how it was looking now, they were faltering as the human runesmith's runic wares were more popular than the enchanted ones. Too late for dat now. How goes the business though? What off the other artisans? Dunnan asked while scoffing at one of the other dwarves that was wearing glasses and seemed a bit more refined than the other craftsmen. T's proceeding as planned. We have been successfully undercutting tire profits. Even TH Guild can't complain as we aren't doing anything illegal. While the runic weapons and trinkets were selling rather well, this wasn't for all the other wares. The dwarf-run stores could lower their prices to an extreme and just price the competition out. This was quite the basic approach which they implemented in all of the cities that they tried to get a footing in. They just lowered the prices to a point until their competition could not sustain themselves. Then they either ran them out of town or had them sign contracts with their union to profit even more. It didn't seem like this approach would work with the person called Wayland though. His wares were actually selling, and they couldn't cut off his resources either, as he was getting them through the Adventure Guild. The Union and the Adventure Guild were somewhat in a turbulent relationship. Both of them somewhat relied on each other to make a profit, while also having other avenues to earn coins from. The dwarves could also outfit armies, while the guild could get some items from the dungeons and other artisans. The two behemoths walked a fine line and tried to coexist without damaging their own business model, while no one wanted to get under the skin of the current guild master. The guild stores weren't really a big part of the adventure brand. Thus the dwarves here didn't really feel like they would be getting that much backlash if they ran them out of business. After everything settled, they were convinced that the people above them would strike a deal that benefited both sides. What they were responsible for now was how well this deal would be in their favor. If they took over most of the city's market share, the guild would be forced to do business with them, as their store reputation wouldn't allow them to go forward with their business model. Good, let us wait now. If everything goes as planned, we won't need to do a ting. The dwarves nodded at each other as the decision was made. This concluded their little get-together. The meaning of the last words could soon be seen a few days later at the Adventurers Guild quarters. What is it now, Elodia? It's the shop owners. They wish to talk to you. Talk to me. Tell them to go away. I'm busy. The guild master was looking over some papers in his office while Elodia tried to inform him about an unruly mob of people. I don't think they will listen to reason this time around. The months were not good on them. Not good. Is it the blasted dwarves? Elodia nodded, but as she tried to go into some more detail, she heard a loud knock on the door. Ordhin, I know that you are in there. Get your ass out here. You have a lot of explaining to do. A maddened voice of a woman was heard by both the people inside this office. It was followed up by some more voices and more banging on the door. Shit, this is more serious than I expected. Ordhin gave out a sigh, but then nodded to Elodia, who then unlocked the door. The moment she did, about 10 people entered the room. It was clear that these people were craftsmen and artisans that had all signed a contract with the guild. All of them pushed themselves inside, and at the front was a peculiar beast woman with cow-like horns. There you are, explain yourself, Diana. What's gotten into you? Arjuhan looked at the maddened blacksmiths. They all started shouting at the same time, so it was hard to understand at first, but he quickly figured out what was going on. Due to the Dwarven Union's stranglehold on the city, these people were being shunned. Please, everyone calm down, the guild master will hear you out. Elodia interrupted from the side and was able to somewhat calm the angry mob down, and they finally started talking. Nothing is selling, the adventurers just take one peek at the prices before leaving. Yeah, how are we to contend with halved prices? I've even seen them dropping prices further than that. It was clear that these artisans were not able to make a living now. Their products weren't bad, but they just could not compete with discounted wares of the dwarves. I have a family. My children will starve if I can't bring in any coin. The only thing that the adventurers are willing to take are those blasted runic weapons, but that's not enough. Yeah, it's that runesmith. It's all his fault. Everything was fine until he showed up. Now wait a moment there. The guild master tried to interrupt the conversation as it started going in a weird direction. It was clear that these people were mad and were looking for someone or something to blame. They started blaming the runesmith that was providing them with some magical items. Before they started selling those, they were doing fine. Thus he was an easy target to blame because of the time frame was produced. To them it didn't matter that the Dwarven Union was to blame. It was an entity that they didn't see themselves fighting against. Instead of fighting, they would rather try to appease. Yeah, I bet if we kick him out, the dwarves will return the prices to normal. The angry mob continued to shout, and most of them agreed with each other. It was all the fault of the runesmith that they were losing money and their livelihood was at stake. Shut up, all of you. A loud booming sound that sounded like a bomb going off was heard by everyone. It was the guild master's giant fist that connected with his reinforced desk. Being a Tier 3 class holder was enough to force people's respect. It was enough to intimidate the artisans to quiet down, with just a single one of them continuing to glare. Well, what will you do about it? If we are to continue like this, we will need a better plan. Those dwarven bastards will keep outpricing us, and we all know that their coffers are deep and our pockets are almost empty. If you don't help us out, we will all go under, Diana commented while looking Ordhin straight in the eye. I heard you. I will make a decision, but I'm not going to make it now. Now leave. The craftsman looked dejected, but not like they do anything to the guild master. If he wanted, he could easily use his superior strength to toss all of them out of his office. Soon all of them left, and only the guild master and Elodia were left inside. You can't seriously be thinking about what they proposed, right, guild master? Elodia broke the silence as Ordhin started spacing out while thinking. The bald man leaned back in his chair and gave out a sigh. That could be a possibility, but guild master, we could do what? Pay our artisans the bottom line and continue this battle with the union. But couldn't we make a report to the higher-ups? Ordhin shook his head as if that was not an option. Those idiots would be glad to laugh in my face if they heard about this. Elodia wasn't sure what this reply was about, but she had heard that the guild master didn't get along with some of the other masters at his level. There was a rumor that he was forced to come here for one reason or another, but the information was unclear. What will you do, guild master? That's a good question. Ordhin leaned back in his chair and started to think. While the small number of craftsmen that he employed would really affect the guild's coffers in the long run, it would give the guild and him a bad name. There were only a couple of options that he could realistically go with. One of them would be to stand his ground and not let up. He would need to cover the store owner's expenses if he went with this way. The Adventurers Guild had a finite amount of resources that were given to him from outside. This little venture of his was created to increase their budget that was barely enough for the guild's expenses. Everything cost money. The bulk of what he was given went into establishing the guild building and bringing over veteran adventurers to start things off, bribing the town officials to get the current building, and then establishing relations with all the best merchants was a must. Asking for more funds from the main guild was out of the question. The Adventure Guild did things slightly differently than the Dwarven Union that was more united. Unless he went bankrupt, they would not act. Then if they did act, he would be removed from his position due to failing at establishing a strong foothold. Ordhin clearly underestimated the lengths to which the dwarves would go. They weren't doing anything against the law, so he could not use his connections to the mayor. He could also not ban adventurers from using the dwarven wares as they would come for his head. Thus, if he wanted to go with this option, he would probably need to use his own savings and compete with the dwarves with lowered weapon prices. While he had some coins, this was not a big enough number to compete with a giant company like the Union. Then there was the second option to give in to the demands of the dwarves and the shop owners. This would probably force him to cut ties with the runesmith that he had a contract with. He was the main reason that the dwarves reacted this way, and he had a suspicion as to why. They were scared of someone else gaining the top crafter spot in this city. Smithing runes was somewhat of a special profession to these bearded drunkards. It didn't seem that they even tried to strike a deal with Roland, even though they would be in a better position to use his skills than he or the guild could. Due to their pig-headedness, they were unable to accept him as a fellow runesmith. They probably deemed him as an impostor that had gained runic knowledge through villainous means. Arjuhan knew the young man long enough to know that this was untrue, and that he probably stepped into his class by accident. If cutting the contract short with the young runesmith would appease the dwarves also remained to be seen. Even if he did that, it would not remove the dwarves' problem from the city, but would shift their attention towards Wayland and him only. Ordhin was apprehensive about doing this, as he spent a lot of work to gain the young man's trust. He also knew that if Wayland continued to improve then, he would be a better investment than all of the artisans that he was employing. I could also go with option 3. The guild master grinned slightly as he came to a conclusion. While the second option would probably be the most practical one, he wanted to try something different. He was not really scared of some dwarves, thus he made a plan while moving forward. Elodia, I need you to do something for me. Yes, guild master. Arrange an appointment with the dwarves from the union. I need to talk with them. The dwarves, are you going to? Before the woman could ask the question, Ordhin moved his hand up to stop her from continuing. This isn't something you need to know. Just perform the task and don't ask questions. While Ordhin knew that Elodia meant well, the fewer people knew about his plan the better. She didn't need to involve herself in his schemes and just needed to do her job as told. I apologize, guild master. I will contact the Dwarven Union. Elodia bowed and then removed herself from the guild master's office. The bald man stood up from his chair and walked over to the window. There he could see a busy road where various people were shuffling around. This will certainly be interesting. I hope the little runesmith will be up to the task. That's it, bring it over here. All right. The shuffling of feet was heard along with the shouts of grown men. About 10 workers were moving various construction materials consisting mostly of red bricks. Roland was to the side looking at the people that he had hired for the construction of his own store. At first, he was thinking about building a wooden building from simple logs and planks. Then after discussing it with Bernier, he went for a more stable solution. Building from bricks was a lot sturdier and could be reinforced from the inside with some runic magic. While the bricks could not be inscribed with runes directly, there were other methods that other various magical stores used. The easiest way as always would be to line the place with thin metal and inscribe runes on it. He could also use runic scrolls, and then there would be the third method where a person could use special magical paint. This paint would be able to hold a runic charge for a bit, but was a lot more costly than a regular runic scroll. Before he came up with the defensive measures of this store, there were other things that he needed to worry about. The first one was to actually build it and then fill it up with his wares. While the technology in this world was far below his old one, the building process was actually quite speedy. With the help of various skills and magic to help the craftsmen, everything went smooth. The high-level carpenters would not need things like measuring tapes nor indicators to tell them if they were cutting in the right spot. They could tell if what they were doing was equally placed with just a glance. Thus the process of laying bricks and cutting them was increased severalfold. The alchemical equivalents of cement and plaster were also here. They were actually better than their modern counterparts as they dried faster and didn't require things like heavy concrete mixers to bind. This was all thanks to the field of earth magic, which allowed these builders to use specialized techniques. They had a certain magical tool that would cause the bonding mixture to harden when it was used. This tool used mana fluid to run, and the one that these men were using had runic inscriptions. Roland was quick to scribble down the runic patterns and components for future use. He knew that he was stealing costly company secrets in doing this, but it would allow him to fix things around here without the help of the construction company if anything ever broke. He still needed the alchemical mixture to pair with it, so the newly gained tool might not even be usable. Mr. Wayland. While thinking about the new shop, he noticed a familiar person call out to him. It was a human youth of about 18 years. The young man had blonde hair that was styled into a bob and had quite the blue eyes. Klaus, isn't he the shipment of runic items due in a week? Yes, sir, I didn't come for that. The guild sent me to deliver this letter to you. He was handed a letter that had a seal on it. With one look, he knew that it was a special seal that, if not removed correctly, would cause the letter to go up in flames. After the item was given, Klaus nodded at Roland and made his way out of there. His eyes were clearly glued to the muscular construction workers that were bringing materials out of their spatial backpacks. Wasn't that Klaus, but we should still have a week. I know he brought a letter over. Can you look over the workers? Boss, I'll be sure to watch them like a hawk. If they try to steal something, Agni will bite their dicks off." Roland looked to Agni that gave out a happy bark. "Please stop teaching him strange things." Roland shook his head and returned to his room. There he used a simple technique on the letter to dissolve the seal. These types of letters could be attuned to a person's mana fingerprint. Such a fingerprint was given to the guild as he was signing the contract with them. Through it, they could keep in contact through these types of sealed letters. Why they decided to contact him in such a way was somewhat odd. This meant that something had happened. "Greeting, Wayland. We need to talk about something, so come to the guild today at sundown." Roland narrowed his eyes while looking at the piece of paper. He examined the back to see if there was something else, but he couldn't detect anything. Did he have to use such an elaborate thing to contact me? It was strange for the guildmaster to go out of his way to present him with a letter like this. He could have easily told the delivery boy to tell him. What was this secrecy for? He didn't know, but after reading the letter, the magical ink on it turned red, and it burst up in flames before him. That guildmaster has always had a screw loose. While Roland didn't want to go, he was obliged to visit the guild and talk with the guild master. He was still a Tier 3 class holder and a person that was backing him. Thanks to the guild standing behind him, he had a convenient shield that protected him from outside forces. The interactions that he had with him were a bit peculiar. He could never really figure out what the man wanted, as sometimes he acted very relaxed, but on other occasions he had violent outbursts to reel everyone. Still, he was someone in a higher position in this city, and in the guild through which he was making most of his money. Thus he waited for the construction workers to be done for the day before heading into the city. The day was kind of murky, and the clouds indicated that soon it would be raining. He was lucky enough to make it into the guild before it started raining. The guild was filled to the brim with shouting men and women as always. While in the beginning, he disliked these types of displays, with time Roland had grown accustomed to it. He much preferred these sort of rowdy individuals to the nobles. The adventurer types laid out their emotions before themselves, while the nobles were more reserved and scheming. The latter were hard to read, and a person had to always worry about what they were saying. Offending a noble could be the end of a person's long career, while on the other hand, the adventurers preferred to let their fists do the talking. He sometimes saw two men going at it over some silly dispute, to only be drinking buddies the next day after knocking each other's teeth out. Luckily, in this world, healing magic extended to teeth, and thus people could let loose their pent-up aggression without things holding them back. Even the adventurers that he took out his rage on had their bones healed up within a day's time. "Afternoon, Mr. Wayland. You'll have to wait a moment, as the guild master is busy with a previous engagement." Roland was greeted by Elodia, who was as professional as ever. Without Armand and Loilia being there, she did not really have anyone to rage at. "That's fine, I'll just wait inside." The guild was already known to him, and he was under a contract. Thanks to this, he could use some of the inside rooms without being kicked out. Thus he went inside, and the loud noises of the adventurers were left behind as he decided to sit out in the corridor. There he could just wait till the people that were talking with the guild master went out and know when he could enter. This didn't take that long, as he could hear some movement at the staircase. The people that came out weren't anyone that he knew, but he could feel a somewhat extensive mana signature from one of the people. This was quite odd, as the person was a dwarf that weren't known for having lots of mana. There were two of them. Even without looking at their stats, Roland could tell that they were competent craftsmen. This didn't keep him from using his analyzing skill to try to figure out their identities. Seeing dwarves at the guild while their feud with him was underway was slightly alarming. Name: Bammer L122 classes. T1 Mage L25 T1 Blacksmith L25 T1 Monoscribe L25 T2 Enchantsmith 47 Name: Dunnan L131 classes. T1 Blacksmith L25 T1 Miner L25 T2 Armorsmith L50 T2 Weaponsmith 31. While the person called Dunnan didn't really have any classes that were out of the ordinary, the other dwarf was different. This was the first time he laid his eyes on a proper enchantsmith, and this one was actually at quite the high level. The analyzing skill worked less on people that were above his level, so this was the most information he could get out of them. Luckily for him, they were not wearing any magical items that hid their classes from view. They would not be able to inspect him, which would make his Runesmith Lord class hidden. The Enchant Smith progression was very similar to the Runesmith progression. One became a Mana Scribe first, along with having to be a blacksmith and mage. Then the person had to learn specific skills during the Mana Scribe phase and enchant items as a blacksmith. Then the Tier 2 option would become available. Normally, dwarves preferred to go with the Runesmith Tier 2 option, as it was an all-around better class. There were some requirements from the base stats, which put a wall that was not easily breached. With the high requirements, only about 1 from 4 people could actually achieve the Runesmith class. This made enchantsmiths a lot more prevalent around the world. It was also easier to learn and easier to progress without having much outside knowledge. Thus, runesmith were somewhat worshipped in the dwarven circles. but while they loved their own runesmiths, they despised any other race that achieved this status without their approval. Their whole identity was based on crafting. When someone came around that could affect this, they mostly reacted in the way they were doing it now. Roland could feel the looks of the two dwarves on him. At first he thought they would start frowning and staring daggers, but instead, they seemed to be in a good mood. When they passed him, he could have sworn that one of them gave out a chuckle. The two strutted outside while he stood up and headed up the stairs into the guild master's office. It was clear that the two dwarves that he passed belonged to the union in the city. It seemed that this strange visit that he was summoned to would be somewhat interesting. "It's me, Wayland." He knocked on the door and quickly heard the guild master's voice. "Come in." On the inside, he took up his usual spot and could notice that something was off. On the guild master's desk, there were some torn-up papers. At first, he wasn't sure, but then he quickly realized that what he was looking at was the contract that he had signed with the guild. The contract didn't really put much strain on the guild. They could fire him without losing much. This was all due to him receiving the knowledge required for the runic smelter he was using now. They would have to pay a small fee, but it didn't look like the guild master cared about that fact. "I see that you have given in to the union's demands," Wayland asked while standing up. It looked like this conversation wouldn't take long, and he wasn't really interested in hearing some kind of long-winded explanations from this man. At this point in his life, he felt like he would be fine. The dwarves could try, but his skill set was far too rare to be halted by their little tricks. But while he was somewhat sure that he could sell his wares, the problem of getting the right materials arose. Before he could think about that conundrum, the guild master called out to him. "This doesn't matter, just sit down and listen." Orden quickly shouted while tossing the torn-up contract to the side. "This is just meaningless paper. It's not how relations between people are built. This shit is just for people that lack integrity, and I don't think you are someone that lacks that." Roland sat back down, but the confusion from his face didn't vanish. The contract was torn apart, and the guild was obviously cutting ties with him. What was with this strange talk of integrity? You probably realized that the dwarves are a stubborn bunch. They would rather go bankrupt than let an outsider dabble in what they think is part of their traditions. Roland just nodded, as it seemed that the dwarves were a bunch that didn't think only in profits. There was more money to be made if they cooperated with him. If his wares were in their stores, more people would come to buy them, and they could even share their magical technology with each other. "I'm not really sure where you are going with this," Roland answered, as the guild master was kind of getting off topic. Time was money, so Roland didn't really want to listen to some bullshit explanation by this man that made his decision to cut ties just in some way. "I see that you are eager to go home and continue your work, but do you think it will be that easy?" "What do you mean, do you think that your runic wares are enough to get you through this? Will it be that easy? Why wouldn't they? Even if you don't help me, I can still sell at the auction house." "At the auction house? Have you even tried to do that recently? You underestimate the union." Roland had to stop and think. Some time had passed since his last visit to the auction house. If the union had enough pull there, they would probably be able to ban him from selling there. That would only leave him with either peddling out in the streets or attracting people to his new store. "I'll be fine, I'll figure something out." "I'm sure you will, but what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to." Roland perked up at the words, as the guild master for some reason wanted to continue their relationship. "You want to continue helping me under the union's nose? Something like that. Let me explain. Sit down, this could take a while." While he wasn't sure what to make of it, Roland decided to listen to the guild master's offer. Ordhin explained the reason for the termination first. The other craftsmen were having a hard time making a living, and it would be an uphill battle that devoured a lot of coin if they wanted to go against the union's deep coffers. He couldn't really blame the other craftsmen for thinking that he was the problem. Before he came along, everything was fine. He would also probably be able to survive even if the union was against him, but he would have to sell his wares less openly. This was also where this conversation seemed to be going. "You want me to do what? I'll have to sign a contract. This will keep me from giving you aid openly, but there are other ways of earning money." Ordhin gave a devilish grin as he just gave Roland a somewhat unethical proposition. "Before I sign it, I can get you in touch with some of my contacts. Through them, you will be able to purchase what you need and, most importantly, sell." The talk was about the black market. It was a whole different entity than what the Dwarven Union and the merchants were running. It was something hidden, and if there was something you could offer, they would take it. "Why are you doing this? You could easily wipe your sleeve clean of all of this and be done with it. Why go against the dwarves like this?" he asked, as he wasn't sure if he could trust this man. What if these contacts that he was talking about were some plot to get him in trouble with the law? The black market was the black market for a reason. If the ruling power in the area caught him, he would be in a heap of trouble. "Why go against them? Because I am greedy." Ordhin spoke up with pride, as if there was nothing wrong with that statement. "I don't like when things are taken from me. I would enjoy nothing more than to see those shitty dwarves eat shit. I also know a good investment when I see one. You have a bright future ahead of you, but it's not going to be easy." Roland wasn't really sure where this trust came from, but this deal gave him a way out of this mess. He knew what Audhin was going for here. He wanted to still keep him on good terms while appeasing the Dwarven Union. The old man was clearly trying to play on two fronts. If he would take his side if this all came out remained to be seen. So what will it be? Wayland, we don't have much time. After I sign the contract, my hands will be tied. Roland looked at the guild master's large hand that he was holding out towards him. It was clear that this would only be an agreement between two men. It would depend on their character if there weren't any ulterior motives. Thus, a big decision needed to be made. Would he cut his ties with the guild and try to do everything on his own? Or would he try using Audin's contacts to soften the blow from losing his suppliers? A loud sound of a door getting slammed could be heard. This loud was followed by the rumbling of footsteps that were coming down the stairs. Mr. Wayland, is everything okay? Elodia, that was about to head over to the guild master's office, was the first to notice to whom these loud footsteps belonged to. She could see a rather mad-looking young man rushing down the stairs. Mrs. Elodia. He stopped for a moment to look at her, but then just as quickly decided to move past. It was clear to her that he was in no mood to talk. Everything is fine, you don't need to concern yourself with me. Before she could figure out what this was all about, Wayland stormed out of the guild. She was left to wonder about the look on his face. The young runesmith had a somewhat grumpy expression devoid of a smile by default, but this one was a bit more serious. She moved up the stairs to the guild master's office as she was tasked to bring over some papers. It seemed that Audhin wanted her to write up a contract and bring it over to one of the scribes for magical imprinting. While she could write up the proper papers in a legally binding way, she didn't have the proper class to create a magical contract. Guild Master, Elodia, just come in and lock the door behind you. She entered the office, and the first thing that she noticed was a lot of torn-up papers on the floor. Out of habit, she started picking up these papers to only notice that they concerned a certain runesmith. These are, oh that, you can burn them, we won't be needing those anymore. But that's not why I asked you to come here. I need you to do your bureaucratic magic. She wanted to ask the reason why these torn-up papers were there. It didn't really take much for her to figure out why she saw Wayland being so mad. The guild master had clearly broken his ties with him for some reason, and this reason was soon revealed to her. What would you like me to do, guild master? Elodia posed her question, and she quickly got a response. The theme would be the Dwarven Union, and the contract would forbid their involvement with a certain runesmith. It appeared that Audhin had bent the knee to the Union and decided to cut his ties with Wayland, at least when crafting was concerned. What it all came down to was an agreement between both the Union and the Guild. The dwarves would stop using their connection to force the prices down and allow their guild-run stores to operate normally. They would even be tasked to supply them with some magical weapons and armor. Sir, do you really want me to fashion a contract like this? I think Mr. Wayland has been working fine with the Guild. Elodia, you are a good worker, but this does not concern you. Just do your job and stop asking questions. Were you always this chatty? She was quickly shut down by the burly man in front of her and had to move her head down. Ever since the Armand debacle, she felt like the work environment had become tenser. Why she even asked about the reason was a bit odd. This was not something she would have done before, at least not if it didn't concern someone from her own foster family. With all the information in her notebook, she returned to the floor below. There she needed to find the guild's mana scribe that would fashion the contract. The sun had gone down already, which meant that she would be stuck explaining the final details of the contract for quite some time. The guild master wanted to have it by the next day, which meant that she would probably need to come in earlier than usual to continue the work. These sorts of papers weren't done in an hour, and she also needed to run it through another advisor to see if she didn't make any mistakes. Why do I put up with this? She gave out a long sigh before wandering into one of the side rooms. Inside, she found her coworker buried in some papers which soon would increase. While Elodia was stuck with more overtime, Roland was on his way back home. He had a lot to think about as the guild master brought up some concerning things. He was sure that he would be able to sustain his home by his own volition. He had convinced himself that his runic items were just too good to not be bought up by the adventurers. Even if the Dwarven Union came for him, he could match their prices as he was the one building everything. Then his worldview was shattered as Audhin had mentioned that he would not be able to use the auction house. This was his main strategy if things went wrong, using the establishment that had previously brought him money. But apparently, the dwarves were already working on banning him from participating in the auctions. The only realistic way to go about this would be to hire someone to buy and sell for him. The biggest problem with that was trust. He would need to find a trustworthy merchant that would work with him. If he was on the Dwarven hit list, almost all of the good merchants would ignore his plea of help. They were still out there to make profits, and angering the Union would only make things troublesome. This only left inexperienced merchants or ones with shady backgrounds. Due to Roland's networking skills, he had gained no real business partners. The only thing that he ever did was to give his wares over to the auction house or hand burner them to do it for him. There were no good deals or people in high places that were looking out for him. The guild was supposed to do it, but they buckled under the pressure at the first sight of the problem. This just showed him that if he ever wanted to get something done, he would need to do it himself. While the guild master offered him a way out, he was not sure if he was willing to go through with it yet. Not like I won't have anything to eat, but I've already started to build the store. While he could still earn his keep as a silver-grade adventurer, he had already put other things in motion. The contract with the construction firm was signed, and the construction of his new store building was not going to be cheap. Without money, he would need to halt his golem construction. Golems required an astonishing amount of resources and time. The little magical robot that he made wouldn't really be of use for anything. It could only move around and be a mild annoyance, and without figuring out golem software, he wouldn't be able to program in more actions. If he relied only on his adventure income, it would force him to spend most of his days in the dungeon. This would force him to lower his time as a runesmith. It would be hard to compete with the other craftsmen if he wasn't able to produce enough stock. Should I really trust that Baldy? He looked down onto a piece of paper. It was another one of those letters. He was given it by the guild master along with instructions. Roland was given a way of getting in contact with some friends that would help him out with his material problem. For now, he decided to place this letter in his spatial bag for safekeeping. Soon he would need to make a decision, as he was already running low on funds. On the next day, he was to go back to the guild and take his earnings from this month. This would be the end of his relationship with the guild stores, at least the open one. If he took the guild master's advice and if it worked out well, he would be somewhat indebted to him. Before he gave him any more credit, he would need to find out if his claims were correct. Bernier would also give him some advice. He was the person that always went to the market. Maybe he could point out someone that could work with them. Finally, he returned home to give his only worker the bad news. Bernier didn't react in kind to the way the union was treating them, and this was magnified by his history of being ostracized from his own community for being only half-dwarf. Damn bastards, who do they think they are? Let's go over to them and blast a couple of grenades through their windows, boss. I know a good spot. They won't know what hit them. Calm down, Bernier. If we do that, we'll just end up in prison. While he wished to do nothing more than lob a few runic bombs into the dwarven shops, this would clearly cause him to go under in a day. If he wasn't caught by the guards at the shops, he would probably be quickly given a wanted poster. There were too many ways to apprehend people in this world, and he was not the stealthy type. But what will we do? If we can't buy any crafting materials, will we go out of business? Are you going to move to another city? The easiest way to get around this would be to move elsewhere. The biggest problem with that option was that he would need to build himself up from scratch again. Even then, it could not pan out without signing off with a bigger company for support. The union could easily ban them from the next auction house they moved to, and he could go back to square one. First, calm down. It's getting late. We will go to town tomorrow and see how bad it really is. You have some people that you know. I need you to ask around if there would be any merchants willing to supply us with materials like deep steel. Roland decided to try working out an agreement with some merchants. On the dawn of the other day, he and Bernier parted ways as they began their search for a business partner. Just as he had suspected, though, no one was willing to hear them out. He quickly realized the power of networking and how he should have been actively participating in it. Roland went out of his way to avoid interaction with other people due to his trust issues. If he actually showed himself to be someone trustworthy, he might have not been in this predicament. How was it on your end? Roland asked Bernier, who just shook his head. Those bastards work fast. Every merchant that saw me averted their eyes. It's clear that they have all been paid off or are too afraid to offend the union. While Roland could probably do business with the merchants if there was anything else than metals and smithing involved, the union held a chokehold on the entire kingdom when his craft was involved. With most of the mines and smithies occupied by them, no one else was willing to go out of their way to go against them. They didn't just give up on the first day. Roland and Bernier continued going through the city, though the half-dwarf did most of the work as his boss quickly found out that he didn't really know anyone in the city. The only people that he really talked to were the adventurers, and the guild already showed that they wouldn't be working with him. Just like the guild master had told him, when he went over to the auction house, he was given a long-winded explanation of why he was not allowed to sell anything there. He was considering trying to hide his face and sneaking in to sell some wares, but there weren't that many runic items going around. The people from the auction house could force him to reveal his face or use some identification. He was sure that the dwarves made sure to increase the examination requirements on any runic wares coming from unidentified people. Roland even tried visiting the stores that he used to work with. One of them was where Diana worked, even though the woman showed interest in him before she was now looking out for herself. I'm sorry, Wayland, this isn't anything personal, but unless you can give me a better deal, I'm stuck here. Not like he didn't understand where she was coming from. It was either to work with the dwarves that had all the money in the world or try helping him out with no real incentive to be had. but if you ever need some help with other things, don't be a stranger. They only told us not to sell your wares. They never said we can't trade in other services. If it's anything besides a runic item, I could probably sneak it in." She gave him a little wink before sending him on his way. While he wouldn't be able to sell anything in their stores that gave his involvement away, he could still hand in other items, which would actually give Bernir an outlet to place his armors in. This wouldn't fix the issue that he was battling now. Regular armors and weapons didn't sell for that much. They were mostly used by low-level adventurers. The real money was always in magical items and gear. After a few days of not really making any progress, Roland was stuck with a backlog of runic swords and daggers. They had already been delivered for runecrafting, and due to him already finishing the order, he was unable to return it. The guild informed him that due to the deal with the dwarves, they would not be able to sell them. With that, his only real revenue stream that he could gain good money from was repairing runic equipment. He was still the only runesmith in town and could handle the orders at his home. The word was slowly spreading, and neither the guild nor the union could stop the adventurers from coming over for his services. Even though he could take a lot of money for the repairs, this wouldn't fix the problem. The items that he was fixing were already rare and not like they broke down every month and needed constant repairs. Roland stayed up late the night, and while going through some of the Golem research, the guild master's letter caught his eye. If he did nothing about this predicament, he worried that he would be run out of town. He invested far too much time into his home and now store to just roll over and take it from the union like this, while he might have been able to survive in the short term. There could come a time when the union brings over their own runesmith. Then they could easily price him out of his repairing services, maybe even run some kind of smearing campaign to undermine his future runic creations. This was a critical moment in his life. The city was about to go through another gold rush. More and more adventurers were arriving, and everyone was expanding. If he didn't follow the trend, he would remain stagnant. Now was the time to act and to seize his future. If he did not, he might as well sign a contract with the Dwarven Union and be done with it. The black market, he glanced at the letter and knew what it entailed. While he was apprehensive to work with the people that would be the first ones to rob him blind, he knew that they would not hold the union in many regards. They were profiteers first that didn't really align themselves with anyone or anything. On the other hand, it was a good chance to see how the criminal underbelly in this world looked like. He already knew that most successful people somewhat rubbed shoulders with the Thieves Guild, and ignoring them could come biting him in the behind later on in his life. They sure picked an odd spot for this. Roland found himself looking down an old well. He had put on his runic glasses so he could see all the way down, and it was quite a large drop. After leaning back, he looked to the side and could spot people moving back and forth by the road. This well that he was standing at had once been used by the old Albrook farmers. It had long dried up and was left close to the road that led to the Albrook dungeon. Roland had the letter that the guild master had given him in his pocket. That day when he had a conversation with him, he was given some instructions. The letter was supposedly an introduction to the people that run the underground businesses in this city, the Thieves Guild. How the guild master of the Adventurers Guild knew the Thieves Guild was a bit perplexing, but after further consideration, he realized that the two guilds didn't really have anything at odds with each other. Not like they had conflicting interests, they were actually quite similar. While the adventurers from the guild were more like mercenaries and hired soldiers, the guild members from the Thieves Guild were more like hired assassins and information gatherers. If a task was too difficult for any adventurer, it wasn't wrong to go to the underground and hire someone that was more prone to taking risks. The Adventurer Guild was a proper business, and this limited their scope of actions. They had rules that kept their adventurers from getting into too much danger. They had ratings for each one of them, and the missions they were expected to take. Thus, they limited the loss of lives through a vetting process. The thieves, on the other hand, didn't care about things like that. They somewhat had an internal rating between each other, but nothing of the sort as the adventurers did. They would not keep their members from accepting difficult jobs that could cost them their life. Their masters didn't care, and most of the time the job's pay was proportional to the guild member you got. This somewhat made it more difficult for the one hiring to get a good deal, but that was one of the reasons why these types of people were called criminals. There it goes. Roland threw the letter into the well while somewhat looking in all directions. To others, it would look as if he was throwing trash into this well, and that was mostly what people did here. How this message would reach the Thieves Guild was unknown to him, but magic was probably involved. It made sense that if a person wished to get involved with them, needed to know a person that was a Thieves Guild member. It was somewhat of an exclusive club that was difficult to get into, but even more difficult to get out of. This was something the guild master had warned him about, but not like Roland wanted to become a member of the Thieves Guild. His purpose was to get access to the black market merchants. At first, Roland was concerned about this letter. Anyone could see him throwing something into the well if they wanted to look. Then after thinking it over, it was clear that the thieves were just trying to be smart about it. Who would think that they were actually using easily accessible places for contacting each other? This was also apparently not the only contact point. The guildmaster informed him that it changed every couple of weeks. While it was a well now, it could change to a tree stump in the forest or even a loose brick in one of the houses in the city. This was also why he needed to do it within a short time frame. If he didn't do it now, he would have no way of knowing what the next contact point would be changed to. From what he said, I need to wait a few days for a reply, which Roland did. While his letter of introduction was going through, he decided to venture into the dungeon for a change. He had managed to reconstruct his old armor, but with the lack of funds, he still needed to go with the mana stone variant. It looked mostly the same, but he decided to ditch the characteristic crimson coloring. For now, he went with a more pitch-black variant, which also made the runic symbols stick out less if they weren't being used. If used, he would stick out even more as they did glow in various colors of the rainbow. The golems and Tier 2 monsters on the lower levels didn't really pose much of a threat to him as he was slowly gaining levels. The speed of his progress had slowed down since his last dungeon run, but thanks to him getting the Tier 3 schematics, he was slowly going for that 100th level. Name: Roland Arden L90 classes. T2 Runesmith Lord L15 primary, T1 Mage L25 secondary, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25 tertiary, HP 30, 3,513,351, MP 80, 1,578,865, SP 30,224,529, Strength 90, Agility 67, Dexterity 118, Vitality 90, Endurance 99, Intelligence 151, Willpower 139, Charisma 17, Luck 10. Not yet, huh? Roland looked at both his own and Agni's status screen. Agni was at the level cap of 50, but the mystical Ruby Wolf variant was still grayed out. He had progressed through the levels by leeching from his master and did it too fast. Even now, he was a few levels short with his man-related skills. While to most people the 100th level meant their second Tier 2 class, for him, it would take a bit longer. Only when he reached the 125th level would his Runesmith Lord class be maxed out. He still could get a new one when he hit it, but there wasn't really a reason for it. He was thinking about using a class change crystal when he achieved the 100th level. It was still possible for a person to look at the classes they could change to without switching to them. He could even go through some of the trials as a test without passing through them on purpose. It wasn't odd for people to reach a level cap for their class and then try to gain hidden titles or traits. From what he knew, this was how people in the old days went about discovering new classes. They continued to gain new skills, titles, and abilities, and then went to see if any new classes become available to them. Even then, some classes remained hidden away from the public eyes. Like his Runesmith Lord class that probably only became accessible to him through skills like debugging. His noble birth could have something to do with it as well, but he wasn't quite sure of the importance of bloodlines. I wonder if I could use any of this for crafting materials. Roland gave a pile of red rocks a swift kick to reveal a golem core under them. These were the remains of a volcanic golem that after so much time he had learned to defeat with ease. Some of the books say that some of the golem parts can be smelted down into proper ingots. Roland examined a piece of the rocky golem. Regretfully, this one wasn't of the metal golem variant that had enough raw metal in its body to be used as a resource. These rocky golems would be suited towards the enchanted golem models more. Apparently, there was a way to reanimate the remains of these rocky monsters and have them work through the use of mana. The only problem, as always, remained was the mana uptake. Only a powerful mage would have enough mana to support a whole golem and have it work full-time. Roland was somewhat a mage himself, but if he would be able to learn such spells remained to be seen. He could ask the cat professor if it was feasible, but he was somewhat afraid that he would be laughed at for asking a stupid question. There was a possibility of mining some rare minerals in this dungeon. The biggest problem was that most of it fell to the Adventurers Guild and the Dwarven Union that liked to monopolize anything involving mining. Even now he could see some Dwarven workers hitting the dungeon walls with pickaxes while being protected by a small adventurer battalion. If he wanted to join the mining, he would probably catch the ire of the people working here. While no one really had any rights to the dungeon, it was forbidden for him to get involved with the mining efforts. If he did, he would be fined by the guild or even banned if they caught him doing it. This only left him with the option of finding a spot that was not mapped out by the others. Thus his gaze turned to the large lake of lava that had the entrance to that large pocket of rare metals and minerals. If he was only able to get strong enough to farm it, his future would be assured. Come, Agni, let us go back. Whine. Agni wiggled his tail while snorting at the volcanic golem. What's wrong? Roland asked while Agni started scratching the golem's body a bit. Ah, do you want a mana stone? The golems didn't come with any mana stones, so his wolf remained without his favorite snack. Roland did try to feed him the crumbled golem cores one time, but Agni didn't seem to like them too much. Okay, we'll get one salamander, but then we are going back. After slaying one of the salamander-type monsters, Agni had his mana stone to nibble at, and the two returned to the upper levels through the shortcut. Then when he was right at the exit from the dungeon, an unfamiliar person bumped into him. Oh, excuse me. Just from the outset, the whole thing looked fishy. Roland, with his new parallel thinking skill, was now more aware than ever. He clearly saw the person shift their weight and bump into him on purpose for some reason. He wanted to grab this hooded person by the hand and ask him what this was all about, but then he noticed him trying to force something into his hand. When he realized what it was, he just let it be, and the person soon disappeared down into the dungeon. Roland made sure to walk away from the dungeon before he opened his hand up again. In it was a crumpled-up piece of paper. Instantly, he knew who the man that bumped into him was, and the piece of paper confirmed it. That was fast. How did they know that I was down in the dungeon at this time? What was on the paper was a set of passages and also an address. He was sure to read through it and remember everything before setting the piece of paper ablaze. It felt a bit eerie that he had been contacted this soon by the members of the criminal underbelly. He started thinking about how they could have discovered him this fast to deliver this crumbled letter. It was possible that they had a lookout at that dreed-up well that collected his invitation letter. Then he had been watched all the way until he descended into the dungeon, and they waited for him to get out. It was either that or magic was involved in some way or other that could give him the current location. With the knowledge of his next step, he returned home. There he informed Bernier that he would be going out into the city for the night. Going to the city, boss. Are you going to the tavern? Roland nodded, as this was actually the meetup place that he needed to go to. While Bernier was mostly the one leaving towards the city to get drunk, this time around he would need to remain home with Agni. This little expedition into one of the more peculiar establishments would require a switch in gear. He might as well put a big neon sign on his back, with the words "I'm Wayland the Runesmith" if he went there, while wearing his usual full-plate armor. Luckily, before making the decision of throwing the letter into the well, he had already made some preparations. He bought a black robe and fitted his half-plate armor under it so that no one would be able to tell what he was wearing under it. His face would be covered by the hood and his mouth by a specially made metallic mask. From the outside, he would look like any other thieving type. The mouthpiece that made him look like a medieval ninja had a special voice-changing rune as one of its features. With it, not even people that he knew would be able to recognize his voice. He had no idea who he would meet at the Den of Thieves. It wouldn't be strange if some dwarves from the Union were trying to make some change by selling some unusable gear down on the black market. If they discovered that he was down there, it could cause more drama. While returning to the city, he still needed to show his face to the city guards that didn't recognize his hooded form. With the new getup passing the test, he made his way into the red light district. When he stepped in here, he could smell the strong perfume, which made his nose a bit itchy. This was the time to cover his mouth, as he knew that this perfume had a small aphrodisiac mixed into it. He overheard a conversation between some adventurers that ventured into this district and knew that it was a way to take more money from the more unsuspecting customers. On his way through the street, he could see many working ladies waving to the passers-by. This road that he never really visited was quite long, and on each side, there was a large building. On some of the balconies, he spotted scantily clad women looking out. Some were just resting and looking tired, while others were winking at the potential customers. While Roland's disguise gave him the opportunity to be anonymous here, this wasn't the case for others. He recognized some people from the Adventurers Guild. This was quite the regular thing these sorts of people did. After days fighting monsters, they used their money on women and booze. These things were widely accepted as the norm in this world, quite different from the one that he came from. Is this it? He remembered the note well, and now he was standing before the establishment that it pointed him to. The sign in front of it depicted a heart that was shot through with an arrow. Even with his mask on, he could faintly smell the strong aroma of womanly perfume. Hall of Heavenly Delights, huh? Roland wanted nothing more than to sigh out and leave. While he was younger, he imagined how it would feel to take part in the services of a professional lady. Now, on the other hand, when he got older, it got less intriguing. This still was his way into the underground market, where he could buy his materials from which would keep him from having to seek alternative routes. Hey, mister, are you looking for a good time? While standing in front of the entrance of this brothel, he was spotted by one of the working girls. It was a girl with cat ears. She was quick to shake her hips around while beckoning him over. Normally, he might have even found this alluring, but at the moment he was far too nervous to concentrate. This was supposed to lead him into the Den of Thieves, and he was not sure what he should expect from it. There were a couple of options here. Either he would find the right black market merchants that would supply him with the resources he needed, or he would be robbed blind. The guildmaster assured him that nothing bad would happen to him, as the Thieves Guild is still in the building process. Apparently, the rumors about it being a place that a person could get stabbed for any small transgression was blown out of proportion. This made sense as no merchant would be willing to do business in a place where their life was in constant danger. There were rules that people needed to follow while being there, but he still needed to conduct himself accordingly. If the thieves and ruffians saw him being fidgety, they might see that as an opportunity to start problems. Thus Roland straightened up and looked at the smiling cat girl while nodding. This Hall of Heavenly Delights was the largest brothel in the city. On the inside was the gateway for him. There he would be led to the criminal underbelly not only of this city, but of the whole kingdom. The black market was a large entity, and this would be his introduction to it. He took one step forward, and the cat lady seemed glad to see a new customer heading their way. There was a specific sidebar inside of this large brothel, and this was where he was heading. Thus he called out to the alluring woman with a question. "Yes, could you show me the way to the bar?" As Roland stepped in through the wooden doors of the brothel, he was already happy that he had brought his new mouthguard along. People couldn't really see it under the fabric, but it was made from metal and had several runes inscribed on it. The strong smell of cheap perfume, sweat, and something unfamiliar made him quickly inject a small amount of mana into this mask. It was a filtering rune that quickly dispatched the awful smell and filled his lungs up with fresh air. This face mask covered both his nose and mouth. It was specifically made for the sole reason to hide his real voice and filter out poison. He was going into a place filled with rogues, and he knew that those types liked to employ various poison gases. There were even classes that made these poison attacks more potent. The best and easiest way to protect someone from this type of attack was a gas mask. He made a smaller magical variant for himself that didn't require him to wear an oxygen tank. On the inside, he could hear a lot of chatting and laughing. He could see many beautiful women of various races talking to various burly-looking adventurers. There was a stark contrast between them, as the men clearly didn't bother to dress themselves well. "Welcome, weary traveler." While the cat lady that greeted him at the building's entrance went away, another beauty approached him from the front. This girl looked elvish in nature, but the ears were somewhat shorter. Her hair also had an uncharacteristic red color, which made Roland think that she was probably a half-elf instead. "Dear customer, you look confused. Could it be your first time here? Do you wish for me to explain the rules?" This was indeed Roland's first time in such an establishment. Due to the amount of skin that was being shown, his eyes did trace to a couple of the scantily clad women. With his new parallel thinking skill, he was actually able to get a good look at all the goods even while talking to this woman. "Ah. Not that won't be necessary. I heard that you had a pub here." While this was mainly a brothel, there was a smaller pub inside of it. That was where he was heading, as the entrance to his destination was there. "Would you like one of the girls to accompany you? I'm sure that such a handsome man as you would love to have some company." The elven woman got closer. Roland was on the taller side, so while looking down, he had a clear view at her rather exposed cleavage. If he had to compare the women from this world and his old one, it was obvious that the ones here outranked them by several points. To this moment, he had never seen a bad-looking elf or half-elf. Even the average human would be above average if they visited his old world. He had to attribute that to the stats like charisma that probably made everyone somewhat more attractive if they leveled up. "No, that's fine. I just need something to drink." After a little back and forth, he had managed to shake the half-elven hostess and arrived at the bar. Inside of it, he could see some patrons having their drinks poured to them by beauties. It was hard not to notice one of these clients, as he stuck out like a sore thumb. "You're so strong, Armand." A catgirl was poking Roland's favorite idiot friend's biceps while he was flexing without a shirt. His face was flushed red, so it was clear that he was fully drunk and probably under the effect of some of the aphrodisiacs. Luckily for him, he was far too busy with what he was doing to notice Roland walking in. After passing some of the drunks, he arrived at the bar counter where he sat down. "What will it be, honey?" He looked over to the bartender. He needed to do a double take, as the person behind him was quite the muscular man. This wasn't the reason why he was taken aback. The reason was that this man had an awful large amount of makeup on his face. Rosy cheeks, red lipstick, and fake eyelashes. Then to top it all off, he was wearing a one-piece dress with open shoulders. His arms were thick as a tree trunk, and he could give the Adventure Guild Master a run for his money. "Oh, are you a shy boy?" "I love shy boys. What will it be?" The bartender giggled like a little girl while leaning in. The moment he did, Roland could notice his 5 o'clock shadow. "Ah yes, I'm not really here to drink. I seek the passage below." "Passage? What do you mean, cutie? I'm not sure I understand." Roland was not beginning to doubt the letter that he received, but it was hard to turn back now. While the bartender lady was playing dumb, she could have just been wary of people that would come to disturb the guild. This is also why he leaned in, so that no one else would hear the password that he was supposed to say. "The password is Schwertfish." He felt a bit silly saying it while trying to not stick out, but this was all according to the guild master's instructions along with the crumpled up paper. He was supposed to get the password and just tell it to the bartender in this brothel. If this turned up to be some elaborate joke, on the other hand, he would probably have a bad day. Oh, haven't heard that one in a while. Do you have the entry fee, sugar? Luckily for him, the exchange was going through just as the guild master explained to him. The password that he was given identified him as a newbie black merchant, not as a guild member. It was more of an introduction to the guild, and he would need to pay the price to enter inside. Of course. He placed 5 small gold coins on the counter, and the large person quickly swiped it. Roland wasn't sure where his gold disappeared to, but it was apparent that this bartender was not simple. This fee was steep, but it identified him as a potential black market merchant. The actual thieves that wished to join the guild would go through different testing methods. He, on the other hand, would be seen as a potential business partner. The coins were there to show that he actually had enough money to use their services. Rika, take over. I'll be back in a moment. The bartender was replaced by a tall lady with long white rabbit ears, while the man in the dress started leaving. Roland followed behind him, and the two entered the back room of this pub. There was a long corridor through which he went through. There were several tired-looking women smoking cigarettes and putting on various lingerie inside. It looked like this was the dressing room for the working ladies, and it reminded him of the back room of strip clubs from his old world. At the end of the corridor was a door, and before it stood a somewhat imposing-looking man. With the bartender leading him there, the man just stepped to the side, and both of them descended into this room. The inside was dark, and the smell of booze filled his nostrils. It seemed that they had entered a wine cellar, as there were many bottles and barrels with alcohol everywhere. Now listen, sugar, I'm not sure who gave you the invitation, but you'll be on your own when you go inside. Try not to start trouble, or you might regret it. Roland nodded as the large man in a dress gave him some pointers. The two arrived at the end of the wine cellar, and after pushing one of the bricks in a mechanism was turned on. The wall started to slowly spin, and another path was revealed to him. Well, good luck, wait. Aren't you forgetting something? Roland asked as the words of the guild master were still stuck in his head. He clearly told him that the person at this pub was supposed to hand him something that was paramount to his visit down there. Oh, did little me forget something? I don't think so. The man tried playing cute, but Roland could see his muscular body getting stiff. It was clear that he was getting ready for battle. Without backing down, though, he stuck out his hand, as if he wanted the item that he was owed. Don't play stupid, I paid for it. Are we going to have a problem? The two people began staring at each other without saying anything. It looked as if a fight could break out at a drop of a hat. Roland did come with a sword strapped to his side, but even without it, he could activate various spells almost instantly. Ho ho ho, I was just being silly, sugar. Here you go. The large man that continued to talk like a young girl finally gave in. After a moment, he took out an emblem that looked like a triangle with an eye above it. This was the symbol of the underground merchants, which he would need if he actually wanted to trade here. If he entered there without it, he would be able to go around, but no one would actually trade with him. Then he would also not be able to return without paying another 5 small gold coins. The guild master warned him that the gatekeeper could decide to test him. This was something that he needed to watch out for, as there were few rules that these criminals adhered to. While he told him that no fight should break out, this depended on his deposition. If the large dress-wearing man thought that he was easy prey, he would have probably robbed him blind here and there. Roland quickly swiped the symbol and entered through the open passage. As it closed behind him, he could see his guide smiling and sending a flying kiss towards him. If not for his masked face, his frown would be noticed quite fast. Everything is going according to plan. At least somewhat. The corridor that he was in now was lit up with some torches on the side. He placed his hands on the walls and could instantly tell that they were hardened through some magic. It felt like this passage was constructed recently. He continued further, and his narrower corridor connected to a larger one. This larger one looked to be the main space and also the gathering spot. There were many other passages connecting to it that he could see. These were coming from other similar locations, like the brothel that he came from. While he was looking around, he noticed someone walking through one of the other smaller corridors. The person was dressed up in similar black robes as him, but instead of a mouth mask, he or she had a full face mask. Without introducing themselves, the person just passed by him and continued on their way. The way that this person was holding their hand to their hip didn't go unnoticed, though. There, Roland saw a dagger strapped onto a belt. The person was clearly wary of him and ready to attack at a moment's notice. I need to watch myself. This could quickly turn sour if I don't pay attention. This made him be more on his toes. He was now underground in the city where the laws didn't reach. It was probably a daily occurrence for the people down here to end up dead and never to be seen again if they offended the wrong person. He continued through the larger passage, and soon he could spot more robed people. Some were hiding their faces, while others didn't seem to care. It became louder and louder the more he continued. Then after about 5 minutes of walking, he found out where the voices were coming from. It was a large underground cave with various small wooden shacks placed all over it. In these shacks, he could see people peddling their wares. Some had weapons, others had various gems, and then others some peculiar-looking potions. This was the underground marketplace that he had heard about. From what he knew, these kinds of places existed all over the kingdom, and their scope increased depending on the city they were placed in. While he was at first confused about how something like this could exist under the city, he realized that something was off. The crummy shacks looked hastily put together, and the ceiling support pillars were even being worked on as he was looking. It seemed that this underground black market had been hastily put together, and it had not yet taken its final form. This made a lot of sense as Albrook was still in the process of developing itself. Okay, I'm here. But now while he had arrived in this place, Roland was not sure how he should approach the black market merchants. It didn't seem like the people here cared that he was here. Mostly they were just annoyed due to him just standing there and looking at everything. It would have been nice to have some kind of guide to show him around, but it didn't seem that there was such a convenient person around here. Though after further investigation, he noticed a blackboard with some words written on them, along with a sort of map. He approached it, he realized that it was a conveniently drawn layout of this underground. There was the large corridor that he came from, and the name Hall of Heavenly Delights was written over one of the buildings, which were represented by a rectangle shape. This was quite handy as now he also discovered a few other places that were connected to this underground area. One was the brothel, another was an inn that he knew, and then the third one was the tavern that he had the scuffle with that adventure party. It seemed that he would probably be able to get here through one of the three. Some of the exits were also marked there, but they were in other locations. Apparently, one was not supposed to leave the same way that they came in. The guild master had mentioned something like that, and Roland now looked to the passage that would take him to the exit. With his escape route now being recognized, he decided to take a look at the seedy merchants. For the time being, he was not interested in selling anything. His purpose was buying exotic metals and minerals for his runic creations. This place was rather large, and by each merchant stall, he could at least see one imposing man standing. It was clear that the black market merchants had to hire their own muscle. When he approached one of the merchants that he was potentially interested in, he heard some noise to the side. "What are you trying to pull here, you bastard? What's your problem? You got what you wanted, there are no refunds. This is clearly fake, give me back my money." A little scuffle unfolded as one of the customers was not happy about what he had bought. Roland saw him throw some kind of vial with a green potion to the ground. He then pulled out a curved dagger and started pointing it at the person that he bought it from. Roland wasn't stupid as he instantly backed away while looking at the other people here. In situations like this, it would not be strange if others used the ensuing chaos to try some tricks like pickpocketing. The other people were of the same mind as everyone was on full alert. "What's this noise? Calm down, you idiots. Fighting here is forbidden." To his surprise, someone actually confronted the man that was shouting. Two hooded people appeared out of nowhere. Their robes seemed somewhat better than the rags everyone else was wearing, and there was a certain symbol that indicated that they were actual Thief Guild members. When the man that was making noise noticed them, he instantly put his dagger away. The bodyguard of the merchant also backed away. It was clear to Roland that there was some degree of protection here and fighting was indeed forbidden. This didn't mean that this man couldn't take his grudges elsewhere. The merchant would probably need to worry about getting stabbed in a dark alley now. With the commotion, Roland turned back to the stall that he previously spotted. There he saw a strange merchant covered in rags. While he couldn't see his face, he could tell that this person was not a human. The elongated fingers that were covered in fur and ended in claws gave it away. "Welcome, welcome. What ray you buyin'? What ray you sellin'? If I'm not mistaken, that's a deep silver ingot." And is that durium ore? After activating his analyzing skill, he noticed that this merchant was selling various exotic metals, some that would normally be quite hard to come by. It looked that he would actually be able to trade. Now it remained to be seen if this strange merchant gave him the right price for his troubles. Roland found himself face to face with a member of the ratfolk race. This race of sentient rat people was known for living underground and shying away from the sun. There weren't that many of them around, but whenever the black market was involved, they were there. They were a race of mostly stealthy merchants. Most of their people were poised at hiding, which allowed them to sneak through the night unnoticed. While their bodies didn't allow them to be the best warriors, they were good at subterfuge and espionage. Many of the information guilds had a good relationship with them as they were quite good at spying. Their enhanced hearing skills allowed them to listen in on various conversations while being unnoticed during the night. It wasn't surprising that Roland managed to find one of them here. If he would get a good price was still up to debate, though. Yes, that deep silver ingot and that durium. How much? The human has an eye for quality. Skeek will give him a good price. Through the years of living in this world, Roland had also gone through a few stores. Even though this was the black market, the bartering was not much different. After going back and forth, he managed to get the ingot's price down that was only about 10 over its regular market value. While normally he would not take any materials over the market price, he didn't really have a choice. What he could do now was either shake on it and pay or look around some more to see if other merchants gave him a better price. This could bite him in the behind though. If there were no other merchants selling metal ingots, this rat here could increase the price further. This was a basic tactic from all merchants. Watching the potential customers to see how much they were willing to pay was something they did. This market here wasn't that large, so it wouldn't be hard to figure out that he was here for the crafting materials. This as far as skis will go, you buy in. Fine, you got a deal. This time around, Roland decided to take a small hit to his purse. While getting some of the resources, he also started asking some questions. He was only getting a couple of ingots and some ores, but this would not be enough for him and Bernier to produce much. What he needed was a constant supply of these metals, not just a random ingot here and there. It was a bit too early to strike a long-lasting deal with the first person that he was doing business with. It would be better for him to stake this place out and see how the prices fluctuate. With what he got today, he would be able to make a few items that could fetch a good price. While the Dwarven Union was trying to keep him from selling, he wasn't sure if they would be able to bribe or blackmail everyone. It wouldn't be odd if he could find a proper merchant that would be fine with taking some of his stock and selling it in a different city. The other options that he had were doing it here on the black market and then using his own shop where he could earn the most. The only thing required to create a shop was owning or renting the land that it was on. From what he could tell, the Union did their business in a legit way. They did use tactics that were considered legal by pricing out their opposition. This was something that Bernier confirmed as well. The dwarves were somewhat prideful and would not use force to get rid of the competition. Thus, he should not see any hired ruffians visiting his store to mess it up. At most, they would try to smear his image by trying to discredit his craft. Luckily for him, that would not be that easy, as his runic weapons were already spread through Albrook. Some of the weapons and armor that was given to him for repairs was made by him. After getting some of the materials that he needed, Roland spent the rest time looking around the black market. This was a good time for his analyzing and mathematical skills to shine. With their help, he started identifying the wares that were being sold along with their prices. Thanks to his high intelligence stat, he was able to easily remember the current market prices and compare them to these wares. He expected to find that everything was somewhat over the normal price, but he was surprised that there were a lot of items below it. There were probably various reasons for these prices, one of them being if they were stolen or not. A stolen good could be sold for a lot less, and the merchant could still make a profit. The thieves mostly dumped their items to these merchants here at a low price, and depending on the deal, it reflected what they cost here. Besides the rat person, Roland did manage to spot a few other merchants that could provide him with crafting materials. The prices didn't vary that much, as the people here were probably aware of what they could get away with. The biggest issue was to get himself a steady stream of materials. Going between 3 merchants that would probably constantly barter the prices up would be a headache. If he could actually get a proper steady supplier was still up to debate. I guess I should head home. After going through all the vendors and their wares, Roland now had a good idea about this black market. There was a clear focus on shady weapons, as daggers and poison was even sold as a bundle. If he managed to figure out a poison rune of some kind, he would probably be able to sell assassination tools like hotcakes here. For now, he was eyeing one of the archer stalls, which possessed arrows dipped in paralyzing liquid. Making runic arrows required special mana-conductive wood, but it would actually be possible for him to get it. Down in the dungeon, there were some special trees that were able to survive the blistering hot environment. Arrows that could be given magical effects could be made from it. Previously, he ignored them, as he was easily able to use the guild connections to fashion runic swords, instead that sold for more. Now, on the other hand, he could use that as a side job if he ever decided to push his item onto this market. He still had to think this through, as he wasn't sure if he wanted one of his creations being used to kill innocent people. Normally, his weapons and armor were made with the intent of fighting monsters, but he did not fool himself into believing that the people using them would only use them for the intended purpose. He would be surprised if some of his runic scrolls were already used to kill some innocent people instead. While thinking about what he should do, he started looking at the people here. It was somewhat loud, as the merchants and customers were furiously bartering with each other. It's a lot more peaceful than I expected. Roland was still a bit on edge, but after going through this marketplace a few times, he realized that it wasn't much different than the one on the surface. There were surprisingly fewer thieves here than above ground. It seemed that these people at least didn't steal from each other. He also used his identification skill on the people here. While most of them were wearing similar trinkets to him that blocked him from seeing their names, some didn't. Was this just the barrier between the ones that had more money, or did they trust that the people here would not give them away? From what he knew, there was some honor between thieves, but he only knew what other adventurers told him. Apparently, the thieves would not steal from each other, at least when being down here, nor would they report each other to the city guards. If there was an issue between them, they would clear it up in their own way. It seemed that they didn't trust the powers that run their kingdom and had their own version of the king as well. There were many guilds spread through this kingdom and the others. On the very top existed someone called the Shadow King that no one actually knew the identity. It was apparently the strongest thief guild member, and he was apparently comparable to the top class holders in the land. If it was true or just a tale to keep the rowdy thieves in check was anyone's guess. Maybe if he stayed here longer, he would be given the answers. He soon ended up with the map that showed him the places that he could exit through. It wasn't drawn too well, but it was very easy to read. It was clear that it was made with simplicity in mind, as the exits were drawn in with red circles, while the dead ends with red X's. While this was only the black market portion of the underground, there still was the Thieves Guild down here. Roland could see a tunnel leading in one direction, and it was guarded by several thuggish-looking people. Sometimes they let people in, but he never saw anyone go out, and they always gave off an aura of hostility when they were approached. Could be where the Thieves Guild is being constructed. Or maybe it's the place where they store the stolen goods. It would be nice to know what was past that corridor. He was not in a hurry to get himself killed. Now came the time to leave, so he followed the map to the closest exit spot. It took a moment for him to register the exit route, as even though the map was easy to read, there were a lot of winding tunnels that could confuse someone that was here for the first time. After entering the tunnel, he started walking. With a slow pace, he continued towards his destination. After 5 minutes of walking, he noticed something that he had been worried about. Someone is following me. This was what he was afraid would happen after he descended into the black market. It was the first time for him, and he didn't have any real connections. The guild master gave him a warning that something like this could happen if he stood out too much. Probably spending a prolonged time looking over all of the black market merchants put a nice sign on his back. It wasn't hard to pick out someone that was out of their element, even more when the people around were trained thieves whose job was robbing people. Roland increased his pace as he realized that someone was trailing behind. While underground, he would be forced to fight. If he managed to get to the exit, the people following him would be unable to do anything. It also could have been someone that was heading towards the same exit. He was wearing a set of runic half-plate armor under this black robe. On his side, he had a sword that could also produce magical effects that he had made. The only thing that he was missing was a shield that was a bit too bulky to take along down here. Then when going past a corner, he came to a halt. Before him stood a robed figure with their mouth covered. The light was quite dim here, as nothing else than one torch on the wall was illuminating this corridor. What do we have here? Fresh blood. The person started talking, and the voice was not something that he recognized. Almost instantly, he tried retreating, but the path behind him became blocked by two other people. Where do you think you're going? It was another male voice, but from the tone, he noticed that it probably belonged to someone younger. Next to this person stood someone a bit shorter and with a bow in hand. From the robed figure, he could tell that it was probably a woman. What do you want? He asked while using the item that masked his voice. Due to going down into the den of the thieves, he was sure to make it sound somewhat menacing. Even then, the person in front of him didn't seem convinced and continued. What do we want, he asks. The person that was behind him started laughing along with the one that was talking. The girl with the bow continued to point it without moving a muscle. That is until he laid his eyes on her and he could see her twitch slightly. It felt that she was not used to this kind of thing. Even though he was surrounded, he wasn't scared that much, as he could somewhat tell that all these three people were below his own level. Their names were masked by something, but he could see that the highest level person here was the archer, and she was just a tier 2 class holder. Give us your purse and you can pass. If not, then we'll have to take it by force, the hooded person proclaimed while also pulling out a nice-looking dagger. Now Roland had a decision to make. Would he fight or give these people his items? He was not someone that shied away from conflict, and he was also wearing a set of his own crafted armor. How about I give you a proposition instead? He replied while looking at the person that was probably the leader. Oh. We'll forget that this ever happened and you get to keep your lives. Ha, we got a tough guy here. The person in front of him didn't seem to be taken back by his reply, as he just laughed. Roland knew that they wouldn't be backing away without him showing his hand. Thus, while the person was still talking, he raised his hand in his direction. While his palm was going up, a green glow burst forth from under his robe. The thief in front saw this and tried to quickly move to the side, but the spell that Roland was using wouldn't allow for such a thing. The spell that was used caused a burst of green wind energy to fly towards the person brandishing the dagger. Due to the lack of space in this corridor, the thief had no place to dodge and he was sent flying in the opposite direction. Shit. While the man in front of him was blown away, the other male behind him started shouting, "Fuck, get him." The archer woman stalled for a moment, but then quickly released the arrow from her bow. It was a good shot that went straight for his thigh. before the arrowhead connected with his leg, though a burst of fiery energy incinerated it on the spot. It was a simple Tier 2 fire shield spell that was engraved on his chest plate. With his runic skills working, he was able to shift through spells with no casting required. A normal mage would quickly be piled on by these three thieves here, but Roland was not a simple mage. With another burst of green energy, the two people behind him were sent flying and collided with the wall behind them. There was enough power in this Tier 2 wind blast spell to knock the wind out of the two. This gave him enough time to gather mana for a more lethal spell. In front of his hand, an orb of red light started forming, which expanded to a large ball of fire. While he did not intend to kill anyone here, sending a message to the Thieves Guild that they should not attack him would be in order. It was clear to him that these people would only take him seriously if they knew that he could not be trifled with. But before shooting the ball of flames at the two people, he noticed something. Due to the wind blast that he produced, the hood was blown off the woman's head. It revealed her face and somewhat elongated ears. Roland had to stop himself from blowing this ball of fire into this girl that he knew. This didn't mean that he canceled the spell altogether, as she would need to explain herself before he would let her off the hook. Loilia, what do you think you are doing? I'm truly sorry, Wayland, if I knew it was you. Please forgive me and these idiots. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? Put your head down, you dimwit. Do you want to die? Roland was now looking at the three people that attacked him. All three of the thieves turned up to be Loilia and her friends. It seemed that the half-elven girl was actually part of the Thieves Guild. Also, please don't tell this to Big Sis. Or that big idiot. They will kill me. That is if you don't do it now. Loilia peeked her head up to look at Wayland that had lowered his hood a bit. He was still wearing his mask, which would protect him from any gas attacks that these thieves could try to employ. I'm not going to kill you, but you'll have to explain a few things to me. Yes, I'm very good at explaining things. While Roland somewhat knew Loilia, he wasn't so sure about the other two that were with her. For now, he continued to point his hand on them. A small orb of fire was still there, and he had no problem in keeping it there. First, why did you try to rob me? Didn't you see this? Roland pointed to the small emblem that he was given by the bartender at the brothel. This symbol that he attached to his robe was supposed to get him through the Thieves Guild without a problem. After the guards saw it, they did allow him to trade, and the merchants didn't have a problem in interacting with him after taking a glance. Ah well, Loilia shifted his head to the side and glared at one of the two young men. Both of them looked to be of mixed races. One had long animal ears that made him seem similar to a fox but was lacking a tail. The other one had floppier ears that were more dog-like. Sometimes it was hard to tell them apart, but most of the time they had less animalistic features. Pure beastmen had more animalic faces along with fur below their knees and on their forearms. Their fingers also had sharp claws or talons depending on the beast tribe. These two, on the other hand, mostly looked like regular humans with some added accessories. He could also use his analyzing skill to see their race after the scuffle they had. Well, that's just a black merchant insignia. You didn't have any bodyguards with you, so we thought you would be an easy target. The young man with fox ears was the one to reply. Rennie, I told you that you got ripped off with that thing. Apparently the dog boy was named Rennie as the young fox man started talking to him in an angry tone. I'm sorry, Jasper, but the magician said that it should work. Rennie slumped his head down even more while Jasper started berating him. Roland, on the other hand, raised his brow and gave another question. That thing. Could you elaborate? I'm sorry, Wayland, I'll explain, you two be quiet. This time around, Loilia replied and gave him a more detailed explanation. The thing that the young man was talking about was an identification eyeglass that was supposed to measure a person's level and present their stats. Apparently, the young thieves started examining him as he was acting a bit suspicious. The readings that the magic item gave them put him down at a lower level than them. Thus, they decided to try their luck and rob him. We never intended to hurt you. We would have just taken the money, that's all. Roland frowned, but it went unnoticed as he was wearing a mask. While he believed Loilia, as he wasn't so sure about the other two. During the fight, the half-elf did aim her bow lower towards his legs. The arrow also was coated in some kind of paralyzing agent. The story somewhat checked out, as after he was paralyzed, they would be able to rob him blind. If they would have left it at that was anyone's guess. It did look like the item that he received from his old gnome boss was still working. It was not a runic item, thus he could not examine it. From his testing, he found out that it gave various readings depending on one's skill level and even time of day. Sometimes it showed him as a totally different class. Other times it would block out the text from showing at all, while on different occasions it would present the status window all jumbled up. It appeared that for these three, he showed up as a low-level merchant, which made him appear as an easy target. You didn't think that I was wearing an item that blocks people from seeing my status. It did cross our minds. But we thought that we could still escape from one person. Loilia laughed a bit while slowly sitting up. Roland had slowly started moving his hand to the side as he didn't really intend to kill these three. This didn't mean that he would just let it be. They did try to rob him, and for that, they would need to pay. You two can leave, but you Loilia, we need to have a talk. While he was somewhat annoyed that they attacked him, it seemed like this would actually be something he could profit from. Just as he had an emblem for black market merchants, these three had their own. He wasn't quite sure what rank these three had, but they were clearly members of the Thieves Guild, Loilia. Going to be all right? Rennie asked her while looking at Roland. This didn't go unnoticed as he realized that the two young men were somewhat apprehensive about letting Loilia be left alone with him. It's fine, I know him, I'll be fine. Just go back and say that everything is all right. The two nodded and looked at Roland with a bit of a glare. This stare down he returned in full as he didn't move his eyes away. Ever since coming to this world, Roland noticed that showing weakness would get him nowhere. Thus he kept eye contact, which made Jasper the Foxman flinch slightly before vanishing behind the corner. First, let us get out of here and then we will have a long talk. Loilia gave Roland a weak smile and the two continued through the path to the nearest exit. On the wall there was a lever, and after lowering it, the wall shifted in a similar fashion as in the brothel. The two ended up in some kind of basement that was filled with some old tools. First time, is it that obvious? Roland replied to the question as he was clearly slow with walking up towards this strange basement. Loilia showed him how to leave it, and the two found themselves in the backyard of some house in the city. There are many places that are associated with the underground like this. You mean the Thieves Guild? Does that signify that you are part of it? Roland pointed to Lobilia's emblem that was in the shape of a kite with a circle in the middle. It was different from the one that he received, which meant that she was not part of the underground merchants like him now. You are right, this is a sign of my rank. Roland wanted to ask about the Thieves Guild ranking system, but they were still dressed in their robes while being in someone's backyard. The person was apparently affiliated with the guild, but this didn't mean that he wanted to stay here. The two soon left and removed their clothes along with the emblems that were put into spatial bags. Then they went to the closest tavern, as Roland insisted on getting more information from Lobilia's lips. While Loilia gave out a sigh, Roland was quite happy. He had no way of knowing about the inner workings of the Thieves Guild. It was a secret organization that didn't write down its rules but went by word of mouth. With someone that was a member here, he could get all the information that he needed. Maybe he could even use her to get a better deal on the black market. I won't ask you about why you would be in a place like this. But by what you said, you would like me to not tell Elodia about it. Please, don't tell Big Sis. Before he could even ask the first question, Loilia had a loud outburst. It seemed that Elodia was her weak point. It was clear that there was something personal there, which Roland didn't really want to poke his face into. This didn't mean that he couldn't use this to get more info out of Loilia. I won't if you answer my questions. Don't leave anything out. Loilia sat down while blushing a little bit as her outburst got some of the other tavern patrons to look their way. Sorry about that. What do you want to know? I would like you to give me some information about the Thieves Guild and about the black market. If you're a member, you must know the people that trade there. Roland started with an explanation of his problem. He made Loilia aware that he was looking into the black market for trading. He wanted to know which of the merchants were somewhat trustworthy and for what he needed to watch out for. It was clear that he made a mistake by looking like a fish out of water the first time he was there. Thankfully, the only people that came for him were guild members that he could handle. Normal people would probably not be able to fight off 3 Tier 2 ruffians in a narrow corridor as he did. Loilia started listing down the guild secrets without going into too much detail. She also made it clear that as a guild member she was somewhat limited to what she could say. This was similar to the contracts with the debuffs, though here on the other side, the Thieves Guild used more drastic measures with curses. If she started listing the names of the leaders, she would find herself affected by some kind of flesh-eating curse. The only way to get rid of this high-level curse was to move up in the ranks and become one of the trusted members. Becoming a Tier 3 class holder was one of the ways of getting rid of it for good. There was also nothing limiting the Thieves Guild members from traveling. They were mostly free, but just couldn't talk about the guild to non-members. While their lips were sealed when talking about the more intricate secrets with outsiders, this didn't keep them from discussing it among other members. Luckily, Roland had acquired the Black Merchant emblem, which would allow Loilia to talk about it with him without being in danger of a curse backlash. First, he got some information about the timeline. The underground had not been there for long as the construction had been started a few months ago. The black market had not even existed for longer than a month, and he was informed that it was still in its infancy. Is that so? Do you know any merchants that could take more specific custom orders? Is such a thing possible? I don't see why not. The black market isn't really that much different than the one above ground. Perhaps the disputes are handled differently. How so? There was less bureaucracy down there, and the guild didn't care about keeping the peace as much. All the black merchants paid taxes to the guild, and mostly had to also use their own bodyguards for protection. This was also why he was singled out from the crowd as a potential robbery target. Even if he went back to complain, he would only be laughed out by the guild top brass. Then he would probably get robbed by them for being a bother. The talk continued for a bit till it went back to the black market. There Loilia mentioned a name that he was familiar with. I should trade with Skeek. Definitely, those rat people like shiny things like metal and sparkly ores. That's what you are looking for, right? If you ask him to get you something, he probably will. I wouldn't really get involved with the other merchants. Most of them are crooks. You better watch out, a lot of them will try to sell you counterfeit goods. It was a bit strange to hear someone that tried to rob him call others crooks, but apparently Skeeks was the person he should invest his time in. The biggest downside of this whole black market deal was that he would need to do it himself. It would be hard to get Bernier down there without some protection. You said that a merchant needs protection down there, otherwise they could be picked off like me today, right? Loilia nodded while Roland rubbed his chin and looked at her with intent. While he could probably go down there without protection, this wasn't the same for others. Bernier would be able to get him the required items if he had the right guide. Think I heard enough. Will you keep your word about not telling it to Elodia? Are you sure you can keep up this lie? Roland didn't want to pry too much in, but if he was in Elodia's shoes, he would like to know about his little sister's involvement in the Thieves Guild. From his standpoint, the girl was probably afraid that she would be banned from participating in the Thieves Guild activities. She wouldn't understand. We need the money, and even if it does look bad, I promise that I haven't killed anyone. Roland recalled the bowmanship that Elodia performed. It didn't seem that she was aiming for a killing blow. The intent was to injure and not to kill. This didn't mean that he was fine with what she was doing. This world was different than his old one. His old morals didn't really apply to people that were starving and living in poverty. It was easy to tell someone not to steal, but when family and friends were on the lines of what was right and wrong became blurred. I won't tell her, but on one condition. Loilia perked up at the first part of the sentence, but her brows furrowed the moment the latter part was mentioned. Yes, you do remember Bernier, right? You mean that perverted drunk? Yes, that does sound like him. What I would like you to do is... Roland started giving his terms. There wasn't really much that he wanted. Elodia was only supposed to act as Bernier's bodyguard whenever he needed her to be. If he had a member from the Thieves Guild on his side, there would be no problem in sending him to get materials. She would also be tasked with showing him around. The whole underground life was very new to him. It would be good to figure out how things worked and how he could use it to his advantage. This was a very critical moment in his life, as he was expanding. His knowledge and wealth would come with it. If he could get some protection via the local mafia, then it might be a good idea to lose some gold. But if it was worth the hassle was the big question here. From what his friend here told him, the Thieves Guild did make contracts with outsiders. If he could trade some money for their protective services and not be ripped off, then it might be a good idea. Until he got an operational golem and tower defensive system, this could save him some trouble. The biggest problem here was trust that he did not really have. Would these thieves keep their end of the bargain, or would they try to squeeze him for more and more cash? Would they actually get involved if he got attacked, or would they just ignore his plight when the time came to act? I could do that, but how long would that take? It would be best if we didn't need to go there too much. Is once every 2 weeks fine? Loilia nodded at the request and they shook on it. They agreed to meet up later and she would show him the ropes. Now it was time to head home as it was already nighttime. If he showed his face, the guards would let him leave as they knew him well. I hope this won't be more trouble than it's worth. I need to get stronger. Roland gave out a sigh while walking towards the city gates. While it seemed that he would be able to get some crafting materials, working with the black market was still not something he was looking towards. There, will you get off my back now? Dis will do. A certain large, bald guildmaster was frowning while looking at a smaller dwarf. Both of them didn't seem to like each other, but they were in the process of signing a contract. The two dwarves were the same that Roland had seen a few days ago, and they were now looking over some signed documents. Good, now stop price gouging my stores. You don't need to worry, dwarves, I follow a contract. Auden gave out a snort while watching the two bearded men leave his office. He glanced at the written contracts one more time before remembering a certain runesmith that he once employed. The kid should be fine. His eyes soon turned to a different kind of parchment. It looked somewhat strange as the paper was black as coal while the writing was white instead. Seems he had a little runin with the locals though. Guildmaster, can I come in? Without answering back, Ordhin glanced at the piece of paper. In a matter of seconds it went up in flames after he injected a tiny bit of his own mana. Come in. A certain young woman with glasses and her hair up walked into the room. Ordhin nodded at her while handing her the contract that he signed with the dwarves. It would have to be stored down in the vault together with all the other contracts the guild had made. You can leave now, that will be all. He noticed that this guild receptionist had been taking interest in this whole case. Even now he noticed that she took a longer glance at the piece of paper. This was somewhat out of character, as she was normally somewhat more professional. Is there something going on between those two? Well, not like it matters, Odin pulled out an empty piece of paper. This little shop enterprise that he created might have gone under, but this didn't mean that the work was done. Even though he wouldn't be able to undercut the Dwarven magic items, he still had other venues he could profit from. Then there still was the Dark Horse, Wayland the Runesmith. It seemed that he had followed through with his advice and would be remaining in the city even with the Dwarven resistance. Odin knew how those drunks operated, and they would certainly not get involved with the black market merchants. From his perspective, both the regular market and black market were the same thing. One just had fewer restrictions. Time to get back to work. While the guild master was busy with his own business, Bammer and Dunnan were walking back to their workshop. The two were quite happy about how they managed to handle the issue with the runesmith. Thinking that the young human had no right to delve into something their ancestors were known for was enough to justify the actions that they took. That she would do it, Dunnan said to Bammer while walking through the large iron door of their headquarters. The moment they entered, they could feel the heat going up. Inside were various other dwarven craftsmen hammering away at various metals, shaping them into swords and axes. Do ye think that human will come to us? If he does, we'll Jewess send him away. We don't need him a ruined heir. Dunnan replied to Bammer, and the two soon went on their own way. While the two had the highest levels from the smiths here, they were still young craftsmen with a lot of pride. This debacle had already taken away from their own work, and now with it being done, they wanted to concentrate on their own craft. Thus the two delved into their own private workshops that were dug into this large building. Dwarves liked to operate underground while being surrounded by heavy machinery and heat. The sound of hammers was like music to them, and being intoxicated while working was just part of the course. A day turned into a week, and then a month had passed. This was the time for their monthly meeting to discuss how the Albrook project was underway. Can we get this o'er? Needn't he finish that set o' arms? Dunnan said in a grumpy voice while the group of dwarves sat down around a table. While he looked a bit annoyed, the others weren't saying much. What's wrong wi ye? Did your mums die or something? No, we Jewist hud word about human runesmith. He is actually expanding and building a shop. It doesn't look he is struggling at all. One of the dwarves that was responsible for gathering information spoke up. Dunnan was the last one to come to the meeting, so he was not informed about this information. From the reports that they were given, the human runesmith was close to finishing building his workshop. Impossible. Did he hay more coin than we anticipated? Building a damn shop and stocking it up shouldn't be this easy. Did Guild lie to us? Are they helping him get by? Dunnan asked while the other dwarf shrugged. We checked. It doesn't seem like he is getting help from other sources. The dwarves didn't just let this slide. The moment they noticed that Wayland was doing fine, they investigated. Their informant stated that neither Wayland nor his assistant was getting anything from the marketplace. The people that they knew, like the other shop owners, were not helping them either. He was getting his resources from an unknown place. Either someone is providing him metal, or he is using some old stock to get by. I say we hold and see. Bammer spoke out this time around. Knowing well that it would be hard to compete with runic items with a runesmith, he didn't see a way of pricing him out of business. While he could go for the lower-level adventurers, the ones with a lot of money would not skimp out on good gear. Their lives were on the line, and they knew that paying a bit more was better than being dead. There was also the perception of price to quality that was attributed to magical weapons that Bammer knew existed. If he lowered the prices of his enchanted items, people would think that there was something wrong with them. Thus, before acting, they decided to wait. More information was needed. They sure do work fast in this world. Roland stood before the new building that had been created in a bit over a month's time. It looked like a nice small brick cottage with a slanted roof that made it look like a pointy triangle. There was a large round window on the upper floor where the attic was at. This place was now empty and still required furniture that would be arriving soon. He wasn't sure what he would do with the attic that could be accessed by an extendable ladder. Space up there had enough room for someone to sleep, or it could serve as a storage facility. The store was built into the wall that was going around Roland's house. It wasn't that far from the main gate, and behind it was an additional storage where most of the goods would be placed. The plan was to place the less costly items up on the display while the good stuff was placed in the back. This would keep people from touching dangerous runic weapons that could blast a hole through his store. Well, there she is. Roland looked to Bernier that eyes were sparkling. It seemed that his assistant was happier than even he was that this store had been built. While Roland was somewhat happy that he could make this, it was just the beginning of his journey. For him, it wasn't really about building a store and more about being free. This store and company that he was trying to create was in place so that he could be independent of others. His true wish was just to someday relax without feeling the impending doom coming from all directions. You come up with a name for it yet? Name, huh? Roland looked at the spot above the large wooden entrance door. There he saw nothing besides the brick wall. Soon he would need to place a sign that would give the people an idea about what was inside. he also intended to put a sign at the road where the adventurers were heading towards the dungeon. It would point them in the direction of this store with the promise of high-quality runic items. These items would range all the way from weapons to his mapping orb that he also intended to sell for a hefty sum. With some work on the orb's inner workings, he hoped to include a smart mapping system that would work somewhat like a GPS. With a lack of satellites, though, he needed to figure out a different way of keeping track of the person holding it. Maybe in the future, he could build some kind of tower that gathered some signals and helped him map the whole dungeon, but that would need to wait. How about we just call it the Runic Shop, eh? That's a bit too simple. Shouldn't it be something grand like the Godly Runeforge? Runeforge. It's not a forge, it's just a store for runic items. Roland went back and forth with Bernier as his assistant was resolute in giving the store a good name. Roland, on the other hand, didn't want to be too cheeky with the naming sense as it might give the customers the wrong idea. There was still a need for something catchy that would bring the people over with an idea in their head that they would be getting some high-quality runic items. I guess Wayland's Runic Emporium should do the trick. After going through the shops in this city and the others, he noticed that everyone seemed to put their name in front of it. With that in mind, he decided on something that would encompass a larger range of runic wares than just armor and weapons. Emporium. I know it's somewhat small to be called an emporium, but didn't you say that I should think big? Roland gave Bernier a pat on the shoulder while heading out of the store. It had a large reinforced door that was hard to close due to its weight. Now comes the hard part. There was still some time before this place became ready to receive customers. First, it needed to be furnished, and he needed to place something shiny behind those reinforced windows that could take a gunshot. Then the next important part would be getting the right people to work here. He was slowly running low on funds, but he was able to sell some protective trinkets down at the black market. Due to his moral compass, he didn't feel like selling deadly daggers would be the correct way of proceeding there. The black market was there to help him get the base materials for his wares, but not for him to fold it with weapons meant for killing. Instead, he chose to buy some cheap items from the goldsmith and place some barrier runes on them. While they wouldn't last much, they would be able to protect the water from a few sword strikes. Okay, boss, I'll go get the sign done. Thanks, I'll head to the city. Take care. Bernier and Roland parted ways. Agni was left behind to chomp on more mana stones while also training his mana skills. With how the Ruby Wolf was doing, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to Tier 2 stage. What Roland was setting out to do today was to find some help for the store. Elodia was still someone that he would like to hire, but he didn't really have time to pay her another visit. Today would be the end of the deadline. If she didn't want the position, Roland would be forced to place a job offer and try to hire someone adequate for the position of the shop clerk. Elodia was a good pick for him, as he hoped that she could take on tasks that required more than looking good and being able to sell. He needed someone to take care of the books and also hire other staff members. Her responsibilities would be more in line with a manager's status than an actual seller. In his hand, he had 2 pieces of paper, one a job offer for a shop clerk while the other for a guard. While he was pushing on with his Golem initiative, it was far from being perfect. He needed more time before he could place metallic protectors around his land. Thus, the best option was to hire some adventurers, as they did take on boring tasks like this and didn't require as much payment as professional guards. There was also something that was a requirement to have a successful business: advertising. He knew very well that if a person was fed through the day, they would sometimes develop a craving for that advertised item. While there was no internet or TV in this world, there were banners and signs. Most of the people in this world didn't really know the proper way to advertise. They usually just placed signs outside of their store and picked names associated with the items they sold in their stores. Outside of this, they sometimes placed one person outside of the shop to shout at the people passing by. This was something that he also intended to do. The way to the dungeon was free of pesky taxations, so he could place a nice large sign pointing towards his home and store. Then hiring a good girl to point the adventurers in the right direction would seal the deal. His name was already known, so he just needed to embed it in his customers further. Whenever they thought about magical items, he wanted them to think about him and his store. First thing first, though, he looked at the adventure guild that he was standing in front of and slowly entered. Inside, he could see a plethora of people going back and forth. There he saw his favorite guild receptionist that he used to mostly avoid in the beginning. Now, on the other hand, he much preferred going through her side as it went by much faster. As always, there was a little line that he needed to go through. This was something that he was already used to, so he just waited without making much of a fuss. Then before it was his turn, a little scene unfolded. "Hey, can't you give me a better price? These mana stones should sell for at least a few more coppers, sir, as I've explained. The prices of mana stones have gone down this month if you look at the price board." It seemed that she was trying to explain to an adventurer that the rates for mana stones were down. This was a normal occurrence as they tended to fluctuate through the month. They had been on a somewhat decline the more adventure parties formed, but not by so much that they couldn't bring in a livable wage. While normally Elodia was somewhat stone-faced without any emotion during such matters, today she looked a bit more annoyed. With his now sharpened senses, he noticed her eyebrows twitching a bit as the man continued to lean in and talk. Hygiene wasn't that great here, so Roland could only imagine how bad the man's breath was. She didn't break character, though, and after some back and forth, the old adventurer decided to take his money and go. He didn't look happy, and he displayed it by spitting to the side on the floor. It was finally his turn, but before he got there, he saw a woman in the same receptionist getup as Elodia approached her from the back. The two started to whisper between each other, and the other girl seemed somewhat apologetic for some reason. This was followed by more eyebrow twitches from Elodia as she turned to face him. "Ah, Mr. Wayland, how can I help you today?" While she was holding it back, Roland could tell that she was angry. He didn't really feel like it was his place to ask her about her daily life, so he decided to go with what he rehearsed earlier today. Yes. Did you think about my offer, Mrs. Elodia? It's still open, it would be." Before he could continue and list some perks of being his employee, Elodia decided to slam her hands on the counter and look at him with wide eyes. "I accept, and I could offer you a free." You accept?" He was baffled by her reply, and this was noticed by some other people in the guild. Mostly her coworkers looked at her in astonishment with wide eyes. It seemed that Roland had got his second worker. Now together with Bernier he would have 2 people to command. Was that really the right decision? Elodia was standing outside of the Adventurer Guild. She wanted to hit her head against the wall after recalling what had happened not so long ago. After having spent a whole day dealing with pesky adventurers that just didn't understand how the prices of mana stones could change, she was tired. Then a coworker appeared out of nowhere asking her to stay a couple of hours more as she had something important to take care of. Elodia knew well that this was untrue and that the girl would be down at the local tavern having fun with her friends. This has not been the first time, but Elodia always needed the money, so she didn't care much about the excuses. That is until a better deal arrived at her doorstep. Why did I have to agree when everyone was watching? She grabbed her hair while looking down on the ground while not knowing what got into her. The moment he walked over to her counter, she had lost it. All the stress from this work that had been building up caused her to lose her composure for the faintest of moments. So then she took him up on the offer while everyone watched. It would be hard to go back on her statement. The people from the guild had been there along with Solana that heard it all. "Mrs. Elodia, is everything all right?" A manly voice that should not belong to a 17-year-old called out to her. There he was, the handsome runesmith that was on the helm of her current troubles. While the offer that he was giving her was quite good, she wasn't sure if the man could deliver on the promises. Elodia was quite aware of the debacle that he was going through with the Dwarven Union. In her opinion, the best move for him would be to either leave the city or find some common ground with the dwarves. No news of him ever attempting any diplomatic resolution ever reached the guild, so it seemed that Wayland was quite stubborn, just as the dwarves that he was going up against. "Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Wayland. Glad that you waited for me to finish." "That's fine. I understand that making such a decision wouldn't be easy. I'm glad that you have decided to take me up on my offer. We can write up a proper contract in a few days, that is if you are fine with it." She spaced out for a moment as Wayland continued to talk. Things seemed that they were advancing rapidly, and that was not something that she liked. Elodia wasn't very prone to taking risks, and while working for an aspiring runesmith could be lucrative, a steady job at the Adventurers Guild was much safer. Yes, the contract. She paused a little bit as contracts were kind of a specialty. There was a possibility of getting a good deal, but she didn't think Wayland would go through the trouble of signing a one-sided contract that favored her. "Great, I've already got one ready. I'll give you a copy tomorrow." "Then I'll be counting on you from now, Mrs. Elodia." Soon Wayland was off to go somewhere while Elodia was left standing beside the street. It was the first time that she said no to a coworker that was now stuck working the longer hours. The shock on the young girl's face was something new that she was not used to. While thinking about her own future, she returned home to the orphanage. As always, it was quite loud, and the kids were playing with some other young adults that came over from time to time. Loilia and Armand had their own cliques that they tended to hang out with, and these two were people that the half-elf knew. "Rennie, Jasper, thank you for keeping the children company." While she was grateful that there was some outside help, Elodia wasn't so sure about these two young men. They seemed somewhat sketchy, but Loilia vouched for their morals, so she let it be. She could only hope that they wouldn't go down a bad road while taking a couple of her children along with them. "Leave it to us, Elodia." "I hope you weren't teaching them anything strange, though." Elodia glanced at something that looked like a lockpick in Jasper's hand. The young man quickly moved it into his pocket while whistling. "Don't worry, big sis, I'll keep them in line. I hope, for your sake." Elodia narrowed her eyes while glancing at Loilia. These two half-beastmen were proper adventurers, but she did not have the opportunity to glance at their adventure cards. Sometimes they joined Armand and Lobelia during their dungeon runs, but she knew that the two were only here due to her younger sister. Hey, I heard about the big news. Are you really quitting from the guild? Lobelia was quick to change the topic as she was getting cornered in a spot by Elodia. It seemed that rumors were already spreading. Her younger sister had always been good at gathering information. It was as if she was doing it for a living. Who told you that? Oh, a little bird told me. But isn't it great? I think working for Wayland might be a great change of pace. You have been looking tired lately. Just look at those bags under your eyes. You must start taking care of yourself. Elodia was taken aback by Lobelia's reply. She didn't seem to be aware of the problems that may arise by her leaving her steady post at the Adventurers Guild. Before she could bring that up, Lobelia walked over and gave her a big hug. Don't worry about us or the kids. We can take care of ourselves. Do what you want to do. Also stop being so stiff, big sis. The two soon parted, and it became quite loud as the kids zoomed in on the adults. The kids started chasing after Lobelia while laughing. Elodia could just smile and give it to her younger sister. She still felt responsible for this whole house, but the paycheck that Wayland was offering seemed enticing. Her only gripe was the uncertainty of him lasting in this hostile environment. Is it true? Did that bastard really propose to you? What are you talking about? Are you drunk again? After half an hour, Armand decided to show his face. It was dinner time and everyone was ready to dig in. Apparently, the muscle brain had heard some rumors about Wayland proposing to Elodia in the guild and her accepting in an instant. I did accept, but you did. This can't be happening. So it really was true. Maybe if I get him when he isn't wearing that blasted armor, I can beat some sense into him. Good luck with that, P-Brain. I'd put my money on Wayland. I second that. Thirded. Rennie and Jasper were still here while munching on some homemade stew. It seemed that for some reason they thought Wayland would not have much trouble in taking care of Armand. Why, you little shits. Calm down, Armand. No one is getting married. Mr. Wayland just offered me a job at the new shop that he is making. Nothing is set in stone, and I haven't left the guild yet. She had to slam her hand down on the table to break up a fight from happening. Most of the time when those two went against Armand, the three ended up in a fight. The big brute always came up on top, though, so she was more worried about the two half-beast boys. Wouldn't it be fine, though? I'm just saying, would it be bad if you married Wayland? What are you even saying? Elodia replied to Lobelia that raised this question after finishing her meal. What would you want that bastard to? Armand raised his fist at Lobelia that just started whistling. What's the problem? You do know that he is loaded. All of our problems would go out the window if Big Sis got together with him. Elodia smirked while looking at Lobelia that was at a loss for words. It looked like her little sister was mostly interested in Wayland's monetary value and not really the person behind it. He isn't bad looking, is tall, and has money. Maybe I should go for him if you aren't interested. The half-elf grinned at Elodia, showing off those pearly whites. It was clear that she raised this in a mocking tone, but as soon as she did, the two half-beast men jumped into the conversation. No, you mustn't. You can't do that. Lobelia just gave out another sigh as the people in the room started to shout at each other again. It was clear to her that her younger sister should realize the feelings of these two boys before she ever thought about marrying anyone. She had to worry about her own future, though. Her younger sister, for some reason, thought it was a good idea to switch professions, and that Wayland would be making a lot of money in the future. People that could create magical items were said to be able to bring in a lot of money, but most of the time they ended up contractually obligated to large conglomerates like the Dwarven Union and forced like her to work long hours. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to sign up with someone like that. He certainly looked like he was driven by something. For one reason or another, an image of a smiling Wayland with her and the kids popped into her head. She was making some food in a large house and a pricey ring adorned one of her fingers. What am I even thinking about? She quickly shook herself back to reality and looked over to Lobelia that was egging Armand and the other two men on. Stop shouting and help me clean, all of you. Swell, that went better than expected. Roland was back at his house and looking at a stack of papers. Since he had been employed several times and had other contracts to look through, it wasn't that hard to formulate his own. People in this world worked a lot longer than in his previous one. No one really went with the 8th workday and free weekend variant here. People were lucky to even get one day off in a week. Due to this, the workforce was mostly populated by men, while the women remained at home to take care of the kids. This made what Elodia was doing seem like madness, as she was trying to be both the man of the house and also the mother. Not like that was his problem. He had to focus on creating a good contract that would put too much strain on himself. Even though Elodia agreed at the moment, he wasn't so sure if she was truly convinced yet. If the contract wasn't good enough, he feared that she would go back to the guild. I don't really need to keep the store running for the whole week. Roland felt that the market for the runic weapons wasn't that large, and that the adventurers would wait for the right product. He did not want to be stuck around his workshop for the entire week, so closing for the weekend was something that he wanted to do. In those 2 days, he could do other things like visit the dungeon to level up and gather more resources. With the store open, he felt like he needed to remain close to the goods. The first reason was for safety, as he wasn't sure if anyone would come to cause trouble. He could see people like the Dwarven Union hiring thugs to go mess up his store. Bernir, on the other hand, said that the dwarves would probably not do something like that. Surprisingly, his race, being money-hungry as it is, despised doing things in a non-business way. While they were fine with undercutting prices, buying out land and stores of their competition, they would not hire people from the Thieves Guild. Roland, on the other hand, was now working together with the black market merchants. He had even spoken with Loilia and her 2 friends if there was a way to guarantee that his business would not be targeted by higher-level thieves. The people that attacked his home, while Bernir was home alone, had not been part of this Thieves Guild. They were apparently just passing by and wanted to escape before giving the guild in this town their cut. There were actually some strange rules between these thieves. If a person from another Thieves Guild came to a city, they would need to pay a few of their earnings to the guild in town. Of course, they could try to skip town but would be put on the blacklist and hunted down if they ever returned to the city the guild was placed in. Not everyone agreed with the ways the Thieves Guild did their things, and a lot depended on their guild master. Thus, some of the thieves liked to work alone or in small groups and were seen more like bandits. To his surprise, Loilia mentioned that there were some ways, but it would cost quite a bit. The only real way of getting proper protection from the Thieves Guild would be going and speaking with the guild master. Due to how well that went with the other guild master, Roland didn't feel like it would be good to go speak with one that was probably a Tier 3 class holder and unhinged from any specific rules against killing. Loilia did give him a tip to go around this without having to involve the guild master. Though it might not work, it would be good to hire someone from the Thieves Guild as protection. They would be able to monitor what was happening in the guild and tell him if any jobs were posted to steal something from him. He was wondering if he should give some pocket change to the half-elf and maybe her 2 friends for that reason, though he wasn't sure if he could trust any of them. Maybe while her big sister works here, Loilia will be more inclined to help me out. With that thought, he looked at the plans of his shop. While it wasn't that big at the moment and not that many items would fit into it at the moment, there was room for expansion. He purposely placed it at the beginning of his fence so that he could build in more sections later. This would of course depend on his monetary gain, but he hoped to add more sections to create a large store. With enough space, he could place items by a specific category, armors in one part, weapons in another, magical runic bathtubs in the other. With enough time and money, he hoped to create a proper magical store that was similar to the one he worked back in Edelgard. While he did live outside the city boundaries, this didn't mean that he wouldn't need to pay any taxes. Just like anyone else in the city, he would need to properly register his building. This might have sounded like a long process that required a lot of paperwork, but it didn't. There were no institutions that checked if the building was safe to work in and if there was a fire exit. Here, a business owner was only required to pay a flat sum each month that was proportional to the store size. Once per year, a person wouldn't be tasked to go over the items that were being sold and through the store's ledgers. There was a requirement to keep records of what was being sold, but it was not as detailed as it was back in his old world. While there was some leeway, most people were not crazy enough to try and cheap out on the kingdom. If it was found that a person was evading taxes and withholding information, it was jail time or even death. I'm glad I have someone like Elodia to help me out with that part. Hope those pesky dwarves finally leave me alone, only time will tell. Roland gave out a sigh while returning to his planning. When he finally got Elodia to sign this new contract, he could shove some responsibilities on her shoulders as his were already somewhat buckling under the stress. We have really improved, haven't we? Yes, at first I was worried when you proposed that stupid idea, but we did manage. What do you mean stupid idea? Those troglodytes didn't stand a chance. Yeah, because Sansa was smart enough to get some of those explosive magical scrolls. A familiar-looking group of 4 adventurers walked out from the Albrook dungeon. All of them were smiling as they had gone through quite the large battle. It was clever to place them at the spot they would fall in. We took out half of them with just a few scrolls. This group of steel-grayed adventurers thought back to the battle. Once before they triggered a trap which caused them to be almost wiped out. If not for a certain person saving them by pelting the monsters with runic spells, they would be long dead. This time around, after some time had passed and they had managed to level up, they decided to pay that room a visit. The monsters proved a lot easier to defeat now, and with so many bodies they would make quite the penny from all the materials. With all the money we get from those mana stones and monster parts, we will be able to relax for a while. You want to spend it all on booze again, don't you, Ruddy? The red-haired boy flinched a bit as his scheme was quickly discovered. With all the materials, they would be set for a month or 2 if they didn't spend it all. Stop being an idiot, now is the time to invest. We are all approaching level 50. We need to invest in our gear. I propose that we spend it on new weapons and armor. What's wrong with our weapons, Kara? I bet it can last us all the way till silver grade. If you think that little sword will do you any good against the lower-level monsters, then you're more of a muscle brain than I thought. Kara is right, we only managed to kill those monsters because of the magic scrolls. You should understand the importance of good equipment by now. Ruddy, the red-haired youth, looked to the other girl and started frowning. Not you too, Sansa. Hey, Myron, you say something. He turned to the largest person in the group, another youth in half-plate armor that was clearly all scratched up and dented in a couple of places. While the group was talking, he was looking over a hole in his shield. I don't know, Ruddy. I think the girls are right this time around. Ruddy started looking over everyone. It was true that they had been using old weapons and armor that they had gotten after ranking up into steel-grade adventurers. After going through the dungeon, their gear wasn't looking that good. We should have bought them earlier. There was a big discount at the stores. The group went silent as all of them knew that they were at fault. While Ruddy spent most of it on drinking, the girls did put it into jewelry and new clothes. Then there was Myron that liked to indulge in excessive eating. We don't need to feel down. Even if the prices have gone up, they are just the same as they were before. Kara smiled while cheering everyone on as she tried to shift the conversation in a different direction. Kara is right, no use worrying about it now. We have some money, and we can just go into that chamber to get more. Ruddy replied as he intended to farm the lizard man-looking monsters for their parts as much as he could. Sansa, on the other hand, shook her head as she found a small problem with that reasoning. It won't be that easy. I'm all out of those exploding scrolls. Can't you just get more? I wish, for some reason, I haven't seen them being sold anywhere. It's as if they stopped making them. They were also runic scrolls, but they didn't cost that much over the enchanted ones. Sansa replied to Ruddy as they entered the road leading towards Albrook. The girl was worried as the scrolls were somewhat special. They exploded the moment a monster stepped on them, which made them perfect as traps. They could even be hidden under some dirt and would require a small jolt of mana to activate. Is that so? Come to think of it, I did try to look up some magical short swords, but they were all enchanted ones that the dwarves make. I saw some other ones at the other shops a month or so ago. Kara replied to Sansa, while the two thought that it was strange that most of the runic wares started vanishing from the store shelves. They saw an influx of them when a certain runesmith appeared in town, but it seemed that they had been bought out, and now none remained. Runic, enchanted, or empowered, it's all the same to me. Ruddy, on the other hand, just shrugged as he didn't really care about where the magical items came from. The two girls from the party gave out a sigh, as they were aware of the differences between each item that he had listed. The group continued to walk towards the city while discussing their finances. While they divided their earnings between themselves equally, they were still a team. All of them needed to keep up with each other to not drag everyone behind. This was the same for their items that required an update. All of them were close to reaching the 50th level, and this would grant them access to Tier 2 classes. Then they would be able to take the guild exam towards the silver grade. Being a silver grade adventurer started meaning something, and mostly all of them were known to use some sort of magical item. It was a requirement as the gap between people and monsters started to grow. Without the proper weapons, it would be impossible to defeat increasingly more resistant monsters. There was always a high price attached to these weapons, but they would make life easier for them. While their thoughts were riddled with new shiny magical weapons, they noticed something that wasn't there before. Around halfway towards the city, they saw a large sign that was not there before. What is this? Wayland's Runic Emporium. Ruddy read the bright red text that was on the wooden boards. It was clearly in, and under the store's name was a short description along with an arrow pointing towards a narrow dirt road that led into the forest. For all your runic needs, please visit Wayland's Runic Emporium. Kara read part of the slogan, which had a list of services that this magic store gave. Apparently, they repaired runic items for cheap and also sold various runic-related items. This quickly piqued the interest of this small group of adventurers as they were just looking for magical items to buy. Mr. Wayland made a store and is accepting customers. Kara clapped her hands while smiling and looking over to the other girl in the party. Both of them nodded at each other while the two men frowned. Mr. Ruddy lowered his voice as he was not fond of the fact that Kara was being so formal towards this runesmith. He knew him after being rescued and then saw him again at that presentation. Ever since he tried his best to rise to the occasion, but it seemed that the girls in his party were still interested in that peculiar man. Something wrong? Kara asked while looking at Ruddy, who shook his head as he did not want to seem like the jealous type. We should go check it out. Maybe we can find something good there. You want to go now? We just got back from the dungeon. Shouldn't we go to the guild and drop these monster parts off? Ruddy pointed to Myron, who had a large backpack. It was a standard spatial bag that normally porters wore, but without having much money and being stingy, they decided to carry it around themselves. Thanks to it, they didn't have to suffer through the smell of monster remains. Ho, it's rare that you propose something sensible for a change. What's that supposed to mean? Ruddy recoiled after Kara called him stupid in a roundabout way. Both the girls started laughing, but then nodded. Then how about you and Myron go to the guild, while me and Sansa check the new store out? Both of the young men looked at each other, and then back to the two girls. The moment they turned their heads, they could see them skipping towards the forest. Ruddy and Myron just nodded at each other before following behind, as they were worried what could come of this visit to the runesmith. A few minutes later, all of them found themselves inside the forest. They walked through a small dirt road and found more arrows pointing in the direction of this supposed emporium. "Have you ever been here before?" asked Ruddy, while Kara replied, "No, there was never anything worthwhile, but I heard one of the silver grades saying that they had their runic weapon repaired here. While the name Wayland had spread through the city, no one really came around this part." To get to the house, a person had to go through a somewhat dense forest. Then they would come out to an open area surrounded by unkempt farmland. For young adventurers like them, this was one of the more boring places to visit. "There, think we are out. I can see some buildings." "Is that it?" The group came out of the forest, and the first thing that they noticed was the large walls that were surrounding something. They were quite high and mostly made from wood with barbed wire at the top parts. "What is this supposed to be?" asked Ruddy. "Is this some kind of prison?" replied Myron, as he was also confused about the way this building was set up. Most of the walls were made from logs, but there was also a newer section that was made from stone. This section was connected to the large entrance gate and the brick house next to it. That must be the shop. "That emblem," Sansa started, rubbing her chin while examining the store sign. It had the words Wayland's Runic Emporium as the other sign, but there was a small addition. There was a strange drawing of a sun to the side that she remembered. "Is something wrong, Sansa?" "I don't know yet. Give me a moment." The girl that had a bow slung over her shoulder placed her hand into a satchel to pull out a scroll. She looked at this item and started comparing the insignia that this runic item had on it. It's identical. Did Wayland make these scrolls? She shared her findings with Kara before moving towards the store. They were not the only people here, though, as outside the store they could see a large man. He was someone that they knew and that was somewhat infamous around the Adventurers Guild for his simplicity. Make trouble, if trouble Korgak will remove. It was the large half-orc adventurer that they sometimes came across at the guild building. Most people tried to avoid half-orcs as they were seen as stupid brutes. They made great bodyguards, though, as their physical stats were closer to their monster orc counterparts that they came from. All of the four instantly straightened up as they knew that they would not be able to handle this half-orc if a fight broke out. The time that he managed to catch a team of silver-grade adventurers was well known around their circles. "You don't need to worry, Mr. Korgak. I'll be sure to make them behave." Kara smiled while smacking Ruddy on the back. Korgak just nodded while moving to the side. There he had a large tree stump that he could sit on. Ruddy wanted to shout out, but was somewhat intimidated by the large green-skinned man. Thus he just frowned at Kara that was chuckling silently behind him. The group soon entered the shop, and the moment they opened up the door, a strange chime sound echoed through it. They looked at the door that they opened to see if there was a bell above it, but they didn't see anything there. It looked like the sound went off after they opened the door. It was a small, gentle chime, but where it came from no one knew. On the inside, they spotted a certain woman, one that they were very familiar with. She sparked a little debate a few weeks ago as she vanished from the Adventurers Guild without a trace. "Mrs. Elodia, what are you doing here? Welcome to Wayland's Runic Emporium," she called out to them. Her dress was slightly different from the uniform that the women at the Adventurers Guild were forced to wear. It made her look somewhat like a head made from a noble's estate. The glasses only made this look more prominent. "Elodia, the receptionist." "Yes, you are correct. I work here now. Do you have some questions?" "If you look to the board there, we have written down a couple of rules." The other three members from the group quickly homed in on the woman as well. She was standing behind a counter with some unknown items on it. Sansa from the group noticed that there were shelves filled with certain parchments that she was familiar with. Just as she had thought, the runic scrolls that vanished from the circulation around the city were nowhere, and Wayland was the one producing them. The sign with the rules that she pointed them to laid down some ground rules. One of them was not touching the goods without asking the store clerk for it. Another one stated some rules about runic weapon repairs and the rates. "It says here that you will repair the items free of charge." "Ah yes, the first runic repair will be free. You will be given a token with your purchase that you can then use whenever you wish to get your item repaired." "Really? That's neat. Most of those old dwarves never offered something like that." Elodia nodded as Kara posed the question. It did sound nice to get one free repair with every weapon purchased. It was as if the cost of it went down by a whole small gold coin. "Can I look around? Be my guest. If you have any questions, please ask me." Kara backed off for now, but was also somewhat taken back by how Elodia was acting. While she still had the resting bitch face, as always she seemed someone nicer. Her complexion had improved, and she felt more genuine than the automaton that she was used to seeing back at the Adventurers Guild. At first glance, this store didn't look much different than the other stores in town. There were various cabinets through which they could see some magic daggers and swords. Some shields and armors were hung out on the walls, with the only difference being that they had many strange runes on them. All of the adventurers from the foreman party made a few rounds around the shop that wasn't either small or large. All of them met up in the middle, strange looks plastered over their faces. "Excuse me, are these prices right?" Kara waddled over to Elodia and posed the question while pointing at the price tags that were next to the items. "Yes, that's right. Mr. Whalen decided to lower the prices for now, but I'm not sure if they will remain as such for long. Will you be buying anything?" "Why, no. I mean," the girl looked back to the group of adventurers and they all gave her a nod before slowly walking out from the store. "Please come again." Elodia looked a bit down after the party of 4 left the store. After the door closed, she couldn't see much, but the youths started increasing their pace while shuffling towards the forest. The closer they got to the dirt road, the faster they walked. "Did you see it?" "Yes, we need to. Go get money before it's too late." Kara shouted out while the group of 4 bolted towards the city. "Myron, move your ass faster. We need to get those runic weapons. I never saw any at that price before." Myron clenched his teeth while running as fast as he could while wearing his half-plate armor. The backpack he was wearing was still somewhat heavy, and it had all of their gains from this dungeon run. They needed to sell first before they could buy the gear they wanted. "Sansa, go ahead and reserve a spot in line for us. We need to act fast. If word spreads that Wayland is selling those things for so little, we won't be able to get anything." The group's archer nodded as she sprinted forward. The group of youths all had panicked looks on their faces, but there was also a twinkle of joy. In their heads, they already pictured themselves with magical weapons that they could never afford. They knew the reason, but they also knew that this opportunity was fleeting. They needed to quickly return with a purse filled with coins before it was too late. "What was that?" Roland called out while peeking his head out of the entrance to the attic. He clearly saw them slowly increasing their walking speed before bolting into the forest as if they were being chased by some large monster. "I'm not sure, but I think they will be back," replied Elodia while also looking out through the window. "You think so?" Roland asked while going down the ladder that led up into the attic. He had brought up some wares like runic scrolls that would probably be quite popular. Down on the main floor, he looked a bit disappointed after the 4 had left. They were actually the first customers that arrived here. "I think we will be having a lot of customers soon. The word just needs to spread around town." Elodia continued talking while going through the store and checking if everything was in order. It had been a week since she had been hired and the contract had been signed. The 2 went back and forth on it, but after a few days, they were finally able to decide on the right hourly wages. With her help, he started getting the store in order. Thanks to her expertise in sales, she helped him prepare the placement of the items. There was not much stock to go around, but Roland managed to scrape by with some runic weapons, and Bernier added his own armors that he had upgraded with some runes. Roland was also sure to produce his old specialty, runic scrolls. With him being the store owner, he could lower the price far enough to compete with even the lowest discount prices that the dwarves could offer. He knew that at least when it came to magical wares in the city, he had the advantage over the bushy beard competition. After months of preparation and getting materials from the black market merchant, he had enough stock to open up. For now, he focused on lesser spells like sharpness, impact, and strengthening to produce more newbie-friendly items. He knew that the dungeon was still being swarmed by newer adventurers. These could not afford exotic wares with powerful Tier 2 runes. Thus he focused most of his time on the steel and silver adventure demographic for now. Maybe if he gained enough notoriety, he could push towards the gold rankers. It was actually surprising to be visited by this group, as the billboard was placed just an hour ago. Together with Bernier, he went over to the fork in the road and placed it there without expecting much. It was already the middle of the day, so he didn't expect anyone to shop up this fast. "If you think so." Roland nodded as he took Elodia's words to heart. The woman knew her way around the Adventure Guild, so she probably knew what they were after. If she thought they would come, then they would come. "Speaking of the shop opening, do you think that those kids will be all right?" "They will be fine. Loilia is with them. I must thank you again for giving that offer. This will be a good learning experience for the little ones." Elodia bowed her head before Roland as a thank you, which made him recoil awkwardly to the gesture. He had come up with the idea to distribute flyers through the city and thought that utilizing the orphans from Elodia's home would be adequate. For a small price, they would go around the city and hand out some flyers. While this world had some advancements, there weren't that many when it came to printing. There were some stores with something akin to printing presses, but instead of them, skills were being used. A high-level scribe could actually output a similar performance to a printing press as they had a peculiar skill. It was a skill that allowed them to use some mana to copy writings or even drawings from paper. While Roland had a similar class in the form of runic mana scribe, it was just a Tier 1 class. He was unable to learn this skill as it would require an advanced Tier 2 version of this class. Then if a person went even further, they could write almost as fast as a modern-day printer. This was quite interesting to Roland, as it showed him that people were prioritizing skill advancements over machines. They didn't see a purpose in creating advanced printing presses, as a person could just produce better effects if they leveled up further. Classes like scribes also could be leveled quite fast, as it wasn't a battle class. The more they copied, and the more they wrote, the more experience points they gathered. Thus the printing press was pushed to the side after people realized that they weren't really required. He as well needed to hire one of these high-level scribes, as his writing speed wasn't up to par. The only thing he performed was the initial flyer with the text and little drawing of his runic emblem that he used. Thanks to his wares being already known and the sun mark being associated with him, it would probably aid in him getting more customers. You don't need to thank me, I just thought the kids would do a better job. This wasn't anything new in his old world. Odd jobs like this were left to younger adults that were still going to school. They didn't require much payment, and they just needed to stand around in a popular area and give out the flyers. Most of the time, the piece of paper would be scrapped, but if one person from then looked over it and decided to show up, it was more than enough. Well, I'll be in the workshop. Just give me a signal if you need anything. Do you need me to explain it to you again? Ah yes, I just need to put my finger on one of these and then inject a bit of my mana, right? That's right, Elodia had a plate made from metal under the counter. It had several circular indentations on it to place her finger. Depending on where she was pressing her finger during the activation, a different message would be sent to Roland. While he wanted to do nothing more than to produce a telephone system, it was a bit of a hassle. This was the best way to get some information through without him needing to use a crystal ball that required a bit more mana to run. His clerk had a few options to choose from. One was somewhat a panic button that would cause the store to give out an alarm and also signal him. Some other ones would tell him that there were some difficult customers around and that he needed to come over. On the other end in his workshop, Roland had placed a little console with color patterns. Depending on which one lit up, he would get the information through. For now, this would be the communication method. When he had more time, he would try to come up with a proper solution that would mimic modern-day phones. This world already had crystal balls that showed a picture and sound. He just needed to alter it to his needs. Maybe later in the future, he could figure out a recording feature. Be sure to call me if something happens. I will, but I think Korgak should be able to handle himself. Elodia nodded while Roland finally left through the back. Korgak was the person who came up to him after seeing the guard duty offer. He was quite surprised by this half-orc's decision, but he supposedly liked work that didn't require him moving that much. He asked Elodia about it, and she confirmed this. Korgak was somewhat forced by the guild master to participate in the previous expedition. Apparently, he loved nothing more than to laze around and drink. Working as a guard at a store instead of going down into the dungeon was much easier. Even when the pay was lower, if the half-orc had enough for food and drink, he was fine. This was quite the opportunity for Roland, as the large brute was quite strong. He would be able to take care of most assailants. Only gold-rank adventurers and above would pose a threat to him. Even with a competent bodyguard, Roland wasn't confident in his defenses. He started reinforcing the walls around his home, and in the future, it would start looking more like a medieval fortress than a farmhouse outside the woods. Now back in his workshop, he was looking over a new prototype. It looked like a long cylinder with a lot of small sticks connected to the top part. Besides the small pointy things coming out of it, it possessed a couple of matte gems stuck between them. This made it look like a shiny cactus, but was in actuality a new prototype of a weapon. After taking a good look over it, he nodded and took it outside. There he placed it down on the ground. A cable with some power was connected by him before he left it in place. This should do it. Even after connecting it to his power cable that went to his generator, the cylinder didn't start doing anything, which was what was expected. The real test would be carried out now. Roland walked away a small distance from his newest creation. There he had a basket with some small sacks filled with grain. When he held one in his hand, it was about the size of it and it had weight to it. First, he took out something that looked similar to the remote he used on his golem. With the help of the kitty professor, he figured out a way to remotely activate his runes. As long as they were connected to a power source like his runic generator, they would be able to be turned on remotely. Thus the strange cylinder's surface started shining, and Roland could see the runes being activated. With the device's activation, he could proceed with the test. Thus he finally threw the bag filled with grain towards it and waited to see if his new creation would work as intended. At first, it didn't seem like anything happened, but soon a blue light escaped from one of the protruding poles. It connected with the spot where the sack was thrown. Not only one of the stakes started shining, as more of them lit up the moment the bag aligned with them. Good, it's working as intended. From Roland's perspective, it looked like the little poles that were stuck in the cylinder activated the moment the sack of grains went into their line of sight. The blue light was just a harmless little bright beam to show Roland that the device could see the moving item and was activating as intended. This was a small prototype of a turret, and it would become much bigger when he created a proper one. The little thin poles would be replaced by larger ones, each of them containing an attack spell that would activate whenever something aligned with it. Roland hoped to construct an active turret that would be able to move around and target on its own accord. This wasn't such an easy task to perform, as he would need to create a custom system to guide its movement. The easier method was to just make it react to movement. Thanks to the golem eyes that he was able to produce, the turret would be able to detect movement. Then when something would come in range, it would activate one of the rods that were the closest to it. The spell would be a guided magic missile, which would compensate for the aiming. With such a rudimentary construction, he wouldn't need to worry about making it move. It could shoot in all directions, and the rods were just another version of his paddle wands that he had a lot of time to perfect. After placing a few of these in the backyard, he hoped to get rid of the dangerous mines that were everywhere. "Agni, come over here, boy." Woof. His wolf gave out a loud bark which made him sound more like a domesticated dog than a proper wolf. The first thing Roland saw was a large gem on Agni's forehead that had gone through a bit of change. Name: Mystical Ruby Wolf Elf 50X Type. Fire Earth Beast HP 14,311,430. 1 MP 15,330,1533. SB 21,462,146. Strength 50, Agility 74, Dexterity 40, Vitality 60, Endurance 65, Intelligence 53, Willpower 50, Charisma 18, Luck 15. Finally, after a lot of mana stone eating and work, Agni was level up his mana-related skills to level 9. This finally allowed Roland to select the next evolutionary option of a proper adult mystical ruby wolf. This time around there didn't seem to be any rarer variants, but this form was good enough. Agni's body grew in size. His body expanded to a length of about 2.5 meters. While down on the ground, his head reached up well below a full meter, and if he stood on his hind legs, he would tower over his owner. This put Agni at the size of a dire wolf and made him a force to be reckoned with, as he was now a proper Tier 2 monster. Even before Roland could give his evolved pet an order, he was jumped by him. For some reason, Agni developed a liking for placing his paws on Roland's shoulders while trying to lick his face. Without the strength levels that Roland had, he would probably go down to the ground, as Agni was quite heavy for his size. The mane around his head and neck was composed of actual ruby fur that was soft to the touch while also being sturdy. His ruby tail was covered with more fur, but at the end, it split into two. "Down, boy, stop jumping on me." Agni whined a bit, but then opened up his maw as he started to pant with his tongue flopping out. "Agni, I need you to run towards that thing and then back again." The wolf's ears perked up at the order, and he looked to the strange metallic cactus. With a little howl, he bolted towards it and then quickly back to his master. There he stood for a moment while looking at Roland with intent in his eyes. Only when he pulled out a small mana stone to give him as a treat did the ruby wolf stop staring. "You sure have become a glutton for these." What Roland wanted to test is if the turret would activate for his tamed beast. Due to him being the creator, his mana signature was imprinted onto the device, so it would not see him as an enemy. This test also proved that any tamed beasts would be marked with the same mana signature by his golems. Now he knew that he wouldn't need to worry about Agni ever being attacked by his future golemic creations. "Hey Bernier, can you come help me with something?" After a minute, a friendly half-dwarf appeared that was covered in sweat and grime. "What is it, boss? Need something for the store?" "No, but I need you to move towards that device. Start by slowly walking." Roland pointed to the turret while Bernier squinted at it for a moment. He accepted the task, though, and started slowly walking. The moment he got in range, the glowing stick started activating, and Roland could see the lights connecting with his body. The spells being used would not cause any damage, it was just like a laser pointer. "Ack my eye," that is if it didn't connect with a person's eyes, then it would have a similar effect as its modern-day counterpart. "Oh, sorry about that." Roland chuckled a bit as he forgot to mention that part. Luckily, this would not cause his assistant to become blind, but it was somewhat uncomfortable. "Wait, do you hear that?" "Hear what?" Bernier asked while clutching his affected eye, but after blinking a couple of times, he was finally able to focus. Both of them looked at each other as they could clearly hear some people shouting from the direction of the store. Roland was quick to move towards all of the noise to check it out. When he arrived, he was surprised to see the 4 adventurers back. They weren't the only ones, as other adventurer types were outside the store making a buzz. "Hey, stop pushing, we were here first." "No one cares about that. Now move to the side. I need a new magic axe." The store had a limit to how many people could be inside. This made the half-orc guard have to intervene and keep people from pushing themselves inside. It looked like the word about his shop was being spread faster than he anticipated, and he was already looking at some nice profits. Did I lower the prices too much? Roland contemplated as he saw the ravenous customers clamor for his wares. While the price was lowered to attract attention, it was not low enough for him to not make a profit. He shrugged while walking through the back into his store. While Elodia was a good and experienced worker, he would not leave her alone there. It was finally time to make some money. 2 horses were pulling a carriage through a nicely paved road made of stone. It was assembled with many smaller flattened stones, which caused it to rock around more than it should. The horse's hooves made loud sounds as the carriage moved toward its destination. The coachman gave out a yawn before looking out into the distance. There he saw a large villa that clearly belonged to a noble family. The trees that were at the side of the road were so thick that they made this road look like a tunnel made from leaves. It was clear that these trees were tended to by a professional hand, as the tunnel of leaves was quite circular in shape. The morning rays of light pushed through the thick branches and lit up the path that ended at a large gate. Halt! The man that was on top of the carriage pulled on the horse reins to make them stop before the large entrance gate. The columns at these two gates were connected to had a certain characteristic knightly crest etched into them. They depicted a knight with a sword and shield on a horse that was standing up on its hind legs. Good morning to you. After the guard got a good look at the carriage, he realized that it was one of their own. A similar crest adorned the side, which indicated that it was part of the same estate and that the person inside was important enough to ride in it. With a wave of his hand, he called out to the people behind the gate, "Open the gates." Soon he returned to his post, while the large gate started being opened from the inside by some servants. There was a certain characteristic sound of old metal that followed the opening, which caused the person in the carriage to sign out, "The gate needs to be oiled." It was a young man's voice that was met by no reply as he was sitting inside of the carriage by himself. Now, as it was passing through the entrance to the estate, he decided to move the blinds to the side to take a look. Not much has changed since I left. As the carriage entered through the gates, he could see some servants moving around. The sound of the blacksmith caught his ear as it made him recall a certain stray member of his family that he had recently bumped into. Just as the two had agreed, he had not disclosed their small ghetto, unless there was some kind of dire situation he intended to keep his pledge. Finally, he heard the horses stopping as he finally arrived at his destination. He looked to the wooden door at the side and hesitated slightly. Soon, though, he reached out with his hand to open it and stepped outside. The first thing he saw was a familiar face of a beautiful older woman that was slowly moving his way. "What are you waiting for? Why didn't anyone open the carriage for my Robert?" It was his mother Francine rushing his way while holding quite the expensive-looking gown. The dress was adorned with various jewels, and it was clearly not meant for fast walking. The life at the Knight Academy had been quite rough, even more for people like him that were at the bottom of the totem pole. Even in this estate, the servants didn't take him that seriously as they were assigned to his two older brothers, Rainer and Edwin. The two had long since finished their squire training and become full-fledged knights. Even without asking, he knew that they wouldn't be here. Instead, they were probably out in the kingdom trying to earn merits to impress their father. One of them would be the next head of the Arden estate. From what Robert knew, both of them wanted the spot, and their father had not yet decided on who it would be. It also didn't seem that Wentworth Arden would be retiring anytime soon. His name as the Silver Wolf was widely known throughout the whole empire, and it was something hard to live up to. While looking at his mother, Robert felt quite nostalgic and recalled the days of hazing at the academy. Some of the highborn children despised the fact that his father had been able to rise to fame on the merit of his skills alone. He was a rare breed of person that could not be denied and caught the eye of the higher echelons of the aristocrats. The rest was history, as his military merit gained him a spot among the other nobles. Only after spending time at the academy for young knight candidates did Robert realize how much spite existed in those nobles. Without anything to show for themselves but their bloodline, they despised anyone that gained prestige by working hard. Anytime they would lose in a training match to him or any other lesser noble, there would be consequences. Some knights used this pride as something they could latch on to. Becoming a retainer by intentionally losing or working with a higher-born noble as their follower was a ticket out for them. In hopes of attaining high positions of a knight captain at those higher noble estates, they would perform seedy tasks for their masters. Some of them included ganging up on lesser noble sons like Robert here in hopes of beating some sense into him. Yet Robert was quite stubborn and prideful as well. Even when they continued to come at him, he didn't falter. He could only smile to himself while remembering those days that he spent chasing his younger brother and tried to beat some sense into him just like these nobles tried. Those times were filled with him being pitted against Roland by his own mother. He didn't want to admit it, but back then he was behaving the same as those highborn nobles that wanted to beat the pecking order into him. Only after his brother was gone did he realize that he had been mistaken. Fate had mysterious ways of working as he found his lost brother Roland at the strangest of places. The rage he felt when he realized that he was doing better than expected with no intention of ever coming back. "It's fine, mother, just have the servants carry my luggage into my chamber, not like I will be staying for long. Oh, my little Robert is all grown up. Let me take a good look at you." Francine Arden placed her well-manicured hands on Robert's cheeks and took a good look at him. The woman was a lot smaller than her son, who was even slightly taller than Roland. Even then, both of them paled in comparison to the bear-like being that their father was. The woman wasn't the youngest, but with a bit of makeup and some potions, she would be able to pass for a lady in her late 20s. Her hair was braided on the sides and coiled in a way over the ears that it formed horns on either side of her head. Robert didn't want to comment on this hairstyle, as he had always preferred the simple loose long hair to be superior. His mother, on the other hand, liked to follow the noble trends and was an avid visitor to the aristocratic parties. He knew that his mother had somewhat of an inferiority complex to his father's other wife, Tabitha. While she did everything in her might to expand her influence in the noble circles, he knew that the high nobles would never really accept her, as she was just a daughter of a wealthy merchant that bought his way into nobility. "I'm fine, mother. We should go inside." Robert felt a bit uncomfortable as his mother started looking at his face intently. He did not resist, as it had been a while since he and his mom had some time to be together. While there was no one else to greet him here, he was happy that he still had his loving mother. Even though she was overprotective to a fault, he knew that she just did everything out of love. "No need to be shy with your mother. Come, my son. Tell your mother all about your life in the academy. To think that my son would be one of the top apprentice knights in the academy." Robert half smiled about that notion, as there was a certain reason that he had been pushed to the top of his class. Lucille de Vere was the real reason that he was able to ascend through the ranks, while previously he was being suppressed by the highborn youths. Lucille's father found out about the little predicament and was more than glad to support the only knight that was involved with this predicament, even though Percival and the knight responsible for the examination pushed the information down. The de Vere Count wasn't someone that could be fooled easily. Out of fear of this issue ever coming out to light, which would lower the Academy's prestige, Robert was given a deal that he couldn't refuse. For his heroic deeds, he was raised up in the rankings to reflect more of his own true skills. Even though he somewhat knew that he deserved his spot in the first place, he was only receiving it due to his younger brother's involvement. Without Roland being there, he knew that Lucille would be dead along with him. Luckily for Roland, no one from the Knight Academy took the adventurer that was with them seriously. To them, he was just some commoner that did what he was paid for. No one would take his word above a noble, so even if he tried to release the truth into the open, he would only get thrown into prison for offending someone from the noble caste. His father, while wandering through the mansion corridor, he gave the question to his mother that was just constantly talking. "Your father is?" Francine stopped for a moment as she wasn't sure what to say. Even though Robert didn't show it, his mother knew that he wanted nothing more than to be praised by his father. Regretfully, the man in question was far too busy. As a high-ranking member of the kingdom's military, he was mostly indisposed. "Is that so? The border skirmishes have been slowly building up." Robert mumbled to himself, even though he knew that his father was busy. As his son, he wanted to be praised by someone that he aspired to be. The Arden Patriarch was the perfect goal for him, someone of lower status that gained fame and prestige by his own merits. "I'm sure your father is proud of you. Let us not talk about him." Robert's mother clapped her hands and a few maids appeared before her. "Prepare some tea and snacks for me. Don't make me and my son wait." "Yes, madame." The two girls bowed with their heads while Robert and Francine continued their slow walk through the corridor. On the walls, he could see some family paintings that depicted the old members of the Arden bloodline. There were many faces that he wasn't familiar with, but they all kind of looked similar to the man of the house. At the end of this corridor, there was a large painting. On it, Robert could see a large family consisting of himself and all his siblings. Even on it, he could see status being involved as his mother was sidetracked to the first wife. The person to the side at most was his half-brother Roland, the only one below him in status. Only recently did he realize how badly he had treated him. He was acting just like those weak high nobles that couldn't win over him with pure skill. Only now, he realized that the circumstances of someone's birth were not something that should define a person. This was not something that most nobles agreed on, not even his own mother. While looking at the picture, his eyes trailed to his brother that he had found once more. That child. He was always a strange one. Strange mother. Francine noticed where Robert was looking as she started to talk. Yes, he always had those dead eyes. Never acted like a child his age. While he wanted to stop his mother from belittling his brother, he did have to agree that Roland was a peculiar person. Even in their younger days, he seemed fine with getting beaten up by him. Robert could also not remember ever seeing his younger brother crying. He could only attribute it to his high intelligence, which pushed him into becoming a mage and then a runesmith. But let us not talk about the dead. I'm sure the tea is ready now. Francine stopped in front of a large closed door and looked to the attendant on the side. Before the person could open the door for the lady, a strange sound was heard by them on the inside. It sounded as if something hit the floor and then started quickly running towards this exit. "Brother Roland is not dead." The door was slammed open by a certain young lady. Robert was surprised to see this young girl that was wearing a long dress. It seemed that the getup was unfinished, as some threads were standing out, and her corset was hanging out from the back. Lucian, that's now how a proper lady is supposed to conduct yourself. You were supposed to wait here for me and your brother. Why are you dressed like that? Please forgive us, madam, the young lady just doesn't want to be still. Two older ladies dressed in maid uniforms waddled over to where the group of three nobles was. Robert could see that they were out of breath, and by the way the room looked he knew the reason. The problem was his younger sister. She had far too much energy, as even now she was trying to run away from the two maids that wanted to dress her up as a proper young lady. Lucian, stop this instant. Not until you take it back. Brother is still out there. You believe me, don't you? She quickly hid behind Robert, who was just standing there without knowing what to do. He knew that she was right, but he could not tell his young 10-year-old sister that Roland was out in some town working as a runesmith. I think you should listen to your mother, Lucian. After reaching the age of 10 and receiving her mage class, he was sent to the Magic Academy for an aptitude test. After receiving good results, she was to remain there to get a proper education. She was too young to attend classes yet, and was getting tutored by a costly magic teacher. From what he knew, his sister was quite a ball of energy, and she was giving the magic tutor quite the headache. I don't need these dresses, I'm going to become a powerful mage. Soon she was forced from behind Robert as the maids started chasing her through the room. A little smile crept on his face as his mother joined into the fray and tried to catch the little young lady. While normally he would agree with his mother, when it came to Lucian he wasn't that sure. With the aptitude for magic, the world was her oyster. She didn't need to be stuck in this bubble that the aristocrats created for themselves. After seeing his younger brother that looked happier than ever, he realized that there was more to this world than met the eye. With that in mind, he entered the loud room and closed the door behind himself. He wasn't sure what the future would bring, but as long as he had his family by his side, he would be happy. Still, the words that his brother told him lingered in his mind. Someone was responsible for the attack on his half-sibling, and he would need to figure out who before this secret of his came out to light. That will be all for today. You should go over the research material that I have provided you before contacting me again. Also, don't forget to catch up with the basics, my friend. I will, until next time. Roland turned off the communication crystal on which a smug-looking cat was displayed. The exchange between the two had been going on for several months, but he still had so much to learn. After turning off the crystal ball, Roland looked to the side. There on his desk he could see a large stack of papers, books, and scribbles. This was all the research material the cat professor had dumped on him. He really did send me the school books this time around. Through the months of their exchanges, Roland had continued to improve on the runic diagrams that he was given while taking snippets of knowledge for himself. Finally, for one reason or another, his associate decided to just give him all of the basic rune-related academy books that they usually gave to their mages. This was quite a pile of knowledge, and it required several gale birds to deliver for a span of a month. Now he had a compendium of materials that could fill in the gaps in his runic comprehension. It seemed that the cat was fed up with Roland asking questions every time the two were talking. Thus he was given some homework to get through the fundamentals first before their partnership continued. While Roland was knowledgeable with the outer runic components at this point, in time he was unable to affect the runic programming. Most of the time he found himself copying pre-existing code that he discovered in runes and then hoped that it would stick. All of this research material would guide him from the beginning and teach him the inner workings of the runic code. It was quite a stack of papers to go through, but luckily with his increased intelligence and his newest skill that allowed him to read multiple pages at once, he hoped to slog through it fast. Hey boss, I'll be heading out for tonight. See you in the morning. Try not to get in trouble. Ha, when did I ever get in trouble? Roland rolled his eyes while looking through the window through which he could see Bernier. His assistant was using his newly gained raise to go to town and have a good drink. It was probably not the only thing that he would be getting there, but not like Roland was interested in Bernier's nightlife. As long as he returned when it was time for work, then all was fine. A few weeks had passed since his new store opened for business, and business was booming. He underestimated how fast the adventurers went through lower-level magic equipment. With the close proximity to the dungeon, these items were being used for all they were worth. Many of them got lost in the process of hunting monsters, and the runes were being used up quite fast. Some adventurers, instead of using the repairs, preferred to just put some more gold down and get an improved weapon after using it for a month instead. It turned out that there were far many more adventurers in town than there were craftsmen. While regular weapons were easy to find, it wasn't the same for the wares he was peddling. So on the first day, he was able to get rid of all the old stock that was piling up in his workshop. Even with the lowered prices, he was able to make nice profits that translated well into future progress. Elodia was doing a nice job at selling and presenting everything to the new customers. He had written down all the various runes that the items came equipped with, and she was able to learn all of the uses of the items they were selling in just a few days. She was ready to fight through the first day, as if she knew that there would be such an outcry for the magic weapons. Even Roland needed to come help as the people were clamoring to get in. He clearly underestimated the worth of a magic weapon that was going for under the market price. There were even a few merchants that he recognized from the city. They were probably intending to sell the items in different cities due to the dwarves. Since everything was going well, Roland finally decided to raise Bernier's wages by a bit. Even though it wasn't that much, the dwarf was quite ecstatic. Now with the hiring of Elodia, both of them had the weekdays off while the store was closed. While both of his workers would have time to spend their hard-earned money and take a break, he would continue with his grind. He needed to inscribe more runes and produce more wares to sell while also improving on his golem and turret designs. Now after starting his own business, he realized that being a regular employee was not the end of the world. Being the owner of a new shop forced him to work even harder if he actually intended to be successful. While Bernier was in the tavern getting drunk, he would be going through runic diagrams and lists of components. While Elodia finally had some time to spend with her family and watch over them, he would be hammering away on the new golem design that would now have 6 legs instead of 4. No rest for the wicked. Roland gave out a sigh, but he was somewhat feeling content with this new situation. While he was not so keen on working for others, it wasn't the same when he was doing it for himself. Everything was under his control, and depending on the circumstances, he could always decide to take a break when he wanted to. While it looked like he was becoming shackled with his new responsibilities, he could not be any freer. There was no debt holding him down, and his craft gave him something that he could apply in other places. Even if this little business fell through, he would still be fine. All thanks to his hard work, he had gained a skill that could not be denied by others. This didn't mean that he intended his little venture to be a failure. Growing dungeon cities like this were quite rare, and he would not be able to fight against monsters like the Dwarven Union in cities that they had a stronger presence in. Before I forget, while Roland ended his call with the magic cat, he still needed to stay in touch with the person that introduced him to it. This person's name was Lucille de Vere, who came from quite the prestigious Count family. Good evening, sir. Sir. Wayland, good evening. Hope I didn't call it a bad time. While Lucille knew about his true heritage, he still urged her to call him by his current alias. He had no idea if these magical instruments could be recorded by outside sources, but going by the fact that they had some type of signal that was going between them, it was possible that it could be intercepted by a third party. The professor has been talking fondly of you. I never seen him so cheerful when talking about someone else. Are you sure that you weren't talking with some other talking cat? Roland was a bit confused, as the cat never shied away from telling him how incompetent he was when it came to the basics. All the questions he posed were answered in a smug way, and he started to slowly fear bringing up things that might make him seem uneducated. This was also why he was glad that he was given so much research material to work with. With all this knowledge, he hoped that the cat would finally get off his back. You must be joking, sir. Wayland. Lucille laughed a bit while looking straight at the crystal ball before her. The picture that he was getting on his side was distorted in a sort of fisheye lens way. This made Lucille's nose look a bit unflattering, but it also gave him a better look into the room she was staying in. It was clear that she had relocated from the magical academy to somewhere else. This brought up a question in Roland's mind that he had to ask. Did Robert finish his night training? Glad that you brought that up, sir. Robert has left for his home not so long ago. At this very moment, he might already be there. By home, do you mean the Arden estate? Yes. Lucille nodded while Roland moved his face a bit to the side. He looked out through the window and towards one of the moons that was peeking out through the clouds. His ice mage friend was not aware of this, but Roland was still worried about the family situation. With his academy life over, Robert would be assigned a proper position somewhere. He could either be drafted into the army and become a commanding officer due to his noble lineage. The other way would be to come under the command of another noble and join their private army. His rank would depend on this higher noble. The people that went with the first option would have to go through a long period of trials before they were lifted up into a prestigious position. The latter could soar up high in no time depending on who they were working for. It was also considered far less dangerous to work for another rich noble. Most of the time, a person like Robert would just become a personal bodyguard that would just shadow their master from behind. Most work they would put in would be to continue their training while their masters are at the main house. Depending on the high noble they were serving, it could be a very easy position. Even without asking, Roland was aware which path his older brother would take. It didn't take much to realize what kind of person Robert was and how he intended to make his mark on the world. So, do you know which regiment he intends to join? So you knew about his decision, sir. Robert wasn't sure, but he mentioned that he was interested in the cavalry divisions. He really does intend to follow in his footsteps, Roland mumbled to himself while Lucille was left with some scrambled audio on her end. What was that, sir? Wayland, some footsteps. You'll have to excuse me, I was just thinking out loud. Roland was aware of his father's military merits, and he too had started out in the cavalry as a knight. He had worked his way up from a newbie knight to the rank of knight commander, which was the highest title a regular knight could hope for. Then he had pushed towards an even higher ranking as he achieved the noble status. It would be a hard thing to mirror, but Robert could also go through this path. Then he could actually receive his own noble title that would not be under the Arden estate umbrella. He could choose to either keep the Arden name or to use a different one. With a new name, he would be asked to create a crest of his own, and he would receive some land. So did you finish your academy training? Will you become a court mage or maybe a free mage lady? Roland shifted the conversation in a different direction. He was mostly interested if Robert didn't tell his father anything. As an existence that could lead a small army, his father would have no problem of forcefully dragging him back to the estate. Lucille did assure him that his secret was safe with them, but Roland was still scared that the information could slip for one reason or another. Oh, I haven't decided yet. Papa wants me to stay at the estate for now. After the incident, he has become overprotective. Lucille was still a daughter of a count and also a skillful mage. She had a lot of worth, and her close call with death was something that her father was aware of. While most of it was downplayed by Percival, and the examiner some info had made it through. If he knew that his daughter was stuck wandering underground caves for a week, unsupervised, then some heads might fall. The fall was apparently downplayed to a few hours, and Robert was given a big reward in the hopes of shutting them up. Roland wasn't sure, but probably either contracts or knightly vows were used to keep anyone from telling everything. With how little nobles cared about the words of commoners and adventurers, the event was successfully contained. The truth would probably never reach his ears, and with how Lucille was going along with the lie, there would be no reason for him to push the issue further. That doesn't sound so bad. Why don't you join the mage order at the academy? You always seemed like the scholarly type. There were a few ways for a mage to make a living. Court magician was given a lot of money, but they were required to answer the call of war when the country requested it. A free mage, just as the name stated, didn't offer any benefits but gave freedom. Lucille could join one of the free mage guilds that were in this kingdom. They would help her level up further while requesting some tasks here and there. Adventuring was not out of the picture, as some guilds were specifically there to lend out magicians to the adventurer guild. In Roland's opinion, Lucille still had a craving for knowledge. While she managed to help him during the monster battles in the dungeon, she was not quite ready to become a battle mage. The decision was her to make, but with her father getting involved in this predicament, I sure would love to work with the professor. Maybe I could become his assistant. Roland smiled as Lucille continued to talk. The conversation lasted for about 15 minutes before the magic was at an end. With his monthly checkup, he was finally free to continue with his work. When Robert joins the army, he won't have time for anything. It could take years for him to return home. His brother would be joining the army for sure. The knights were used to patrol the borders, as well as for monsters that lived outside the dungeons. They would not be given much free time to visit their families, and certainly not when they are fresh as Robert was. With the connection ending, Roland got up from his spot and stared at the stack of papers on his desk. I think I'll leave those for later. He didn't feel like going through more archaic books about runs would do him any good today, so he moved back into his workshop to get his hands dirty. The way into his underground lair was now behind a bookshelf that he could open by pulling on a specific book. Before going down, he looked at a certain ruby wolf and gave his head a rough pat. I'll leave the house to you. Agni gave out a bark while flopping his tongue out. His tail wiggled while he stood up proudly. It was as if he was telling Roland that he could leave everything to him. The entrance slowly revealed itself, and he went down the stairs. The door that was previously there had been reinforced with a few layers of metal. On the right of it, there was a little glowing crystal that illuminated this dark staircase. Roland dug into his pocket to pull out a small dark card. On it there were many various tiny runes. The moment he moved this card towards this gem, the card started to shine. The red coloring of the gem switched to green, and he could hear the locks on the door being undone. The moment the doors opened, he was greeted with his old blacksmithing workshop. The tools were neatly hung up on the sides in an orderly fashion, and on one of the benches he could see an unfinished item. It looked like a spider leg made from shiny silver metal, with various runic inscriptions covering the surface area. This whole place was lit up with orange light, as bright blue light always reminded him of his old working situation that he didn't have any fond memories of. After approaching the tool rack, he took out a hammer along with a little chisel. The two items were then used to finish the runecraft on the improved golem leg that he intended to use in the next design. The hammer lit up in bright blue and revealed many various runic symbols on it. With a gentle tap, he used the hammerhead to connect with the small chisel. A tiny bolt of mana then traveled through this special tool all the way to the golem leg. When the light connected with the silvery metal, a tiny runic component appeared on the unworked side of the golem leg. Late into the night did his dinging sounds continue as the runesmith worked on his wares. In his mind, this was only the beginning. There was so much work to do but so little time on his hands. So did the time pass for the Albrook City runesmith, and his shop continued to raise eyebrows and cause headaches for his competition. Click, it should work now. A certain runesmith that was wearing protective goggles inserted a certain metallic cylinder into another part of machinery. This machine from the outside looked like a six-legged spider, complete with a large sparkly eye on where a spider's cephalothorax would be. This was a new and improved version of a golem that Roland had been working on for quite some time. It was the size of a drone, not really that big. It was somewhat elongated in the back, which made it look as if it had the iconic spider abdomen. With a little click, the construction was activated, and the drone sprung to life by raising itself up. It possessed a functional head with a large red eye through which it could see its creator standing right in front of it. Everything seems normal. Energy readings are all in the green. Roland nodded while looking at his newest creation that had come a long way. Its more slick design to its predecessors made it look a lot more futuristic for the era that he found itself in. The chassis looked as if it was polished to perfection and could reflect light thanks to its chrome outlook. Are the testing dummies ready? Aye, boss. Roland called out to Bernier that was on the opposite side of this large chamber. The two were in a location devoid of windows, and the source of light was a set of magical crystals that gave enough light as modern-day light bulbs. It looked like a large warehouse, and at the end, there were several wooden testing dummies that had the vague shape of a human. The walls looked like they were made from hardened stone that formed in a natural way. The ceiling as well looked to be quite smooth, and painted white, which made the whole place quite bright. Thanks to the earth magic that was prevalent in this world, building underground spaces like this was simple. With enough mana and the correct spell, it was able to harden the walls on a molecular level by binding the smaller grains of sand to each other. It made it as sturdy as concrete, and there was no danger of the place ever falling down on their heads, even if there happened to be a sore spot or if the walls got damaged in the process of testing magic. It would be quite easy to repair the walls, as soil was an easy commodity to come by here. The only big limitation was the look, as the hardening had to be done along the way of digging up the larger space. Good, go behind the protective shielding then. I'll start the test. Bernier ducked behind a special wall that had some cut-out spaces to allow a person to see through them. These spaces weren't left blank, but had thick glass that was quite resistant. Safety around the workshop was paramount. After suffering through various explosions, one that even left him bedridden for a few days, Roland had decided to put safety first. With that in mind, he was unwilling to let any large shrapnel get embedded in his body ever again. Luckily, the healing potions in this world, as well as healing magic, allowed people to get healthy quite fast. Even scarring tissue didn't form as long as you got the right treatment. Drone, activate battle mode. He gave the command, and the red gem that was the spider golem's main sensor started glowing. A little compartment opened up in the middle of its body, and something started rising out. It looked like an elongated tube that was placed on a jointed robotic arm of sorts. It was clearly a cannon that had been hidden in the golem's main body. It was almost as long as the robot's entire body. The whole length of this cannon was covered in runic symbols that were visible to the naked eye. Drone, engage. Roland pointed at the leftmost training dummy with his finger while giving the order. The spider drone shifted its body towards the dummy and took aim. The cannon that was on its back adjusted to the target. Soon the runes that covered it started glowing as it activated. A bright blue bolt of condensed mana energy emerged from this cannon and quickly connected with the test dummy. The wooden construction promptly exploded, sending splinters everywhere. The top part of the dummy was blown right off, but the golem didn't stop. It continued to fire at the target while bracing its body with those spider-like legs. Each time it fired a bolt of the magic energy, it was pushed back slightly and the legs took the recoil nicely. Drone, disengage. Roland shouted to give the golem the order to a ceasefire. When he looked into the distance, he could only see the charred remains of what used to be a dummy. Damn, does that golem have something against the targets I made? Bernier called out from behind cover while standing next to his boss. Both of them clearly saw the golem continue to shoot at the wooden target, even though there was nothing left of it. The only thing that now remained was the log that was placed in the ground to hold it in place. I guess it needs some adjustments, but this is within the predicted calculations. Let us move on. Roland, on the other hand, was not that concerned about the golem's tendencies for destruction. He could turn down the setting, but this was supposed to be a test for a battle golem. Making sure that the target was dead would be one of its functions. Drone, battle mode off, engage shield. While walking out from behind cover, Roland gave the next voice command. The smoking cannon slid back into the drone's body while it started to glow. The runes became clear again as a blue energy shield appeared. The shield looked like a small dome that covered the spider golem's whole body and connected to the ground. Roland walked over and placed himself a few meters away from his creation. On his arm, he was wearing an inconspicuous glove. He raised his hand and opened his palm towards the drone. Within a second, the glove gave out a similar bluish glow before a bolt of magic energy emerged from it. It traveled at a high speed and connected with the mana shield that the golem was producing. The construction buckled a bit, and the golem was pushed back, but it managed to survive the first hit. With another bolt of energy, the shield started buckling under the stress, and with the third one it shattered instantly. 3 good shots, huh? Roland moved his hand down as even though the third shot caused the barrier to crack, the golem was still there. He did lower the output of his mana bolt to something a regular mage would be able to perform. If he actually used his whole magical energy to perform this test, he feared that his creation would blow to kingdom come with one shot. Drone, shield on. After destroying the golem's shield, he regave the command for it to reform it. This time around it wasn't as fast, but with time the shield spell was reformed and operational again. With another salvo of mana bolts, he confirmed that the shield was just as sturdy as before. As long as the power source is intact, it will be able to reform this shield. While Roland was rubbing his chin in contemplation, Bernier decided to pop his head out from his spot. "Hey boss, want me to give it a whack?" Roland spotted a large sledgehammer over Bernier's shoulder. His assistant had quite a grin on his face after going through several testing golems. This was mostly how the tests ended. "No, that's fine, we'll leave this one alone." "Is that so?" Bernier looked a bit saddened by this revelation. Roland could understand his sentiment, as it was quite fun to destroy things, even more if you spend months making them. "Boss, you did it. I didn't think I'd be able to assist in making a new type of golem." "Are you going to try selling it? I bet it would fetch quite the price." "Sell it, maybe later." "It's not really finished." "Not finished. It looked capable to me. I still need to test it in the field. The voice commands are a bit of a problem too." "They are." Bernier looked at Roland with a confused expression on his face. To the half-dwarf this was enough. Most golemic creations used voiced commands. If this spider golem could carry them out, it was already just as good as anything that was out there on the market. Roland saw it a bit differently. The voice commands were slow, and he wanted his creation to be somewhat faster on the uptake. It took him a long time to get to this point, but he wanted to make something more intelligent that would be able to swap between battle modes on its own without orders. He already produced a first alpha version of that golem operating system, but it hadn't been field tested yet. Only when these spider droids were able to attack and shield themselves when danger was approaching would they be complete. For now, the droid only went equipped with 2 spells. The cannon fired off mana blasts, while the shield was an enhanced mana shield that was made sturdier thanks to his runes. The cannon design allowed for a more concentrated beam instead of a blast, but still allowed the golem to pack a punch. The trickiest part of this whole construction was energy management. Without his newest invention, he would have not been able to get this far. While he would do nothing more than to sell this golem, he wasn't sure if that would be such a good idea. He moved over to it and picked it up with both of his hands. The spider droid wasn't that big. He could easily carry it around with one hand over his shoulder. When it stood on the ground, it wasn't taller than a middle-sized dog. After placing his creation on the nearby workbench, he took out the heart and soul of it. In a small compartment on the back revealed the tube that he previously inserted. A gust of cold hit his face as this was opened, as this was the drone's battery that required a lot of cooling. Even with the frost runes working around it to cool it down, the cylinder was still warm to the touch when he pulled it out. Without the need for any instruments, he could feel how much magical energy was left over. Unless it's involved in heavy combat, it should be operational for several days with one of these runic batteries. Inside of this cylinder was a certain magical crystal. When slicing the crystal in half, a person would see a perfect octagon. The shape was important, as well as the length and the ending point that focused the mana from this crystal on a special rune. This crystal was nothing more than a reworked golem core that he was able to get from the dungeon. After going through all the knowledge that the professor gave him, Roland was able to figure out another way for this storage device. Golem cores were massive data storage. They were able to store a complex program that could simulate a living being. They also had some energy-retaining capabilities that he was using now. With this battery and his runic generators, he was now able to store enough mana in this creation to power a golem. The batteries could be reused many times before they deteriorated, which would allow him to forego a lock-in's fluid as a power source. This was all done for his own independence, as getting enough of that magical fuel would be quite hard even with his black market contacts in place. "Well, isn't she a beaut?" Bernier glanced over Roland's shoulder while whistling. The outer shell was created with the help of his assistant and was made from metal they smelted in the runic smelter. "Bernier, you can go now." "Really, boss? Yeah, you did ask to have a day off early today." "Thank you, boss. You're the best boss in the whole wide world." Yeah, have fun and try not to overdo it." "I still can't believe that you two got together." Roland wanted to laugh at the strange pairing that emerged after these years of working. He could even recall the days that he had to go make some deliveries instead of his assistant, as the person in question was a danger to Bernier's health. What can I say, boss? When someone catches my eye, I just go for it. It's just a matter of time till they fall to my allure." No lady can resist my manly charms. Bernier puffed out his chest while standing proudly. Roland could only roll his eyes and look past his assistant's shoulder. Oh hey, Diana, is that you? Diana, wait, pumpkin, I can explain. Bernier's head made a sharp turn as he looked behind. Where he expected to see his future wife, there was nothing at all, just the exit sign above the door leading outside. Pumpkin, huh, such a ladies' man. Boss, please don't scare me like that. Roland chuckled to himself while Bernier gave out a sigh of relief. Soon the two parted ways. Bernier headed outside to the ever-growing city of Albrook to visit his soon-to-be wife Diana. It was a strange pairing, but apparently, Bernier was quite infatuated with the large lady, and she finally gave in to his courting attempts. Maybe he likes being tossed around in the bedroom while walking up the stairs. A strange image of his assistant and his large, voluptuous wife popped into his head. He could only see a lot of back pain in Bernier's future, but if that was his type, then he made his choice. After going through a few safety checkpoints, he was back in his own house. A few changes took place here as he had added a nice shower to go with his bathroom. The tub was nice, but sometimes a quick shower was all a person needed. The showerhead was quite silly to look at as it was just a thick bucket with holes in it. The runes that were all over the surface lit up in red as they heated up the water that was inside of it. When it trickled down onto his body, it was nice and warm. With the addition of this shower, his bathroom began getting quite steamy. At the end of his cleaning session, he moved over to the mirror. After wiping the steam from it, he looked at the face before him. How long has it been since I've come to this world? 15 years. Was it 16? A lot of time had passed since he arrived in the city of Albrook. Before he arrived, it was barely a town. Without the dungeon, it would have probably stayed a rural village with nothing but farms around it. Now, on the other hand, it was slowly coming together. His store had managed to survive the war with the dwarves that still didn't want to give up with their price war. With the emergence of the black market, the price gouging that they were previously implementing was not a realistic option. The low-priced goods could be easily smuggled out of the city and sold for a profit, which just sent more people his way as there were not enough goods to go around. These coming 3 years weren't that eventful. He spent them mostly on runic research and reading magic books. He didn't realize how much he had skipped with the help of his debugging skill, and it took him quite some time before he was able to produce the current golem. I think that now I should be ready. Ready for what? While going out of the bathroom, he mumbled to himself. This was heard by someone that was just coming into his house. A certain woman with glasses stood there and was looking straight at Roland that only had a towel around his waist. Oh, both of them looked at each other for a moment before Roland spoke out. Elodia, were you there? The woman turned her head to the side while blushing slightly. Soon she ducked to a side room while leaving Roland there. He stood there for a moment while still rubbing his wet hair with a towel. Please put on some clothes. I'll have supper ready in a moment, so wait in the dining room. Roland put his towel down, and the moment food was mentioned, he heard his belly rumbling. Thus he quickly ducked into his bedroom to get some proper clothes, as Elodia's cooking was something that he looked forward to. Here you go. Thank you. Roland took the salt shaker that Elodia passed him and put some of it into his food. After placing it to the side, the two people in the room dug into the homemade meal. After spending most of his stay in this world, eating at taverns and pubs, this was certainly a nice change of pace. The food in this world lacked seasoning, and the only way to go around it was to have a person with a cooking skill to prepare the meal. The basic cooking skill was something everyone could learn, but it didn't really help out with anything. Only when it went past the basic one would it allow the user to affect the meal's taste. With a high enough skill, even food that was close to being rotten could be turned into a gourmet meal. Elodia here was in possession of a higher-tier cooking skill. While her talents were in mathematics, she actually was in possession of the housekeeper class. This was quite the rudimentary class, which allowed people to get a plethora of skills to help around the house. It was one of the bonuses of not being given a proper combat class. Non-combat-related classes like these that weren't proper crafting classes either could be leveled up fast. They were more like side classes that gave people some quality of life skills. They still counted as proper classes though, even when they required less experience to level. Unless a person didn't intend to go towards the crafter or combatant route, they would not change into such a class. Elodia, on the other hand, was actually at a higher level than him. She had leveled many of what would be considered side classes, as she was unable to get any of the harder ones. This was nothing out of the ordinary. This was actually what the majority of the commoners were. When asked about the choice of class, Elodia explained that she mostly took it for the children. He didn't want to dig in too deep about her past, but the orphanage that she ran required someone that could turn meager food into something healthier. Now he was profiting from her chosen skills, as he could receive home-cooked meals almost every day. The silent meal continued as both of them just ate. Roland thought back to how they ended up in this situation. It was the little things that somewhat pushed the two into each other's arms. Working together at the same spot and constantly bumping into each other, while handling runic equipment was a daily occurrence. It also helped that Bernir, along with Elodia's two siblings, constantly egged the two on. After a silly misunderstanding about a marriage proposal, they just went along with it. One thing led to another, and the two started to slowly grow fond of each other's company. At first, Roland was against the relationship ever blooming, as he was clearly Elodia's boss. The power imbalance was obvious here, but apparently in this world, this was a given. Unless the man wasn't in a higher position than the woman, she would not take them seriously. Dating was also something foreign, as most couples formed for the sole purpose of starting a family. This was a bit of a shock to him, as he never really thought about starting one before. If he counted the years from his old world, he would actually be an old man in his 40s. Now he was stuck in a young 20-year-old's body that was in his prime. His looks, along with his current status as a runesmith, would probably allow him to experiment, but he just wasn't interested in such things. Someone more grounded like Elodia here was much of a better catch, as she could help him out in ways that only a woman could. She was already taking care of a lot of orphans, so there was no real push of getting any kids. It looked like a good match, even though their conversations were quite basic. How were things at the store today? It has slowed down lately, but we are still making some profits, but you did spend a lot on those new wind turbines. And those wall improvements. And those, what do you call them? Defensive turrets. Roland started coughing after hearing Elodia listing all of his expenses. Being that she was an accountant by class, he gave her access to his expenses. He had a bad habit of almost instantly spending whatever he had earned on new materials that he still had to use the black market for. Even though the Dwarf Union was unable to price gouge him out of business, they still kept him from getting access to the merchants in a normal way. This meant that he had to spend a bit more on those materials, and the deliveries were also slower. His little farmhouse was now surrounded by a large brick wall. The cactus turrets that he previously designed were spread out through this wall and pointing mostly on the inside. They were designed not to harm people that were just there to watch, otherwise he would have a lot of dead customers. Okay, we might be a little bit in the red this month, but I'm sure that we'll manage to get through it eventually. Elodia just raised her eyebrow at him while standing up. She grabbed his plate that was licked clean, and he could have sworn that he saw her smile for a moment before turning back into mom mode. Wayland. She wanted to say something, but at the last moment stopped herself. Never mind, I need to go to the orphanage. I'll see you tomorrow. And try to get some sleep. Luckily for him, Elodia was not the type to complain too much. If he asked her if there was something wrong, she would tell him, but she would not talk his ear off throughout the day. I always get enough sleep, he replied while also standing up. Elodia just rolled her eyes at him again while he turned his head to the side. After some team dishwashing, she made her way outside the house. Hold on, I'll walk you back to the city. It's getting late. It was after closing time for the shop, and his new girlfriend was an easy target for any stray monster or mugger that came around these parts. Before the two started spending more time with each other, Elodia tended to go home along with Korgak or anyone that replaced him. Now she stayed longer to either cook or hand him some leftovers that she made at the orphanage. That place was still her main home, and he wasn't comfortable enough to have all of those orphans move here. Though depending on how much leftover money from his ventures he would get, he could place another building on the empty plot of land that he bought. Before the city population exploded, he did buy out the unused farmland around his house. This land was barren, and the soil wasn't really something that could be used for cultivation. Instead, he could place a dorm-like building to move the orphans to, that is if he ever got enough gold coins to funnel into his ever-rising runic experiments. As it stood now, he was barely making it through the weeks. Agni can escort me, you should get some rest. I know that you didn't get any sleep yesterday, just look at your eyes. Elodia shook her head while putting on her coat. I'm fine, I have sleep resistance, something like this doesn't faze me at all. Roland smiled while flexing a bit to show off. He wasn't lying even though he didn't look the greatest. His body was young and healthy. Sleep wasn't something that he needed that much, and he would be fine with 3 hours per day. Stop that, you need to take better care of yourself. One of these days you will collapse in that workshop of yours. Elodia grumbled slightly and delivered a smack to Roland's upper arm as he was showboating. I'll be fine, I'm not a child. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Woof. Almost on cue, Agni decided to finally show up. The adult mystical ruby wolf was quite large and seemed even taller when walking next to someone like Elodia that was a head shorter than Roland. Okay, I'll get some rest, I promise. Elodia petted Agni's head while narrowing her eyes at Roland as she didn't know if she could trust those words. Take care, call me when you get home. I will. Before leaving, Elodia moved a bit closer and looked up at Roland. After a moment of silence, he realized what it was about and leaned his head down. A little wet smooch was placed on his cheek, but he also noticed her recoil slightly. Prickly. I guess I should shave. He did tend to lose track of time, so he didn't have enough time to take care of his stubble. While some people liked long or short beards, his new girlfriend clearly preferred when he was clean-shaven. Roland remained in the doorway while Elodia and Agni disappeared into the forest. his tamed beast was quite intelligent and known around the city. While they wouldn't allow him to wander into it alone, they would not attack him out in the open. Roland crafted him a special collar with a name tag. This was so that people could identify him as a tamed beast, but also acted as a shielding device and a tracker. Agni had leveled up a bit in these years, so there wouldn't be many people that could beat him easily. He was still a monster, and he received a slight boost to his stats over human counterparts. Do I really look that tired after Elodia left? He examined his face in the mirror. Maybe because he didn't really spend that much time looking through his features, he never really noticed the changes. Elodia, on the other hand, apparently did. This fact was somewhat embarrassing, but yet endearing. Having someone that actually paid attention to him and cared was not something that he was used to that much. I look fine. Even then he just shrugged, as this was not the time for resting. He was already planning his next move that would fix all of his money problems. Through the years he kept a close look at a certain spot in the dungeon. Luckily for him, no other person with a similar magic aptitude was able to find the runic markings that led to his next destination. This was of course the cavern where he found the precious metals when his brother visited this city. That small pocket of treasures would be just the thing that he needed to get ahead. His wares were selling, but he was certainly not the only magical smith in the city. The dwarves, the auction house, and even the Adventurers Guild competed with him for customers. While he was making enough to sustain his crippling crafting addiction, this was slowly reaching a boiling point. His level, knowledge, and skills were reaching a high enough level for him to take the next step and use more exotic resources. These rare materials were required for better golems and higher-grade weapons. While his runes gave him an advantage over the competition, they had better smithing resources. Bernier and Roland improved in smithing, but they were nowhere near the experts that some of the dwarves were. This gap could be closed with a rarer metal that gave a magical sword more uses. These materials would help him put the items he was making in the premium category. For now, he was a bit short of it as he was still sticking to the smelted metals in his runic smelter that to this day was seeing good use. Name: Roland Arden L. 116 classes. T2 Runesmith Lord L. 41 Primary T1 Mage L. 25 Secondary T. 1 Runic Monoscribe L. 25x T1 Runic Blacksmith L. 25 Tertiary HP 52,975,297 MP 1,102,313,053 SB 60,997,099 Strength 142 Agility 108 Dexterity 171 Vitality 143 Endurance 154 Intelligence 209 Willpower 189 Charisma 18 Luck 10. Roland glanced at his stats that had increased through the years. The slowdown effect was real, as even though he didn't sleep much and visited the dungeon on a semi-regular basis, he wasn't able to progress past his Runesmith Lord class yet. The monsters in the dungeon weren't high level enough for him to make any significant gains. The only reason he was able to come this far was through his old experience point trick. The Tier 3 schematics that he was given to improve upon were a major source of points. Together with his daily routine of crafting runes, working on his golem designs, and battle training, he was able to reach this point. His skills also didn't level up as fast as they used to. The most interesting event was when he reached over 200 intelligence points. This gave him the Brilliant Eye trait, which increased his mana pool even further by a flat 1,000 points. It also seemed to further increase his memory and aided his parallel thinking skill. There were some new runesmith-specific skills that he unlocked, but for now, he needed to focus on other things. Even though he was dissatisfied with his progress, he knew that not many people in his age bracket had the stats that he did. Probably if he wasn't incentivized to get stronger, he would not have got past the 100th level yet. The boss that he met there was well past the 100th level and was not the only obstacle. He would need to battle through corridors of strange beings to first get to him. Then after defeating him, he would still need to venture towards that cavern with the metals and mine them. Depending on how long that would take him, the boss monster could respawn and pose a threat once more. He needed to account for this and plan for a prolonged dungeon dive that could even take up a week or two. Without the nobles holding him back and a few shortcuts, he knew the journey towards the lake of lava wouldn't take him that long. He also needed to make sure that he wasn't spotted entering the lake. If rumors spread about a strange individual entering a secret chamber in the lake, others would come snooping around. There was also the option of entering the cavern from the other side. This could be achieved with a degree of climbing skills that he lacked for now. In the future, he hoped to design some drones that could scale the wall and mine the resources themselves, but for now, he needed to be the one to put himself in danger. This is the best time to make a little venture there. Robert was out in the field trying to earn his stripes as a knight. Lucille, on the other hand, took his advice to heart and decided to become a teacher at the Magical Academy. He stayed in contact with her and knew that she mostly did it to evade the ever-coming marriage proposals from young lords. While Roland knew that Robert and Lucille had some feelings for each other, their future looked bleak. He knew that her family would probably start increasing the pressure on their daughter the longer she remained without a husband. They would certainly not allow her to get with a third son of a baron that was only a regular knight. Unless he proved himself in some way, Robert had a hard path ahead of him. There was a certain event that was coming along that could help him with that, but for someone without much backing, it was an uphill battle. I should probably worry about myself first. With the drone testing being done, he could move along to the next phase of his plan. With long strides, he walked back into his workshop. Thereafter a few button clicks, he was back in his old workplace. After years of renovation, this didn't look anything like a blacksmith workshop. Many large machines with runes on them were scattered around that made the process of crafting streamlined. For now, he ignored all of those runic tools while going towards a different section of this underground lair. In another room that was also closed off to anyone without a key, it reacted to his mana signature and opened inside. The lights slowly went on. There right at the end stood a large metallic creation. It didn't look like something made for combat. It was bulky and looked like someone attached legs to a boiler. I guess you'll be seeing some use soon. Huh. What's that sound? A strange sound entered the ears of a couple of adventurers that were standing before the entrance to the Albrook City dungeon. After many years of exploring, the dungeon was finally given a rating of C. The dungeon ratings were similar to grades, with S being above A for special ranked dungeons. A crated dungeon told people that the strongest creatures that they could find there were below Tier 3. A rating of C+ could be given to such a dungeon if, for instance, it produced one final boss that was at the Tier 3 level of strength. With the strongest creature being below that level, it was given the C rating. A B rating would be given to dungeons, with some Tier 3 creatures lurking on the more difficult lower levels, and a rank would mean that the prevalence of Tier 3 was quite severe. This didn't mean that a high-graded dungeon couldn't have low-level creatures wandering in the earlier stages. The new adventurers would have to take into consideration that a stronger creature could appear on the easier levels. Thus, it was much safer for them to slowly level up through the easier dungeons unless they wanted to encounter monsters a full tier above them. This caused this Albrook dungeon to be mostly populated by newer adventurers. The layout caused the easy monsters to stay on the upper levels, which left all the new adventurers a safe space to train up. It was also still enough for the more veteran gold adventurers to find something for themselves. It became a mid-range dungeon that could be used by aspiring adventurers almost all the way up towards their Tier 3 change. Normally, gold adventurers, when approaching the 150th level, would form large parties with each other and head out to a bratted dungeon. There they would attack the lower-leveled Tier 3 monsters, as it was faster than sticking to monsters on their own level. The group of adventurers that were looking out into the distance here was composed of steel ones and bronze ones. They were quite surprised by the appearance of a man clad in metal. What kind of armor is that? Are those runes? Never mind the armor. What is that thing behind him? Is it a tamed monster? No. It's made of metal. They continued to murmur while the person approached slowly. The armor that the person was wearing didn't look like your everyday plate armor. Even though it was mostly covered by a dark robe, the gauntlets were too shiny for them not to stick out. The helmet was nice and silver, and while the visor slit was separated in two, it had some sort of dark glass implanted. This caused the people to not be able to see the man's eyes and worry about the visibility. It also didn't seem that this helmet had any holes for breathing, which made it look even more uncomfortable to wear. The rest of this armor seemed more streamlined, and the breastplate was somewhat angular at the chest area. The pauldrons were a bit more pronounced, but not enough to the point that they would limit mobility. The thickness of the armor also looked unordinary, which showed that the person wearing it had to have an enhanced strength number. It was clear to the new adventurers here that the person inside of it had to at least be a Tier 2 class holder to be able to move around in that heavy armor. While the armor was interesting due to its size and runes, what drew the eyes was the thing walking behind this armored person. It looked like some kind of barrel with 4 legs. To the side, there was some kind of latch, and it seemed that it could be opened. By the size of the construct, they wouldn't be surprised if a person was riding inside of it. Hey, isn't that just Wayland? You mean the runesmith? Who else would be parading in armor like that? The young adventurers nodded at each other while the person in question could hear them talking. I didn't even make it red this time around. I guess it's not possible to not stand out when wearing something like this. Roland gave out a sigh while walking slowly. The armor that he was wearing was an improved version of his runic armor that was all made from ether metal. It was still mostly deep steel, but he managed to get his hands on some better alloys which would boost the spell casting output of his runes. It was time to head into the dungeon to get his resources. He had planned and waited for the right moment. Now it was upon him. While it was something that he was looking forward to, he also realized that his heart was beating faster. At first, he thought that he was pushed into some of these strange situations. The time with the Ant Queen or the Runin with the Dark Elves were some. There was always a safer way of doing things, but he realized that he also didn't like to waste time. If he took it slowly, he would have probably been behind his current level. His stats would be lower and his store might have not even existed yet. He realized that taking risks was just a part of life and running a successful business. Even now, while going down into the dungeon, there was more time than he could take. The store money had slowed down, but he would be able to gather more with time. Waiting and twiddling his thumbs was not something he liked to do. Maybe because in his past life, he wasted time on doing things that others forced him to that now. He was unwilling to wait. It was as if he feared that if he stopped for a second that he would lose his stride, and for that he was even willing to put himself in some moderate danger. A growl knocked him back to reality as he spotted Agni looking at some adventurers. They all quickly backed off after the ruby wolf peeked out from behind the chubby walking golem. "It's okay, Agni. Calm down. They are just curious." Agni snorted with his nose as some of the new adventurers were so curious about this strange party that they approached to take a look. This made Roland think about the talk he had with Bernir not so long ago. "Be sure to double-check everything." "Sure, boss. You don't need to worry. I'll keep everything safe. You have all the key cards. Do you need me to explain them to you?" "No need. I remember everything." "You are worrying too much, boss. Have a great time in the dungeon." About 30 minutes ago, Roland was looking at his somewhat older-looking assistant. His beard was a lot longer than before and even had some braids. He did not understand the Dwarven culture, and even though his assistant was only half a dwarf, he still loved to tend to this bushy mess. "Don't worry, Wayland, I'll keep him in check." A womanly voice called out from the side, and he saw a rather tall-looking woman, with quite the large protruding chest area. That's reassuring. Diana, one of the other Tier 2 blacksmiths from town, was also here. For some unknown reason, Bernir managed to hit it off with this large woman. She was even taller than Roland was, so he was somewhat surprised that she decided to pair up with Bernir, who wasn't all that tall. Bernir, of course, reported on his romantic conquests on every occasion that he got. Roland didn't believe most of it. Diana was also clearly the one wearing the pants in this relationship, as he could see his assistant flinch a bit after his girl spoke out. Through the years, Roland managed to be less paranoid about the people around him. This was mostly due to his own sweetheart that had grown on him through the years. By going down into the dungeon, he needed someone to keep the fort. Elodia had the orphanage to worry about, so that left Bernir. The last time he was left was years ago and produced some dead thieves. Now the area was much better protected, so he was sure that Bernir would be able to handle himself. Diana being here was mostly Bernir's idea, and he didn't need to ask why he wanted her here. The two had their own places, and they mostly stayed at her workshop for their nightly activities. With him leaving for a few days, it was probably time for his assistant to let loose in his own improved house. The shack that he had lived in was no more as his carpenter skills were used. The house wasn't as large as Roland's, but the inside was somewhat cozy. There would be enough space for a whole family to live in, and he wasn't sure how he should feel about that being a possibility. Having Diana over here would increase his store's profitability. She was also in the minority of people that he could trust along with Bernir. The large woman constantly complained about how her wares weren't selling that well. The only people that went for the basic non-magical armors were bronze and steel-grade adventurers. Getting involved with Wayland Enterprises would probably earn her a lot of money, but he was aware that making such a decision wasn't easy. She would be selling off the store that she worked hard to create. Even though she wouldn't be moving far, it would probably be a hit to her pride as a craftsman if she just gave up. The only other option that was less invasive would be an affiliation. Her store would get his logo and a shipment of runic wares to spice things up. The problem with that would also concern the Dwarven Union. They still had it out for him. Any store that had his wares up for sale would probably invite some trouble that was better avoided. But as time told, he was able to work around that problem with good runic items. Even without the Dwarven help, his name carried weight behind it that the dwarves could not deny anymore. He was the city runesmith. He was the first one, and they would all see him as one. This didn't mean that he would be the only runesmith forever. The city was slowly stabilizing itself, and there were even houses being built outside the old walls. This would be a new district that was supposed to be called a new town, while the old town remained inside. While he didn't think that this expansion would reach his home anytime soon, it was a possibility that he would get actual neighbors here after 10 or so years. The intermediate ranked C dungeon was popular enough for this to happen. Even the nobles that ruled the area were slowly starting to show some interest in it. "Come here for a second." Roland pulled Bernir over closer while he was looking at his future wife. "Listen, you are free to use all facilities, but if I find out that you did something in my own house then..." Roland glanced over towards Agni, who in response showed Bernir his nice chompers while also looking at something between Bernir's legs. "No, boss. I need those. Don't worry, we won't." Fine, have your fun, you two, boss, and be sure to bring all Betsy back in one piece. I'll try. With click to a runic remote, old Betsy sprung to life. This was a heavy golem that was built for transportation. It was something Roland decided to create to replace Bernier, as he didn't want to endanger a good blacksmith like him with more dungeon runs. He wasn't getting any experience from the kills, which slowed down his progress. Instead, they built a mechanical mule to carry around the heavy load. This golem looked like a bulky headless horse with a golem eye at the front. It had a compartment inside with the largest spatial bag that Roland could afford. The plan was to replace this bag with a proper space rune when the time came, but for now, this would have to do. By bringing only this large mule-type golem, he would save on energy. The spatial bag inside of it would be enough to house all the other weapons and provisions that he needed for his new expedition. The batteries that it used were also inside, along with a portable charger that he could use his own mana on. If he ever ran out of energy for some reason, he would be able to recharge the golems a couple of times on his own. Did you pack the lunch I made for you? Yes, I've triplet-checked everything. Stop looking at me like that, I'll be fine. As he was about to head into the forest, he was then met by Elodia. His woman wasn't happy about him wandering into the dungeon alone. Luckily, she was used to the adventurer types, so it wasn't as hard to convince her for this longer expedition. Be careful, if you don't come back in time, I'll send a search party for you. Please don't do that, I'll be fine. The monsters in the dungeon aren't anything special. He of course didn't quite come clean about what monster he would be fighting, as he knew that Elodia would be probably against him, soloing a unique boss that no one else had met before. I'll be waiting, don't forget to eat. After a little smooch, they finally parted ways. He felt bad about his lie, but he didn't want to worry Elodia. Thus now he found himself walking into the dungeon with a lot of eyes on him. Luckily, Agni, with his increased size and level, was enough so scare anyone from coming over and asking stupid questions. The lumbering golem behind him wasn't very fast, but not like he was in a hurry. The stairs caused it to wobble around a bit, but it was not falling down. The runic program that was created for it made it shift its weight to offset the angles so it wouldn't fall over. Even if it got flipped around for some reason, it had an auxiliary arm to turn itself over. There was also one perk of using this mule golem instead of Bernier as a porter. The monsters would normally not attack this golem unless it moved. When he turned it off, they would just see it as a lump of metal with no life. Thus, before each battle, he could just press the off switch and place it on the side. No monster would even interact with it, as it was an inanimate object to them. But whenever the run sprung in motion, the monsters could feel the mana flowing and would react. Thus, for now, Agni was in the rear to keep any monsters from destroying the portable armory that he needed to take out the lurking boss in the lower levels. The weaker monsters fell to Agni's teeth and claws, as his tamed beast had profited from Roland's experience gains. After taking some shortcuts, they arrived at the 10th level boss area. Luckily, it had already been cleared out by some adventurers. While a few years ago there was a good chance to take this boss down with a random party, nowadays a person had to make an appointment with the guild. The boss respawned at a set time after it was defeated, and the doors to its room opened. The guild would send out their employees to monitor the room a few hours before the boss would spawn. If a party that didn't buy the privilege to battle this boss appeared, they would be denied entrance. If they decided to ignore the guild worker and fight the boss out of order, they would be fined. Their adventure cards could even be suspended. This showed how much early adopters had the advantage over the new people that arrived here. Even the new adventurers that came around the same time as he did were able to battle this boss if they wanted. This helped them earn a lot of money, as the boss always dropped a chest, and its materials could be sold off for a lot of coins. Even though the golem wasn't the fastest, without having to fear the weak monsters, they arrived in the lower levels in just a few hours. At his current level, and with the help of the improved runic armor, he could just shoot down any enemy and take them out with one shot. Roland's eye sockets glowed as he examined the area. Before him, a bright image of a map appeared with many small red dots. All the dots were moving around slowly, and in his mind, he already saw a nice route where he could evade most of them. Okay, time to get this over with. There it is. Roland looked through the small angular eye sockets of his new helmet. While from the outside it looked like they were covered by some dark, barely transparent glass, on the inside it looked different. It was a special material that didn't let light in but was able to produce a clear image from the inside. It was something fashioned out of crystals that were able to sustain some smaller runes. Thanks to this, he could use it as a sort of small monitor. The first thing he did was implement his mapping device into this whole armor. Now it really felt like he was in a game, as a minimap was at the corner of his eye. He could make it larger to scan for enemies and the topography of the area. At this moment of time, he was hiding behind a large boulder while looking into the distance. There he saw a large lake of lava and some adventurers standing before it. Even though he had the large mule golem behind him, he went unnoticed, as the party was busy fighting off some salamanders. I'll have to wait here until they are gone. Roland clicked his tongue as he hoped that something like this wouldn't happen. He entered the dungeon at a later hour so that when he got to this lower level, the other adventurers would be leaving. He couldn't account for longer expeditions, as some people did camp out in this dungeon. There were a few spots to rest here. One was the cave the nobles spent some time after arriving, but it was closer to the dungeon exit. Another one was past the lake at the last camping spot the nobles rested. While the dungeon would make people disappear, any appliances they left behind would still be there. If someone abandoned a tent, the dungeon would not be able to absorb it like it absorbed dead bodies of monsters or adventurers. The monsters would also not interact with them unless they could feel some signs of life or magic in them. Thus, with time, some areas were built up with flame-resistant structures. Even now, some areas were set up for mining purposes, as this dungeon did possess a large pocket of flame-resistant materials. It was of course quickly snatched up by the dwarves that had somewhat of a monopoly when it came to things like mining. He didn't really blame them, as he would have probably done the same. The dwarves couldn't really buy the mining rights to the dungeon, but they could keep people away from the spots that they discovered. Unless someone had a fight to pick with them, they would evade such mining operations that were also well protected by high-level adventurers. The dwarves made sure to circle out mining expeditions on a weekly basis so that no one else could take their spot. They were running several such operations and were paying top coin. With so much work that they were giving the Adventure Guild, it was normal for them to side with the dwarves if a dispute like his occurred. You sure like those, don't you, boy? While waiting, Roland looked over to Agni that was feasting on a dead Tier 2 salamander monster. With so many of these around in this dungeon, he didn't really need to feed his tamed beast. Agni even preferred to hunt for his own food instead of receiving some store-bought sausages, as they lacked the mana stones that he was fond of. Thanks to the inbuilt feature of this new armor's helmet, he didn't really need to peek out from behind the boulder. He could see them quickly moving past the dreed-up lake as the lava parted to the sides. "Let's go, Agni," initiate following mode. While glancing at all Betsy and giving her a voice command, they finally left from behind the large boulder. It didn't seem that anyone was watching him, but he couldn't really be sure. Roland was trying to be somewhat stealthy, but this large mule was somewhat eye-catching. This could very well be the first and last time that he had the opportunity to get those high-quality materials. The first time he was there, the commotion with the nobles was enough to keep everything hidden. Now, on the other hand, if someone saw him vanish in the middle of the lake, it would look suspicious. This wasn't something he could control, and for this reason, he decided to take this large mule-type golem along for the expedition. The inside was outfitted not with only one large spatial bag, but several smaller ones. The plan was to get as much as he could now, and not worry if the Dwarven Union discovered his little secret later. He was just one man, so he didn't require as many materials as those large smithies that the dwarves ran. One good mining expedition was enough to last him for a very long time, for how much he would actually only know after arriving home and unpacking. "Let's go, Agni, we don't have much time." Golem, activate carry mode. The lake was about to split apart once more, and while this was underway, the golem started to transform slightly. The legs on the side moved closer towards its body and slid into some hidden compartments to make it smaller. Roland looked to the large golem that was behind him and quickly grabbed it with both his hands. The runes on his armor started glowing as he activated the strengthening buffs that he previously inscribed. It was quite a scene of him lighting the large golem over his head and quickly running through the lake. While the golem could move around, it was nowhere near close to his running speed. He risked getting swallowed up by the lava if he waited for it. It was around here. Roland came to a halt while placing the golem to the side gently. He was now in the middle of the dreed-up lake of lava. His debugging skill was activated as he scanned for the entrance. Not far from where he was standing, he found it, a set of hidden runes glowing brightly. Without losing any time, he moved over to this location, and after a moment of fiddling around, he heard a clicking sound. The thick rocky ground that looked impenetrable by normal means started shifting to the side to reveal an opening. "Quickly, Agni, we need to get down. There shouldn't be any monsters in that area, but be careful." Not wanting to stand out more, he ordered Agni to go down first and see if there was something threatening their descent. While the mystical ruby wolf was going down, he also used his own hands to carry the mule golem with him, as the narrow stairs would have been a problem for it. In its current state, and with its legs folded inside, he was able to somewhat squeeze it through the opening that appeared. He would pat himself on the back for being able to remember the size of this opening. If not, this would have probably been quite the short expedition, and he would need to make his golem smaller. Woof, no enemies in sight. Good boy, stand watch while I close the opening. With both Roland and Agni inside, it was time to close the door behind them. Even if someone saw them entering this spot, they would find it hard to follow in their footsteps. Without a proper runesmith or a runic mage, it would be impossible to open up the door to this hidden chamber. After the opening above his head was closed, he could finally relax. The moment he descended into the room, a set of torches lit up on the walls. There was nothing in this room besides those torches and a door on the other side. Out of curiosity, he looked down to the ground but could not see any signs of footsteps. It was clear that no one had been here for a very long time. With how the dungeons liked to reset any damage done to them, he didn't expect to see his old footprints being here. Disengage carry mode, enter following mode. Roland felt a bit silly giving the golem commands, but he didn't want to push his armor's programming by adding remote control to the mule golem. His armor was already jam-packed with various runic spells. Just like with any software from the modern world, adding more code could cause the old one to give him errors. Let me see. After the golem moved its legs back out, he opened up a small side compartment. There he found a hand-drawn map that he had fashioned himself. It was a map of this place that he drew up 3 years ago when he was here. The corridors inside were filled with monsters and some were dead ends. While traveling with his brother and Lucille, he had to stop and draw where they had previously been. Without pen and paper, he used the walls or the ground instead. With the help of his good memory, it helped them to get to this area after wandering for some days. Okay, Agni, let's go. Stay behind me and protect the golem. Agni whined a bit while looking at the large door in the distance. Roland smiled a bit as he knew that his wolf just wanted to act as the vanguard to meet the danger instead of his master. While the monsters that led up to the boss weren't super strong, there were a lot of them. With Roland's current strength and improved armor, it would be faster for him to do it instead of his tamed beast. Finally, the real expedition began as he pushed the large door open. This opened up a large corridor that was dimly lit by similar magical torches. While going through the threshold, he heard a strange noise from behind the corner. After scanning the area for monsters, he noticed a red dot slowly approaching him. These monsters sure react fast. A Tier 2 upgraded version of a flaming skeleton was now in his path. The monster had a shield and sword in his hand, and fire was coming out of its eye sockets. Without giving the monster much time to charge him, Roland raised his hand. A blast of cold energy was released from his palm and collided with the monster in front. The whole corridor lit up with bright blue light that soon faded. The monster that was previously on fire stood in place while looking like a frozen corpse. With such a big of a level difference, these won't be much of a challenge. Roland slowly moved forward and moved his hand to the frozen skeleton. He relieved the monster of its head just to grab the mana stone that was embedded into its forehead. This mana stone made its way into Agni's mouth as Roland threw it towards him. At this point in time, Roland didn't really care much about these mana stones that he could easily hunt for. The monster inside wouldn't pose much of a threat, not at least till he got closer to the boss chamber. So the slow walk continued. All the monsters that were before him fell to one of his spells without being given a second to react. Even Agni became fed up with all the mana stones that he was given to eat, so the rest was tossed into the mule golem that was lumbering slowly forward. Roland found himself wandering through these halls while holding the map and trying to recall if he was going in the right direction. With his increased level of skill and improved weapons, he soon arrived at the area before the boss's room. Didn't think I'd see one of these here. The monsters that had been in the tunnels had certainly changed. Even this one that was keeping him away from the boss chamber was different. Luckily for Roland, who had been farming golems for their cores for years, this would not be a dangerous foe. After some ice blasts here and there, which were then followed by a sledgehammer to the golem's externalities, the monster was down on the ground. It was unable to move and ready to explode like last time, but this time, Roland was ready. He quickly dislodged the golem's core before it blew up and then shoved it into one of the spatial bags for rare items. This is it, Agni. Please watch my back while I prepare. With the boss room before him, Roland was ready to give his monster subjugation drones a spin. Before opening the golem that came with him, he examined the boss room with the help of his mapping feature. Just like before, there were no life signals inside. From what he remembered the moment the door was opened, some sort of mechanism would be activated. Only then would the boss appear from above, as he was probably waiting in a hidden room. Before going in, he made sure to examine the large doors here. His debugging skill didn't show any side entrances that would let him evade this boss just like the years before. Thus, it was time to get this job done. Roland opened up the latch to his mule golem and reached into the large spatial bag that was in there. From it, he removed a certain spider-like machine that looked very similar to the drone that he was testing before. There wasn't just one. No, there were 6 of them together, and after injecting some mana through his armor, they all sprung up to life. With a small graphical interface in his helmet, he could see some numbers ranging from 1 to 6 appear that corresponded to each spider drone. With everything in order, he slowly approached the door. On his left side, he held a large kite shield that almost reached all the way to the ground. On his right, he had a large war hammer with a spiky tip that would be too heavy for any normal person to wield. The monster inside would be large and ferocious. He did not possess the sword skills of a Tier 2 swordsman. Even a runic longsword would find it hard to a large monster's hide. The heavy hammer, on the other hand, could be used to pierce through it with ease. This will either take a minute or go horribly wrong. The large door was pushed open, but he didn't enter. Instead, he executed a program that he had prepared beforehand for the drones. After checking the layout of the chamber, he just needed to alter some parameters for the golems to get in the right place. 6 of the drones were the first ones to enter. They hugged the walls right from the start and slowly started to encircle the inside. Roland theorized that unless an actual human entered the chamber, the boss would not be triggered, and he was correct. His drones had enough time to walk to their designated spots and lie in wait. Next came the other large golem that quickly moved to the side and was instantly deactivated. Only then did Roland walk in as his trap was successfully in place. Agni, stay by the golem and don't move. Agni, as always, was somewhat unwilling to leave his master alone, but he followed the order and remained next to the mule golem. With slow steps, Roland moved forward while constantly looking up and to the sides as well. Before the boss appeared, a large red dot flashed on his screen. This dot was approaching them quite fast, and soon a familiar-looking monster with a large sword tail descended with a rumble. Good, it's the same one. Before the bladed dinosaur could release a paralyzing roar, it was instantly hit by a burst of freezing energy. Even without using a runic staff, the frozen blasts that his armor could produce were enough to stop this monster in its tracks, just as the last time the monster switched into its enraged state. Lava burst forth from its body, and all of the ice instantly melted. This was still all in Roland's plan. While the monster was going through its heating-up state, he activated the drones on the sides. The medium-sized spider drones opened up from the front to produce a metallic spike. Their legs dug into the rocks below, and along with a support bolt, they were quite stationary. The spike shot towards the screaming monster. The spike was only the beginning, as a silvery net was attached to it. These stakes shot behind the monster, while covering it with nets from 6 directions. This didn't go well with the monster, as it tried to rip the nets apart. Before it could, though, a jolt of electric energy was sent through these combined nets, which caused the monster down to the ground. It was now getting shocked from all sides by the drones that Roland prepared. Even its heated-up body had trouble with melting these specially prepared netting, as they were made from fire-resistant materials. Open wide. Roland appeared right in front of the monster while blocking his body with the shield. He was right next to the monster's huge maw. The Zornotaurus was not able to let such a chance slide, and it tried to devour its enemy. But instead of Roland's head, something else made its way towards this open mouth. It was large, round, and made of metal, and the moment it went down the monster's gullet, it activated. A large explosion rocked this closed-off area, and was followed by the system message of Roland receiving experience points. The experience pop-up sprung up to signal that the monster had been killed. This was one of the more handy functions of this game-like system this world had. It kept anyone on their toes until this message appeared, and made playing dead virtually impossible for any living being in this world. That wasn't that bad. Roland looked at the corpse of the bladed volcanic Zornotaurus that had been blown up from the inside. He decided to implement the old tactic that worked before when he was here with Robert. The monster had a tough exterior that was even able to take a blast of concentrated magical energy. Swords or any kind of bladed weapons would probably bounce off its armored plates if the user didn't have any proper skills. The previous tactic worked before, and it was not something that was difficult to reproduce. Thus, he decided to implement his spider droids to disable the monster for a moment. The electricity had worked before, and the monster did have a large mouth for easy bombing access. He had gambled a bit on this fight, as he couldn't be sure if the same exact monster would appear here. The boss chamber on the 10th level was the type to randomize boss encounters, but it wasn't the only type of boss chamber. This one, for instance, seemed to produce the same exact monster. This one was a level higher than the one that he faced all those years before. It wasn't much stronger, though, and the shocking nets that were also made to resist fire had done what they were designed to do. Even if the monster was somewhat different, he expected to be able to utilize the drone nets. With some added earth magic to tangle his opponent's feet, it was a basic plan of stopping his opponent in their tracks. If something went wrong, he would then switch to plan B of using ranged spells from his armor. He had various other weapons stashed in his golem, along with a plethora of runic cards for a prolonged battle. Roland was glad that he was able to save up on ammunition, as he wasn't sure if these spider drones could be used again. Even without getting close to them, he could see that some were damaged. All units gather up. After giving the command, he waited for the spider drones to detach themselves from the net. The sound of mechanical legs filled the room as only 4 of the 6 golems arrived at the destination. 2 of them remained in place while flailing their limbs in odd directions. It was clear that they had suffered some damage while trying to hold the monster in place. The support bolts held them in place, but some of the joints have been damaged. Roland looked at one of the damaged golems that didn't seem to be able to move. Before walking over to it, he noticed the victory chest with goodies appearing in the middle of the boss chamber. It was just like the last time, and he would expect to receive something at Tier 2. For now, he ignored the treasure box while walking over to the damaged golem. His creation was twitching on the ground while trying to fulfill what it was ordered to do. Without another command to ignore the previous one, it would continue to struggle for about a minute. Then after going through a couple of program loops, it would time out and stop. This was a safety feature to save up on the runic battery charge that was left. If he didn't code it right, the magical machine would just continue to struggle until it ran out of power or it fulfilled its command. Just as he had predicted, the spider droid shut down after a while of struggling. Only then he decided to pick it up to examine the extent of the damages. The legs are bent out of shape, joints cracked. The support bolt was mostly ripped out along with the chassis. This one is going to need a lot of repairs. After a quick examination, Roland decided that it would take too much time to fix. There was a limit of how long he could be here. He was not sure if the secret chamber was the same as before, nor if this boss chamber would respawn another sword-tailed dinosaur for him to kill. From what he knew, he should have about a week until a chamber like this respawned a foe. This was a well-documented occurrence, as most of the boss chambers worked the same between dungeons. A monster like this that was over level 120 would take a minimum of a week to respawn. The time could be random, but would not go over 2 weeks. With that in mind, he needed to get back before this monster appeared again. While it might be a good farming spot of treasures from boxes, he could earn more just by mining the precious metals from the secret chamber. Agni, stop. Roland took the damaged golem into one hand and was about to go towards the other damaged one. At that moment, he noticed his tamed beast going for the dead monster in the middle. I need that mana stone, Agni. Don't eat it. Agni whined a bit while looking at the dead monster core. While the mana stone was not out in the open with his innate mana ability, Agni could sense where it truly was. Don't you give me those eyes. I need that mana stone. Roland shouted from the side while tossing the 2 damaged spider drones into the spatial bag. The other 4 were also deposited there for safekeeping, as for the next part of the dungeon he wouldn't need them. The biggest reason that he didn't want to part with the monster's stone was ether alloys. The metals that he was going to unearth were of high quality. This could be boosted even higher with the right mana stone smelting process. This was a stone from a boss monster, so even if it was only a tier 2 stone, it still was above all the other ones he could find in the dungeon. It would be too much of a loss if he just had Agni eat up all of the best parts for his new creations. After the golems were back in the bag, he commenced the next part of the plan. His hand moved into the spatial bag and he pulled out a strange-looking tool. For people in this world, it looked like some strange long blade with spikes coming out. In reality, it was a runic chainsaw that he had prepared for this very day. The runic chainsaw looked somewhat different from a regular tool from the modern world. The biggest difference was that it had no large motor or space for fuel like its counterparts. Instead, the handle wasn't as chunky as the ones that had to hold fuel in them. This handle was constructed for holding it with both hands so as to not have the tool slip out during the process of cutting. As the cutting started, it would pull the runic saw downward towards the item that was being cut. Roland implemented bumper spikes that were found in regular chainsaws to rest them against what was being cut. Roland ditched the fuel system, as he didn't need such a crutch to use this tool. His mana reserves were quite large, thus he could just run it by himself. Previously, the monster that was before him had to be left behind, as there was no way of carrying the corpse outside. With the help of the runic chainsaw, he was going to remedy that problem. It was constructed like any chainsaw. The guide bar was rounder at the end. The chain went around it, with the base being used for the chain ring. The inside mechanism that would normally be a motor either run by fuel or electricity could be replaced with runes. With a small jolt from his mana, the chain ring began to slowly spin around. He continued to add more and more mana until he had it going nice and fast. The work thus started. The sound that this runic saw made caused Agni to shrink away and howl at it. Roland wasn't aiming to get everything out of this monster's body. Its large tail that was shaped like a large sword would fetch a good price though, so would its organs like the heart, eyes, and even tongue. These were various ingredients in potions that could fetch a nice price. With the help of his tool, he was able to get through the armored parts with a moderate amount of force. Even though the chain was spinning fast, it still was a sluggish process to get through the monster's tough body. At the end, the chain would probably need to be replaced, but thanks to this construction, the rest of the tool would remain intact. This wasn't the main reason that he was here though. He gave himself about half an hour of slicing before walking away. Even though the runic saw worked nicely, it didn't protect people from being splashed with monster blood while cutting. He had thought this far enough, and while working used a lesser shield spell to surround his body with a thin layer of mana. This was enough to not be covered in the monster's innards as he cut its limbs apart. To save on time, he decided to make the parts small enough to fit into his mule golem. Thus its tail, head, legs, and claws made their way into the large spatial bag while the middle part was left behind. The only part that was worth it would be the heart and the mana stone, which he also removed. You can go ahead, Agni, that is if you still want to snack on that thing. Roland pointed to the mess that he made. The queued-up corpse of the boss monster still had a lot of meat to it. Agni looked at it for a moment and didn't seem interested after the mana stone was removed. You sure grew into a food critic. Roland chuckled while going towards the leftover chest. He pointed with his finger towards it and a gentle light shot out towards the chest. It started glowing brightly with a few colors switching on the surface. In a few seconds, the colors became uniform and it remained red for the remainder of the spell. Red. Is my great luck at work again? After seeing the color, Roland grabbed the large war hammer that he didn't use for the fight. He quickly raised it up into the air and brought it down on the chest that appeared after the boss was killed. The moment his weapon connected with the treasure box, he could hear a strange wail. The monster's true appearance was revealed to him after it was smashed. This was quite the sneaky monster that was able to disguise itself as parts of the dungeon. Even with his identification skill, he was unable to distinguish it from a normal chest. Only when using a specialized spell to uncover traps was he able to ascertain the monster's true state. This was a very rare occurrence. There was a small chance that the chest that would spawn would be booby-trapped. Then there was an even lower chance that it would spawn in as a mimic. The monster would wait until the person was right next to it before opening up to devour them. It was a very dangerous enemy. Even when poked by swords or pelted with arrows, it remained stationary. It knew how to play the waiting game and would risk taking some hits before attacking. Thus, Roland decided to smash it with all his might with this impact hammer that he made. The increased weight on the downward swing was strong enough to take the being out with one hit. The message of receiving experience points came soon after, and what remained was a chest with a huge tongue that was flopping out and massive teeth everywhere. Agni jumped over the moment he realized that there was a monster there. The growling soon stopped though and was replaced by interest. No, you can't have this either. What was left behind by the monster was another mana stone. Mimics were shapeshifters, so their mana stones were somewhat larger than from other monsters that were at their level. Thus it would be a shame if his gluttonous wolf devoured this one as well. You can have the rest if you want though. After placing his hand in the strange-looking creature, Roland pulled out a nice shiny gem. It was covered in some mucus, but with some mana, he was able to burn it away from his gauntlets. Agni just snorted at the dead creature, as if he wasn't pleased with what his owner proposed. With the chest out of the way and the monster parts inside the mule golem, they both departed for the more important part of the expedition. Like before, there was a secret passage leading out of this chamber. Behind it would be the maze section with some traps that could be easily avoided by him. The golem that was slowly walking behind him was just small enough to fit through the narrowest of the corridors here. Roland was sure to design him in such a way that he could fit through. At this point in time, even if it did get stuck, he would continue with the mining run. The golem would just be left closer to the boss room while he took the backpack himself, but it would limit his gains. This was the easiest part of the journey, as no monsters roamed these corridors. The only thing he needed to watch out for were magical traps. One of the more annoying parts was getting Agni and the golem over the runic tiles that were trapped. He found himself placing Agni on top of the golem and lifting it over his head while walking through this long corridor. While Agni had some skills to recognize traps, he didn't want to risk his wolf tripping one of them along the way. After this part, it was smooth sailing, and he arrived next to the secret entrance to the mine. I'm picking up some life signals. Get ready, Agni. There will be enemies inside. Thanks to his built-in mapping feature, he was able to scan the inside of the cavern. A couple of red dots appeared here and there, but this wasn't anything that he wasn't expecting. The moment the secret door was opened, he and Agni rushed inside while leaving the golem back. Inside, he discovered a couple of volcanic salamanders and red slug monsters that were giving out smoke. They were all low-level creatures compared to him and Agni. At the bottom of Tier 2, they stood no chance against Roland's magical spells that he was able to spam without any incantation. Even before Agni could sink his teeth into one of the salamanders, it was frozen in place by Roland's modified frozen arrow spell. He was able to combine a few features of other spells, like a homing arrow. With it, in place, the spell would chase after the monster's mana signature and react mid-flight. This saved him time on aiming, as he could just spray the spells in the enemy's general direction. It was more of a massacre than a fight, as all the monsters that were here dropped dead within a couple of moments. With how they were all regular mobs, Roland gave Agni a nod, and the hungry wolf chowed down on the salamander flesh and mana stones. Good. It's all still here. The moment he entered, he could already see the various colorful lights shining around them. There were various minerals radiating mana from them, and other shiny metals stuck in the ground and ready for the taking. Agni, you are on guard duty. If any more of those monsters appear, be sure to take care of them. The ruby wolf perked up at the order and stopped eating the raw salamander. He was quick to finish eating, and then started slowly moving around the chamber while looking for foes. Roland, on the other hand, signaled the golem to move into the room. From inside of it, he removed the 4 working spider droids along with 2 other ones that he had saved up for this occasion. With some fiddling, the golems were now equipped with something that looked like a drill on their fronts. It's time to work, spread out, initiate routine 11B. While the smaller golems activated, he removed a nice-looking pickaxe from the storage as well. It was time to give his mining skills a try. The sound of drilling along with metal colliding with rock filled the mostly empty cavern. To the side, a rather bored mystical ruby wolf was munching on some volcanic salamander meat while looking at its master swinging a shiny pickaxe. This was something that had been going on for quite some time. Roland did not sleep, nor did he stop swinging his mining tool while collecting various of the costly minerals. There was no time to lose. He had no idea if he would be discovered or if someone would be waiting for him at the exit. While he didn't think that he was spotted, he could not be sure. People with heightened senses and abilities that even his new mapping system couldn't detect were always a possibility. It wouldn't be hard for people to camp out near the lake and wait for his return. This was still not a very probable outcome. Unless someone was certain that there was money to be gained, they wouldn't go through with such a scheme. At most, they would post a lookout to trail him back home. Then they would decide if it was worth the trouble to attack the city runesmith. Even though the dwarves had continued to mess around with him, he could not be easily countered. They too had limited means of combating his runic wares that he could produce at a fast pace. Compared to regular runesmith, his runes were always masterfully crafted. Even if another smith of the runes appeared in the city, they would find it hard to compete with Roland when it came to crafting these magical symbols. Phew, I've gotten some nice loot this time around. Finally, after working for multiple hours, Roland decided to put his pickaxe down. After going through this cavern a couple of times, he had a good idea of what he was working with. The most prevalent ore that he found here was durium. Durium from the outside looked similar to iron ore, but it had a characteristic dark blue sheen to it. It was much stronger than iron, but this durability came at the cost of being somewhat brittle. Thus, after some research, the people found a few ways to combine this extremely hard metal with other alloys and finally produced durasteel. Durasteel was mostly a combination of deep steel and durium with a sprinkle of other minerals. It could also be further refined into ether durasteel, which would produce items that even platinum-grade adventurers would not be ashamed to use. This would probably be the next step in his life as a runesmith. He would finally be able to shift his focus away from deep steel weapons and armor. The amount of ore he was getting here would be enough to get him started. The first move would be to improve all of his tools, smelter, and forge into the better durasteel variant. With it in place, he would actually be able to handle the other rare metals that he was also finding here. One of them was mithril. He didn't find regular mithril in these caverns. Instead, it was a fire-resistant variant that instead of a silvery coloring was quite crimson. Most miners referred to this ore as volcanic mithril due to how it was only found in places where there was lava. This metal was even more resistant than durasteel and didn't need to be mixed with other minerals. Most Tier 3 class holders came in contact with this fantasy metal, and weapons made from them were a show of status among those circles. It was one of the more prevalent high-quality metals in this world. There were only 2 others, orichalcum and then adamantium, which was considered the strongest of them all. Both of them were even rarer and would rarely see the light of day. Adamantium in particular was considered practically indestructible. There were some books on it that described quite the complex process of even working with this metal. A craftsman would at least have to have a set of orichalcum tools to put a dent in adamantium. Even with them, the heat that was required to make this metal workable reportedly caused the deaths of some of the craftsmen that attempted to mold it. The craftsmen would need to be of an extremely high level. They would also need to have all of their fire-resistant skills leveled up to the highest degree. From what the records say, Roland imagined the craftsmen being almost forced to be inside of a smoldering inferno themselves. Then even if such an adamantium weapon or armor was made, the process of enchanting it or putting runes would be even harder. He wasn't sure that even a Tier 3 runesmith would be up to this task. A Tier 4 class holder was more realistic. The third metal that he was able to find again was etherium. There were some sizable chunks that were ready to be unearthed, and this would probably increase the value of his wares by quite a bit. Etherium was a metal that was used by grand magicians for magic tower cores. They would store massive amounts of magical energy within them without suffering from any deterioration factors. With the help of this mineral, he could produce runic weapons that would stand the test of time. By adding a bit of etherium into the durasteel mixture, he would be able to boost its enchanting capabilities many times over. In itself, durasteel wasn't much better than regular deepsteel when it came to runic deterioration, but when combined with some etherium, it would reach its true potential and be something quite close to actual mithril. Roland smirked a bit as he continued to think about the possibilities of using all these metals. Thanks to the dwarves, he was unable to procure such metals. He was also short on funds, as the black market merchants were unwilling to go below market value. He knew what they were doing. The ores that they were selling were clearly stolen through various means, either by open robbery or just by some greedy miners that sold some on the side. Such materials would always be sold for much less than they would normally be worth on the market. Thus, they should have gone for at least a bit less on the black market. But for him, the black market was the only option now, and the greedy merchants knew it. Now, on the other hand, with all this he was mining here, he might be able to pull in some merchants. Though the Dwarven Union was powerful, there were still merchants that didn't see them as much of a threat. If he managed to produce high-quality runic durasteel, whereas he would finally have something to bargain with: golems, runic weapons, and even magical scrolls. His portfolio was finally coming together, and he reckoned that some of the more risk-taking merchants would finally be willing to do business with him. While the auction house in Albrook had been ignoring him, it wasn't the same for other cities. He just needed to strike a deal with someone that would be willing to transport the durasteel wares out of the city. Other larger auction houses were unfazed by the dwarves, in which he would be able to sell even if he was blacklisted in other places. If the profits are high enough, I could even go there myself. It would probably save me some money. Then there was option 2, to just organize a little trip outside the city. There were larger gatherings of adventurers closer to the large super dungeon. Their gold-ranked adventures and ones above them weren't that rare. Roland had been cooped up in this city for a few years now. This was mostly due to his paranoia of being robbed or attacked by cult members that he once faced. Now, on the other hand, his store was well protected. Thanks to Loilia and her friends, he had access to the Thieves Guild. With them around, he would not have to worry about getting robbed when he was gone. The Dwarven Union had also not sent any assassins after him as he had previously feared. They really did most of their dealings through business. There was a limit to what they would do, and killing was clearly off the table. If they couldn't buy him out or price his store out of existence, they would let it be. Roland could even imagine the little buggers coming over to strike a deal if he ever got wealthy enough. That is, if they could ever look past him being a human runesmith. These Alakin's crystals will also fetch a nice price. The second mineral that was quite prevalent here was the crystallized form of Alakin's fluid. It was quite similar to oil from the modern world that he came from. It would fetch a nice price on the market, and thanks to his batteries, he didn't really need it to power his golemic creations. While his mind was filled with the new products he would be able to create with his new stash, he looked to one of his spider droids. The little guys were drilling around some parts of the ground to loosen up the ores there. The golems that he made were still only basic products that he hoped to improve. Even though they had the same mapping feature that he had, it was hard to implement the analyzing skill into their programming. Without it there, it was hard for them to distinguish between what they were looking at. The only way to go around it was to give them spells similar to the one he used on the mimic chest. He could somewhat help them to distinguish between normal rocks and actual minerals. With the help of the drill attachments, he could somewhat speed up the excavation process. While the golems were there, he used his armor to fully scan the whole area. After getting back home, he would use this data to improve upon the spider drones. He hoped that after improving their systems, they would be able to fully distinguish between the best parts and focus on them, as now they were just randomly digging around some ores. I should get back to work. After the little break was over, Roland resumed with the digging. While he could have manufactured a large drill for himself, with the armor on and his increased strength he didn't really need to. With heavy swings and a steady hand, he was already working like a machine. What's with this wall? While somewhat spacing out and going through the motions, his pickaxe went into a part of the wall he was working on with too much ease. It was somewhat surprising, as it felt that he had punctured through it. When looking at his projected map, he couldn't see anything past this part, no hidden tunnels or other caverns. The only two places leading out of this place were the one that he came through and the tunnel he entered together with Robert 3 years ago. This wall has a strange sound to it. He started tapping the rocks and noticed that there was something off. From the sounds he was getting, it felt like there was space behind it, but his measuring devices told him otherwise. Curious about what was going on, he decided to pick up the pace and focus on this part. With a couple of swings, he was actually able to pierce his way through this section of the stone wall. The hole that he dug up was about the size of his head, and the first thing that he noticed was some light. There on the inside, he spotted strange glowing crystals that were illuminating the space he was seeing now. What is this? Another secret room inside of a secret room. This would be the third secret room in this section of the dungeon now. His interest peaked, as this meant that there was another way to get into this room with all these resources. Maybe on the other side of this wall, there was some passage that led all the way to the large dungeon level. Strange. Still can't see anything on the map. Roland glanced at the glowing stones that were in a couple of places. They were quite bright, like light bulbs in crystal form. It was a peculiar sight, as he didn't remember seeing such bright glowing crystals in any other parts of the dungeon. Even in the part he was in, The glow was mostly due to the crystallized mana fluid giving of mana. The walls were also somewhat strange. They didn't seem to fit with the inside of the cave he was in. The color of the rocks on the walls and ceiling was somewhat different. Then he glanced on the ground to spot another oddity. The ground actually had smooth tiles. This is clearly another room, but Roland was somewhat confused by the look of this secret corridor. He had been through many others like it, but the ones in this dungeon kept the color scheme. They were all somewhat in the theme of this dungeon, while this one looked like it didn't belong here. Then there was the strange occurrence where he could not see this place showing up on his map. If he didn't vigorously swing his heavy pickaxe around, he would have never discovered this secret spot. While his brain was telling him to create a larger hole and investigate, his instincts told him to be careful before going inside this new area. The strange lights, the way that his sensors weren't picking up what was behind this wall, it all made him hesitate to just go inside. Then he heard a strange sound. It sounded like something was rattling around while getting closer. He still had limited visibility through the hole that he created, but being curious, he remained in place to look at what was coming. In the distance, he noticed a shadow of something. It had a somewhat humanoid shape and was slowly moving in the distance. It seemed that this corridor went into a sharp corner from where those sounds were coming. He already realized that it was probably some kind of monster. With that in mind, he placed his pickaxe to the side. Even if it noticed him, he would be able to reach into the hole with his hand to cast a few spells. What interested him more was what kind of monster would pop out. His first thought would be a more advanced version of a flaming skeleton, probably a tier 2 skeleton soldier or something close. He was right to assume that the humanoid creature would be of the skeletal variety due to the bone-rattling sound. The fact that it was a tier 3 monster was something that he didn't expect. The monster was a lot bigger than the flaming skeletons or the soldier types that he saw around in this dungeon. It was even larger than he was, and was clad in a set of heavy armor. It was missing the boots for some reason, which caused it to sound like a skeletal soldier instead. Its head was a constant inferno that produced flames that were almost reaching all up into the ceiling. In one hand it was holding a shield, while in the other was a sword clad in flames. Before Roland could take a closer look at this armor, it was wearing it turned to face him. The sight of the monster looking his way caused Roland to quickly duck to the side. While he had gained some levels in the past few years, he was not close to battling a tier 3 monster. Shit, did it see me? He had spaced out for a moment and made a blunder. If the monster saw him, it would probably try to chase him down. Would he last the onslaught of a proper tier 3 being? Probably not. He needed to act fast and quickly remove himself from this area before the skeleton got to him. Agni reacted quickly as it felt the distress that his owner was feeling. Both of them made some space between themselves and the hole in the wall. Roland now had a decision to make. Should he abandon this area and hide in the secret corridor, or should he fight the monster that could burst through that wall any minute? His and Agni's safety was more important, so he started to quickly back away towards the secret area, but before going in he noticed that something was wrong. Even though the monster saw him for a fraction of a second, it didn't seem that interested. Normally, he would hear a bone-chilling scream before the enemy attacked. They didn't hide their animosity for this long. The corridor also wasn't that long. The skeleton should have been able to close the gap in a couple of seconds. But nothing happened. It was as if the monster ignored him for some reason. For safety, Roland decided to wait a bit more while being close to the secret exit. After about 5 minutes of waiting, he could only scratch his head. But after going through a couple of scenarios in his mind, he came to a conclusion. Wait. Could it really be that? His mind was flooded with more questions as he started to realize something. If what he was thinking was actually true, then what was behind that hole was a lot more precious than this chamber filled with costly minerals. It really isn't he reacting. Roland mumbled to himself while looking through the hole in the wall that he made. On the other end, he could see a flaming skull looking his way. Soon this skeletal monster turned away as if it couldn't see the human looking at it and then vanished back behind the corner. He remained in place while looking at the shadows in the distance. This was not the only monster wandering this place. Other various sounds were heard from this direction, and he even saw another skeletal enemy that was considered much more troublesome than even a champion. While a skeleton champion was a tough foe, the magic counterparts were a lot more troublesome. They could summon many lower-leveled skeletons without end to help them in their fight. Then, while their small battalion of skeletons kept their enemies busy, they would sling damaging spells from safety. That one didn't react either, now I'm sure. The undead-type monsters were considered mostly just magically animated corpses that saw the world differently. They were quite sensitive to life and magical energy. If something like a lick couldn't see him when he was standing there then, there was only one explanation of what this was: an entrance to another separate dungeon. This was a rarely seen phenomenon when two separate dungeons that had their own cores collided with each other. During his studies, Roland came across a book that described a few instances where this happened. This supported the theory that the dungeons were divided into zones through which the monsters inside couldn't pass through. Just like in this situation, where the monster ignored the human on the other side, even when being stared at directly, the missing corridor on his minimap could be explained by the two dungeons interacting with each other. He theorized that the two subspaces collided with each other and might have been causing his detection devices to be erroneous. What the monster here saw wasn't the hole in the wall, it was just a wall. The skeleton and the lick could not see past the border of their own dungeon. Unless Roland moved through the hole, they would not react. He thought about throwing a rock at the monster for another test, but gave up as he didn't want to push his luck too much. The small opening that he made would also mend itself back after some time. The dungeons seemed to have some pre-programmed venues and would repair the broken-down walls with time. This was why mining them was such a lucrative business. The tough part was just finding a room like this where the treasures were exposed. I'm not sure if I'm the luckiest man alive or the unluckiest one. Roland gave out a sigh while moving away from the dungeon entrance that he discovered. His drones were back at work and drilling into the ground, as even with this discovery, he still intended to stick to the old plan. There were too many variables for him to just enter the new dungeon, plus the two monsters that he saw in there were far more dangerous than the lone boss that he faced before. While he could profit immensely from this discovery, it could ruin him if the wrong people found out about this place. The room filled with precious metals was already a massive risk, but now he found a doorway into a high-ranked dungeon. If he decided to sell this information to the Adventurers Guild or the Thieves Guild, he could probably earn a small mountain of gold. The earnings of the guild would increase dramatically through the Tier 3 monsters and treasures that were probably within that dungeon. That would probably be the smartest thing to do, as withholding information like this was considered against the law. The commoners didn't have permission to enter the dungeons before the Adventure Guild officially opened them up. Most of the time, the first dungeon clears would bring in higher rewards, and some costly treasures would never be seen again. Thousands of golden coins and high-quality materials were on the line here. If someone discovered that he was in possession of such information, they would do anything to make him cough it up. Even though he knew the danger, Roland thought that he should withhold this discovery for now. What he would gain for the information didn't outweigh what he could profit from this in the long run. He was looking at a gold mine of experience, one that he was the only one aware of. He knew that if he went to the Adventure Guild, they would take over this place. No one would be able to go inside without the proper papers, this including him. At this point in time, he was still only a silver rank adventurer, as he never bothered to go through with his gold rank test. This one wasn't as easy as the little battle with Armand. To pass it, he would need to go to the guild again. First, they would reevaluate his levels with another measuring device. It would be impossible for him to use his old tactic of hiding his class as he did before. The gold adventurers dipped into the elites, which made the tests more precise. He would need to at least reveal that he had the Runesmith Lord class during the examination. Then if he passed, the guild would send him out into another guild to pass the test. This was a somewhat strange tradition of sending adventurers to other cities on long journeys. They would be given some standard gold rank quests to fulfill along with a time limit. Most of the time, a worker from the guild would be assigned to the party and travel with them like a shadow. He would remain hidden during their tests and grade their performance from a distance. This role was mostly given to other adventurers that were over the golden rank or retired ones that worked at the guild. Some magical items were given to these testers to keep them from harm. These guild members would not be held accountable if the person taking the test died. Their job was to watch from afar and grade their performance. If they got themselves into trouble that they could not handle, then it was their fault. He was a busy man. There was no time to go on long journeys to other cities. At least not while his business was expanding at a fast rate. Adventuring was just a means to an end for him to get his shop running. His true skills remained in crafting and runes. That didn't mean that he wasn't interested in a deep down this rabbit hole here. His levels have been stagnating lately. The only good experience that he received was from monsters over his level like the boss he faced, or by making complicated Tier 3 rune schematics. After creating a runic spider drone like this, he would gain a lot, but it was only for the first one. When creating copies or ones that only had small changes, his experience would decrease dramatically. This was also the reason why craftsmen initially leveled up fast, but with the years they started to stagnate if they didn't innovate. This was unexpected. What should I do now? Roland looked at Agni, who was somewhat interested in the hole in the wall. After going through a few things through his head, he decided to perform a little test before covering up the hole. Without having good means to go against the monsters inside, it was better to return home and come up with a plan of action first. The resources that he was gathering would allow him to increase his power. He would also need to research the best ways of combating undead beings like a lick, without the use of divine spells that priests used. They were a troublesome bunch as they didn't feel any pain and had unlimited stamina. A normal monster would still react or back away when sustaining some damage. These bony adversaries, on the other hand, would chase after their opponent even if they had to hop on one leg. Normally, they could be burned to ash by magic, but he was facing the volcanic undead. Without a Tier 3 freeze spell, he feared that he wouldn't be able to put them on ice as easily as their Tier 2 counterparts. With that in mind, he decided to see if he could map out the area behind the hole. For this small expedition, he would need to sacrifice one of his spider drones. After signaling one of them to come over, he went down to remove a couple of the attachments. The drone would not need the drill or the net that he used for the boss chamber. It was best to take out what he could use later, as he didn't expect for his creation to come back. Instead, he inserted a backup mapping device that still looked like an iron ball into the drone. After connecting it to the main runic program, he hoped to boost the drone's sensors. OK, drone number 3, initiate manual override. The drone's golem eye gave out a weak signal before its many spider legs moved into the default standing position. In this manual mode, he could pilot his golem like a remote-controlled toy car. He had actually gone ahead and created a little game-like controller. It was almost identical to the ones that he used back in his modern world. He had done it mostly out of curiosity, but also as a product that he might be able to sell to nobles. They would probably fork up a large sum of gold for toys, and he reckoned that controlling a golem with a controller was more interesting than giving it voiced orders. After fiddling with the golem cores and getting more knowledge about the golemic eyes, he was also able to produce a crude image. The resolution was quite low, but he was able to get a somewhat lower depiction of what the golem was looking at. With more time, he expected to refine this technology to align more with the modern-time high-definition cameras. There was also the main issue of him not being able to view the image in real time. He was able to receive the signal, but it took a while for his runic system to render the scene. Then he also needed to use a special device that was sitting back at his home to view it. With his current armor, he could at most bring up the holographic map that showed him the basic shapes. Now it was time to check the insides of the other dungeon out. The droid was placed by him directly inside of this hole, only after he was sure that there weren't any monsters around. Only then did he step away and implement his controller. The droid sprung to life and moved forward slowly. Its legs had special runes that allowed it to attract itself to the ground it was walking on. Thus he decided to cling to the ceiling for now. The map is working now. As the small golem wandered through the threshold of the other dungeon, the mapping feature was restored, and he could see further in. There he saw many long corridors that went on for a bit, and something that looked like a larger area. The range of his map was somewhat limited, but it was enough to show him the general layout. Isn't the super dungeon a maze type with many levels from what Roland knew? That main dungeon on this large island was considered a maze. It was composed of many corridors that varied in size. While it was mostly a volcanic dungeon, there were large areas that were different from the rest. Witty open ones like in this Albrook dungeon, and some even reported large bodies of water that were deep underground. Albrook wasn't the only city that had a lesser dungeon like the one he was in. But considering that there weren't any other dungeons in the vicinity, the most logical explanation was that this was the super dungeon. In some reports that he read, the researchers stated that the super dungeon could very well have already spread through the whole island they were living in. Finding this opening could confirm some of the claims, as Albrook was somewhat far away from the main large volcano in the middle of these lands. It was still not that close to the sea, which could mean that the super dungeon still had some place to grow. Looks good, but without the feed from the main golem, I won't really know what is in there. The minimap didn't really say much, as the whole place looked like one of the dungeon levels above. What lay waiting on the inside was unknown. He could only order the droid to move closer to that larger room. Soon it disappeared behind the corner to where the skeleton champion wandered towards. His luck was good that day, as he didn't see any red dots on the map. Without being given a clear image of what he was doing, he could only look at lines of code that the golem was giving him. There was information about what it was seeing there, but it would be extremely hard to use it to formulate a good tactic. He started feeling like a certain hero from a movie that he watched that spent some time looking at green code. It wasn't as easy as they made it out to be, as he could barely decipher if something was in the way of the droid he was staring at. The small golem's journey continued, as Roland increased the pace by dropping down to the ground. With no enemies on the map, it seemed like the better choice than wandering on the ceiling and bumping into stalactites. But then, as he was about to go around the last corner, a red dot flashed for a moment on the screen. The signal went dead almost instantly as that dot appeared, and it was clear that the golem went down in one shot. Shit, what was that? Roland clicked his tongue as the golem was just about to walk into the large chamber. He wanted to at least see what was in there. Instead, his creation was destroyed by some unknown entity inside that could have been any of the undead creatures that he saw previously. There was also a surprisingly loud sound following the destruction of the spider droid. It didn't sound like anything that he was familiar with, but probably belonged to some kind of strange monster. Without any reason to keep this hole open, he decided to plug it up for now. The wall would mend itself back to its original state, but he still didn't want to see Tier 3 monsters wandering on the other side. Roland soon got back to work. With the loss of one droid, he would be able to get as many materials, but that didn't bother him in the least. There was enough here to last him for a while. When he returned, a new plan would unfold, one that would allow him to level up a lot faster than someone should be able to. There were monsters that were a whole tier above him. Managing to kill one of them would allow him to gain a massive amount of experience. With them being stuck in another dungeon, his escape route was assured. He could just waltz in, throw a few spells, and quickly duck back into this cave if something went wrong. This was something that he intended to use to further his strength even more. Before that, he needed to improve his gear so that he was actually able to damage a Tier 3 foe. Thus he increased his pace, his heart rate shot up, and he felt something that wasn't usually there, a pinch of excitement. That will be enough. Roland slung a large sledgehammer over his shoulder that he used to break up some rocks. After spending a few days in this cavern filled with precious metals, his mining skill actually got some use and leveled up severalfold. Having a crafting class allowed people to gain some gathering skills to a certain degree. The mining skill would allow him to spot weak spots in some of the rocks. It would also somewhat make his hits penetrate into the rocks. This, in turn, caused the rocks to shatter easier. While he already had the basic mining skill, this was the first time that it was properly leveled up. It seemed that when using better quality tools and mining rare materials, it was leveling faster than usual. After spending 4 days in this cavern, he had managed to fill the golem up to the brim. This was not due to him managing to gain so many metals and minerals. It was mostly because he had to cut around the ores, which increased the chunk sizes. This meant that most of the items that he had mined were just simple rocks that would need to be properly treated. Luckily, he had a proper assistant that could take care of such things, and his wife was also a bonus worker that he was slowly opening up to. Roland's shop had grown through the years. There were even situations of people walking up to him to ask for a job, though most of those quickly disappeared after hearing that the Dwarven Union was still not being favorable to him. The spider bots didn't have much space to cram inside, but they would need to somehow get through this ride along with the tons of rocks and monster parts inside the large spatial bag. There were still some leftover resources as they went deep into the ground. Owo. Yes, Agni, we are leaving now. Agni started jumping around in joy the moment he noticed that Roland was slowly packing up the spider golems. The cavern was somewhat uninteresting to the tamed beast. Only one more monster wandered into it through the lava pit, which caused Agni to be bored through most of this mining expedition. Before leaving, Roland glanced over at the spot in the cavern that led into the other dungeon. While the metals would allow him to create better gear, his levels would still continue to increase slowly. Now, on the other hand, he saw a chance to fix that problem. He just needed to make some preparations before coming here again. Then maxing out his current Lord class in one dungeon run wouldn't be that far-fetched. With more hopes in his mind, he left this mining area and headed towards the boss chamber that he cleared out previously. The map didn't show any monster inside, but this didn't mean that it would not appear. He also knew that unless he opened the closed entrance door, the boss fight would not trigger. Thus, for the time being, he could relax while approaching the exit. Luck was on his side as the large boss chamber doors were wide open. This was a telltale sign that the boss monster did not respawn yet. This was not the same for the monsters in front of the chamber, as he spotted some strange-looking flaming mantis monsters there. There were 2 of them just standing there while looking around. Roland knew that he could come closer, and that they would not attack him. This was something of a rule in the dungeons as well. For some reason, the boss chambers could not be entered by any monster from the outside. Thanks to this strange rule, he was now able to pelt these monsters with spells while they could not attack him. They went down rather quickly, as at this point, Roland's stats were already something that a high-level gold adventurer would have problems with. Any monster below the 100th level did not stand a chance. With a couple of concentrated ice arrows, they were out of commission. Roland continued through the corridors as he did before, but this time around Agni could aid him against the monsters here. Even though Roland was overleveled for this section of the dungeon, he still needed to be careful. There were many hidden areas where he could be ambushed by monsters, some traps here and there. The only reason he was able to progress fast was thanks to his inbuilt map, through which he could see most of the hidden enemies. It showed him how much more good information was important as opposed to pure battling strength. Not far from home now, Agni. Let us take a small break. There are people above us. After about a day of walking, he arrived at the larger area with the exit section. He used more mana to widen his scanning range, and thus he discovered some dots above. These were clearly people going through the lava lake. Woof. They both sat down on the ground while the mule golem slowly lumbered behind him. If Roland popped up now, the adventurers outside would surely discover him. His suit also came equipped with a working timer, so he knew the best time to make a run for it. Even though the dungeon didn't have a day and night cycle, people still adhered to it. the best moment to make his move would still be at about 1 a.m. when everyone was already asleep. The adventurers that stayed here slept at this time too, and camped out at a few well-known spots that were far away from this lava lake. Without anything around him that he could fear, Roland decided to remove his helmet. This new one had specialized latches and magnetic runes that would make it very hard to remove. Even if someone damaged the latch, the magnets would still make it stick to his head. After that one time where he revealed his face to his brother, he was not willing to make the same blunder. Years had passed since, and after establishing himself in the city of Albrook, he started to feel more content in his own skin. The only real reason keeping him from seeking out his family was the perpetrator behind the assassination attempt. But this could have also been a false flag that he had forced himself into believing. The air inside of this cave was not the best, hot with a smudge of sulfur. His helmet possessed a filtering feature that he could expand to a smaller area if he gave it some more mana. Roland looked somewhat tired after spending almost a week down in this dungeon. His eyes were also somewhat strained. Even though the sleeping resistance made him less sleepy, it only elevated the symptoms of being sleep-deprived. The longer he stayed like this, the worse he would feel. While sitting and waiting, he took out a canister with some water to drink and a bit of dried jerky. It was bearable to eat this, but ever since Elodia showed up and gave him proper meals, he was unsatisfied with these rations. He wasn't sure what it was, but the closer he got to his home, the more he thought about the girl working in the store instead. There was a lot of crafting to do, more weapons to build, and more gold to be earned. For some reason, spending time with that woman felt like the bigger prize here. Maybe I've just gotten old. Roland smiled weakly while looking to Agni, who raised his ears at the statement. Even though he looked like a 20-year-old young man, he would be past 40 if he counted the years from his old world. Normally, a person at his age would already be married and have a few kids. This was not something that he was against, but it wasn't a realistic option for Roland here. At least not in the past. Now, after a long period of peace, he wasn't sure if settling down was off the table anymore. I wonder if all Pops would blow a gasket if he knew that one of his noble sons was together with a commoner. He wasn't sure what his father would do. Getting together with women that weren't of noble descent wasn't totally out of the picture. The only real rule was for the first wife to be a proper noble. No one really cared if the rest were concubines if an heir was already here. This was the same for his family. The first wife was a daughter of a noble house, while the second had been from a merchant that was more in line with the commoner heritage. The third wife was a mystery, though. Was she also a noble, or some wench that he picked up along on the military expeditions? When he was in the Arden estate, he tried gathering some information, but he couldn't find any about his mother's identity. It was as if the Baron made sure that no one would figure out who she really was. There were no records of her lineage or any paintings left behind, just words and rumors that pointed to her being a commoner. If that was the truth, was anyone's guess. Time started passing while he tried to focus on more productive things like thinking about improving the golem design. Many ideas floated about, mostly ones with a larger design that with the current resources would finally be possible. Agni, get ready. The ruby wolf perked up as Roland finally stood up from his spot. It was past 1 a.m. at night and there hadn't been any movement above for quite some time. Finally, the moment of truth came as he grabbed the larger golem to make a run for it. With his helmet back on, Roland could scan the area for heat signatures. With it, he was able to exit at the right time when the lava lake cleared out, just like before he grabbed the slow-moving mule golem and made a run for it. The only difference was that he instantly closed the entrance behind him, with the new armor allowing him to run faster than before. He was able to get to the shore even before the lake started closing. After leaving the golem down on the ground, he continued to look around. Do you see anyone, Agni? Without spotting any dots on his map, he turned to Agni, who had a tracking skill. The wolf started sniffing at the air for any current clues by smells. While he was able to pick up the scents of many people, there didn't seem that there was anyone in the vicinity. Ow! Agni gave out a howl before snorting with his nose as always to indicate the fact that he couldn't spot anything. Good, let's go. Be vigilant, we aren't out of the dungeon yet. Even though Roland was out of the mining area without being spotted, it was not the time to relax. At any moment a monster could poke its ugly head out, or a band of adventure bandits could try to rob him blind. This also seemed to be the case on this fateful day. When Roland left the area with the lava lake, he came across some people. They didn't go unnoticed by him thanks to his radar, but from the locations they were occupying it looked like they were up to something. There were 5 of them in total. 2 of them were blocking the path that he needed to take to leave the lower region of the dungeon. 3 others were on high ground and probably armed with ranged weapons. Something like this wasn't out of the ordinary. Some adventurers belonged to the Thieves Guild and from time to time would go to the dungeon to perform some bandit work. In a place like this, any crime could be attributed to the monsters living here. Any core would vanish or could be tossed into lava if the perpetrators wanted to be sure. Normally, a person would try to go around such an obvious trap. Roland wasn't a normal person, though, and this radar of his had another handy built-in feature. It could somewhat measure the levels of the people within range. Thanks to this, he knew that the people there were far below him when it came to strength. There were 3 options for him here. First, he could just backtrack a bit and wait for them to go away. The second option would be to take a roundabout way to the exit that would increase the travel time by an hour or 2. Then the last option was to go forward and just fight them. Agni, we have a couple of idiots waiting for us. Be sure not to get hit by any of the arrows. Agni gave out a growl as he had also realized that there was someone waiting there behind the corner. Roland's actions might have looked foolhardy to other people, but he calculated the risks taken here. From his point of view, these bandits would not fare any better than any monsters that he could meet at this dungeon. Halt. Don't take another step. The enemies shouted at him the moment he entered their trap. One of the 3 that was previously on higher elevation jumped down to cut off his escape route, though when he discovered a large mystical ruby wolf there he jumped back in fright. Are you sure you aren't over your head? Shut up and give us all your money, and leave that thing behind. The person that seemed to be the leader was a large, brutish-looking man with more body hair than hair on his head. The other 4 looked like your typical party, composed of mostly archers and warrior types. He even spotted a dual dagger rogue that was next to the leader. All of them hovered around the 80th level. This probably gave them enough confidence to pull something like this off. There were a lot of new Tier 2 adventurers that wondered about these dungeons. The bandits here were probably waiting for one of the newbies to make the mistake of wandering out at night. Listen here, I'm tired, so I'm going to overlook this, but you need to move out of the way. Look at this bastard. I think he doesn't realize what situation he is in, boss. One of the bandits laughed while shouting at their leader. After getting closer to the 5, Roland's minimap picked out another person a bit further behind them. This was probably a lookout that was there to signal if any other people came from the other side. Oh no, I know. Here, take a look at this. While just standing there, Roland reached towards his belt where he had a satchel. This, of course, didn't go unnoticed by one of the bandits that let loose his arrow. The man's clearly fumbled out of stress, as the other bandit seemed somewhat maddened by the attack. The arrow flew right towards Roland's head, but he did not do anything to evade it. Instead, he continued to dig in his satchel for the item that he wanted to show to the bandits. At the same time as he found it, the arrow collided with the magical barrier that was around his suit of armor. The arrowhead bounced right off while the shaft bent out of shape before breaking into many wooden pieces. The realization of the magical shield made the bandits flinch, but before the battle could continue, Roland held out a large piece of gold. Wait, that is. Yes, it is. Will you let me pass now? This large oval coin had a special meaning. On it was the sign of the Thieves Guild, and it was proof that he was part of the black market merchants. Most of the time it would be enough for the thieves to let him go. Killing and robbing black market merchants was frowned upon by the guild as they produced a lot of gold. Without the merchants there, the thieves would not have any means of selling their wares. It would make their lives a lot harder on both ends if the merchants ceased to exist, so it was counteractive to hurt them. Boss, he is with the merchants. What do we do? What do we do? Nothing. Look at that armor. Look at that strange golem. We can ditch this city. Yeah, that guy must be rich. It's going to be like this, huh? Roland gave out a sigh before hiding the black merchant token back into his satchel. Sometimes people like this existed that didn't see that big picture. They would rather risk it all for a quick profit. Agni, you know what to do. As the talks broke down, the fight started. The large wolf that was behind the man in the shiny armor tossed itself at the enemy closest to it. The dungeon area was quickly filled with various sounds of explosions and people screaming for mercy. We will be there shortly, my lord. Finally, a certain glamorous carriage with an emblem of a standing stag with a crown on its head slowly made its way towards a certain city. Around this carriage, there were quite a few armored knights in shiny armor. The sound of the hooves echoed through the whole area and made everyone that was close by to the large force that was coming this way. The person inside of the carriage was holding a locket with a certain picture. After glancing at it, he clutched it in his hand strongly. I will come back, just wait for me. This is just a small setback. Soon he placed the locket back around his neck and hid it under his clothes. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, which caused him to look at it. What was the name of this city? Albrook. Damn idiots. Roland looked at one of the thieves that ambushed him as he was getting back home. He was holding his unmoving body in one hand while his legs were dangling around. Agni appeared next to his master with a somewhat bloody mouth that was slowly burning up due to his flaming bite. It was a total wipe for this band of thieves with one exception. The lookout that he saw on his radar made the smart choice of running away instead of aiding his companions. While he could probably catch up to him, there was no reason for it. He wasn't some bloodthirsty bandit like the ones that attacked him here. The person might have been aware of his identity, but that was probably a good thing. There would be no repercussions for him. Slaying these people would be seen as just in this world. The person could not make a proper report to the Thieves Guild either. If he did, then the truth that they attacked a black market member would come to light. This was akin to suicide in those circles. The man had two options: either leave this region or stay, while hoping that the black merchant that they attacked didn't know he even existed. Roland had already spent some time in the criminal underbelly, but he never really ventured past the black market dealings. His biggest informant, Loilia, has been moving up through the ranks over the past 3 years. If he brought up this issue with her, there would be a possibility of getting to the bottom of who these people were. There was also the fact that not all of them were dead. I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you either. Roland received some experience after blasting the unsuspecting robbers with a couple of spells. Some with more vitality than the others were just knocked out. One of the people was missing a limb. The fight didn't take long, as magical attacks that didn't require incantations were hard to counter without a proper mage in the party. This was still the lower area of the dungeon. If the monsters didn't get to the survivors, then there was a chance that they could live. The chances were slim, but a returning party of adventurers could spot them and give them a hand. With how much stronger Roland was than they were, it didn't sit well with him to finish them off after they were all disabled. He felt that he was being somewhat soft for feeling this way, but the old moral compass that he had taken from his old world was still with him. Killing people during a fight was one thing, finishing them off after they didn't pose a threat was another. Their chances of survival are low. Roland called over the mule golem that was on standby during the whole predicament. The spider golems weren't needed for low-leveled adventurers, so they were left inside of the spatial bag. As he walked away, he recalled some of his previous close calls. While trying to avoid any type of confrontations, he managed to get himself into hot water every time. Even this attack was proof of his bad luck. If he came out a few hours later, the bandits would probably not be there. But not like he did anything to avoid them. The radar clearly showed him that they were there, and he decided to confront them, while knowing well that they were below his level. At least that helped me to level up. Name: Roland Arden, L117 classes. T2 Runesmith Lord, L42 primary, T1 Mage, L25 secondary, T1 Runic Monoscribe, L25 XT1 Runic Blacksmith, L25 tertiary. The boss monster that he faced was above his own level, but even it didn't push him through the threshold. Only now, after slaying a few bandit adventurers, was he able to reach the 117th level. With his Runesmith Lord class now being at 42, he only needed to level up 8 times. Only then would he make the jump to the next class. As it stood, he was already able to change his classes at this point in time. The requirement was to only get 25 levels in any given class. If he really wanted to, he could get 3 different classes to level 25 before he got to the 150th, which opened up Tier 3 classes. The current class that he had was much too good for him not to max out. Even now he received some valuable skills from just gaining levels in it, ones that helped him out in runecrafting. Common boy, let's go home. Grrrrrrr. Woof. Agni barked at Roland while previously growling at one of the survivors of the battle. Roland didn't expect to find any tough opponents while going up, so he would leave the fighting up to Agni while he gave him some ranged support. While they were slogging through the dungeon levels, he decided to bring up his system screen and look through some of the skills that he had gained through these 3 years. Debugger L7 passive skill allows the user to find and resolve defects. Bonus to intelligence +5. His most precious skill had seen a big boost since he started working at the Tier 3 schematics that the kitty professor had given him. He was not really sure what would become of this skill if it ever reached the 9th level. Was there some kind of higher form of it? The black card that he could not examine was also still on his mind. Would he now be able to scan it when his skill reached level 7, or would he need to further increase it? Circuitry L9 passive skill bonus to repair and creation of circuits or circuit equivalents. Bonus to dexterity +6 and +6 intelligence. Circuitry, on the other hand, seemed to level up faster than his debugging skill. It clearly was profiting from all the runes that he created through the years, but seemed to be stuck on the 9th level for half a year now. Maybe I need to be Tier 3 for it to turn to the higher tier skill. Roland could only base this theory on the basic skills that he was stuck on when he was just a Tier 1 class holder. There was also a possibility of him needing some kind of special class to further his skills, one related to actual circuits. It could very well forever be stuck at this level without ever turning into a higher tier skill. Expert Tinkerer L3 passive skill increased proficiency in the creation and repair of various components. Bonus to dexterity 10. High Analyze L6 passive skill used for identifying and analyzing the world. His Tinkerer skill that he brought over from his previous world, on the other hand, managed to go past the threshold. It became an expert skill that increased his dexterity bonus by 10 instead of 5. High Analyze was the improved version of the Analyze skill that was normally the limit for Tier 2 classes, but thanks to Roland's various scholastic titles and his high intelligence stat, he was able to learn a better form of this skill. Thanks to it, he was now able to tell levels of every creature that was at Tier 2. This also included seeing the classes of people. This skill was quite useful, but it was not without drawbacks. There were various ways of fooling this skill to give the user false information. Just as he was wearing the trinket that he received from his old gnome boss, so could other people. Basic rune mending, basic rune overload, runic cleansing. The skills that he got at the beginning of his Tier 2 journey were all at level 8. With each subsequent level, they became better, and he was sure that he would be able to max them all out before reaching level 50 in his Runesmith Lord class. Then there were some new skills that he had learned along the way. Some came via experimentation, while others were given to him by just leveling up. Lesser Rune Duplication L6 skill. This skill allows the runesmith to copy lesser runes that he had previously created onto a given item. The rune copy's rank depends on the skill level as well as on the runesmith's abilities. This was one of the skills that he received through leveling up. It was quite a useful skill, as it allowed him to instantly create a copy of a rune that he had previously created. He was now able to charge up his smithing hammer with mana. When the skill activated, the hammer would infuse the piece of metal with the rune that he wished to copy. It was a peculiar sight to see, as the runic traces slowly pushed themselves onto the item, even after he was done with the implementation of this skill. This skill only allowed him to produce lesser runes, but this was a big-time saver already. The mana usage was about the same as when he did the runecrafting manually, but the speed was far above it. The grade of the rune was always somewhat worse than what he could do by himself, but the more he leveled up his skill, the better it became. When it maxed out at 9, he would probably be able to copy any lesser rune and make it a highest-rated one. The time saved on lower-level gear that this gave him was immense. Upgrade Rune L4 skill. When this skill is used on any rune, there is a possibility of the rune gaining a higher rank. Too much use of this skill will degrade the rune. It seemed like he was gaining a lot of time-saving skills. This one gave the possibility of gaining a better version of a rune. It was a gamble which could also result in the rune degrading or even the item breaking. The chance of it working was heightened depending if he was able to personally make a higher version of the rune already. Due to his debugging skill, it made upgrading runes a lot less consistent. The only real reason to use it would be to save some time or in tandem with some other skills. One of those skills was rune overload and rune mending. It was possible to overload a runic component to make it produce a heightened spell effect. Then when it broke down, he could mend it back together and quickly use the upgrading skill to get it back to its original state. All this during the heat of battle was possible, but at a large cost to his own mana. If he ever found a use for this combination was debatable, but it was still there on the table. Basic Empower Rune L4 skill. The runesmith can attempt to empower a previously created rune to push it over its limits. The possibility of the rune breaking is high. This was one of the more troublesome skills that he received. While it might have sounded similar to the upgrading skill, or even the overload skill, it was different. If it was successful, it would add a whole empowered prefix to any fully created runic item. It would boost the rune's capabilities even over what the highest rank gave it. After going through a few tests, he discovered that the boost was about 5 when he started out. With each level he gained in this skill, the percentage would go up. Probably at the end, it would be something between 15-20 of what the original rune would be capable of. The effect also was lessened on common grade runes when he compared it to the lesser variants. Besides these new crafting-related skills, he also managed to level up his past skills like Rune Mastery and Runecraft to level 7, and his mana regulation-related skills were also gaining traction slowly. His progress had slowed down quite a bit, as even when he was close to maxing out his Runesmith Lord class level. The classes were clearly made with the intention of the person having enough time to level up the skills before they reached the 50th level in their given class. He still trailed a bit behind in skills, as he had used the Tier 3 schematics to level up quicker than he was intended to. His Runesmith Lord's eyes were also coming along nicely. Now, what interested him the most was what kind of skill he would get when he achieved his 50th level. A rare ability was almost always assured when one maxed out a Tier 2 class, which made most people stick to 2 classes at this level. We are almost there. Roland looked at this mapping device while looking at a certain hidden door. He was now at one of his shortcuts that had not yet been discovered by anyone else but him. Only when he saw that there were no people walking around did he decide to walk out. His week-long expedition into the mines was now over as he walked through the corridors on the 3rd level of the dungeon. Some new adventurers quickly moved to the side when they saw him strutting through with the large golem behind him. Though most of them were just frightened by the large mystical ruby wolf in the front, a monster that they would not be able to handle. Agni, when seeing this, just snorted while holding his head up high. "You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you?" Agni just replied with an energetic howl which caused the nearby adventurers to flee. He wasn't sure if they were scared of the wolf or the large shiny runic knight that was walking behind it, but they really knew how to bolt it. After more time passed, Roland was finally walking towards his own house. The path taking him there was somewhat more spacious as he together with Bernier had cleared some trees. Now with a store there, he needed there to be enough space for a carriage to get through. There were some big spenders that came around to see some of the magical wares, so it was something that had to be done with profits in mind. The fight with the bandits had been late in the night, but as he just continued walking, he ended up back home somewhere in the morning. It was just in time to see his girlfriend sweeping outside along with a bored guard that was not of the green skin variety. Woof, Agni. Elodia called out the moment she heard a certain wolf howling towards her. The moment she did, a red blur appeared out of nowhere. She never stood a chance. Hey. G, get off me, stop licking my face. She started squirming on the ground while being totally overpowered by the large ruby wolf. Roland just smiled while taking off his helmet as he approached the scene. It seemed that tamed beasts showed favor to people their master liked. Thus Agni was always fine around people like Bernier or Elodia that he had bonded with through the years. Wayland, help. After giving Agni some time to slobber Elodia's face, he finally decided to grab him by the collar and yank him back. Roland was strong enough to hold his wolf by one hand, and as he did, he could only chuckle at Agni's derpy, panting expression. That's enough, go play around, but don't scare the customers. While he still employed a guard for the store, Agni was also responsible for defending everything that was inside. He would normally spend his days close to Elodia as a guard dog, while Roland continued his experiments down in his workshop. Are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Elodia showed a scowl when looking up to Roland that evaded her angry gaze. It was clear that Agni's slobber was still stuck to her face. She clearly needed to get that washed out. Oh, you look more than all right to me. On the other hand, even though Elodia seemed angered, this was the best opportunity to do his duty as a boyfriend and tease her. The moment the compliment was given, Elodia's face turned a bit rosier. After some help, she was back to her feet. Before they spoke more, she gave him that look that she always gave him when he returned from his dungeon runs. I'm fine, also this blood doesn't belong to me. He turned his face to the side as he didn't really want to come clean about clearing out some rogue adventurers in the dungeon. Luckily, Elodia wasn't someone that asked too many questions. I have to commend you for returning on time for once. You should get cleaned up. Oh, you probably don't know this, but there has been a big change. Roland perked up at the last part. Big change. Yes, our city has gained enough recognition to attract a proper noble to govern it. Isn't he that great? A proper noble. Roland almost tripped over his own legs while approaching Elodia when nobles were mentioned. He clearly had an opinion about anything related to nobles, but not all of them were the same. Before he could make the decision if he was in any danger, he needed to gather more information. A noble from the Duke household. After getting back from the week-long expedition to the dungeon, Roland wanted to relax and sleep it off. Before that could happen, Elodia dropped a bombshell on his head. Apparently, a very important noble house had taken interest in their little growing city. This entire island was somewhat a separate entity from the rest of the kingdom and was owned by a strong duke. The house name was Valerian, and they were the undisputed powerhouses of the south of this kingdom. A duke household was second only to the royal families in this kingdom. Their noble name carried a lot of weight. Even if some just generally related to this family appeared anywhere, they would kick up quite the storm. Yes, I was surprised too. Isn't it great? This means that more people will be coming to the city. Ah yes, sure. For Elodia, this was a good thing, as she knew what power nobles carried with them. Only cities that were governed by someone from a noble family could be called proper big cities. If Albrook managed to attract one of them, to the commoners it meant that the city was approved by the people in charge. This could cause more merchants to arrive depending on how the new lord handled things. Sometimes it could go the opposite way. If the noble was incompetent, they could ruin a city from reaching its full potential. Roland knew of a few reasons why a noble would be sent to a yet developing city like this. The most obvious reason would be that their parents were giving them some kind of test to see if they can manage people. Another reason could be punishment or even banishment. Albrook was somewhat far away from the main city of Isgard, where the Valyrian Duke had his main castle. From what Roland knew, he had some of his sons tend to some of the larger cities that were more militaristic in nature. A town like Albrook didn't seem like something that would be run by someone from the direct line. Do you know the name of the lord that is going to govern Albrook? No, he arrived a few days ago, but they didn't give any announcement yet. Come to think of it, as Elodia was about to reveal something interesting, she stopped and looked at the clock that he had constructed. Oh no, look at the time, I need to get back to the shop. Before he could get more information out of her, she vanished through the door. Wait. What were you trying to tell me? Roland trailed off at the end there. When nobles were involved, he was very interested in what was happening. He didn't think that he was in any danger, but with a new boss in town, things could be changing. The biggest danger would be to his own shop that a noble could find an eyesore. After living in Edelgard for a few years, he knew how some nobles operated. Even if they couldn't legally go against the contract that he made with the city, there were other ways to make him capitulate. It would be best to get into the good graces of this new wild card that came into the city. I bet all the other merchants and those dwarves are already sending him gifts. Should I do the same while in his old world bribing was frowned upon? Here, on the other hand, it was part of the course. Sending the nobles presents was something any respectable merchants with deep pockets would do. It was more a show of respect and would most of the time keep the noble happy. What would I even make? A nice Durasteel sword with the new resources in hand. He could probably make something eye-catching. The problem there was that he didn't even begin reworking his old tools that were ill-fit for the more exotic metals. The forge needed to be remade to handle the higher melting temperatures of the other metals. He also needed to produce better tools for this job, which would take him quite some time to finish. It will probably take me at least a month to work out the kinks. Probably longer. It would be better to go with something I already made. Roland thought some of his older prototypes would still be somewhat adequate to a noble's tastes. Before he could make a decision, he needed more information. Was this noble a battle maniac, or maybe more of a brainy type? He at least expected it to be a man, as women weren't really ordered out to govern cities or large territories. There were a couple of families that utilized everyone, so it still could be the case here. Without the proper information, he decided to rest for the time being. After spending so much time in the deep dungeon, he needed a break. After he had recharged his batteries, he would tackle this problem with a fresh mind. With that thought in mind, he headed to the bathroom to clean himself first. 2 days ago, if it isn't young Master Arthur, on behalf of the citizens of Albrook, I welcome you. A young man dressed in a militarized uniform stepped out of a lavish-looking carriage. His hair was pure white, and it contrasted well with his deep green eyes. His height was slightly above average, just like his frame. Ah yes, you were the old attendant. Your name is... It's Ferdinand, my liege. An old man was bowing towards this youth that didn't look past 20. Roland would recognize his face, as this was the city mayor. To him, this young man was someone that he needed to show his respect, even though on the inside he was feeling a bit adamant about it. You can raise your head. Yes, my lord, let me show you to your quarters. I'll have someone carry your luggage inside. We have also prepared lodgings for the Valyrian knights that have accompanied you, but I'm not sure if we have enough space for all of them in the mansion. As the mayor that was relegated to butler duties tried to have some of the servants carry the new lord's belongings, he had arrived in a lush-looking carriage and was well protected. To this old man, it seemed that his life could be at stake if he was foolish enough to anger this young lad. Luggage, there won't be much of it, and the knights, they won't be staying, my lord. Ferdinand was confused at what the new lord had said, but soon he would realize the truth. The man in charge of the knights, who was an older-looking fellow with a grand stature and a big gash on his forehead, approached with heavy steps. Young lord, we have fulfilled our duties of bringing you here. As the duke ordered, we will now depart. Is that so, captain? I guess if it was a direct order from father, you should move along. Arthur Valyrian smirked a bit as the knight captain did the kingdom's salute and departed. The large force that consisted of 50 heavy armored knights on horseback slowly removed itself from the inside of this compound. What was left was the young lord, his personal maid, and 2 young-looking knights. Thighs is, as you can see, Ferdinand, you don't need to worry about me too much. Now be so kind as to show me around the mansion. The old man was perplexed as he saw the large man in the shiny armor take his leave. It was kind of strange at the beginning, as no one dismounted their horses beside the captain. Now it was clear that they intended to leave the moment they got here. Ferdinand, who had spent a part of his life working as a butler for the Valyrian estate, quickly realized what this was about. The young lad that he was interacting with was clearly not someone favorably looked at by the duke. At least that would be the most obvious reason for such a predicament. It could also have been some strange test that the young lord was meant to pass, one without the help of any retainers lent from the main house. He was left with 2 bodyguards and 1 maid, not really much considering he was the son of one of the most powerful men in the kingdom. The old man wanted to ask for the reason, but he knew that he could not. For the time being, he decided to wait while getting in contact with some people from the main house. Yes, my lord, please walk this way. Soon the small group of people walked into the large mansion that was previously occupied by the city mayor. Since someone from the main house was now here, it would belong to him. Ferdinand, the old mayor, would be relegated into a smaller room in the same house, as he was still the head butler. As the main butler of this Albrook estate, he still had many duties that he had to adhere to. Normally, he would be responsible for the estate expenses and for disputes between the citizens. Now, with the lord being here, it would be up to him, but if he was somewhat lazy, he could delegate everything to the current servants. This was a rather common occurrence, as many nobles saw it beneath them to tend to commoner problems. If the young lord turned out to be on the lazier side, he might very well abandon all his duties and just relax. The city was already operating by itself. and the people living there were not ones that liked changes. The power struggles had all been finished, which made this young lord's appearance an eyesore to the winners. "These are your bed chambers, my lord." Ferdinand gave a quick tour to the duke's son. This house might have looked big from a commoner's standpoint, but it was a rather low budget compared to some of the more lavish-looking abodes. The duke, for instance, lived in a grand castle with thousands of soldiers defending it. In comparison, this looked like a mansion used for vocational purposes. It still had all the facilities that were needed to govern the land here. A large dining area, a kitchen with several servants and chefs that possessed expert culinary skills. There was a training area for the knights and soldiers in the back, and also a proper library to keep all the notes. There was enough space for a large family and servants to live here, but this was still considered minuscule for a duke's son. "You may leave, as you wish, my lord." Ferdinand finally left, and Arthur was left in this new room with his maid. "Young master, is everything all right? I would be lying if I said it was. Did you see the look on their faces when the knights left? I bet the rumors of the incompetent young lord will soon spread through the city." The maid lowered her head a bit along with her ears. At first glance, she seemed to be a normal human maid, but after a second look, her cat ears could be spotted. "It's fine, Mary, I'm used to it. Not like I intend this to be the end. No, this is only going to be the beginning. You should go visit the other maids. We'll be spending some time here." The cat maid nodded weakly at what her lord said, and promptly removed herself from the room. She needed to prepare the young lord's wardrobe for the next day, while making sure that the other servants didn't mess something up. As she left, the young man that went by Arthur was left alone in the large room. "This is it, huh?" He moved towards one of the windows that gave him a good look at the city landscape. There he saw smoking chimneys that indicated people working and going on with their lives. Arthur gave out a sigh before sitting down on a somewhat uncomfortable chair. This would be the place that he either rose up to the challenge or was left forgotten. While sitting there, many thoughts went through his head, but soon he just gave up as the stress of the long journey was getting to him. "I could never get used to sleeping in that carriage." His eyes were red from staying up most of the night during the bumpy ride. The journey here was long as they constantly stopped at other cities to stay for the night. Now he would need to get used to another new bed that he might throw out later. "They don't expect me to do much here. It would be best if I just stayed here forever." The locket that he had previously looked at was open again. Inside of it, he could see a small picture of a beautiful woman with long silver hair. Her ears were a bit longer than what a human's should be. Next to her was a child of about the age of 5 with the same hair color, just with a different set of eyes that were green instead of sky blue. Arthur moved his gaze towards a small mirror that was on the desk. There he moved his hair out of the way to look at his ears that were also slightly pointier than they should be. Due to his long, flowy locks, they were hard to spot, but they would certainly be an eye raiser if they were seen by other people. "I should get some sleep. There is a lot of work ahead of me." Back to the present, so they just left. Yes, it was a sight to behold. I haven't seen so many shiny knights before in my life. They were also all high quality, and that one the leader was wearing was clearly runic in nature. Roland was back into the world of the living after sleeping through most of the day. It was close to night time, and he was having a conversation with Bernir that had been lucky enough to see a small battalion of knights leaving the city. So this Arthur Valerian know anything about him? I think he is the 6th. Or maybe the 7th son. What was that duke's name again? All right, Alexander Valerian. I heard a rumor about that guy. Apparently, he had gained a certain nickname. A nickname? Roland asked while gulping down a warmed-up sausage that had been gotten fresh from the butcher. Elodia had closed down the shop and already left to tend to the orphans. Now wanting to wake the tired Roland up, she decided to have Bernir fill him in on the noble situation. "Haha, get this. He is called the Duke of the Bastards. He just can't keep it in his pants." Bernir started laughing while describing the Duke's legendary escapades. As the conversation continued, Roland also started recalling some long-forgotten information about this man. As a Duke, he had to have a certain amount of personal power, at least a high-level Tier 3 class holder of some kind. The battle for attaining a duke's position was most of the time quite bloody. This man in particular apparently had sired a lot of offspring that made his own father look like a beginner. The person that came to this city was supposedly one of them. It was probably someone that didn't have a lot of pull in the family but still was part of it. "Well, I wouldn't worry too much, boss. Your secret should be safe." While Bernir didn't ask many questions, after the Robert debacle he had figured out that Roland was probably in a similar position as this new noble named Arthur, a bastard son of a duke. I wonder what the others will think of it. While finishing up his food, he began contemplating on that present. With the new knowledge, he wasn't sure if investing in this new person would bring him any profits. Still, he was a noble and could make his life living hell if he got under his skin. That is, if the current officials actually listened to his orders. "You're right, there is no time to waste." Bernir nodded while gulping beer straight from the bottle. With Roland back home with new materials, it was time for an upgrade. A lot of people are here. Roland was walking towards the town square. Even before reaching it, he could see other people pouring in. A few days had passed since he returned from the dungeon where he had scored a lot of exotic resources. He and Bernier spent some time organizing everything and working on the ore. There were a lot of large chunks that consisted of volcanic rocks that needed to be chiseled down. If they just threw everything into the smelter, the product would probably be worse than everyday iron. Regretfully, the golems were not smart enough to automate this process. While Roland was able to modify the regular golem runic programming that they came with, he was not able to make that many drastic changes. To this day, he mostly worked on a pre-made operating system that had been created by some other craftsmen. The amount of runic programming that he had to go through was staggering. Just as with modern-day software, a small change in the code could bring forth disastrous outcomes. From time to time, he found himself abandoning the altered runic code. It was easier to start from the beginning than to sweep through the code to find the correlating problem. Even with his debugging skill working on the code, it wasn't easy. It could recognize the problems, but it did not work like modern-day debugging solutions. It did not give him any tooltips on what he could change the runic code into. It only lit up the faulty part of the code, which could be quite long. Then, even when the implementation of the code was correct, it didn't mean that the golem was working fine. It just followed the programming as it was made. What that runic programming did was up to the runesmith. He had to take everything into account. If he altered the golem design even by an inch, he would require to alter a couple of values in the code for it to function correctly. His biggest desire would be to create something that could calculate these values automatically. It was clear why other runesmiths didn't bother with golem customization. It was just too much of a bother when there were working models already in circulation. They would rather spend 5 years working as an intern to get their hands on golem schematics, instead of coming up with their own. Without the professor that he came to know through Lucille de Vere's help, he might still be stuck on a prototype spider droid. The ones he had made were just a modification to an existing model. Adding weapons like hooks, magical cannons was at least bearable as long as he kept the chassis as close to the original as he could. It was slowly becoming a problem even for him, but for now, he needed to concentrate on this strange new noble that arrived in his town. He required more information, so he decided to lean against the side and listen to some of the people whispering about. It's someone from the Valyrian household. But I never heard of anyone named Arthur from that house. That's right. It's probably another bastard that Lord Alexander had brought into the world. Don't be so loud. If the guards hear you, they will lynch you. Ha, you think they care. He might be the lord, but he is the leader only by name. As the conversations continued, Roland got a somewhat good picture of the new lord that was about to appear and give an introductory speech to his people. It seemed that what he previously heard was the truth. Most people never even heard about this noble's son in the first place. There could be a couple of reasons for something like this happening. One of them could be that he had only recently discovered this offspring and pushed him to the edges of this island. This would keep him away from the more important areas like Isgard and would show the other children that Arthur was not really competing for the duke title. Roland knew well that the battles for inheriting the titles could get bloody. This was the title of the duke. It was only second to the royal family titles. An archduke title was something only a member of the royal line could achieve. This title was kind of special, as it was given to one sibling of the current king. That is, if there was a male sibling remaining after the war for the crown was over. Sometimes two princes would team up with the intent of getting one of them crowned, and the second in command would be given this title. Even though the title was called archduke, it didn't mean that this forever prince had more power than a noble duke. The dukes were already powerful individuals that were at similar footing as the king. What the archduke received at the end also depended on the king. Sometimes they ended up with less than a count. What do we even need a noble for? Albrook has been fine for years now. Why do those blasted nobles only show up after all the hard work is finished? Damn bastards probably only want to tax us more. If that dungeon never appeared, they would have let us starve. The various conversations continued as he noticed some older Albrook citizens that had gone through harsh times started talking. Roland heard some stories of the old town and how life was hard before the dungeon appeared. The old residents still carried some grudges from the past. Probably if they received some aid from the nobles, they would not have to starve through some droughts. While volcanic soil was normally quite fertile, this didn't account for magic. With the close proximity to the dungeon, the soil could be altered in bizarre ways. Monstrous plants could start growing and crops could just die from oversaturation of the nutrients. It will probably take a while until these people warm up to the noble, that is if he doesn't turn out to be some kind of tyrant. What Roland feared was not the person called Arthur, but the title that he was bringing with him. While he might have been some low-standing sixth son of a duke, he was still part of a prestigious family. If something happened to him, it would be surprising if the whole city didn't get blamed for it. In these troubling times, the nobles were still law. If they for any reason hurt someone from a duke's house, there would be consequences, bloody ones. That is, of course, only if the duke cared enough about this Arthur person. Sometimes the high nobles would distance themselves from their offsprings. Even if they perished, they would be considered real noble family members. In this case, there would be no repercussions, and this noble would be relegated to nothing more than a figurehead with no actual power. There were some cases where low nobles were even imprisoned in their mansions, while the knights or servants kept everything running. As long as the noble was alive, everything was fine. Their family members abandoned them, and without their approval, they could not leave. This was something that Roland was afraid of as well. Now being a proper successful runesmith, he somewhat feared getting hauled off to the old Arden estate. There he might be forced to work for the family like a mule without any say. Though with his current strength, he wasn't sure if that option would be even possible anymore. With his armor on, there weren't many high-level Tier 2 class holders that would be able to go against him. His father, on the other hand, was the biggest threat, as Roland didn't think he was anywhere close to that battle maniac that spent most of his life out on the battlefield. Hey, be quiet, someone is coming. Finally, it looked like the time for the audience with the new lord of Albrook City. City Square had been created around an old well that existed here before the dungeon appeared. In its place, a large fountain was placed. It looked like it was made from marble. It was of a woman with a large jug over her shoulder from which water streamed down. Then before this fountain, they had built up a stage. On it, they would present new laws and various other presentations. From Roland's perspective, it was kind of a waste of space, as they weren't forthcoming enough to host any celebrations on it. He was part of the people that run the city. He would have probably hired a band to perform on this large stage. They could probably make a lot of money from ticket sales, while also boosting the city's fame. Things like open-air theaters and musicals existed in this world, but they were meant for nobles. What the commoners got were bards at taverns or street performers. There wasn't much they could do for entertainment. The focus was clearly on the adventurers and the dungeons instead of the common folk. But with the city's growth, it would be a yet untapped market. Silence, you are in the presence of a noble. A loud voice filled the entire area, which quickly caused everyone to quiet down. Roland noticed that the voice was backed by some kind of magic spell or enchantment. The man that was shouting out was the previous city mayor, and after a few words, it was time for the Lord to come. So that's the Lord. He looks to be about my age. Roland looked at the person named Arthur Valerian. The first thing that he noticed was that the young man was quite handsome. The clothes that he was wearing were white and blue, which meshed well with the color of his hair. Wait. Silvery white hair color for Roland, who was knowledgeable about the various races in this world. It was easy to come to the conclusion that he wasn't a pure human. There were two races that came equipped with it. One were the moon elves, while the others silver wolf beastmen tribes. Looks more elven than beast. The young man was wearing gloves, so besides his face and long silver white locks, there wasn't much to go off. The deep green eyes were something that the Duke was known for, so in Roland's mind, it was clear why this young man was sent here. Even though Caldris was a kingdom with many races, the nobles were all pure humans. There was a limit of how far an unpure member of a noble family could progress. If this young man was partially moon elf, he was probably out of the picture of becoming a duke. From what he knew, there weren't any cases where a half-blood attained the position of duke. The most they went up to was a baron, and this only when their merits could not be denied. It would take truly a Herculean amount of personal power to help a person like this to be on equal footing with a regular noble. My name is Arthur Valerian, and I've just been appointed as the lord of this region. The speech started, but Roland was more interested in the young man's roots and the enchantment that was making his voice louder than the speech itself. He also noticed that some other people had caught on to the fact that this man was not of pure human descent. While not everyone knew what this truly meant, the small number of guards around him told the tale. He really might just be a temporary figurehead, probably nothing more than just a proxy between the true lord. While on paper Arthur Valerian had actual power to affect the course of the city, this might not be what his father wanted. Could have just been a place to keep this son of his, far away from the proper successor of the line. This meant that he would have to think about that present that he wanted to send. If this noble was nothing more than a figurehead with no footing, it would just be a waste of money. As your new lord, I will strive for Albrook's improvement, but this is not something that can be achieved alone. You all must fulfill your part in the coming years. The speech continued for a while as the young noble started prattling on. It seemed that he was somewhat genuine in his tone, and it felt that he was trying to work with the people here. Is he trying to inspire the locals into working harder? He would probably need to lower the taxes and give handouts to achieve that. Words were just that, words. Roland didn't think that prattling on about Albrook as a whole would do much good, as the people here were divided into many smaller parts. The guilds, the merchants, the adventurers, and even families. Mostly everyone just kept to their smaller group. Even he was part of this divide. The only people that he was concerned with were the ones at his home. What happened to anyone else was not his problem. This didn't mean that there was no way of moving the masses in his favor. If he somehow managed to lower the burden on them or help them earn more money, they would probably see Arthur as a good leader. The biggest problem with that would be the currently hidden masters of the city. Roland knew some of them. The Dwarven Union was a royal pain in the behind even to this day. Even with his current shop, he was not making as much as he could. That will be all. The speech was over, and the previous mayor took the stage to inform the people of some changes. Now, with the Lord being here, a person would need to ask for an audience if they wanted to get something more strenuous done. Without a proper court system in place, a lord of the region could act as a judge, jury, and executioner. That is, if he cared enough. Most would just push this duty onto some officials that worked in the city. Roland was wearing a robe over a different version of his armor. His face was covered, as he was not sure if the noble here would be someone that he previously met. With the help of his helmet, he could somewhat focus in on the noble and his retainers. What he spotted were 2 knights and a maid that stuck closely to this young lord. All the other guards were more concerned with the mayor. This was enough confirmation that he needed to see that the young man didn't have much pull. I'm not sure if he will be the quiet type, though. Judging by the long speech and how the young man was speaking, it seemed that he was trying to gain the approval of the people here. Maybe he would attempt to gain some power through this city, but if he achieved his goal, only the future would show. Interesting. That maid's level is higher than that of the 2 knights. With the help of his radar, he was able to somewhat put numbers on the lord's retainers. Thanks to the color coding, he could tell that the 2 knights were around level 100, while the young woman was closer to his own level. While she was up there, she was not a tier 3 class holder. Now that the inauguration speech was over, he turned away. This didn't change anything. It was time to upgrade his wares. Months of hard work awaited him when he returned home. Bernir was already informed about the hectic schedule and was willing to work overtime. While the crowd was dispersing, the young lord looked to the people around him. It didn't seem that his heartfelt speech got through to the populace. This did not deter him in the slightest. This was only the beginning. I don't think the local populace appreciates me too much. A certain silver-haired noble lord gave out a sigh while looking through a window. There he saw some servants moving around as they continued with their work. You did great, my lord. I'm sure you have reached the hearts of the common folk. Mary, you can drop the honorifics. We aren't in Isgard anymore. Not like anyone really sees me as a proper Valyrian. The young man waved his wrist around while slumping into a large chair by his desk. After coming to this city, he had done some research before doing his inauguration speech. When he thought back to it, the speech might have been a bit too flowery for the people living here. From how bored they looked, he had to reconsider doing any other long speeches ever again. Now that the announcement was done, he needed to get informed about the region that he would be managing. It wasn't really much land to begin with. The only points of interest were the growing city and the C-rank dungeon that was here. His siblings had also received similar plots of land with other points of interest. Lord Arthur, I'm sure that with time they will learn to respect you. You just need to show them that you are on their side and not like the other nobles. The cat maid that was with him was one of the few people that he could trust. She was a few years older than him and was raised as a bodyguard, but considering that she was a maid instead of a butler, her position had been lowered. Arthur knew Mary since they were young, as she was one of the maids in training when he was growing up. She was the only servant that was willing to go with him. Even now he felt somewhat bad for this turn of events, as from his point of view she was getting a bad deal here. With how skillful she was, Mary could have gotten the position of a head maid at one of the larger estates. Instead, she was stuck with an impure member of the family, which would probably cause her future prospects to disappear. Not like the other nobles. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Mary. Just like them, I want to use the common people to further my cause. He didn't fool himself into believing that he was any better than the other nobles just because he felt slightly more sympathetic to the plight of the common person. Through his life as an unlawful member of the Valyrian line, he had gone through a lot of prejudice from his older siblings. This was due to his mother being part moon elf. It planted a target on the son that came from this unorthodox match. While his father was proper enough to allow his mother to live a good life, she was nothing more than a bird in a cage. Without any real power to speak of, he would not be able to do anything about it. Thus he needed to prove himself. His goal was to aid his mother that was locked away in the mansion, just withering away without the freedom to leave. She was seen as a blemish on the good name of the Valyrian household. She was not allowed to attend the noble Getodgers as his father's wife. She was nothing more than a commoner-born mistress that was not to show herself to others. His and her existence was not something that his family wanted to admit. The best option for the Valyrian household was to keep them at arm's length. While his mother was locked away in the mansion, he was sent away to the far reaches of their territory. No one really expected much from him or this city. The dungeon here was only a C rank, which was somewhat ordinary. There were many such dungeons sprinkled through the entire kingdom. Only when it was B rank and above would it pull in interest. A dungeon of such rank could supply Tier 3 monsters and Tier 3 materials which went for a lot of coins. You are right about one thing, Mary. If I want respect from them, I should probably stop wallowing in self-pity. Have you brought over what I had asked? Yes, here is the current map of the region along with the most important locations. Good. Arthur nodded while unrolling the map on the large desk. On it, like Mary described, were all the sites of interest that were instrumental to this growing city. As he examined the map, he began noting down some information into his own notebook. This was not a simple matter, as he needed Mary to bring over the ledger that the mayor was previously responsible for. The old man apparently didn't want to part with the book of records, but Arthur at least had enough power to make the previous city leader bend the knee. Through the examination of some of the open records, he could see some of the cash flow that was going through the city. The Adventurers Guild is at the center of it all. It's the most important part of the city's development. He realized fast that without the dungeon, the city would probably go under quite fast. It didn't really have any export goods to make any money besides the monster parts that the adventurers were bringing in. These adventurers also put their hard-earned coins back into the city. Pubs, inns, and brothels were on the rise, as the sellswords spent an exorbitant amount of their earnings on alcohol and women. Without the adventurers, Arthur couldn't see the city existing as it was. There were some old records pointing that before the dungeon appeared here, Albrook was just a dying village with a dwindling population. Now, after the dungeon existed here for close to 5 years, it was quite booming. I can't really do much with the Adventurers Guild. It has its own autonomy. Even the king would have trouble making it move. While rubbing his chin, he decided to put the Adventurer Guild to the back burner. There was not really much he could do for the guild at this point in time. He might have been the lord of the city, but not like he could reduce their taxes. These were agreed upon by the duke, as the lands belonged to him. Part of the money that was created in these lands would then be put to use for further development of the kingdom. Each noble needed to relegate resources to the country's war effort. This could be done in several ways: sending troops, sending food, or just plain money. Some of the nobles that lived in poor regions were forced to send their sons instead if they were not able to pay. Everyone needed to pitch in, if not they would be in danger of having their noble title revoked and their lands seized by higher-standing nobles. This was also a reason for marriage proposals always going to the nobles with rich lands. A tactical betrothal could save a dying noble house from certain doom. Arthur was quite a good-looking young man. He was also offered a choice of being married off to a daughter of a rich noble. For the time being, he was still confident in managing the issues by himself, but if all failed, he might have to sell himself off to gain his mother's freedom. What if you offer them some land instead? I don't think there's any left for me to give. While he couldn't really affect the tax percentage as the lord of the lands, he could lend it out. In reality, people that bought houses and land in this kingdom didn't really own them fully. They were mostly paying a set sum for a timed deal. While normally even the common people would be able to pass over houses to their children or siblings, there were ways that the kingdom could take back the previously bought parcels. One of the reasons would be not paying taxes on time or committing some kind of crime. Arthur, as the lord, could dictate where specific partitions of the land could be sold to. In a developing city like this, the land would be auctioned off to the highest bidder, that is if the lord agreed to it. He could outright sell it to whoever he wanted to, thus some underhanded dealings could surface. It wasn't odd for rich merchants to line the pockets of nobles out to get their hands on the best spots for their shops. The money the nobles gained in such a way would not be taxed as they never showed up on the record. They could also do it in a less underhanded way by giving the nobles gifts of jewelry, various goods, or lowered prices to their wares. If we need money, why don't we just increase the taxes a bit? Mary asked while Arthur just shook his head. While increasing the taxes would let him take the surplus for himself, it would make the citizens angry. This was still a developing city that was attracting new people. If the taxes were too high, the new citizens would find it hard to sustain themselves in the new environment. When in such a situation, it was not rare for the common man to turn to the life of crime, which in the long run might cause them to lose more money. They would need to invest more into security and would also risk the ire of the merchants. If the city wasn't safe for the merchants, they would just pack up and leave. With fewer people to tax, they would need to increase taxes even further, which could lead to an even bigger collapse. Let us move on. The biggest asset that our family has here is still the auction house. While the Adventure Guild produced the most money in the city, the auction house wasn't that far behind. The allure of auctioning something off in a bidding war was still quite something very addicting with the people in this kingdom. Not everyone had time to become a merchant and heckle the prices up or gather the right customer for the best possible offer. Thus, auction houses had been created for this purpose in mind. It was a place where the masses gathered. With more eyes on the items, the sellers were hopeful of getting a better deal than directly selling them to stores. This didn't mean that the auction house was used for low-quality items. The goods were always checked by a person with a high appraisal skill. Only if the item brought in a good profit would it be auctioned off. It's the only real asset that I can use now if I manage to increase the sales. The auction house belonged to the Valyrian household. As the new lord, he would be given part of the monthly earnings. With more profits, he would be given some pocket change through which he could slowly build up his power base. By showing that he was making good profits for the family, he would show his worth. We need to see this auction house, schedule a meeting with whoever is running it, and I will pay them a visit personally. While normally the lord would not have to do something like this by themselves, Arthur didn't trust the people in the city. They probably saw him as an eyesore that could alter the power balance. No, wait, let us not schedule a meeting. Oh, want them not to be prepared for your visit. Yes, let us see how they really handle things here. Mary nodded while grinding as she had an idea what her lord was thinking about. Should I do the usual? Yes, I'll be counting on you, but try not to cause any problems in the city. My reach is very limited. The maid chuckled while shrugging. Don't worry, Lord Arthur, I will be very discreet. Good, while you tend to the problem, I'll have a look through all this paperwork. Arthur looked at the pile of record books that he had nabbed from the city hall. There was a lot of information about the dealings happening in the city, and he wanted to look through them. He didn't expect to learn much through them, but he needed more information about the biggest factions in the city. The Adventure Guild was something that he couldn't really touch, but the merchants were another thing. He could make life really easy for them or really difficult if he wanted. While the guild could not be replaced, the peddlers could. What he needed to see was who was in bed with whom. Going through the records would probably give him a clue, but he didn't expect everything to be in there. There were various ways of doing business without involving any written down proof. He didn't think that any of the merchants would attempt tax evasion, as the penalties for that were quite severe. If he actually managed to pin something like that on the rich business owners, it would make things a lot easier for him. This might take a while, Mary asked while moving towards the exit. I'll give you a week. Try finding some trustworthy allies if you can. You are a real slave worker, Lord Arthur, leaving everything up to a weak young maiden. Mary chuckled while opening the door. Behind it were the two soldiers that arrived with them. Sir Gareth, Sir Morian, I'll trust the young lord's safety to you. I'll send a replacement maid soon. The two armored men nodded with their heads as Mary clued them in. They knew that this was not just a simple maid. The way that she walked without making a sound was proof. As this was happening, Roland, the city runesmith, was looking through some personally drawn schematics. Next to him was his trustworthy assistant and his large wife that was also a blacksmith. Now that's some metal you got there, Diana commented while looking at one of the durium ores. They were stacked to the side and created a nice pile of resources that Roland was intending to use. Yeah, the current smelter might not last too long, but it should be enough to produce the ingots we need. While the current runic smelter was created from lesser metals, it would be momentarily able to last through the smelting process. What Roland needed was durasteel to make his new forge. Some of that fire-resistant mithril would also go into the mix. With its addition to the durasteel alloy, he would be able to make really high-quality tools and equipment. The resistance would allow him to work with higher-quality materials without needing to worry about the new forge. This type of mithril was resistant to fire, but even it wouldn't last forever. The three people in this room had gathered here with the intent of remaining here for multiple days for the melting to occur. I hope you ate enough. Don't even think of leaving this workshop before we are done. Don't forget about the potions. There should be enough for everyone. Roland pointed to the stack of fire resistance potions that he bought for this occasion. The workshop was decked out with runes to alleviate the problems, but it would get quite toasty in here. Everyone here was a high-level blacksmith with skills to alleviate heat in one way or another. Even with that accounted for, he wasn't sure if it would be enough to last through the scorching flames. Just fire it up, sugar, but don't forget that you'll let me use that fancy forge of yours from now on, Diana replied while grabbing one of the potions from the workbench. Next to her, Bernier just smiled while doing the same. Okay, let's go then. Is he okay? This is embarrassing. I thought he would be able to last until the very end. It's understandable. His level is lower than our. Roland was looking at a passed-out Bernier that was getting his head rubbed by his large wife. During the upgrading of the forge and smelter, he had hanged in there. Both Roland and Diana's levels were over 100, while Bernier was trailing behind. Thus, after working for several days, he finally reached his limit. Don't worry, I'll take him home. He'll be ready by tomorrow. I'll be sure to drag his body back if he complains. You don't need to do that. I'm not in that much of a rush. If he feels under the weather, he can take a break. It's also the weekend, so it's fine. Diana stood up while grabbing her passed-out hubby and slinging him over her shoulder. To this day, Roland was surprised at the size difference between the two. He also could swear that the cowgirl had grown a bit through these past 3 years, making the height gap even wider. Is it now? I can never get used to those weekends of yours. You're too soft on him, Wayland. In times like this, you need to push them harder, otherwise he'll get used to your goodwill. The The large woman took the lifeless body of her husband away while leaving Roland alone in the workshop. From his perspective, he was only trying to be a good boss. Working his employees could backfire in the long run, as he knew that burning out was a real issue. Back in his world, he had a little taste of it as he was forced to work long hours with meager pay. It was just enough to fuel his lifestyle that consisted of living in a small apartment and having just enough for food and his gaming addiction. In this world, it was normal for people to work the entire day and not even have any weekdays off. Most of the time the people just went to work, then drank themselves to sleep afterward. Knowing Bernier, he'll probably do that the moment he wakes up. While he worried slightly for his assistant, this was a somewhat different situation than his own world. Here there were skills that alleviate stress, sleep deprivation, and even fatigue. Bernier would probably be back to his old self after a good night's rest. If not, there were various potions that would get him back to his feet. The forge is coming along nicely, but what should I do about that, noble? Roland gave out a sigh while looking at some of the parts that they had prepared for the new forge. Smelter they were using was really getting pushed to its maximum, as cracks in its structure were beginning to form. He had to actually aid the runic smelting process through his mana control to alleviate the damage it produced. The deep steel it was made off just wasn't resistant enough for prolonged usage. Luckily, it was somewhat holding out, and they were mostly finished with the parts for the main forge. The forge differed from the old designs, as it didn't require any fuel in the form of coal or wood. Everything was done through runic means. Some parts were still created to mimic more modern-day furnaces. Instead of bowels, there was a runic air blower that he could activate by stepping onto a pedal with his foot. It would then blow oxygen-rich air at the flames to boost the heat even further. It was at a lesser mana cost than if he tried to directly increase the heat by adding more mana. A new Durasteel anvil was also in the works, but it wasn't as important as the smelter and the forge. After the metal he was working was already heated up and softened, it could be worked on an anvil made from plain deep steel. But after he was done with the upgrade, he also intended to make a proper new anvil. Through the implementation of runes, these tools didn't take up as much space as they would. The forge only needed to be able to heat up metals for him to pound on, while the smelter needed to melt them down. Thanks to mana, he could do it without having to worry about any fuel compartments. Nor did he have to worry about much fumes being produced from the fuel. But that problem had been solved a long time ago through the use of a ventilation system. Because he was now using a lot more mana, he needed to expand his wind turbine farm even further. The backyard that was previously a minefield had been used up. Now it was filled with only wind turbines and a small empty section for some testing. Luckily for Roland, with the help of earth magic, it wasn't that hard to build down and to the sides of his land. A large testing area for the golems was built down below as he continued to drill into the earth below his house. By reinforcing everything with earth magic, there was no worry of it ever collapsing. The walls were quite thick and could even take the force of an explosive rune without cracking. There was also an unused plot of land that he had bought up near his house. Previously, it was just barren farmland. Without any use now, it had untapped potential. He wasn't sure what to place there. There were enough wind turbines to power his whole workshop, so making another wind turbine farm there felt like a waste. At first he thought that maybe, when he figured his golemic creations out further, he could make them produce items for him. Making a factory for some basics would be a good idea, as he didn't really want to spend time crafting basic weapons. Because of the prevalence of skills and a self-improvement mindset, the people in this world didn't think much of automation. Why would they leave the work up to a golem if they would gain experience and level up their skills, while doing the same task? If the people on the top required more goods to be made, they just hired more craftsmen. With a long-lasting contract, they wouldn't lose much money, and the leveling system made these people work almost as fast as modern-day machines. On the other hand, Roland was kind of forced to go with the automation route. No one would really want to be hired by him when there were businesses run by the Dwarven Union there instead. Why would they trust the non-aim runesmith with their monetary gains when there was a more trustworthy element there? His mind wavered towards his own workshop, but the noble named Arthur was on his mind as well. Ever since he appeared, nothing had really changed. Life went on as it did before, and from what he knew, the noble had remained in his mansion since the speech that he witnessed. Would a decorative blade be a good gift? Roland picked up an old dagger that he had once made. It was made with his older technique, which kept the mana stones on the outer structure of the blade. While it was somewhat inferior to the ether metals, it did look nicer. The mana stones would light up whenever they were used, which would serve it better as a decorative piece. Or should I try investing more into our little lordling? After looking at a couple of old weapons, he turned to one of the spider droids that he had made. It was one of the damaged units that he took back from his previous dungeon run. It wouldn't take that much time to repair, as he just needed to replace the legs and smooth a couple of things out. He could cover the scratches up with a new paint job quite well. The golem already had the basic operating system, which would carry out voice commands from its master. While he couldn't program the new lord in as its new master, he could send it out with a control remote. Most people called it a control rod in this world, but he had made it look more like a TV remote instead. He simplified the design by writing in some symbols as the modern-day counterparts. It would come with an explanation of a scroll so that anyone would be able to use it without any help from him. A golem or a regular runic weapon, he started looking between the two choices. With a heavy heart, he placed the golem down onto the workbench as it needed some more repairs. He realized that if he wanted to somehow stick out, the golem was the only choice. While it pained him to give something like this up for free, it was needed to keep him in the noble's good graces. He did not know if his token of goodwill would be appreciated, but if he didn't send anything over, he was worried that it would put him in a bad light. The Dwarven Union and the merchants probably already send in their gifts. If he didn't do the same, he would just make himself look like one of the less ambitious people with no money. Is this supposed to be something like networking? Feels more like an obvious bribe. Roland shook his head around while grabbing his tools. While the golem didn't require many repairs, it needed to be somewhat stripped down. Leaving the weapons in the golem would probably not be a good idea. He also needed to replace the battery that he used. For now, he would place a container for mana fluid into it instead. This was somehow a big problem for his future sales, the golem batteries that he was making. In a sense, this was something that he was probably only aware of. If he was in his old world, he would just patent the design and become instantly rich. Here, on the other hand, there was nothing of the sort. It was a free-for-all, and everyone could copy the designs if they were able to. The batteries were a somewhat renewable source of energy. There was a limit to how many times they could be recharged, and they lost some of their charges with each refill. Even with that, they were a lot cheaper than using mana fluid. While he didn't think that many people would be able to copy his design, it was possible. The debugging skill that he was using wasn't the only skill in the world. There was a possibility that another runesmith could somehow figure out his manufacturing method. Thus, he was holding off by flooding the market with his golem designs. While this was a big reason, it wasn't the main one. That was still his standing in the city. There was just no real place that he could market his golems to. A golem came with a big price as a default. The time he invested in making them was immense, so he would also not part with them for nothing in return. His store, on the other hand, was only visited by adventurers. These adventurers would not be able to afford something like a battle golem. The costs of maintaining something like it would make most people cringe. It was easier to buy a tamed beast and level it up instead. That's why golems like this mostly saw use in very costly establishments like the bank that he was before. Only rich merchants and nobles of status were able to afford them. Because of this, he saw it as an investment of sending this golem over to the noble. Maybe with some luck, he could entice him to buy a more battle-ready model, which he could sell for an increased price. If only I wasn't banned from the auction house. While working, another sigh escaped from his mouth as he thought about the auction house. That place was probably the only venue that attracted people that would be able to afford his golems. The placement of his store was also working against him. Most rich merchants would not really bother to come all the way over when visiting the city, not when he was constantly badmouthed by the union and blacklisted by them. The risks of working with him for them were too high. He didn't give up, though. As his wares improved, he hoped to attract someone with deep pockets that would push him into the next level. If not, then he still had the dungeon trove with precious metals that he could still sell off for a huge profit. Instead of a great runesmith, I'm becoming a great smuggler. A third sigh escaped from his mouth as he thought about the black market that he was stuck with. After the run-in with the bandits in the dungeon, it left a bad taste in his mouth. He could not trust those people. A lot of them didn't see the big picture as they just thought about fast income. Is everything all right? His mood didn't go unnoticed as a certain shop clerk walked over with a tray. On the tray, there were various sandwiches piled up that made Roland's mouth water. "Oh, sorry, didn't hear you come in." Elodia just smiled while moving the tray with food right next to Roland's face. The moment he looked down on the rather filled-out sandwiches, he heard a rumble from his tummy. "Diana and Bernir left 2 hours ago. You should take a break. We wouldn't want our big boss to break down from overworking, now would we?" Elodia smiled while mocking the way Bernir called him all the time. While it might have been a small joke, she was right. If anything happened to Roland, their 3 people would be out of a job, with only Diana having her own little forge in the city to go back to. "Fine, I'll take a break." Roland placed his hammer down next to the golem he was working on. Then he reached out for the tray with the good on, but instead of grasping a nice chicken sandwich, he grabbed nothing but air. He was puzzled by Elodia's action of pulling back the food from him that she previously shoved into his face. "You want to eat with those dirty hands?" Roland glanced at his hands that Elodia was also staring at. These hands did not belong to a small boy anymore, but to a man. They showed a history of hard work with the many calluses and thick skin that he had gained through constant work. Wait, you can't deny a man his sandwich after all of that. Roland tried going for the food again, but was denied access yet again as Elodia took a step back. No, wash your hands first. She just shook her head around while backing away. Roland, on the other hand, didn't really want to go all the way back to his bathroom to do this. I see. But do I really need to wash my hands to eat that sandwich, or is there another way? Another way? What are you talking about? Asked Elodia while Roland was looking at something. This something was a nice, clean-looking hand that belonged to a woman. There is one person here that has clean hands. Elodia looked at her hand, then back to Roland, and after a little pause, she figured out what he was alluding to. With a small blush on her face, she grabbed one of the sandwiches that she made and brought it over to Roland's face. With food now in front of his face, he just chomped down, taking in quite a bit with one bite. It took him a bit to finish up, as it was a somewhat awkward way of doing this. Still, the experience of having a cute girl feed you food was something to cherish. Come to think of it, why is she still here, he asked himself while looking at the clock. It was quite late and it would be dark outside. Normally when he was working, Elodia would just go back to the city along with the shop guard and Agni. So when he managed to finish the sandwich, he asked, "Isn't it late? Did you stay longer to make these for me?" Elodia looked at the tray of food and then to the side. The previous faint blush that had been there became even more obvious. Without replying, she turned around while walking away. Loilia and Armin said they would be staying over, so I thought we could. She started to trail off at the end with the sentence while slowly going towards the exit. Then, as she vanished behind the door, Roland realized what those words really meant. Thus a small dent in the floor appeared as he bolted for the exit. "Agni, you'll have to sleep outside. I'm going to be a bit busy." Awo. Soon after, a confused Ruby Wolf was left outside of the house, from which he heard some rather peculiar sounds for the remainder of the night. She looked somewhat at peace. Roland looked to his right side where he saw Elodia's head sticking out of the bedsheets. She had stayed over for the previous night, and as it was a weekend, they didn't really need to get up early. The store closed at regular intervals after a short period of functioning, just as he had promised in the contracts he made with his employees. Now how do I do this? He stood before a difficult decision. How could he slip out of the dreaded spoon? Elodia's head was resting on his arm while her back was pressed into his chest. Due to his sleeping resistance skill, he always woke up a lot faster than his new girlfriend. Thus it left him in a bit of a pickle whenever they did this. Elodia might have looked small and weak compared to him, but it was quite hard to pry her away from his hand. Thus he needed to wiggle free bit by bit while using his dexterity to his advantage. After some practice, he had developed a technique in which he replaced his arm with a pillow. There we go. After the deed was done, he slowly slung himself out of the bed that had been replaced for a larger model the moment he got together with Elodia. Even now he wasn't sure how it happened that two awkward people like them got together, but it just seemed that they were somewhat attracted to their own work ethics. This of course wasn't the only thing that they were going for each other. There was an obvious physical attraction there. As he was trying to tiptoe away from his bedroom, it was brought to the forefront. "Where are you going? Is it morning already?" Elodia's somewhat sleepy voice made him stop and turn away. She slowly sat up on the bed while rubbing her eyes, but by doing this, she made the bedsheet slip down. This revealed her upper body to him. His eyes were quick to pick up on the womanly parts. This woman had quite the hourglass figure that was somewhat hidden away by the type of clothes that she wore. Long skirts to cover up her legs and tops that went around her neck. The first time he saw what was under there was quite the surprise, as her chest was a lot larger than what he had expected. "Hey, why aren't you answering?" she asked while looking at Roland's face. Soon she followed his gaze downward. "Oh, I was just admiring the view." He was quickly hit by a pillow to the face by the woman that he spent the time with. It was somewhat cute that she felt shame the day after the deed. It was clear that she was the type that preferred when the lights were turned off. "Your pillow throwing skill is improving," Roland commented while rubbing his nose that got directly hit. At this point, he knew that he should give her some space to get dressed, so he decided to leave his bedroom. But as he was about to close the door behind him, he heard a muffled voice call out to him, "I'll have breakfast ready in a bit, so don't go far." With a little nod, he closed the door behind him and moved towards the door to go outside. The moment he opened it up, he got tackled by a certain mystical Ruby Wolf. This wasn't Roland's first rodeo, though. He braced himself for the impact by lowering his center of gravity. "Stop it, Agni." Though he managed to survive the initial tackle of love, he wasn't able to dodge the wolf tongue that assaulted his face. His last resort was to turtle up before his face got drenched in slobber. Down boy here. To get out of this predicament, he decided to use his secret weapon. Agni looked to the side as he noticed something that was held out to him. "You want this? Go get it." It was a rather thick-looking sausage, which Roland promptly threw to the side. It was the type that Agni liked the most, thus he instantly jumped off his master to get to the food. "Stop jumping on me, Agni. I might not be able to survive it after you evolve further." Roland wasn't sure to what Agni would evolve when he got to level 100. But it would probably be a larger wolf creature, maybe even one that was big as a horse. While he was able to take the tackles, for now, he feared that in time it could get dangerous for him or the people around him. If Agni decided to tackle Elodia one of these days, she could actually get hurt in the process. The weather is fine today. When he stepped outside, he noticed the sun rising over the horizon and greeting him with a nice shade of red. If he was near a church, there would be many believers praying and bowing. It was a nice little gesture that they greeted the new day with. Roland felt a bit odd. He had been able to reincarnate into this world but didn't feel like praying. Many times he asked himself, how was he able to come here? It defied all logic and pointed towards there being a higher power. Even with the evidence there, he didn't really feel like praying or worshipping deities. Everything seems in order. As it was his self-created weekend and the shop was closed, he decided to just go around the compound that he had created. He arrived in this city about 4 years ago and went through some growing pains in the first year. After the store was created, the problems somewhat died down with only the Dwarven Union remaining. Even with them there, it was somewhat peaceful, all things considered. There were no close calls like with Robert in the dungeon. His brother had also stopped reaching out to him as much. Due to how well he scored at the academy, he was given a somewhat high position in the army. Now he was a true part of the kingdom just like he wanted. Robert was on a trajectory very similar to his father, but Roland didn't think that he would get that Baron title. The two other sons had a big leg up, but as his aim was to be part of the Royal Knights, he wouldn't really need the title. When it came to Lucian, he wasn't sure. His sister apparently was working diligently at the same magical academy that both Lucille de Vere and his helpful cat associate was at. While in a sense this gave Roland a good idea of what she was doing, it was also somewhat dangerous. If she somehow ended up walking in on a conversation that he was having with Lucille or the professor, he could have been discovered. From what he knew, his sister would probably rush right over here, which could bring his father along as well. Then his whole cushy life as a craftsman could be at risk. Then there was still the issue with who wanted to get him killed and the cultist problem that he was trying to forget. All I can do is prepare for that time. The past has a way of catching up to you. Roland had already created a structure for himself in this city. He was dead set on living here. His strength was reaching a level at which he felt somewhat comfortable. The next step would be getting into Tier 3, and for this, he needed to dive back into the dungeon soon. Before he could do that, he needed to create a new set of magical tools to help him defeat what was behind that stone wall. The biggest problem with that was the lack of funds. The resources that he brought back would not last him forever, and he still needed more products for his shop. Luckily, he had enough backlog to last him for now. Unless something pushed him over the limit, he probably wouldn't need to stress himself out over it too much. The checkup over his land continued as he started examining the detection devices that he had built. Magical turrets were placed everywhere, and the previously wooden wall was now made from stone and steel. At night, it would be charged with a voltage that had enough power to stun a person. Small acts of violence and attempted robberies did transpire from time to time. Even though he was paying the Thieves Guild some of his gold to keep them out, thieves from outside the city sometimes came to cause some trouble. They lived their life on the edge as when discovered by the guild, their life would be forfeit after causing trouble. Breakfast is ready. I'll be right there. About the check to his defensive measures, he heard Elodia call out to him from afar. There was nothing better than enjoying a home-cooked meal by someone that actually knew how to cook. Thus he was quick to sprint back home. Even though it was just scrambled eggs with some meat, it tasted like a gourmet meal. How a skill could alter the taste so much was above him, but he could somewhat feel mana radiating from it, which probably added to the unique taste. Back at home, the two were now finishing up their food. The day had just started, and as Bernier was out of commission, Roland wasn't sure what to do today. But while looking at the person opposite him, he started thinking that taking a break from time to time wouldn't be such a bad idea. Are you finished? Ah, yes. He nodded while being lost in his thoughts. It was time to do the dishes, and then Elodia would probably need to go back into the orphanage. This was probably one of the biggest problems of this relationship, as both of them never really had any time to spend with each other. 1 day per week at most, as being stuck working long hours was normal. Oh right, I almost forgot. What is it? Elodia asked while cleaning up the table. Just wait a moment, I'll be right back. She was a bit surprised to see Roland rush off towards his workshop, but she didn't ask. The dishes needed to be done, and then it was time to go back to take care of the kids. While she enjoyed her stay here, the two troublemakers that were left to tend to the young ones were on her mind. After a minute or two, he was back with something sparkling in his hand. The moment Elodia saw it, her mouth opened wide. What is this? Oh, nothing, just a small gift, just give me your hand. He did ask for permission, but even when she protested, he didn't stop. Soon a nice, expensive-looking bracelet adorned Elodia's wrist. At first glance, it didn't really look expensive. It even looked to be made from regular silver. It wrapped around her wrist through a thick chain, and the interesting part depicted a wolf shape. The inside of this wolf was all red with some smaller sparkly stones around it. Put some mana into it, Roland said while Elodia nodded and followed the instruction. When she injected some of her mana, the red wolf gem started to glow brightly. Soon the glow started to change shape into something that looked like a picture. Teeth eyes is. Roland nodded as what they were now looking at was something similar to a hologram. In the hologram, Elodia could see herself, Roland and Agni standing together. This was a snapshot he had done with one of his newer inventions before. With some fiddling around, he managed to store the image in the runic program and use an illusion spell to present it outwards. This was not some new technique or anything, as he had taken the knowledge from one of his research books. For one reason or another, the other runesmiths didn't bother with it too much, but for him, it was a nice way to show his gratitude. Try not to use it too much. It will drain your mana fast and you might get a headache, he explained while pulling his hand away. The bracelet was made with some of the rare metals that he took from the dungeon. With this world being how it was, Roland still worried that if it looked too fancy that it would be a prime target for the thieves. You can also hide it under your sleeves. While trying to explain his worries, he noticed that Elodia was somewhat quiet. When he looked at her face, he noticed that her eyes were glued to the accessory that he made for her. It took a few moments for her to realize that she was injecting too much mana into the bracelet, which was obvious as she reached towards her forehead. That's why I told you not to use it too much. Roland placed his hand on Elodia's forehead. With the help of his mana regulation skills, he was now able to somewhat alleviate mana deprivation in other people. Normal people like Elodia without battle classes didn't have much mana and lacked any means of managing it. Probably holding the image for a minute would be the most she would be capable of. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. How about I make one without that image? What? No. When he asked for a return on his gift, he was given a loud rejection. It was somewhat funny to see the mostly serious Elodia protect her wrist and move away from him. He just moved his hands up into the air and smiled. Fine, have it your way, just don't use it too much. For the following few minutes, he noticed that she was looking at the bracelet an awful lot, but the dishes needed to be washed, so it needed to be put to the side for the time being. Even then, her gaze was glued to it, which made Roland a bit stressed, as if she was overthinking the gesture. Soon they were finished, and it was time to go back to the city. While normally Roland would leave the escorting duty to Agni, this time around he decided to do it himself. His house was now a small fortress with actual golems patrolling outside. Even when someone managed to break into the store or scaled the wall, they would be in for it. Elodia was back in her full getup, which made her look like a Victorian maid. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and with her glasses on, she could pass for a head maid of a duke household. The glasses gave her a very professional look, but they weren't really something that she needed. Only later did he find out that the glasses were just a magical item with the analyzing skill on them. Her eyesight was just fine, but she explained that she got used to wearing them for so long that now it felt strange to not have them on. It was kind of a refreshing experience after his somewhat hectic dungeon exploration. No sleep, paired with the constant stress of something appearing to kill him, was not something he wanted to face every day. With his advanced age, he started to learn to appreciate the little things, just as his slow walk towards the city with a woman hugging his arm. At this very moment, she was chuckling, as instead of his arm, she was mostly gripping the cold gauntlets underneath it. You really need to learn to leave the house without those. Better safe than sorry, he replied as they continued. While he had mellowed out after the years, just as Elodia didn't feel comfortable without her glasses, so did he without some of his armor. The gauntlets were something that he wasn't willing to part with, as slinging some quick spells could save his and Elodia's life. But their happy faces would soon change as they approached the orphanage. What seemed to be the start of a nice day quickly turned sour as Roland heard shouting, "Goddamn bastard." Elodia and Roland stopped while looking at each other and quickly increased the pace. The voice that they heard clearly belonged to Armand, and as they arrived at the scene it was a mess. On the ground, they saw two men in leather armor. They were knocked out cold, but there were two more with raised weapons looking at Armand. Behind the two men was an older-looking gentleman. By his clothes he looked like some kind of rich merchant. Roland was quick to place himself in front of Elodia that was about to run towards her idiot brother. Luckily, the men that Armand knocked out didn't seem to be proper city guards, but just some hired bodyguards instead. What is this about? The scene felt strange, as the old man didn't seem perturbed by the fiasco. By the merchant's side, he also noticed some kind of parchment that was now on the ground that the man was looking at. What is that idiot doing this time? Roland stood there not knowing what to do. Normally, he would just wait until Armand and the person he was up against argued it out, not like it was any of his business to begin with. The biggest problem here was his relation to Elodia. She was right next to him, and he could see the concern in her eyes. In the 3 years that had passed, Armand didn't remain stagnant. He had actually improved significantly and became a proper gold-rank adventurer. The only thing that he didn't like was the choice of class that Armand went with. Name: Armand. L111 classes. T2 Fist Berserker, L11 Primary, T2 Pugilist, L50 Secondary, T1 Warrior, L25X, T1 Brawler, L25X. Just like the name implied, the class caused some anger management issues. Armand was already prone to mood swings. This was apparent during the interactions he had with him 3 years ago. The only reason he took the class was probably due to how overpowered the Berserk skill actually was. While this skill had many faults, the boost it gave its users was truly immense. At higher levels, this skill could actually be offset by other ones and be controlled. It was not such a bad choice for a close-quarters fighter, as long as the people from their party kept their distance. As the name implied, the skill user would go into a sort of berserk state. During this state, he or she would focus on the enemies before them. As long as the user focused their anger on a specific target, before the skill activation it would be pointed towards it. The biggest drawback was probably not that there was a possibility of attacking their allies, but the fact that they would abandon all defensive measures. The boost in stats would bloat up the muscles and turn the user's body into something close to steel. But even then, if the opponent's attacking power was high, they would just be rushing to their deaths. If Armand actually managed to master this skill and keep a somewhat clear head, he could easily go against other warrior types that were even 10 levels above his. But while he was trying to examine the situation, Elodia started moving forward. He had to place his hand in the way to make her stop. While his girlfriend normally managed to keep a cool head, it was only when it came to business-related situations. When it came to her loved ones and family, she didn't always think things through. I know I'll step in if it gets out of hand, but if we do it now, we could escalate the situation. Roland feared that there could be more of those guards around. From his first impression, it looked like the men were just hired thugs. In this case, Armand punching them out could just be attributed to self-defense. A problem would only arise if they were actual city guards hired by the city or noble lord. If a person raised a hand against them, they would be placed in prison where they would remain until bail was posted or they were sentenced. See that man? Roland pointed to who looked to be the leader. The 2 remaining guards had their shields and swords out and defended him while he was glaring at Armand. Isn't he that? He is part of the merchant guild. But you seem to know that already. Elodia's reaction to the man was a bit strange as he could see her flinch slightly. While he noticed this in his mind, it wouldn't be surprising for her to know him. The man was one of the members of the merchant guild in Albrook. It wouldn't be surprising that Elodia came in contact with him through her previous work at the Adventurer Guild. Also, I wouldn't worry about Armand if I were you. That merchant is in more danger than anyone. It was clear that the small group of guards that the merchant brought over were no match for this fist berserker. They were all around level 90, which put them at a big disadvantage against someone that went through their second-tier 2-class change. The guards were probably retired adventurers that could not push themselves past the silver rank. This wasn't anything strange, as not everyone wanted to risk their lives by fighting scary monsters in tight corridors of a dungeon. Working as a guard for a merchant was mostly a lot easier, and the only thing they needed to worry about was bandits. Then during transporting goods, the merchant would also hire more adventurers for protection. The guards would mostly just surround their boss, while the adventurers did the dangerous part of fighting off monsters and bandits. This didn't mean that it wasn't dangerous at all. Like now, the guards found themselves against a person that they couldn't handle. If Armand wanted, he could probably kill all 4 of them here. How barbaric. I came here to pass on the information. If you want to blame someone, blame the person that signed that contract. The merchant that was standing there pulled out a handkerchief that was made from some costly fabric and covered his mouth with it. It was as if this place filled with orphans was below someone like him. You're still spouting that nonsense. In response, Armand just shook his fist at the merchant that shrunk back. The difference in strength between these two was night and day. Blasted, ungrateful savages, I have given you the notice. If you don't comply with it, I will inform the city lord. I'd like to see you act the same when you get thrown into prison. We are done here. Take those 2 idiots. The merchant started shouting back at Armand that remained standing in place. When some kind of contract and then notice was mentioned, Roland was a bit confused. Soon, though, he discovered that there was some kind of large parchment thrown to the side. It was mangled up, but it was there. Luckily, this was when it ended. The other guards grabbed their passed-out colleagues before walking away. When they did, Elodia finally snapped out of it and decided to move towards Armand to ask some questions. On the other hand, Roland homed in on the paper that was to the side. What is this? You are hereby required to vacate the premises. Failure to vacate will result in. After getting the dirt out, he started to read through it. There wasn't much. It was clearly an eviction notice. It stated that the contract that they previously signed would be annulled, and it would go per some clause that was in the previous contract. Are they just willing to pay the penalty for annulling the contract, or did they find a loophole to evade it? Roland wasn't really sure about how Elodia came to own this house. She did tell him that the price was quite low, as it was a building in an unfavorable location, and there were many things to fix. This unfavorable location was probably due to it being close to the Albrook slums that had formed close by. After 3 years had passed, though, a lot of the bad elements of the city had been pushed back into another location. There were even some shops and restaurants opening up close by. If this was the true reason, he would need to investigate further. Hey, give me that. As he was approaching Elodia, Armin took it upon himself to quickly swipe the eviction notice from his hand. He never saw anyone crumble up a piece of paper so fast. Hey, what was that? Asked Elodia while Armin just shrugged. Don't worry about it, I'll figure it out. Oh, I really hope you aren't planning on storming the Merchant Guild or something. Roland chimed in as he clearly knew what was down on that paper. Armin was somewhat protective of his older sister. The two almost had a third confrontation with each other when it came out that he was dating Elodia. Luckily, Loilia was there and managed to talk him out of it. In reality, he attributed this to Armin knowing that he wouldn't stand a chance in a one-on-one battle with him anyway. Even now, after 3 years, Roland had managed to overtake Armin in levels. Everything ended in a contest of strength, which was just a simple arm wrestling contest, which he won. Elodia, do you have a copy of your house's ownership contract? Of course I do, but why would you want to? Then that parchment. Yes, it was in. Before he could reply, he could see Armin's hand move towards his face. His brother-in-law was clearly trying to cover his mouth before he babbled out the secret. Before Armin could silence him, Roland intercepted his wrist with his own hand. He had already proven that his raw stats were superior, so he didn't have much trouble in blocking this approach. Armin, what are you doing? Did you go crazy? Elodia shouted out from the side as she was taken back by what her younger brother was doing. Roland didn't blame Armin for acting this way. He was just trying to solve their problems by himself. He wouldn't be surprised if Loilia got involved along with the Thieves Guild to try to force the merchant to capitulate. This would be quite the risky maneuver, though if they ever got caught, they would lose more than a building. Give it a rest. This is not something you can solve with brute strength. Roland let go of Armin's wrist as the two started struggling with each other. While he was stronger than the muscle brain, there wasn't such a big gap between them. Let's go inside before everyone from Albrook finds out. He looked to the side. People started gathering as they clearly heard Armin shouting. If they continued to cause a scene, even guards could shop up. Elodia had somewhat figured out the meaning behind Roland's previous words. Thus she bolted into the orphanage to go to the safe where the contract was. Armand and Roland, on the other hand, just headed in slowly behind her. Could you stop glaring at me? Not like I had anything to do with that eviction notice. No, but if you kept quiet then, Elodia would have gotten involved. Is there a problem if she gets involved? Roland replied quickly while Armin never let up with the glare. He understood the sentiment behind the white lie, but it was better to have someone that actually knew a thing or two about contracts help out. 3 years had passed, and this place did start looking a bit better. Even though Armin had a falling out with the guild master, he was now a gold-rank adventurer. So was Loilia, who managed to get through the test a few months ago. With the rise in status came the rise in pay, and they could finally start repairing. Elodia also had much more time to spend with the kids, so she made sure that the money was well spent. The number of orphans also didn't increase, and a few of them were actually old enough to get their first classes and start working. It did seem like this place was on the rise, but apparently the merchants didn't see it that way. It was still quite loud inside, but even the youngest child was past 5 and didn't need to be spoon-fed. Roland didn't really pry into Elodia's past too much, as it did seem that she was running away from something. Is this it? Yes, will you look through it, if you want. Both Roland and Elodia knew the pros and cons of contracts like this. While it might have been written down well, there were always certain ways to go around it. Roland started looking over the contract together with Elodia as they tried to figure out the reason for the eviction notice. Would have been easier if someone didn't throw away the eviction notice. Elodia grumbled while Armin removed himself from the room. Luckily, Roland was fast enough to go through it. It said something about poor living conditions. I think they are trying to go with that angle to get back the house. There were certain laws in the city that were put on places like an orphanage. One of them was decent living conditions. It was a somewhat obscure law that no one really followed, though, as most people were already living in poor conditions. In this case, though, it could be a potential reason to break the contract. What we can do is go to the city hall and have someone inspect the orphanage. Only then should the eviction notice go through. But it seems, did they already sign off on it? Roland nodded at Elodia's question, as the inspector should have been sent to the house prior to the eviction notice. But the merchants had deep pockets, and they could potentially bribe such an official to quickly sign off on it. I knew those bast. You be quiet. Don't you even think about doing anything stupid. Armin peeked his head back into the room where Elodia and Roland were discussing the current situation. It was clear that if they left it in the hands of this muscle brain, he could get himself in a big mess. Now that there was no guild master backing him, it could go south quite fast. Elodia is right. If you touch a proper city official, you might actually become a wanted man. But if you want to start a new career as a bandit, then go ahead. Roland shrugged while getting glared down by the large man. Then what are we supposed to do? Just pack our bags and leave. I didn't say that. We must first see who this inspector is that signed off on that fake inspection. We still have some time, no need to rush things. Roland gave out a sigh as this was not what he expected when this day had started. Instead of spending some quality time with Elodia, he would need to pay a visit to the city hall. Even worse, if all things failed, the new noble lord might have to get involved, as he might be the only person that wasn't on the merchant guild's payroll. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. That man sure can throw them. A certain cloaked figure looked down at a rolled-up ball of paper. The person was of average build and height, but after closer inspection, there was something off with the hood. There were 2 lumps protruding from the hood, making it seem that there was something pointy there. A few moments ago, the person witnessed quite the spectacle. 2 armored guards went flying before their eyes. It was quite magnificent to watch. It only took 1 punch and 1 kick from the person named Armand to quickly disarm the 2 opponents. Regretfully, that was when the battle ended. The 2 parties just continued to shout at each other before the merchant and his guards left. This left this hooded person in a state of disappointment, as they wanted to see if the brawler was someone that they could hire. But as they continued to watch, there was more to it. Another interesting person showed up next to a woman wearing glasses. The person was quite big and radiated something to what this hooded person was well attuned to. It told them that it would be wise to not get involved with that person. This got them interested. Who was he? And why was he involved with the man that easily dispatched the guards? Were they just a strong party of adventurers, or was there more to it? Hope this answers some questions. When eviction notice, it became apparent that the people there were being evicted for one reason or another. This is getting more interesting, but could this really aid my lord? The hooded person decided to take the eviction notice as there was more information about the involved party there. If this was something that they could use later was up to debate, but that man was somewhat intriguing. His class was special, but he is hiding behind some tricks. I need to gather more information. The person laughed to themselves before sinking back into the crowded street. Hey, what's all the commotion about? Even some of the kids are crying. Can't you do anything by yourself, Armand? Did you make little Alfie cry again? A concerned Loilia burst in through the door of the main room of the orphanage. There she saw a silent Armand just sitting there while Roland and Elodia were going through some documents. Good you are here, Loilia. Could you stay and watch over the kids? I need to take care of some things at the city hall. Big sis, sure I can do that. But is something wrong? The half-elf girl was a bit confused about the situation. When she arrived, the door to the room was being crowded by half the kids that lived there. It seemed that they were trying to listen in on what was happening inside. Thus she took it upon herself to see what was going on, but inside she only found silence and strange looks. I'm not sure, I'll explain after I'm back. Before Loilia could ask for some answers, both Elodia and Waylon were already walking out. What's going on? The only person that remained in the room with her was Armand. Though he wasn't very talkative either, though it seemed that it was because of the small ears that were listening in on the conversation. Loilia would not let it end on this. If Armand wasn't willing to talk with the children there, they just needed to find a better place. Come with me and explain yourself. While Loilia tried to get some information out of Armand, Elodia and Roland were on the way to the city's hall. The last time he was here was when he was buying up land. The large plot of unused farmland luckily didn't increase in price that much, as it was still far away from the city. Roland might have implemented the weekend system in his own shop, but that wasn't true for the rest of the city. Everyone was busy peddling their wares and shuffling their feet around the city. The peddlers were peddling. Adventurers in bulky armor and with heavy weapons were going for the next adventure. It was like any other day for them as life went on. Due to Roland's tight work schedule, he didn't really have time to enjoy the sights. He saw the city somewhat differently than its citizens. For him, it was like a slideshow of progress. Each time he came here, there was something new being built, then finished. The never-ending expansion continued, and there didn't seem that it would ever stop. But how this place looked was quite deceiving. The old buildings had been replaced by new ones only in certain sections. The people with no money were pushed into the slums, where not even the guards ventured in at night. Bernier told him tales of people getting robbed or killed there without end. Every day there was at least one brawl where a person could lose their life. He always complained that the guards tended to arrive late to only pull away the person that had lost the fight, as it was far easier than confronting the one that was left standing. The Thieves Guild continued to prosper, and only people that had enough money to bribe them were on the rise. Anyone else had to watch out. Getting their shops turned upside down for not managing to pay the monthly protection fee was a constant strain on their nerves. While thinking about how life was unfair for the less fortunate, he looked to his partner. Elodia was walking next to him while being quiet. They started the day hand in hand, but now they were just silently treading along next to each other without talking at all. Are you okay? Roland asked, as he knew that Elodia's mind was probably filled with the impending eviction. He was able to look through the notice and the contract. In it, there was a clause of a situation like this happening. Elodia now had at most 3 months' time to clear out the house before the city could force them out. He was sure that in this world, they would not have problems in throwing orphans out to the street. The building would probably be turned into another inn or pub to serve the ever-increasing adventurer population. Yes, I'm fine. Her shoulders slumped forward slightly as she looked into the distance with an empty expression. He did not know what was going through her head, but for some reason, he felt like this was the right time to place his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, we'll figure something out. Roland emphasized the we part as he spoke out. At the same time, he brought the smaller woman closer against his own body as he tried to reassure her that he wouldn't let her go through this alone. His gesture seemed to have worked as he could feel Elodia grasping his robe between her thumb and index finger before meekly replying, "Thank you." The moment she did, there was a strange feeling in his chest. He wasn't sure what it was, but it made him want to protect the woman next to him. For him, who had spent most of his time trying not to rely on others, it was strange. What was the worst-case scenario here? The orphans would lose their home, but what of it? They still had 3 adults taking care of them, both of which were upcoming gold-rank adventurers. With the amount of money they were making, they would probably be able to relocate to another area. Relocate. But that was the problem. What would happen if they moved? Could they even move to a big enough building to house 30 children of various ages? They certainly didn't own any land to build one on, and due to the city prospering, the prices were astronomical now. The most obvious move would be to place at least the youngest children at another orphanage, like the one Sister Kasha was part of. The older ones could try finding apprentice positions at businesses, but would probably get a bad contract that forces them to work there for peanuts. Would she move to a different city if that was the only option? A strange thought passed through his head. What if Elodia decided to leave Albrook? She was talented enough to find a proper position at any other city, either in a shop or at a different adventurer guild. Armen and Loilia were also gold adventurers who could find jobs elsewhere. It would be that hard for the trio to just move now if they really wanted. When he thought about her leaving, there was another strange feeling in his chest. This one wasn't as fuzzy as the previous one. He already knew Elodia well enough to know that she would prioritize the children over anything else. For him, on the other hand, leaving this city was something he couldn't go through. He had just started profiting from the secret room in the dungeon, and that side entrance with the Tier 3 monsters was also there. There was far too much here that he could profit from to leave. Now I'm overthinking it. First, let's see if I can find that person that signed off on that eviction notice. After some more walking, they finally arrived at the city hall. This building had grown in size as the city expanded. Inside, there were many other people waiting in lines to fill out the proper forms. Thus the waiting started. Roland and Elodia had to take a number that was written on a steel plaque. The ladies behind the counters would then call out to them when it was their turn. This system was apparently created so that people wouldn't have to stand around for hours in lines. This is when it started, one of the worst days in Roland's life. It made the time spent in the mines locked with ant monsters seem like a vacation. After hours of waiting, he started hoping that a cult member could bust through the wall instead. They were sent on a wild goose chase through the large city hall building. As their number was called out, they were informed that they were waiting in the wrong line. They were taken on a tour through the entire building, and only after 8 hours of waiting they finally arrived at their destination. Ah yes, these are the inspection papers. Everything seems to be in order. Everything is in order, but there was no appointment given. No one ever saw this inspector. Sir, that is highly unlikely. The inspector had made a proper report about the building in question, and they clearly agree that it is unfit. When the building is freed up, the children can be relocated to other proper orphanages. The person before them was an old-looking man. He looked tired and unwilling to help them. From the paperwork he pulled out, it seemed that everything was in order. There were dates of the visit and descriptions of how the building was in bad shape. Even if there was a problem with the inspection, it wouldn't matter. A new law has been passed. Mrs. Elodia would need to get a proper permit to run an orphanage, which she doesn't possess. It seemed it was their word against the inspectors. It was clear that even if they took things to court, they would not have much ground to stand on. They would need to prove that the inspector was at a different location than at the orphanage. Even then, the inspector could just claim that the building looked bad from the outside, and they didn't see any reason to examine it further. Then some strange law turned up that seemed to be custom-made to take over that building. If he didn't know better, he would think that the Dwarven Union is behind this. But if this was just a coincidence, or if someone was just trying to cover all their bases, was unknown. The whole thing stunk of corruption. It was clear to Roland that someone just wanted to get their hands on the land the orphanage was standing on. The biggest problem here was that it wasn't a proper orphanage like the Sun one ran by the Sun Church. This was also one of the points that the inspector went into in this document. Roland wasn't really that informed about the laws concerning that. By what the person explained, it was a bit out of the ordinary to have a privately run orphanage. Normally, to create one, a person had to go through the city or the church, otherwise, it wasn't really accepted as one. Normally, no one would really care about those laws. If someone was willing to house unfortunate children, then it was fine. If there was no incentive to get the land, the city officials would probably just be happy that the urchins were kept off the street. Now, on the other hand, they were given a pamphlet of the proper orphanage run by the church. Someone really wants to get their hands on that house, Roland mumbled to himself while Elodia was left staring at this pamphlet. Both of them were not outside the city hall as it had closed down for the night. When he saw her staring at it, he decided to be quiet as he didn't know what to say to ease her heart. The two then returned to Elodia's house while remaining silent. "I'll be off then. Ah, sure, I'll see you at the shop then." He wanted to give her some hope for the future, but it seemed that the city hall officials would do nothing to help them. Roland's standing in the city was also abysmal due to the Dwarven Union having it out for him. There would be no one willing to help him, unless he probably turned up with an astronomical-sized sack of gold to bribe them. Elodia entered her home, and he received a wave from Loilia that was standing on the side. He knew that look she was giving him, so after a minute he joined her in the usual meeting spot when here. That idiot explained the gist of it. "It didn't go too well for you at the city hall, huh?" Loilia was quick to pick up on Elodia's saddened face, and while Roland managed to somewhat keep a poker face, he also looked ticked off. "You're perceptive, think you can find out what this is all about. Leave it to me, I'll probably need a day or two. Do you know how much time we have? 3 months at most, but I'm not sure if they will wait that long." The eviction notice was delivered in a strange way. Probably if someone like Armin wasn't living there, the merchant could have been planning to just throw them out without waiting. It was clear that they thought themselves above the law. "I'd watch out. If they bought an official from the city hall, they could have guards on their payroll too. You should probably bring this up with Armand. Otherwise, he might find himself in a heap of trouble. The next time they came around, they could even place some city guards among them. If Armand actually went against one of them, there would be consequences. Even his gold adventure rank wouldn't help him out." "Don't worry, I'll knock some sense into him." Loilia turned around and was about to head out to get more information, but before that could happen, she glanced to the side. Roland followed her gaze, but he only saw some people walking around. "Is there something?" "Must be my imagination. Anyway, thank you for taking care of Elodia for me, brother-in-law. Could you stop calling me that? We aren't married." "Yet you mean." Loilia finished the sentence and skipped away to tend to her business. The half-elf started calling him brother-in-law after they got together. To her, they were already good as married, but he felt like there was no reason to rush things. Then there were the orphans that were on Elodia's mind, which would probably keep her from wanting her own kids for a while. There she goes. What do I need to do? It was already late, so Roland turned around and headed towards the city gate. On his mind were some options for taking care of the problem. There were even some crazy ones in there, where he contemplated setting some tents upon his land for the kids to stay. His own house would not be large enough to contain all those children. Then there would be the problem with his workshop. He could not have young kids running around in his compound, poking the runic items. The amount of gold he had was also minimal. Some of the precious metals he nabbed from the dungeon were already sold off after his return. He could not really afford to keep the kids there nor build a new home for them. Seeing how it went for Elodia, he would probably need to first get some kind of permit to make an orphanage. But if someone was bribing the officials, then it would probably be a dead end. Why does this always happen when things seem to calm down? I still need to deliver that golem to that lord. The lord. For a moment Roland looked back towards the city. There in the distance, he saw a bit of the villa that the lord was supposed to live in. He was a yet unfamiliar element in the city that might have not been affected by the various merchants. To rely on a noble. This was a proper option, as the city lord had the power to force a change. This was also not a law produced by the main Duke Hose, as it just concerned the city that he was the leader of. It might be worth a shot. While Roland didn't like to rely on others, he was somewhat out of ideas. Either he asked the new leader to help him out, or he could try helping Elodia to get another property. If they didn't manage, the kids could also be moved to the church. But knowing Elodia, she would probably sooner leave the city to go look for another place to stay than to leave the children up to the church. As Roland was close to getting home, he realized that he was a lot more concerned about this situation than he should. In reality, he did not know Elodia for that long. Normally, he should have been fine with whatever happened. His position in the city was not in danger, and he was about to make a breakthrough. Am I getting old? He gave out a sigh while shaking his head. Maybe it was the newfound love or the dislike for change, but he wanted things to remain how they were. Things had finally started to click for him, and now he was unwilling to let it go. He had been running for his entire life, and now he was more than unwilling to let others take what he had worked for. Well, I'll see you guys next year. Time for my Christmas and New Year break. Excuse me, could I take a look at that sword there? Hello. Oh, my apologies, which sword did you want? Two women were talking with each other. Both of them were wearing glasses. One of them was wearing a somewhat intricate-looking uniform that made her look like a maid from an aristocrat's house. The other lady was wearing hardened leather armor and had protruding ears which were synonymous with a member of a beast tribe. The girl from the beast tribe looked at the short sword that she was handed. There was a string attachment at the hilt that she had never seen before in any other store. A piece of paper was glued to this string. On it was the description of what this magical item was. Normally, the shops didn't go into this much detail about their wares, and a person needed to ask the clerk for a full description. I see that you have noticed it already. Each item is categorized and also has a short description. If you decide on a purchase, we also include a small instruction manual. Instruction manual. The girl in the leather armor looked over the weapon and the description. On the small piece of paper, it said that this weapon was an Etha Deepsteel short sword with a dual runic enchantment. Yes, you will find a few helpful tips on how to use the enchantment effectively. With your purchase, you will also be given a token. You can then redeem it for one free repair of the runic enchantment. Oh. The girl that looked like an adventurer started looking at the sword, while the lady behind the counter continued to talk. After a moment, she put the sword away. It also noticed a rather large beast that was covered in gems was looking at her. The moment she raised the sword in the air, the monster continued to stare. Thank you, I'll have to think about it. The person from the beast tribe bowed her head, but it didn't seem that she would be buying this weapon. Oh, could I interest you in a pamphlet then? It will clue you in on the current prices. Really? Then I shall take one. If it's free, that is. The girl chuckled, while the lady behind the counter nodded and brought over some papers. On it were drawings of some weapons with prices next to them. Soon the girl adventurer removed herself from the store. The door that opened up automatically was also something that piqued her interest. Wayland's Runic Emporium. I should probably report this to the Lord. The girl in leather armor took the glasses off that were in actuality a special high-level detection tool. Thanks to it, she was able to go through the strange runic store. Her name was Mary, and she spent the last week investigating this new city called Albrook. Her days were spent scouring the area for potential points of interest for her Lord Arthur. She went to obvious locations like the Dwarven Union headquarters and the town hall. There she investigated everything mostly from the eye of the commoner. At nights she visited taverns and even made her way into the red light district. She knew ways to make people talk via some special skills that she picked up in her life. With a combination of them and alcohol, it wasn't that hard to make the people talk about the topic that she was interested in. When they lost their inhibitions, the information that she received was mostly the truth. But everyone had their own angle, so there were some contradicting topics. One of them was the town runesmith, who was somewhat an oddball. The people from the Dwarven Union and the merchant faction seemed to have it out for him. From what she knew, it was a long-lasting feud that not many were informed about. All of the conflicting rumors caused Mary quite a headache, so she had to see if this runesmith was really the bastard that the Dwarven Union painted him out to be. Her first run-in with the man was not in his store or smithy. It was actually during some strange dispute over an orphanage. The glasses that she was wearing were some high-quality goods, but even with them, his status page was some kind of jumbled-up mess. Besides his level that was close to 120, she couldn't really pick up anything substantial. The problem there was that it went against one of her strength-measuring skills. It told her that the man was not that simple, and he should be far over that level, not quite Tier 3, but somewhat above what she would expect from a Tier 2 runesmith. She could only speculate on the cause, but for now, she decided to go back to the Lord's estate. The time was up and she needed to make a report to her master. As she went back, the busy city became apparent to her. While it looked fine on the outside after spending a week in disguise, she could see the looming shadow over it. The report would not be a good one, as the city was already being ravaged by a couple of powerful organizations from within. From her perspective, there were a couple of options that her lord could go with. One would be to remain passive and just accept the current power structure. His position would probably be secured, and the powers within wouldn't see him as much of a problem. This was the safest route from which he could probably expect some good hush money. With time, this could develop further, but he wouldn't really gain much true power from this approach, besides lining his pockets with money, which he could somewhat use to gain some power. But power gained only through money was quite shallow in her opinion. All the current rich merchants would still be the ones in charge, while he just received bribes to make it easier for them. This would also force him to be lenient with those greedy lot, covering for their misgivings if they ever got caught, which could lower his standing in the eyes of the commoners. The other option would be the more combative one, where he took a more just approach. This meant rejecting the proposals that could gain him a lot of money, but the ire of others. In favor of furthering the trust with the people, he might have to get on the bad side of the current overlords of the city. But Mary didn't really care either way. If her master decided to take the easy route, it was fine. With enough money, he might even be able to bribe enough people to set his mother free from her prison. Then all of them could just leisurely spend their lives here. Thus she returned to the Lord's mansion. Before she could enter through there appeared a bit of a problem. Halt. Mary was still a new face around here, and she made a quick getaway the moment they arrived. No one besides the 2 personal guards that they took from the main house knew who she was. Due to this, the group of guards that were at the entrance saw her as nothing more than someone that was here to cause some trouble. As I have explained, I'm Lord Arthur's personal maid. It was no use, the guards weren't letting her through. The replacement maid that she procured for the Lord had been already working for a week. It also didn't help that she purposely sneaked out during the night without anyone noticing. I guess it can't be helped. Without wanting to cause a scene, she decided to wait for nightfall. Arthur, her lord, was probably busy with work, so it would be impossible to reach him at the moment. The easiest way would be to wait and sneak back in. Without a proper light system in the city, the mansion wasn't lit that well. The guards were left with magical lanterns or torches which they used to patrol the premises. There were quite a lot of them, but for someone like her, there were enough blind spots to make her way in. After waiting for the proper moment, she made her way past the wall. Her footsteps remained silent as she ran right up the 3-meter-tall obstacle and quickly jumped into some nearby bushes. Mary's form was covered head to toe in black. Only her eyes were peeking out through her new set of clothes that she changed into. This special gear made maneuvering in the dark quite easy. Blending into the night was somewhat of a specialty of the class that she picked up. While true invisibility and merging her being with the shadows was not possible yet, if she ever managed to reach Tier 3 of this class, it would be possible. There were other classes with abilities like this, but for espionage and sneaking around, hers was the best suited one. The guards that she passed by had no ability to detect her. Even if they had guard dogs that could pick up on various new scents, she had none that they could pick up on. Within a few minutes, she made her way towards one of the windows. Her body contorted like a pretzel as she slid in through one that seemed too small for a person to fit in. There are. As she was making her way through the ceiling, she spotted one of her friends that was together with someone she didn't recognize. It was impossible for both of the knights to be the only ones remaining by Arthur's side. They were still only human and needed to sleep. It seemed that for now, they partnered up with some other guards while keeping one of them by the Lord's side at all times. Without bothering the guards, she made it around the corner as she headed for her own little room. Thanks to being the Lord's personal maid, she received one room for herself, and it came with a key. Inside, she found a change of clothes, along with some of her personal belongings that she left a week ago. After taking a look into the mirror, she decided to leave. She knew her young lord's wishes and that he would probably want to get a report before the day ended. Now when she was properly dressed as a maid, the guards didn't seem to mind. A bit sloppy, she thought after smiling at a guard duo that was patrolling the inside of the mansion. If she was an actual assassin who came to take the Lord's life, it didn't seem that there would be much of a problem. Who goes there? It is me, Sir Gareth. Gareth, one of the knights, was quick to react when he saw her approaching from afar. The other guards didn't seem to notice, even though she was not trying to actively hide her presence. Even the tray with snacks and tea that she was holding didn't seem to make any noise. Everyone stand down, it's the young lord's personal maid. Mary, the lord has been waiting for you. What took you so long? The other guards were quick to raise their spears but quickly looked at the woman before them. Being something like a personal maid brought some prestige with itself, so the men here closely looked at her face to ingrain it. If they ever did something to the maid, it could bring the ire of the Lord at them. Oh, you know. This and that, why were you worried about little Almy? Well, isn't he that cute? Mary gave Gareth a wink which caused the man to recoil. The other 2 guards that were with him were smitten by the sensual look, but their leader seemed to know something more. After a moment, Mary was at the door knocking. Only when Arthur's voice sounded from within did she answer. Yes, who is it? It's me, my lord. Mary, please enter. Soon the maid made her way inside of the room. While the other 2 guards' imaginations were going wild, Gareth knew about this maid's true nature. To them, it looked like a nightly visit from a beautiful maid, but to him, it was just more worries. You took your time, Mary. I must apologize, my lord. I will accept any punishment you may deem fitting. Mary lowered her head after entering through the door. There she saw a somewhat tired-looking young man that was surrounded by various notes and books. It was clear that he continued to work diligently through this week. Mary, please, I'm not in the mood for your games. Arthur looked back at the girl with the cat ears. They were bright red, but not as red as her eyes were. The young man turned from his seat while rubbing his tired eyes. It was clear that he was in no mood for pleasantries. Mary, on the other hand, couldn't help from giggling. She did love to see Arthur working hard, as it was one of the reasons that she decided to come here with him. The young man was quite pure in his convictions and was also not scared to work to make things a reality. Would you like some tea? It's my special brew. It will help wake you up. Arthur glanced at the tray that Mary was holding. On it, he could see some biscuits and dark tea. Without a second thought, he nodded his head as getting something to wake him up would be appreciated. After taking a few sips from the somewhat bitter concoction, he started feeling his mind becoming clearer. What did you find? Don't spare the details. What ensued was over an hour of her report. She informed Arthur about the power structure of Albrook City that was mostly ruled by the rich merchants and craftsmen. The Dwarven Union came up quite a bit, thanks to there being so many adventurers in this city. They were making most of the profit. Crafty dwarves, with the dungeon here they are practically monopolizing the market. As it was clear that the driving force behind this city were the adventurers, the people that provided them with weapons would prosper. Then there were the alchemists that controlled the vast potion market, but due to the Adventure Guild already providing the service in-house, they weren't profiting as much as the dwarves. Potions could be easily transported from city to city without the need of large shops to display them. The adventurers also bought them in bulk, which lowered the price margin. Even with that, they were part of the prominent players in the city. Then there was the more murky element in the city, the Thieves Guild. Mary was able to pay it a visit to figure out that they were the ones controlling the red light district. Drugs and aphrodisiacs were some of the many forbidden items that they offered there. That does seem like a problem. Arthur received the whole report, and now it was already quite late. One part of it all was the intelligence gathering that Mary performed, but only after confirming it with the records that he went through could Arthur paste it together. It seems that most of the officials are receiving some donations. Arthur went through a large chunk of transactions and disputes that previously went through the city. In them, he found that whenever a person from the Merchant Guild or Dwarven Union was involved, the decision always went their way. It was almost unanimous. Such a result was only possible if one side was getting favored. Yes, I've met some of the old residents in the city. A lot of them had lost their old homes if they were close to the Merchant District. The Merchant District was recently created. It was mostly populated by stores and taverns. It was made to house these wandering moneymakers and offer them a good time. The previous residents were mostly bought out or found themselves disappearing under murky circumstances. Though my lord, this isn't anything surprising. Isn't this how it always goes when a new dungeon gets discovered? The rich get richer while the poor. Well, that is that one strange person, though. Ah yes, you have mentioned him a couple of times. Roland, was it? Yes. Mary nodded while clapping with her hands. Her tail started wiggling about, which indicated to Arthur that she was somewhat excited. If his maid was acting this way, it meant that this person named Roland was someone that he should watch out for. Come to think of it, I think a package arrived today. Arthur looked to the side. There a small pile of presents of various sizes was stashed for safekeeping. The merchants and influential people had sent him presents that he didn't have time to go through, but now after hearing the explanation from his maid, he was interested in the latest one that was delivered in a large wooden crate. What's that? Looks like some high-quality spirit, something the dwarves probably value more than we do. Just place it on that side then. At the city lord's estate, Arthur and his maid, Mary, were going through the gifts sent to them by the various people in the city. This was a known custom of the land, so it was something they expected. Most of the gifts arrived a few days ago, but the one that Arthur was mostly interested in was brought in the day before. Precious gems, valuable elixirs, and costly alcohol. I'm not sure that I like this painting too much though, at least they tried. Mary was organizing the gifts by their worth. Some of them were slightly in bad taste, like a large painting of Arthur's father. The person that decided on it probably didn't think that the father-son relationship wasn't as bad. Then there were some costly items. The merchants and dwarves did show off their wealth. While the bottle of alcohol might have seemed like a bad gift, it would probably fetch the largest price at the auction house. It was quite the rare, delicious concoction that a lot of people would pay many gold coins for. I'm not sure what that person from the Adventurers Guild is thinking, though. Mary looked down to Arthur's hands in which he was holding a letter. This was the only thing they received from the Adventurers Guild. While the gifts here weren't all that special, they were still adequate. They know their position, not like I can run the biggest business out of the city. Arthur just shrugged, as the Adventurers Guild was somewhat at a different scale than the others. While he could use his name to bully the others, he would not be able to do the same with the Adventurers Guild. Their monopoly on everything dungeon-related was widespread throughout the entire kingdom. Even the high nobles had to keep an eye out for the guild masters, but this didn't mean that they had to bow down to the common adventurer. Those were still nothing more than convenient workers to them. They could have at least sent a gift basket instead. Mary pouted while grabbing the last box. It was somewhat heavy, but not for someone that was a Tier 2 class holder. It was a regular wooden box that was nailed shut from the top. This was not a problem for Mary. She just slipped her slender fingers into the small gap at the top and quickly pried it open while the nails remained stuck to the wood. Oh my, this looks interesting. The maid reached into the box while Arthur looked from the side. The interesting look that his retainer was showing didn't come out often, so he was somewhat intrigued. Soon the content was revealed to be some strange metallic contraption with 6 legs that looked like a spider. Is that a golem? It does look like one, my lord, but I haven't seen this type before. While golems were considered rare, they could be spotted here and there. Most people, when they heard the name, an image of a monster popped into their heads. They were usually large hulks in dungeons that were of a more humanoid shape. They had a reputation for being a tough cookie to crack, even more if their golem core was not exposed. It's not working. Mary placed the stranger-looking contraption that was supposed to be a golem down on the ground, but it didn't move. Neither she or Arthur knew anything about runic golems. At most, they saw some at the auction houses or ones in the banks used for protection. Wait, there is something in the box, my lord. The maid reached into the box that was filled out with straw and pulled out a small booklet. This reminded her of the time she was at the Runic Emporium. There too were instruction manuals for some of the wares being sold. Just as she had suspected, the instruction pointed to something. Look at this, Lord Arthur. We are supposed to use something called the remote control O. Interesting. Arthur was handed the instruction manual while Mary went digging for this remote control object. She stuck her head right in, and after some searching, she found a smaller paper box inside this large wooden one. This wasn't all, as inside this paper box, besides the remote, she found a small cylinder with some glowing liquid. I don't understand. What are we supposed to do with this, Lord Arthur? She asked while looking at the young man, but instead of getting a reply, there was silence. When turning, she noticed that her lord was busy reading the instruction manual with quite the sparkle in his eyes. This was not something that she expected to see. The young lord that she knew rarely showed this expression. Only when around his mother did he ever drop his guard like this. I see now, this shouldn't be difficult. Could you hand me that box, Mary? Arthur quickly got to work on the contraption after going through the instruction manual. While he worked, Mary was handed the small booklet. There were detailed drawings of everything that was included in this box, along with the golem. The first thing that Arthur needed to do was place the container with the glowing liquid into the golem. It was a bit strange for the noble lord to be the one assembling this golem, but he did look happy. There was a small screwdriver that he had to use. It opened up a small latch on the side into which he could stick the canister in. From the manual, he knew that in this canister there was mana fluid to power the golem. The design was quite simple, and it would be just as simple to refill it with a new one. This was the power source without which the golem could not function. After connecting this part and closing the latch, most of the work was done. What was left now was to use the remote control. Arthur injected a little bit of mana into it, and the moment he did, he could see some small runes starting to glow. There was a large red button at the rightmost corner of this rectangular-looking item. When he pressed it, the golem was activated. The small eye that was at the front started glowing, and the legs followed soon after. Mary moved to her lord's side. As this was still a golem, it could very well be some kind of trap. Lord Arthur, be careful. We don't know what this golem is. It could. What? Do you think someone would be stupid enough to assassinate the new Lord of Albrook? Arthur laughed, as he didn't think that he had enough worth for anyone to go after his head. No one would gain anything but the ire of the Valyrian household by causing him harm. He knew that his family would be forced to send in some powerful knights to look into this matter if he ever died. For the perpetrator, this would be a nightmare, as they would chase them down for daring to soil their perfect family name. While he was chuckling, his battle-maid retainer saw things differently as she placed herself between her master and the spider droid. When activated, the legs pushed the body off the ground and quickly turned toward Arthur. Calm down, Mary. The instructions said that when activated, the golem would interface with whoever was holding this remote control. It would then imprint onto their mana signature. Mary was somewhat confused by the explanation, but Arthur was knowledgeable enough to know what this meant. This remote was something similar to a control rod, but instead of having to constantly hold it, he only needed to go through the procedure once. After that, the golem was supposed to react to some voiced commands. This was made apparent after the golem quickly went into standby mode. Its eye that was glowing green turned blue, and it curled up its legs. Now it looked like some kind of sleeping spider that was ready to pounce on someone. The instructions said that there were some existing runic programs, but I'm not sure what that means. Before Arthur could press another button from the remote, Mary interrupted him instead. Lord Arthur, wouldn't it be better if we did this outside? I don't think we need to be this close to the golem. Arthur gave out a sigh but nodded. His lady retainer was still afraid that this magical contraption could explode or something. Even if it wasn't made to hurt the new owner, it didn't mean that it was safe to be around it. Mana fluid was quite known to be volatile, as it was concentrated mana in liquid form. If handled without care, it could be overloaded to cause a large explosion. Thus, both of them and the guards that were standing watch outside relocated to the courtyard. There the servants witnessed the strange spider droid performing some tricks. The remote control didn't really have that many buttons, but when Arthur clicked one, the droid started dancing around. Then another one made it perform a backflip, which was quite surprising for a golem. These magical creations were not known for their agility. Already seeing one this small was quite surprising. This continued for about an hour, until Arthur finally realized that he wasted so much time on playing. The golem didn't have any armaments, but it did have some visually stunning spells, and one that produced a gentle tune. It was clear to him that this was just a presentation given to him by this runesmith. It was as if he was telling him that this was only a simple sample of what he could make a golem do. Arthur and Mary returned to the Lord's office for another quick discussion. After going through the gifts, there was a clear winner, and his name was Wayland. This runesmith should be more famous if he can create such marvels of magical engineering, but the spider droid was to the side and not turned off. Arthur, on the other hand, grabbed the log of the items sold at the Valerian family auction house. Just as he had expected, there were no listings with Wayland's name as the seller. This Wayland could be a potential asset. You think so too, my lord? Yes, he must clearly have a grudge against the merchants and the Dwarven Union, but why did he decide to stay here? I don't really understand. There must be many better cities for a craftsman of his caliber. He should be able to easily find one where they would accept a human runesmith. To Arthur it was a mystery. The man just showed up out of nowhere and decided to go against a huge behemoth like the Dwarven Union. It didn't seem that he was purely motivated by monetary gains. Mary also informed him about the orphanage situation, which painted Wayland in a more favorable light. Mary, yes, Lord Arthur, could you fetch Ferdinand for me? Of course, my lord. Oh, and prepare the carriage. I'll be making a trip to the auction house. Arthur made a decision. After going through all of the paperwork that he had in this mansion, he was ready to make his first move. It didn't look like he would be getting much out of the old merchants. They had rooted themselves in the city and their web of contacts was wide, but there was one dark horse in the city that had potential. This was, of course, the city's runesmith, Wayland. From everyone here, the man had the most potential, and his morals also seemed to be in line with Arthur's. Thus, he made a decision to reach out to him with an olive branch. Back at the workshop, Wayland, along with his two helpers, was working tirelessly. They didn't sleep for a few days again, and Bernier, along with Diana, were showing clear signs of exhaustion. Wayland, sugar, I know that this is important, but I think we need to take a break, Diana called out while being covered in sweat. A rather sloppy-looking Bernier was down on the ground. Roland looked back to his two exhausted assistants while also panting slightly. Since the reveal that the orphanage had been timed to be sold, he had tossed himself into a working frenzy. The spider droid that he was supposed to fix in a week he knocked out in 2 days. He even drew up a custom instruction manual, along with a special remote to go with it. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for, as his expectations towards the new young lord were quite low. Even if he piqued his interest with his golem, he wasn't really sure what that would give him. Would the person force the inspector to change their mind for him? He couldn't see the noble brat just help him for nothing, and signing an unfavorable contract to save Elodia's orphanage was the last thing he wanted to do. Ah yes, sure, take the rest of the day off. We are already ahead of schedule. We'll be able to assemble the new smelter with this amount. Roland dropped the hammer to the ground while Diana looked at him with a troubled expression. Like before, Bernier was hoisted over her shoulder and carried out of the heated-up workshop. While his fire-resistance skill had leveled up, it was nowhere close to reaching the other two. The inability for him to do anything about the orphanage situation was slowly eating away at him. Unbeknownst to Elodia, he had Loilia clue him in on everything through the help of the Thieves Guild contacts. Apparently, the merchant they were dealing with had been involved with Albrook even before the dungeon appeared. The house that they had received had almost no worth before the Adventure Guild appeared in the city, and this was the main reason Elodia managed to get it. At the start of Albrook's rise, everything was still dirt cheap. Thanks to this, some of the first residents were able to get in good deals. This did probably leave a bad taste in some of the sellers' mouths. The contract that was signed was one of the more basic ones. The clause about the safety issues concerning children was not really taken seriously by many people and was mostly forgotten with time. It was still in there and now offered this man a way back to getting his old house. If he was successful in his scheme, the money from which he could sell it would be more than 10 times what Elodia bought it for. But from Roland's standpoint, this was probably not the reason for going to this length. Instead, he was playing the long game. Other merchants were seen buying up other buildings or renting them. The explosion of new adventurers was still on the rise and would certainly go on for another few years. This dungeon was a very newbie-friendly one. Thanks to this, an adventurer could spend many years here grinding on their levels before ever needing to move towards a high-ranked dungeon, that is if they even made it that far. Bastard probably wants to split it up into rooms and make some kind of dorm for the adventurers. Roland started walking out of the workshop to clear his head while grumbling. A good way of making money in this city was through small bedrooms for the adventurers to live in. As long as they had a bed, they were fine, and with a constant stream of monster parts, they could afford a higher price point. Loilia also brought him some troubling information. At first, he thought about forking up the money for the entire orphanage building. Regretfully, it didn't seem that the merchant was willing to sell it, even if the price was many times over its real value. He would also like to evade any unlawful ways of clearing up this problem, as the inspector was one of the more influential officials of the city. It didn't seem like threatening him would do them any good or would be easy to pull off. but it seemed that it was one of the few options that he had. It might be possible to pay the Thief Guild a steep sum to take care of this problem. Then the other option would be to set up a temporary shelter for the kids close to his home. The cheapest option would be to use tents that usually adventurers camped out in the wilderness. The thought of so many brats running around his workshop was already giving him a headache. Leaving them out on the streets didn't seem right, though. He had not yet discussed this option with Elodia, as he knew that she would probably not ask him for help. He was planning on telling her his tent plan soon, though. Elodia did seem in a big rut ever since this predicament started. Probably having someone that she could rely on would ease her nerves. Before he could reveal his lackluster plan, though, he got an unknown visitor. As he was taking a stroll through his yard, he decided to go outside and check up on Elodia. There, right as he was opening the gate, he met up with a certain person. The moment he saw him, he almost laid an egg as he recognized him from various events and speeches that he made in the city. It was the old city mayor. "Good day, Mr. Wayland, I presume." "Ah yes, that's me." Roland wasn't at his best. His face was covered in sweat as he had just walked out of the workshop to get some fresh air. It was still the middle of the day, but he didn't really care if people saw his dirty face. All the craftsmen in this world were somewhat expected to be covered in grime. Before him was someone that he never expected to get a home visit from. While his clothes were different now, the man was once the town mayor. During some announcements at the town square, he had seen him performing some speeches. Even when the new lord showed up, this man was there. "Good, Mr. Wayland, I won't take much of your time as I have only come to deliver a message." The man looked more like an old butler now than a city mayor. It was quite the fancy suit along with a vest and white gloves. In those gloves, he was holding a letter that had a seal with the emblem of the Valyrian household. It's a letter from Lord Arthur Valyrian. The Lord hopes that you respond positively to his call. The details are included in the letter. Please read through it with haste." Roland just looked at the sealed letter while spacing out for a moment. The golem that he sent to the new noble was probably the reason for this letter. If this was a reason for joy or despair would only be revealed when he read through it, but maybe this butler could answer some questions first. "The Lord calls for me. I'm afraid that I'm not allowed to relinquish any more information. I have only been tasked to deliver this letter, thus I will bid you farewell, Mr. Wayland." The old man bowed quite graciously before him. This reminded him of the old butler from the Arden estate. Both of the men had a similar air around them. Ferdinand did appear a bit different now, as during the speeches he seemed more relaxed. Now, on the other hand, it looked like a switch had been flipped, and he was now role-playing as a proper high-class butler. "Ah yes, good day." Ferdinand turned around and started walking away. Not far away, he saw 3 people holding spears standing next to the forest. There were obviously guards from the city. One of them he recognized to be one of the gate guards. Maybe I should clear out some trees. In the past, he decided to clear out a path towards his store. Without a road, it would be impossible for a carriage to get through the dense forest. It was fine now as it was just the butler, but some nobles would find it offensive if they needed to walk through the forest to get here. The people that delivered the message left. Elodia quickly peeked her head out of the store while Roland was looking at the letter. "Wasn't that the mayor?" "I think it was." Elodia looked down at the item Roland was holding before asking the next question. "Did he come to deliver that?" "It seems so." While he didn't think there would be something incriminating in it, he wasn't sure. Maybe the new lord figured out his true identity and was trying to blackmail him. This was highly unlikely, as he wasn't anyone famous when he left the Arden estate. Besides his closest family, no one would probably be able to recognize him at his current age. Probably half his family members would have trouble. Robert was somewhat different, as the two had more interactions while they were younger. His 2 older brothers and sisters only met during the family dinners, which grew lesser and lesser with time. Their father was quite busy with military work and did not stay at the estate too much. Only when he returned would they sit down to eat, but even then, most of the time his brothers were missing as they were busy with the Knight Academy. "It's a letter from the Lord. You probably should go through it alone." Thankfully, Elodia didn't prod the issue and just turned around. Roland was even considering reading the letter in front of her to further their trust, but he wouldn't be given a chance. They weren't married, so a degree of confidentiality was still out on the table. Just like she didn't pry into his history before he arrived in this city, so did he. Let's see then. After Elodia left, he decided to go back to his house and open the letter. With somewhat sweaty palms, he held it out in front of his face and started reading. What is that guy thinking? The letter was filled with flowery words and somewhat hard to read. If he was a common blacksmith, he would probably have gotten a headache after going through the first few statements. At the beginning of the letter, the person named Arthur started praising his craftsmanship. The golem that he had sent seemed to have done the trick. After the paragraph of praise, he finally arrived at the meat and potatoes of this letter. It was actually a call for a business offer. "It has come to my attention that you had been wrongfully barred from participation at our Valyrian auction house. I would wish to discuss this issue further." It looked like the Lord had looked into his band from the auction house. Roland did know that the Valyrian household was the real owner of that establishment, and it seemed that he was now getting another chance. So in short, he liked the Golem so much that he sees a potential business opportunity. Arthur Valyrian was a new player in this growing city. It was normal for him to not have made any contracts with the Dwarven Union or any other powerful merchants. He could very well unban him from the auction house to allow him to reach a broader customer base if he so wished. The question is, why would he be willing to work with me over the dwarves? Couldn't they just supply him with similar wares? Roland wasn't really sure what Arthur's angle here was. While he could make golems that would probably go for a lot, he was still just one man. His output wasn't that great, as he would not be able to supply the auction house with constantly golemic constructs. On the other hand, the dwarves could produce more in bulk as they had many more craftsmen. Probably in the future, some higher-leveled smiths would appear. If he went against the auction house, they might decide to not use it at all. They had their own shops in which their wares could just sit on the shelves. They didn't really need the auction house, at which they also needed to share some of the profits. It was still a good place to drop off some wares, as there was a certain spectacle to it. Some people liked to show off in the bidding wars, which did inflate the prices. Does he know something I don't? From Roland's standpoint, if people knew his true level and his special class, they would probably be willing to invest money into his progress. If he managed to become a Tier 3 Master Runesmith, his worth would skyrocket. Was this Arthur banking on his quick progress? Did he want to entrap him in a contract after doing some research? That's a possibility. Roland frowned while putting the letter to the side. At the end of it, he was invited to the auction house. The date was for tomorrow at noon. The person inviting him wasn't losing any time. Either way, I can't just refuse a meeting with the city lord. It was an unwritten rule for any commoner to answer the call of a noble. If he decided to not show up, he would be accused of dishonoring the noble's name. This was an actual law for which you could be thrown into prison. The sentencing depended on the noble, and they chose when they felt disgraced. The new lord wishes to see you. Yes, that's why I need your help. Some time had passed since he received the letter, and now he was discussing everything with Elodia. I'm not sure if showing up in my usual clothes would be appropriate. Roland never really cared about his appearance. He liked to wear more functional clothes than ones that made him look good. Thus his wardrobe only consisted of things that he could either take into battle, like armor or workshop gear. Other than that, he had loose t-shirts and loose pants that he wore when he was relaxing at home. You are right, I don't think wearing that bulky robe and armor would be appropriate for the visit. Elodia looked to the coat hanger where a dark cloak was hanging. It was one that Roland liked to cover his half-plate armor that he usually paraded through the city in. Then there was the ugly face mask to the side that he also tended to bring with him. To this day, Elodia was not sure why he was that pedantic when it came to protecting himself, but at this point she was afraid to ask. Yes, but he wishes to need me tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll find anything at the tailor this fast. This was not the modern world. A person needed to go to the tailor and get their measurements. A person would not just create 20 sets of clothes of varying sizes and leave them out on the shelf. With tailoring skills, they did work fast, though. It wouldn't take longer than a week for the order to be finished. The person with the proper skills wouldn't even need to take measurements of the potential customer. They could just take a snapshot of their dimensions and quickly manufacture anything they had previously worked on. I don't think that will be needed. It was supposed to have been a surprise, but... A surprise, Elodia smiled and told Roland to wait a moment as she went to fetch something from the store. After a few minutes, she returned with a locked box in her hands. Roland recognized this box as something that she kept up in the attic. While still being silent, she opened up the box to take out a nice-looking set of clothes. There were pants, a vest, and a nice proper shirt that at first glance looked to be made from some expensive fabric. At this moment he recalled that Elodia did have quite a wide range of skills. Tailoring was one of them. She was not an expert tailor, so she would not be able to work as fast, but this did not make her creations any worse. At first he thought that she might have made it as an acknowledgement for the bracelet that he made for her. The timeline didn't quite add up, though, as he had given her the bracelet recently, and with the orphanage situation on her mind, it would probably be hard to focus on it. It should be proper enough for a meeting with a noble. You should have some fitting leather boots to go with it. This is great. When did you have time to make it? Roland started going through the box and could see himself wearing this to a meeting with a rich merchant. The fabric and leather was of high quality, and while buying the materials was cheaper than buying fabricated clothing, it still had to have cost Elodia a bit. Initially, he wanted to ask about the costs of those materials, but he bit his tongue. It was clearly intended as a gift, and if he tried to cover the cost of it all, it would just lessen the work Elodia went into. Mostly when you were out on your adventures or in the workshop, not like we have customers in the store the whole day, just something to keep my hands busy. Now go wash your face. It seemed that she was intent on him getting into these clothes here and now. Loilia and Armen were sticking closer to the orphanage now due to the problems with the merchants. While Elodia did have some more time on her hands, he would not want to keep her away from her extended family in their time of need. But while looking at Elodia's rather radiant face, he decided to drop the issue. Perhaps what she needed was something to keep her mind off it, instead of a constant reminder of the deadline. While he had shared his tent idea with her beforehand, she didn't seem all that glad in taking him up on the offer. It seemed that she didn't want to abuse his goodwill and was still trying to fix her problems by herself. Thus he headed over to his bathroom to get cleaned up. Regretfully, he was refused when he offered to take a bath together. Elodia proved to be a tough nut to crack when it came to the one-and-on time. It didn't take him that long to clean up, and after some time he was given the clothes. "These really fit well. How do I look?" Roland asked while looking into the mirror with Elodia next to him. He was quite surprised at just how well these clothes fit him. There was never a point where he was measured by Elodia, which meant that she had to eyeball it. The tailoring skill must have worked its wonders, as it was a perfect fit. He was now standing with a dark vest on and with a white shirt under it. His pants matched the vest's dark coloring. The only thing that he was missing was a tie and some shoes to go with it. "Is there a problem?" Elodia seemed to have gone quiet after he put on some clothes. He even attempted to style his hair into a more modern look. Now he was being stared at by his girlfriend that had gone quiet. She was clearly staring at his face with a red tint to her cheeks. "Problem? Ah, now. But maybe it would be better to wear that robe when you go into the city. So you want me to wear my old robe?" He wasn't sure what this was about, as Elodia clearly agreed with him when he pointed out his lack of attire. "Well, what will you do if your clothes get dirty? You only have one pair and it could start raining." "Raining, huh?" Roland nodded a bit, as it was possible that he could accidentally get some dirt thrown his way. "Maybe I should take the cloak instead. My hair could get messy." "No, just put the robe on." "Oh. Okay." It did seem that Elodia wanted him to cover up from head to toe apparently. He wasn't sure why, but there was no reason to dig into it too much. When it was an hour before the intended meeting, he decided to leave his house. There were many things going through his head. At first he thought to bring up the orphanage with the Lord, but this would show a big weak spot. If they were there to discuss business, the Lord could prod at this issue. He could promise to take care of it only if Roland signed an unfavorable contract. It wasn't out of the picture, but first, he needed to prod this Arthur Valerian for answers. What kind of person was he? What did he want to achieve here? And why was he giving him this strange offer of cooperation? It didn't take him long to arrive at the auction house. It was a place that he had not visited in quite some time. Even Bernier and his wife were eventually banned from attending it. Any known associates that tried to sell anything were seen as potential eyesores. He came half an hour early, and it didn't seem that the Lord was quite there yet. For the time being, he decided to wait while examining the current auction house. If things went well, then perhaps he could resume his involvement with them. How they treated him for the past few years didn't matter to him. It was clearly just business-related, and he just did not have enough pull to make them bend the knee. Now, on the other hand, he had managed to attract the eyes of the city lord. While he still didn't like to work with or for the nobles, if it allowed him to progress and save the orphanage, he was willing to take some risks. This place looks more like the auction house in Edelgard. Roland had arrived at the meeting place half an hour early. Without anything else to do, he decided to examine the auction house that he was banned from. The first real difference he discovered was the large sign on the front of it. Previously, it didn't show any affiliation with the Valerian household, but now there was an emblem of their house there. Instead of the old Albrook auction house name, it changed to Valerian Auction House. It seemed that this family would offer up their name that easily. Perhaps without the new noble appearing here, it would still have the old naming scheme. Now, on the other hand, it was profitable enough to give it a boost by affiliating it with their brand. Having brand recognition must be nice. While looking at the sign, he thought of his own little magic shop. While he tried to present his store as one with high-quality wares, it wasn't that easy. His competition went out of their way to badmouth his wares, and any Dwarven adventurers were clearly affected by it. Even though the runes that he produced were better than the enchantments his competition was offering, a lot of people were scared. They didn't want to risk their hard-earned money into a product that didn't have a good reputation. That's why his shop's progress was slow yet somewhat steady. Most of his advertisements went through word of mouth. If he actually managed to reel in a customer, they mostly returned for more. There was just no comparison between the quality of the magic a rune could produce. Then with the added ether alloy treatment, it produced just a better product in general. He was gaining some ground, but it wasn't quite enough. The wares were not flying off the shelves as he had hoped. Without money, he was not able to fuel his continuous research into his golemic creations and various weapons. Luckily, whenever money was low, he could always go into the dungeon and hunt for some monsters. But even with the new mining spot now accessible to him, there was always a problem with selling the better products. There was nowhere to dump the spider droids off, and the black market merchants were somewhat unwilling to fork up what he was owed. The products he was offering fit more with the nobles and merchants, as they were not quite the killing machines that people at the black market could use. The spider bots didn't work that well for other people that didn't have direct access to their runic software. Without a proper strategy, these would most work as mobile turrets that could give some range support. But even with the somewhat clunky way they worked, they still packed a punch. With enough of the spider golems casting attacking spells, any tier 2 monster would go down eventually. They also ran on mana fluid that was replaceable. They were like portable mages that could be placed at certain locations. He could imagine one adventurer just luring a larger monster into a trap where his golems spammed it with multiple elemental arrow spells. The problem lied in convincing people that it was a worthy investment over any other magic weapon. This he hoped to achieve by having it be auctioned off to people that could actually afford it. He would have to improve on the design a bit further, but he was confident in making a valid prototype that could be used by anyone. Getting a bit ahead of myself here, first I need to hear this noble out. Roland gave out a sigh while standing there and waiting. The motives of this person called Arthur Valerian were unknown to him. The most obvious turn of events would be that he would be given some unfavorable contract. Then there would be the worst-case scenario, where the noble was already working together with his enemies. He could be offered two options to either work under the Dwarven Union or get kicked out of the city instead. The city lord could crush his business in various ways. One of them would be similar to what was happening to the orphanage. They could accuse him of performing various acts of dangerous witchcraft. If there was a priest that could be bought out, they could testify that he was some kind of demon worshipper. Evil warlocks like the one he ran into all those years before were deemed as enemies of Celeria. They were hunted down by the church and seen as criminals for signing contracts with evil deities or demons. While his imagination raged on, time passed. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. Then he even noticed that there were people looking in his direction. Before panicking, he realized that for some reason all of the people staring at him were women, old ones, young ones, and the in-between. It seemed that they were staring his way after he had disrobed. His face and more fashionable clothes were now on display. At this point, he realized that they were not people out to hurt him. No, they were clearly staring at him without malicious intent. Oh. Was this why Elodia didn't want me to take this robe off before I entered the auction house? It seemed that his new girlfriend was feeling threatened. Roland was aware that he was quite handsome, and his charisma stat had gone up over the average a few years ago. Most of his time was spent in the dungeon or working in his workshop, so he didn't really have time to mingle with other people. Now, after enhancing his looks with better clothes and somewhat styled hair, he was clearly attracting more eyes. Luckily for Elodia, Roland did not have any intention of using his newfound good looks to cheat. To him, such things were far too troublesome, and he quite liked his current situation with a woman that could actually aid him in his ventures. What time is it? Should I go ask one of the guards? Noon was quick approaching, and Roland glanced towards the auction house. There were many guards all over the place in several entrances, one for the customers, another one for the sellers, and another one for the people working there. Before he could go and ask, he noticed a certain out-of-place cat girl walking out of the entrance used for workers. Her red cat ears were on display, and they somewhat clashed with the maid uniform that she was wearing. The girl was quite the sight for sore eyes and a head-turner, but her beauty was not the only attribute that Roland noticed. There was something in the way she was walking. Then there was also the fact that he could not examine her status. Either she has some kind of analyzing blocking skill or a magical item like me. Around Roland's neck was still the item that he received from his old boss. When he was there, he didn't realize, but this thing was quite high quality. Only a person at Tier 3 with an evolved analyzing skill would be able to see past it. Well, come, you must be Mr. Wayland. Lord Arthur is waiting for you. Please follow me. She was quick to pick him out of the people standing there. He had never seen her before, but for some reason, she was informed about his appearance. The worst thing about this visit was that he could not bring any weapons with him. At first, he thought about bringing something small like a ring with a simple attacking spell. But if it was discovered by the Lord's guards, he would be quickly sent to jail for attempted murder. He didn't like it, but for the time being, he would have to get through this without wearing any extra equipment. This puts my class in perspective. His class of Runesmith Lord might have given him battle strength over most Tier 2 classes, but it had a huge weakness. This was, of course, that without proper preparations and equipment, he lacked most means of protecting himself. Even though his raw stats might be above people of the same level, he lacked any battle skills that those classes had. Someone like Armin could reinforce his fists with certain skills to become hard as metal. In a direct exchange, Roland would probably not fare too well. Roland nodded at the cat girl's question and followed behind her towards the workers' entrance. Some of the guards looked at them with narrowed eyes. It seemed that they wanted to say something but couldn't. Haven't seen this place in a while. Soon they were on the inside. He had been here before the whole Dwarven Union debacle. The entrance for the sellers was quite close to this one, and they shared the same corridor. Not far from this spot, he could see the entrance to the room where he received some payments for his limited wares. Roland had not spent much time here, though. His contract with the guild was quite swift. For quite some time, he unloaded his wares there and just came to pick up the coins later. The maid turned to one side and the journey continued. His opinion of the maid started to increase as he noticed that she was not making any sound as she moved. Her whole demeanor was like a sharpened sword, and for some reason, he was reminded of a certain elf lady from his days in Edelgard. The woman was clearly not a simple maid, but an actual threat to his life. Her status was hidden, so he was not aware if she was above him in levels. Without his equipment, he was not able to measure her threat value, which just increased the tension. Soon they passed through more corridors, and from the corner of his eye he could even see part of the auction house stage. At this time it was still closed, but he noticed that the workers were preparing for tonight's auction already. Items were being organized by worth and then shipped to the correct stage. This auction house only had two sections, one for the more costly items and another for the ones meant for people with less money. Both of them were about the same size, but the one that involved the rich merchants would clearly look better. If he ever was allowed to sell here again, he would probably target this more exclusive auction stage. After another flight of stairs, they finally arrived at what looked to be the manager's office. The first thing that he noticed were two men dressed in bulky armor. They were clearly knights, and this time around his analyzing skill did work. Name: Gareth Estastel L91 class, Sword Knight L41 name, Morian Hartman L90 class, Spear Knight L40 Roland didn't even bother looking through their Tier 1 classes and focused on what was important. They weren't that strong. There were many silver-ranked adventurers and old retired veterans that reached these heights. They both looked to be in their 20s, so they still had some time to improve. Please wait here, I'll inform the lord of your coming. The maid ventured forward while he was left with these two people. Both of them were giving him the stink eye, but not like they could intimidate him after he knew their levels. There was a large gap between them. Even without his armor, he was confident in being able to overpower these two, or at least make a run for it. Both of the guards had last names. This indicated that they belonged to some kind of noble line. Arthur Valerian was still related to the Duke's household, so it was normal for him to have retainers from noble houses at a lower standing. The house names didn't ring a bell, so it meant that the two didn't hail from any important family. The Lord will see you now, but first we will need to perform a search. I hope Mr. Wayland understands. The maid walked out after a minute and informed him that he would need to get patted down. This was expected and the reason why he decided to leave all magical items at home. If it was him from a few years ago, this would probably be the time where he declined the offer. Now, on the other hand, he had learned to put some trust into others and not presume that everyone was out to get him. That's fine, I expected this much. Mary smiled and then turned her face to one of the guards. The man named Morian moved in after getting the search order. He was shorter than Roland by half a head, but his frame was slightly wider. His chestnut hair and a balding patch at the back of the head became visible the moment he walked over. Roland didn't resist. His new clothes didn't have any pockets, as Elodia probably didn't have any time to add any. After a quick pat-down, it seemed that he was free to go, but as soon as the knight stepped back, the maid got involved. Mr. Wayland, that pendant, could you take it off? It seemed that this maid was up to something. The two knights didn't say anything, but Roland was not fine with revealing his status screen to people he didn't know. This was not included in the letter. I'm sure you know what this is used for. I would like to keep my status out of this. You dare to go against the Lord's wishes. This time around it was the man called Gareth. He was closer to Roland's height but thinner. It didn't seem that the knight liked Roland's tone or choice of words. Due to his modern-day roots and also him being an actual noble, he did seem to interact with these aristocrats in a more casual way. No, but I would like to keep some things private. I can offer you my adventure card. You'll find all the information you want there. This type of situation was something that he was expecting. Thus, the only identification that proved who he was his adventurer card. The people here didn't need to know that it was created without people actually peeking in on his full status screen. Mary the maid raised her hand, which for some reason caused the angry guard to be quiet. She reached out her small hand towards the card that Roland was holding and then vanished inside of the room. After a short moment, she poked her head out with an answer. The Lord says that it's fine. You may come in now. This maid knew what kind of magical item this pendant was. It was clearly not hazardous to the man that was waiting for him inside this office. Finally, it was time to meet the Lord. Surprisingly, the two guards wouldn't be taking part in this meeting. Instead, the maid remained. It was clear that she was also a combatant, probably stronger than the two guards. Good day, Mr. Wayland. I must apologize for my guards. They are just trying to do their duty in protecting their lord. It was quite a surprise when Roland heard the first sentence. An actual noble apologized for his retainers that were rude to him. Normally, they would only double down or berate the common folk for taking up their precious time. The person named Arthur was sitting behind a large desk. Behind him was a large window. It was somewhat tinted, but through it he could see down to the auction house main stage. Some of the workers were shuffling around even as the noble was speaking. This office had a clear view over the whole stage and the people sitting there, but the people on the other side probably couldn't look into it. Roland recognized the tinted dark glass. It was magical in nature and made from special material. I thank the Lord for his gracious words and understanding of my situation. Roland, on the other hand, replied in a cordial fashion while bowing his head. It had been some time since he interacted with a proper noble. His manners were a bit rusty, but thanks to his current identity, the noble would probably let it slide if he did something wrong. Please sit down, we have many topics to discuss. Arthur pointed to the chair opposite to him and Roland just nodded. It was time for the meeting to finally take place. Ah yes, Mary, bring it out. Yes, my lord. As he was sitting down, the maid opened up a side door that looked to be a closet. From it, she took out something familiar and placed it on the middle of the desk. It was the spider golem that he had gifted the noble, and probably the sole reason that he was here. I have received your gift, Mr. Wayland, and it was quite the fascinating one indeed. The instruction manual that you have created was a nice touch, but I won't bore you with empty praises. I'm sure you are a busy man, so instead I would like to make you an offer. An offer? Yes, become mine. Become yours, my lord, Roland quickly replied while looking at the noble named Arthur. For some reason, he was staring directly into his eyes with a somewhat strange look. Wait. Am I in danger? Mary covered her mouth with her hand while giving out an obvious fake coughing sound. Arthur looked to her and then back to Roland that had a confused look on his face. It took a few seconds for it to click, but soon he did realize that he picked the wrong words. Ah, by mine I meant that I wish you to become one of my retainers, of course. Arthur turned his head to the side. Roland could clearly see the young man blushing after making an awkward comment. While for any normal person, being given an opportunity to work for a noble as a proper retainer was a big deal, for Roland it would not be anything that he desired. The whole reason that he left the Arden estate was to be self-sufficient. Even in his previous life, he bounced around because of the whims of others. Parents, teachers, perhaps even the society that he was in. He felt as if he just followed a paved road that others just told him to tread on. But as much as he wanted to refuse instantly, he suppressed this urge. Arthur might have asked him to become a follower, but this didn't mean that he would be something similar to the maid or the guards outside. Instead, he could just be something more like an exclusive blacksmith that gained some rewards for prioritizing his lord's orders. Thus, before he could make a decision, he needed to figure out the details of this deal. Roland had already gone through several contracts and was not against signing others depending on the deal. By this point in his life, he had already come to terms with this part of this world. You wish me to become one of your servants. In short, yes, but not quite what I had in mind, let me clarify. First of all, I'm aware of the problems you have faced. The dwarves and merchants must not have made it easy to survive in this city, but even though they have tried, you have managed to claw your way up. Roland looked to the noble that turned away from him and started monologuing about his achievements. It seemed that Arthur Valerian was impressed with what he was able to do in this short amount of time. And then there is this golem. It would be very disheartening if such a talented craftsman like you would be able to reach his full potential. Thus I am willing to offer you an opportunity, Mr. Wayland. Become my personal blacksmith. Personal blacksmith. Roland parroted the statement of the Lord as everything was moving fast. He was somewhat expecting to get some kind of offer, but becoming the main smith of a lord was not that simple. It carried a degree of responsibility towards that noble. In some cases, these craftsmen could be accused of purposely making faulty equipment, which could spell death for them. If he was responsible for making some personal weapons, he would be also responsible if they broke during battle. Even if it broke for good reasons, some nobles would take out their rage on these craftsmen, punishing them in various ways. So, while the title would probably be quite the boost to his prestige in the city, it would also carry with it some drawbacks. Oh, is it such a surprise? Or are you dissatisfied with the offer? Arthur asked while also looking away from the magical glass that was showing him the auction house beneath. It would be somewhat rude for Roland to turn down the offer, thus he was not sure what he should do now. The person here could make things really difficult for him if their relationship turned sour. Well, my lord. Speak freely, I can clearly tell that you have some reservations. I would not force the position upon you. I realize that working for such an insignificant noble like me might not be something that such a young and aspiring runesmith would want to do. My lord. Roland raised his brow while looking at Arthur that for some reason was commenting about his own low birth. While he knew that the noble was probably a bastard son that was sent here to get rid of, it wasn't confirmed before he spoke out. Lord Arthur, why did? The car girl that was listening on the side raised her voice after hearing the insignificant part. She quickly stopped as Arthur raised his hand up though. It's fine, Mary, I'm not looking for mindless lackeys. It's best if Mr. Wayland knows what he is getting himself into. Roland just looked between the two while not saying anything. During this whole conversation, he wasn't really able to give much of his own input. It did seem that this young man valued Roland quite a bit, and the only reason that he could come up with was a lack of power. Perhaps the one with the leverage here was not the lord but him instead. While the noble continued to talk, Roland noticed some oddities in his tone and mannerisms. Arthur seemed somewhat nervous when he tried to ask some questions, and for some reason, he was being overly truthful. At first, it looked like it would be some kind of negotiation between them, but suddenly the young man dropped the noble act. It was as if he wasn't looking for an employee but a partner instead. It also didn't seem as if this noble had a good opinion of himself as he continued to talk down about his own standing. He was somewhat getting emotional as well. It was as if Roland was a piece of wood that he was trying to cling to after his ship had sunk. "Excuse me, my lord. Can I be frank?" Finally, Roland gathered up some courage after hearing the man blunder about without getting to the point of it all. After the question, Arthur just nodded his head before he finally sat back down on his chair. "Please go ahead. I am not interested in becoming a part of any noble house. I'm still in training. I'm also part of the Adventurers Guild, which does take up much of my time. I don't think I would be able to continue bettering my craft if I settled down as a personal blacksmith." Roland replied quickly. For normal craftsmen, it was probably the ticket out of poverty. The nobles would supply them with materials, and they could just craft away while progressing further with their craft. Bettering himself as a runesmith was only a part of his future plans. This also included gaining levels and being able to protect himself from others with his own two hands. For that, he needed to fight monsters and create new items for that purpose. "But I'm willing to hear your offer. I'm sure we can work something out. The Lord already knows my situation with the dwarves and how they organized my removal from this auction house." Arthur nodded. "Ah, yes, the dwarves, of course. You will be free to present your wares to the public at my auction house. I wanted to save it for later, but it does seem that you have made up your mind, Mr. Wayland." Arthur moved his hand towards his desk and brought out a small stack of papers. At first, Roland thought it was just another contract, but after seeing the first page, he noticed that it wasn't his name that was on it, but it was Elodia's. "I see that you are surprised. I hope that it won't sour our relationship, but my people have looked into your personal matters. These are papers for the orphanage." What he was looking at now were documents that stated that Elodia could keep the orphanage that she had bought a couple of years ago. Yes, the city official that signed off on the inspection has been removed from his position. He had been clearly taking bribes and didn't cover his tracks well enough. This wasn't all, as besides them, he also received a permit to sell items in the auction house. There was even a special card that was similar to the adventurer card, which would give him some special privileges. "Is this a golden supplier card? I see that I won't need to explain then. Yes, this was part of the offerings I wish to hand to you, Mr. Wayland." The golden supplier card opened up the auction house to anyone having it. People with it wouldn't need to bother with waiting in line. They could drop off their wares whenever they wanted. They would also pay smaller fees for their wares, which sometimes went up to 30. Now with those two gifts presented, Roland wasn't sure what to do. Would Arthur snatch them away? He really wanted to help Elodia with the orphanage. If he stayed on Arthur's bad side, he could easily reinstate the old inspector and do the whole thing again. But if he joined him, the merchants in the city would probably get the message that Roland had some backing. While he couldn't force them to sell materials to him directly, he could indirectly pressure them in other ways. Just like that, one city official gave a bogus inspection to Elodia's orphanage, so could he order the same. The dwarves might find themselves with their materials being held up for many weeks by the guards. Normally, a city lord would not go against the Dwarven Union as they were paying a lot in tax money, but if he could somewhat replace them with his own people, then he would. Back in Edelgard, there was one bloodthirsty noble in particular that went with that option. "You have my thanks, but I'm not sure if I can just accept these." "Nonsense, I insist. You would give me these, but I already refused your main offer. I see it more as an investment. I'm sure with time you will see it my way, Mr. Wayland." "My lord, you are very—" Roland stopped himself before continuing, but Arthur decided to finish the sentence. "Generous, no. Naive," he somewhat quickly blurred out what he was thinking. The noble was investing in someone like him without any contracts or promises. This would normally spell disaster. There was nothing keeping Roland from moving out of the city. "How dare you?" After blurting out the word, the cat maid that was to the side raised her voice. Roland turned his head to the side to eyeball her, as it seemed that she could attack him at any moment. But before a brawl ensued, the two heard a joyous laugh coming from behind the desk. "Ha ha ha, Naive," he said. "I think I like you even more, Mr. Wayland. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I can't offer you much in money, but I can lower the margins for any auctions you take part in." It seemed that he wasn't offended, which was good for him. "Did you work for a noble before? You don't seem intimidated by my name at all. The way you conduct yourself is also peculiar." While Roland was noticing elements about Arthur, he was doing the same to him. Roland was brought up in the modern world and also in the Arden estate. He did not conduct himself as a commoner that would probably be panicking at this moment if they were in his shoes. Ah. Well, I apologize for being rude. He performed an awkward bow, but this only made Arthur burst out in laughter even more. The maid that was on the side seemed to do the same as they both started laughing together. Does this guy have a screw loose or something? It seems that instead of a runesmith, he is looking for a friend or something. I don't get it. If Arthur wanted to make a good impression on a potential retainer, he had failed miserably. He was talking in a casual way, and also just gave out the only bargaining chips that he had. Normally, he should have made Roland sign a contract before giving him the papers for the orphanage. Well, I don't feel like he is lying to me at least. The person he was talking to was behaving strangely, but this only made him seem more genuine. Was Arthur just good at acting, and was hiding some kind of ploy that he would regret in the future? As I said before, I'm open to doing business with you, my lord. If you wish, I will treat you as a priority customer. Priority customer. Arthur rubbed his chin while thinking before slamming his hand down on the desk. I guess that will have to do. For now, I'm sure you'll come around soon enough. Now, let us talk business, Mr. Wayland. It seemed that even though he had refused the proposal, Arthur Valerian was still willing to do business with him. This meant that he would keep the auction house privileges and also get the legal papers for Elodia. In return, he would be getting a new business partner that would probably ask him for some favors. What ensued after was just regular business talk between the two men. Arthur was mostly interested in presenting Roland's golems on display. In his mind, this was the most unique product that he could offer, and he wanted to maximize on the monetary gain. Thus, I would like to propose this divide. After some back and forth, they agreed on a certain percentage. During the conversation, Roland was sure to mention his displeasure in the merchant's way of dealing with him. He did not mention that he was getting his materials from the Thieves Guild, but even without asking, Arthur probably had a suspicion. This was somewhat dangerous. Roland didn't really save much money on buying from the black market, but the city lost money in untaxable wares. If this was known, he would quickly be thrown into jail. Luckily, his new associate was willing to help him out with that. I don't think that would be a problem, Mary. Yes, my lord. Mr. Wayland, this is Mary, my personal maid. If you give her a list of the goods you require, she will be able to get them for you. Of course, you'll cover the cost of the transaction. It was a very simple solution. While Arthur could potentially threaten the merchants into selling to Roland, there was no need to. Instead, he could use Mary as a middleman. The merchants would not be able to deny services to the lord's personal maid, even if they knew that she was just dumping off everything at Roland's house instantly after. Isn't this deal somewhat one-sided? After everything was said and done, Roland asked this question. When something seemed too good to be true, it mostly was. Either he was getting himself into something that could backfire dramatically, or he was receiving a deal of his lifetime. Even after refusing the main request of becoming the Lord's retainer, he was still getting all the things that he wanted. Access to the auction house, the right to Elodia's orphanage, and being able to receive materials at the market price through Mary's help. There were also no binding contracts prepared. Arthur was just giving out gifts that were almost free. Not like he wouldn't be working and creating more items either way. Now he just had a better venue that could probably gain him more money and prestige. It might seem one-sided to you, Wayland, but I think I'm a good judge of character. Arthur just smiled while Roland was handed the paperwork. The meeting was over, and for the time being, they agreed on helping Roland present some runic items when he was ready. He needed some time to figure out what the best model to sell would be, as he would be opening himself up to a new market. Is that so? Well then, I'll see you when I have the prototype ready. With no binding contracts, Roland had ample time to work. But even though the promise was made with words, he intended to work diligently with this new noble. This was his chance to finally stick it to the dwarves, and after 3 years of being kicked around by them, he was eager to outstage them. That didn't go as well as I hoped for Lord Arthur. Are you sure we can trust him? I did prepare a proper contract. After Roland left, Mary and Arthur were left alone in the room. The plan was to convince the runesmith into signing a contract with them, but for some reason, Arthur decided to go off script. Didn't you notice? That man is hiding it well, but I'm sure of it. Hiding something, no. What is it? Haha, well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure he will deliver on his part of the agreement. Arthur shrugged while walking back to the magical mirror. From it, he continued to stare at the beginning of a new auction with a faint smile covering his face. What is this? What does it look like? I mean, how did you get it? What did that noble ask you to do? Did you sign a contract? We could have found a different way. Why did you have to? Wait, calm down. Why are you crying? I didn't sign any contracts. Just wait and let me explain. Roland was back home. The nice-looking vest was off, and he had returned to wearing some loose clothes around his home. After the conversation with the city lord, he returned to his home, where Elodia was waiting for him. Thus, after relieving himself of the new clothes, he handed her the orphanage papers that he received. This of course caused a misunderstanding in which she believed that he sold himself to the new lord. It took some time to explain that the man named Arthur Valerian wasn't like most of the other nobles. I'm not sure I understand the new lord, but he might just be a better person than we expected. It does seem that way, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was another reason for it. Roland commented as he wasn't quite convinced. There could be various reasons why he decided not to use a contract. Maybe he wanted there to not be any paper trails to lead back to him. Do you think they could be problems? Oh my, do you think he is doing something illegal and needs someone to be a scapegoat? That's a possibility, but I'm not sure. He didn't give me the impression of being the evil plotter type. He shrugged as from what he knew, the new noble really didn't have much pull in the city just yet. At most, he could control the auction house and help him get materials. If he tried to strongarm too many people, the rich merchants could use some of their contacts to get revenge. While he was dealing with commoners, they were rich commoners. Some of the merchants were in a better state than other nobles. They could probably pay some of them off to cause some trouble for Arthur in the future. After living in the Arden estate for 5 years and reading up, he heard about a few incidents. In those, some nobles caused incidents where they challenged others to duels for no reason. Then later, they were given a costly gift from a rich merchant that the other noble insulted. By the size of Arthur's entourage, it didn't seem that he had much pull in his own house. The name Valerian carried a lot of weight behind it, but only if it belonged to a proper heir or part of the family. If it was one of the bastard sons, they wouldn't be taken as seriously. What do you think his real intentions are? I'm not sure. Normally, if he wanted to gain power and prestige, he should have gone to the union or the rich merchants. He could easily make their life easier while funneling some money towards himself. For Roland, it made sense to stick to the corrupt ways of the nobles. He could easily accept bribes while slowly increasing the wealth of the merchants in the city. On the other hand, if he really wants to own the city, he would need to get rid of them all, or at least make them work for him. Elodia nodded. The city belonged to the rich. Even though Arthur was the acting lord, he could be replaced. He wasn't much more than a bona fide tax collector and judge. The real power belonged to the Valerian household that he didn't seem to get along with. Though I'm not sure how he can go about this, a good way would be to find evidence of their hidden deals. If they evaded taxes in any way, it would be within his right as the city lord to apprehend them, but even then, he could just put away one figurehead while another one pops up to take over the business from outside. Roland gave out a sigh before sinking back into the couch. Even though it wasn't that late, he was feeling tired. The discussion with the noble went better than he could ever expect, but he wasn't sure what the future held. This might be over for now. But I think we should prepare, asked Elodia while looking at Roland that he had some concern in his tone. Yes, we will have to look into other options, maybe find a better location for the children. Aren't some of them already working? Maybe we could find them an apprenticeship where they could live. Roland's biggest concern now was to get rid of this problem. Even though Arthur helped him out this time, it was easy to make another bogus inspection paper to kick them out again. Some of the kids were older and could work. It wasn't strange for younger kids to live together with a master that taught them their craft. They would assist them in their work while being given valuable experience and also food. He went through a similar experience back in Edelgard, but there he was offered his own small home. While Roland was slowly blurring out words, Elodia cut him off as he didn't realize that he was implying that both of them were working together. Did I say something wrong? He asked as he wasn't sure what the problem was. At this point, it should already be obvious what his intentions towards her were. Would he be taking sketchy papers from an unknown noble to help her out, if he wasn't at least somewhat serious about her? Did you think I'd kick you out or something? At this point, Roland chuckled while placing his hand on top of Elodia's head. This of course caused the woman to blush. But aren't you worried that you are wasting your time and money with me? She answered while lowering her gaze down. It was clear that she didn't want to ask for help and felt bad about dragging Roland into this. Wasting money and time. Well, I guess then we can waste it together. While he'd made his decision about Elodia, he was not that keen about becoming a stepfather to so many orphans. Instead, his plan was to find them jobs after they reach a certain age. They could even work here as long as they wouldn't live at his house where he needed to have his own space. That being said, there was a stray thought that appeared in Roland's mind. While he might have made his decision to go forward along with Elodia, he wasn't telling her the whole truth. She was not aware of his past roots. If he really wanted to continue this relationship, he felt that he needed to fess up. Elodia, I need to tell you something. You might want to sit down. He wasn't sure why, but he felt that if he continued to lie about his origins, that sooner or later something bad would happen. After spending so much time in this city, he became more comfortable with people around him. Thus, he would be inclined to stay true. Oh, is something wrong? It was clear that the lady with glasses was confused as the atmosphere quickly changed. Roland leaned forward from the couch to press his palm against each other while remaining silent. He was deeply in thought and somewhat scared about pronouncing his origins, but sooner or later it needed to be said. At this point, he trusted Elodia to not pronounce his secret to the world. Not many people would actually believe that he was a noble. This information was probably more detrimental to his enemies, as they would now have to deal with blemishing the name of a noble. Even though the Arden estate wasn't that known, it would be enough to throw them into jail. You probably have already noticed that I always wear this thing around my neck, even when we are around the house. The necklace that he was given by his gnome boss back in Edelgard was constantly around his neck. Even during his sleep, he kept it there out of fear that someone would examine his status and find out that he had a last name. Instead of pronouncing his real name, he removed the trinket from around his neck and placed it on the table. Go ahead, examine my status. Those glasses should be powerful enough. Elodia looked at the item that was always around Roland's neck. It wasn't a secret that he was hiding something, and she somewhat learned to ignore this part of him, but the curiosity never did die down. Her knee-jerk reaction was to tell Roland to just put it back on if he didn't feel comfortable with it. He, on the other hand, just looked at her very seriously. It was clear that he wanted her to proceed. It wasn't like she wasn't interested either. There had been many times that she questioned his origins, but as she had somewhat of a past herself, she didn't ask. With the help of her glasses, she looked at him and used a pinch of mana to activate their effect. They momentarily started to glow with a blue hue as they presented the stats to her. Finally, she was able to see his full status screen, and instantly she realized that the man that she used to call Wayland wasn't Wayland at all. Roland. Yes, that's my real name, but I'm sure that you noticed. Roland Arden. She repeated his name again, but this time it was the full one. Only certain people in this world possessed last names, and they mostly belonged to one group, the nobles. Even rich merchants didn't have them. It was a title given to the special. It was clear that now she knew that he wasn't what he said he was. Is that it? Elodia asked while looking at Roland's confused face. Instead of asking questions, she didn't seem too perturbed by the fact that her boyfriend was lying about his real name. Wait. Aren't you mad? Why should I be mad? Doesn't take a genius to realize that you were using an alias, Roland. That's a nice name, much better than Wayland, to be honest. She just shrugged while complimenting Roland on his true name. Roland, on the other hand, felt like he wanted to crawl under his bed for stressing himself out for no reason. You did behave more like a son of a rich merchant or a noble. Or are you perhaps from some kind of knight order? Okay, let me explain. It seemed that Elodia had somewhat figured out that he was keeping a secret from everyone. As they continued to speak, she revealed to him that he didn't behave like a regular commoner, which made her suspicious. There was a certain fear that the commoners had towards people of noble birth. They were taught to feel inadequate compared to them, and it was clear that Roland didn't act that way. He had no problem with talking with nobles, and when he did, it looked somewhat strange, as if he was constantly restraining himself. Roland didn't want to beat around the bush, so in short, he described his life. From the 5 years that he spent at the Arden estate to his arrival here, he didn't forget to include the details about the cult that he once had a run-in, but after so many years of them never showing up, they weren't considered a threat anymore. Elodia didn't comment and continued to listen. Probably if she had a bag with popcorn, it would have been all eaten when he was finished with the story. I'm not sure what to say. I thought you'd be more surprised, but you already figured out some parts by yourself. You're too smart for your own good. He smiled while looking at Elodia that was now sitting right next to him on the couch. From the looks of things, it didn't look that she was as shocked as he expected. This played out differently in his mind. He was even expecting her to raise her voice after realizing that he was lying to her for all these years. I didn't think that you'd be a runaway noble, at most a member of a fallen knight family. She chuckled while looking at him. It was clear that she wasn't mad at all. It wasn't that rare to find people from disgraced knight families. They also possessed last names and mostly came over to the Adventurers Guild to seek employment. But you certainly were daring in your younger days. I can't imagine running away from home at 10. Was it really that bad? Well, to be frank, from Roland's standpoint, no normal person would choose his way of living. Being sent to the Knight Academy was far better than living out on the streets as he did. A position in the army was guaranteed, and if he was a noble's son, he might have even been stationed somewhere safe. The world was already filled with many dangers. Being a soldier wasn't considered more dangerous than being an adventurer. I didn't expect this. I thought you'd be madder for me lying. Elodia smiled, but then seemed to pause for a second before answering. Everyone has their secrets, even I have things that. It seemed that she was also hiding something, but just like she saw through him, so did he. It was somewhat strange to be opening an orphanage in a city like Albrook. When he arrived, Elodia was already living here, but it was clear that they arrived at a later date. He didn't want to pry into her business, but it looked that now after he had shared his secret, it was time for her. It isn't anything spectacular like being a runaway noble, but it's fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. The moment she started speaking, Roland could see some amount of shaking. It was as if she was scared to divulge information about her circumstances. No, you were truthful with me. I need to also be sincere. Apparently, she made up her mind. With a sigh escaping her mouth, she finally faced the man in front of her and told the tale of her younger days. There was not much behind it. She had no glorious background as he did. It was the reverse. She was one of the many orphans roaming the cities. Along with Armand and Loilia, they spent their days out on the streets. They all lived together at one of the church buildings more on the mainland. The moment Elodia started mentioning her old living condition, he did notice her slow down. Soon enough, he would realize what it was about. The priest did. Regretfully so, he was quite the strong believer in the doctrine. He would punish us regularly if any of the children weren't able to articulate the passages from the scriptures well. The main priest responsible for the church was apparently very pedantic about how the kids should be brought up. Sometimes they spent days out in the rain as punishment, with no food to fill their bellies. But it wasn't all bad. The three siblings stuck with each other from a young age. Armand started out adventuring at the young age of 12, and Loilia followed him soon after. Elodia remained in the orphanage while also trying to look for some work, but then when the incident occurred, he tried to do what? Roland found himself raising his voice as Elodia continued to tell her story. The older they got, the more aggressive the punishments became. Armand took the brunt of them, but when he started his adventure journey, the caregiver turned his rage towards the other kids. On one faithful day, it was Elodia's turn, but this time around, he attempted to go further than usual and attempted to force himself on her instead. It's fine, nothing happened. He wasn't able to continue, but that's also the day that everything changed. As the story continued, he was finally given the answer to why they were here. Apparently, during the attempted assault, Armand showed up after completing a mission together with Loilia. They were already somewhat older at this point at 14. They were close to an age where they could leave the church shelter altogether. The priest was beaten up to a bloody pulp, after which they had to run. Even though the man was a failure of a cleric, he was part of the Sun Church. If they were caught, they would get into trouble. They quickly packed up their things and escaped along with some of the other children from that orphanage. Then they traveled through the kingdom and finally ended up in Albrook with even more kids in tow. I see, so that's what happened. You didn't have it easy. Roland commented, but Elodia shook her head instead as she responded. What about you? I can't imagine traveling all by myself. He just shrugged and with a smile on his face replied, Hey, well, I guess we're good at running away from our problems. Soon the room they were in was covered with silence, which was only broken by a large howl outside of the door. Roland was just about to wrap his arms around his partner, but it seemed that his ruby wolf was tired of sitting outside. Even when he tried to ignore him, the howls and barking soon changed into door scratching. It was clear that he wanted in and wouldn't take a no for an answer. Damn it, Agni. Roland rolled his eyes while Elodia laughed out loud. Soon he was forced to open the door to only get pounced on by his overly happy tamed monster. Stop licking my face, Awu, replied Agni while jumping off and homing in on Elodia. It seemed that the licking was not yet over, and soon one more person would find their face moistened up. Nuwu. Roland rolled over to the side and looked at an unoccupied pillow. This was something that he had gotten only due to Elodia, as from time to time she stayed for the night. Without her around, it looked out of place, but it reminded him of the previous couple of days. Finally, after all these years, he had managed to reveal his big secret to someone, this time without it being forceful like with his older brother Robert. To his surprise, his partner had a little tale of her own. While it wasn't as dramatic as his, she was still shaken up by it. From what he could tell, the priest that Armand did a number on was probably alive. They left him beaten and bloody there, but he did possess a Tier 2 class. Thankfully, Armand managed to get a drop on the priest that wasn't a very physical class, but they would probably face some charges if they were ever spotted in the region this incident happened. Elodia apparently did some digging into the issue after gaining the Adventurer Guild position. To her knowledge, there was no wanted poster issued for her or for the others that came with her. There could be various reasons for that. One would be that the priest survived or that the guards didn't bother with it. They all came from a bad neighborhood. It wouldn't be strange if they just ignored the issue altogether. Thus, for the most part, none of them were expecting their past to bite them in the behind. Supposedly, Armand even proposed to check their old town of origin out if he ever got a job close to that area. Elodia, being Elodia, of course, thought that was a terrible idea. If the priest was alive and recognized Armand, he could get into a heap of trouble. Roland had to agree with her. It would also be unwise to put a reconnaissance mission in Armand's hands. Knowing Armand, he'd just attack a different priest. I think I've grown sentimental these past years. Normally, Roland would not care if something happened to Armand, but for one reason or another, the big idiot started growing on him. The two also managed to talk to each other without a fight almost breaking out. That's enough moping around. I have work to do. After a quick roll to the side, he decided to finally get up. A busy day of crafting was before him, as this would probably be the last time he was using the old smelter. Everything was ready and most of the work had been done. Now, without the orphanage problem looming over his head, he could think about other more pressing issues. Morning, boss. Morning, Bernier. Hope you won't be passing out today. I intend this to be the last time. Roland replied to Bernier that had recovered since passing out from heatstroke. He and his large wife were ready to do some work. My heat and fire resistance has gone up. You don't have to worry about me, boss. Bernier flexed his biceps while puffing out his chest. Diana, that was to his side, rolled her eyes while pinching some of that belly fat that was on her hubby. It would be nice to not have to carry your passed-out body for once. Think you need to stop drinking so much you are getting fat. Roland smiled slightly while watching the antics of these two. After the pinch, Bernier was quite combative for once. He really did love drinking, that was for sure. How could you even mention taking away my favorite pastime? Don't you have any love for your handsome husband? Okay, you two, save this pillow talk for your own home. Let us go to work. While it was an interesting exchange between a married couple, there were more important things to do. After being rushed by their boss, the two could not complain, and they all spent the remainder of the day in the workshop. This time around, they were finally able to add the finishing touches to the new forge and smelter. Both of the new creations were made from ether durasteel with a pinch of red mithril. This combination would allow Roland to even work with actual mithril if he so desired. Finally, it's done. I guess your resistance did go up, but we also spent less time. It was finally over. Both his assistant and his wife were on the side. Even though they were both covered with sweat, they had smiles on their faces. Just like him, they were craftsmen, and for people like them, there was nothing better than seeing your creations take shape. This calls for a toast. Of course, Bernier was quick to propose a bout of drinking, but for Roland, this wasn't the end but the beginning. With the new forge and smelter now operational, he could finally start improving his weapons. Then there was the deal that he made with Arthur Valerian. While he had informed the young lord that it would take some time for him to fashion a worthy prototype, he couldn't wait too long. There was no contract between them, so Arthur could pull back his support at any moment. At minimum, he had to fashion a golem that would be worthy of the lord's name. If he just pushed forward an inferior product, his new backer could decide to make it hard for him. He was also itching to see how much gold the merchants in the city would be willing to spend for one of his creations. Then there was the last and perhaps the most important issue, the secret chamber in the dungeon. The materials that he had unearthed from there were slowly running out. Most of it went to the new magic smelter and forge. Part of it he had to sell off to the black market as he needed money for other things. I'd like to present a spider drone for the auction house, one made from ether durasteel. The current deep steel models aren't very resistant. With some of that etherium I gathered, I'll be able to improve on the magical output, and they should be far more responsive to any commands. The biggest problem with his current drones was that he designed them for himself. No one could just access the runic programs via their skills as he could. The magical machines needed to be able to perform specific commands. Luckily for him, there were some basic golem directives that he had gone through his years of research. In about a month's time, he believed that he could produce a golemic product that would be fit for the masses. Thus it was time to work. Even though Roland wasn't given a proper deadline, he knew that making his new ally wait would not be wise. Mary the maid would also be given some tasks to procure some products from the merchants. He was unable to create everything himself, even with the ores from the dungeon. Days turned to weeks as he continued to slave away at his workshop. Most would not believe that he was someone in the graces of the city lord as he worked as if his life depended on it. This was all done so that he would be able to quickly get back into the dungeon below. While his resources were not quite as low yet, something else lingered in his mind. The secret chamber was hidden behind that wall and the Tier 3 monster that he saw there. If he was able to kill the monsters roaming that other dungeon, he would be able to quickly level up again. With higher levels came better skills and more strength that he needed. In his mind, unless he attained Tier 3, he would continue to feel restless. You wanted to see me, boss? Yes, is everyone here? Great, wait a moment, I wanted to show you something. After some days had passed, Roland had managed to repair all of the spider drones along with the mule golem. Everything was almost ready for his second expedition where he intended to not only gather materials. Before leaving, though, he designed a few new toys for his assistant and others. Bernier, Elodia, and even Diana were here. They were all gathered in Roland's underground workshop where he usually tested his long-ranged weaponry. At the end of it by the wall, there were some targets made from wood. They had vague human shapes and a few circles drawn on here and there to serve as targets. Is that some kind of new wand? Why is it so big? And why does it have that cylinder on the side? All 4 people in the room were gathered around one table. On it there was something that the other 3 didn't recognize. If a person from the world that Roland came from were here, they would quickly know what this was from how it looked. From the outside, it had a similar shape to a rifle. The item had a proper stock that could be held against the body for aiming. There was a trigger, a grip, and even something that looked like an ammo holder that had a cylindrical shape but was on the side and a bit in front of the trigger. Even though it looked like some kind of strange-looking rifle, there was one big problem. When looking at the barrel where the projectile would normally come out, there was no hole. Instead of it being hollow on the inside, it was a thick rod made from metal. Everything in this construction was made from metal and covered in runic inscriptions. To anyone from this world, this was clearly a strange runic staff. Then there was a strange little dial on the opposite side of the cylinder part. Yes, I guess you'd call this a runic rifle, but I guess calling it a runic staff or wand wouldn't be that off, but it will be faster if I just showed you. Roland picked up this runic rifle into his hands and placed himself at a distance from the target dummies at the end of this chamber. This room had been made with space in mind, so the ceiling was high at about 4 meters. Then the distance from the targets was about 30 meters. The 3 other people that were gathered here just looked at each other while shrugging. They all knew that Roland had a trouble communicating with others, so they waited for him to demonstrate. He took aim while holding the gun with both his hands. Even though he was a person from the modern days, he didn't really know much about rifles. At a base level, he did know that a gun used ammunition to produce pressure in the gun barrel to propel the projectile forward. Luckily for him, the one that he was using didn't need something like this to work. Instead, it could operate thanks to the portable batteries that he made for his golems. Thanks to this invention, he was able to create this weapon that could give people with lower levels and non-combative classes a fighting chance. A bolt of blue energy flew forward and connected with what would be the chest area on the wooden dummy. The magical blast was enough to create a nice hole while also making the whole target shake. I need to optimize the sight some more. I'll probably fashion a laser pointer instead if you can't get the hang of it. Is something wrong? Well, the 3 looked at each other while looking somewhat unconvinced. This time around, Elodia was the one to speak up. I think what Bernir was trying to say is that we probably won't have enough mana to use a large wand like that. I can barely use that little gift that you gave me, remember. I knew you would say that, but you don't need to worry. You won't need to use your own mana to make this fire. Look at this. Finally, he showed off the cylinder. Inside of it was one of the batteries that he used for his golems. Thanks to it, anyone would be able to use this gun by just pressing the trigger and taking aim. In reality, this wasn't anything groundbreaking, as other craftsmen in this world had created similar products. The biggest difference was the power source. While they used mana fluid or crystals, he used his own rechargeable batteries. With the closed cylinder from the outside, no one would be able to tell this fact. The batteries that he produced were probably the biggest goldmine that he was sitting on. Regretfully, he didn't have the ability to come forward with his design. One of the reasons was that it would be difficult to convince people that these batteries were better than mana crystals. Then there was the actual problem. If people took them seriously, he was afraid that they would try to force his secrets out of him. It was renewable energy, and they only needed to create more generators to fuel them. If the big players in the kingdom found out that they could have unlimited magical energy for their magical weaponry, he wouldn't be surprised if the high mages came knocking. Luckily, it wasn't that difficult to pass these off as cylinders for mana fluid instead. Most people would not even think of looking inside. Really, I don't need to use my mana. Can I try it, boss? Sure, go ahead. Roland nodded while Bernir grabbed the rifle and started looking over it. The runic designs that were on it were now dim, but when they fired off they were quite bright with a blue glow. I think I heard of these sorts of weaponry, but I think they were mostly used during the war efforts. Diana commented while Bernir took aim. Without this gun working on pressure, it didn't have that big of a kickback. Even when he pulled the trigger, his arm didn't twitch that much, but instead of hitting the target, he connected with the ceiling right above it. Oops. This is interesting. You should try looking through that sight. It will help you aim. Roland helped Bernir position himself and gave him some pointers for aiming. Also, can you see this dial on the other side? Try moving it forward and then using it. Bernir nodded while feeling that there was something on the other side. With a click, the dial was turned to point on a green dot. Now he took aim again while looking through the sigh, but instead of the blue bolt of energy getting hurled forward, a large blast of wind was created. This time around, he was pushed back and fell on his posterior. From a regular magic bolt spell, it was changed to a burst of wind energy. The weapon has several options. If you set it to the red dot, it will create a constant stream of flames that goes in a cone. The one you just used isn't lethal but will push anyone away. It could probably also cause an arrow to curve away from its course. Go ahead, test them all out. It belongs to you now. Damn, thanks, boss. But warn me next time. Hey Diana, there's one for you too there. You can go test it out. And as for you, Elodia, I made something smaller. Elodia was lacking in strength. She would not be able to hold a rifle made from heavy metal without her hands shaking. For her, Roland created a smaller version that looked more like a pistol with the battery cylinder in the middle of it. This made it somewhat look like one of those old Western revolvers. This one can't produce that much magical energy, but it should be enough to even injure a lower-level Tier 2 warrior. Elodia looked at the revolver that was handed to her with curious eyes. She was not much for violence, but after seeing Bernier and his wife have fun shooting at the targets, even she started to feel curious. But if you find yourself against a more difficult enemy, remember to run instead, and don't forget about those runic scrolls I gave you. You worry too much. She smiled at him while awkwardly holding the runic gun with both hands without trying to press the trigger. Roland had already given her various card-sized runic scrolls with various effects, so this new weapon was just clogging up her already large arsenal. Well, I have to go back to the dungeon. I'll feel better if you at least keep this by your side when you are in the shop, but you'll need to learn how to use it, or you might hurt yourself instead. While these weapons didn't guarantee anything, a bandit would think twice about attacking if they were against someone that was able to fire off magical arrows at them from afar. This was the best part about ranged weapons like this. They were easy to use yet hard to master. Almost anyone could point it and hit something if they fired off enough. If you think so. Elodia just nodded while slowly pointing the weapon at the target as she was instructed. As she pulled the trigger, though, the flash of blue light caused her to close her eyes while shifting the runic revolver above her head to hit the ceiling. You guys need to stop hitting the ceiling. Roland groaned while taking the gun out of his girlfriend's hands. It seemed that he would need to spend some time helping them to aim. You have defeated a bladed volcanic Zornotaurus. I think I'm getting better at this. The neck of the large dinosaur exploded before him just like before. His grenade-throwing abilities had clearly leveled up as he didn't even need to aim that much. Just like before, the enemy was the same type and used exactly the same tactics. Roland had already figured out the best way to tackle this monster, and none of his golems had been damaged in the process either. Ow! No, you can't have the mana stone this time either. Agni curled up his tail while looking at the dead creature before him. His mouth was watering while looking at the beast with the biggest mana stone that he had ever seen. Don't be a glutton, you already devoured so many on our way here. You're going to pick up some strange skills. Roland gave out a sigh while cutting a hole in the dead monster. This time around, he didn't plan on taking out his runic chainsaw. The monster parts would fetch some coin, but he would rather spend the time on the more important issue, the secret room. Let me just check this chest out and be on my way. Doesn't seem to be a mimic. Is my luck increasing after checking for traps and hidden monsters? The chest was opened up. Inside, they found a set of twin daggers with a simple burning enchantment. They were made from deep steel, which at this point was very common. More crap. This was somewhat disappointing as these daggers weren't of good quality. For someone who could create better runic versions of the same magical effects, this was nothing. If he put it together with the items that he made, he felt like he was lowering the prestige of his own store. Maybe I'll make some kind of discount bin for items that don't have much worth or don't sell that well. While thinking about some shop improvements, he tossed the daggers into the golem mule. This was already his second time here. Now that he was more familiar with the road and the monsters lurking here, his speed increased. If this continues, I won't need to prepare any traps for that Zornotaurus anymore, but it is peculiar that the boss never changes. He could only shrug at this strange occurrence as instead of the boss changing, what changed were the creatures outside this chamber he was in. Without any time to contemplate this issue, he moved towards the second secret opening that led outside this room. It took him back to the long maze filled with many corridors, but no more monsters. Those only appeared when he came out of the area with the various minerals. Just like before, this could be left to Agni, as he was itching to sink his fangs into some mana stones. Doesn't seem that anyone has been here. My secret is safe for now. Without waiting, he hurried his mule golem up. Within it were his spider drones that he had all repaired. Thanks to the pre-existing schematics, it wasn't that hard to remake these golems. Bernier and his wife were able to produce them if he asked them to. The runic program they run on could also be copied over without it taking that much time. Thus he was able to recuperate the loss of the spider drone that he had lost the last time he was here. The one that he gave to Arthur Valerian was a newer design that he made separately, so he was back to having 6 little helpers again. While for now all of them were busy drilling holes in the ground, he was standing before the entrance to the other secret part. The Tier 3 monster should not be able to see me. Roland needed to remind himself that the beings inside could not see him even though he could see them. With a pickaxe in his hand, he started striking the area that would lead him to his new grinding spot, that is if he learned to use it. The layer isn't that deep, but it's somewhat hidden behind rocks. It only took him about 5 minutes to create an opening big enough for one of his spider drones to fit through. Just like before, he could hear the strange combination of heavy armor and bones rattling about coming from the hole he made. There were no Tier 3 monsters in the vicinity yet, but this just gave him more time to think about his next action. Theoretically, those monsters can't enter through this gap even if I make it larger, but what of their weapons or magical attacks? Roland had read some books about such occurrences, but there wasn't much data to go off of. Finding a spot where 2 dungeons connected was quite rare, and not much had been done in this field of study. The kitty professor didn't know anything either. This was not his speciality, as he found adventuring below his very existence. The Adventure Guild probably knows something about it, but not like I can ask them for help. Any idiot would figure out that I'm hiding something. Was it just such a rare occurrence that not many people had the chance to study it? Or was the Adventurer Guild hiding specific information instead? From what he knew, whenever something like this occurred, the Adventurer Guild swooped in to take charge. This was also one of the biggest reasons that he decided to keep this secret for himself. Roland peeked through the hole, and he could see familiar shadows moving through the lit corridors. It was time to prepare for his investigation, but first, he decided to gather some of the minerals that were here before venturing forward. While he wanted to do nothing more than go through with his test, he needed to gather some materials first. If for some reason he found himself in danger and had to run, he would be wasting the opportunity for mining. Some of the rare ores didn't respawn fully yet. As expected, when looking for the rare material, which was the red variant of mithril, he didn't find any in the last spot that he found it. Ores like durium that weren't as rare managed to grow back to some extent, but it was clear that he could not just form this place with no end. The dungeon needed time to restore itself, and rare ores took even more. Thus, together with his small group of drill spiders, he continued to scout for more ores. The ones that were easily accessed were prioritized, as he still wanted to save some time. Even then, it took him about 2 days of hard work to get a load that he was satisfied with. After this, it was time to prepare for the worst. First, he packed up the mule golem while also removing a satchel filled with various scrolls and runic bombs. While he didn't expect the monsters to come at him through the hole, if they somehow did, he would need to stop them. Roland had gained quite the expertise with these runic explosives that he created. Even if they were just on scrolls, they could create devastating effects. Thinking back to that Tier 3 Ant Queen type monster that he faced, he knew that Tier 3 monsters could be hurt even by Tier 2 runic explosives. It was just a matter of jerry-rigging enough of them to create a big enough blast. This time around, he was not going to have his arm explode. Without a high-leveled priest anywhere in the dungeon, he didn't think he would be able to survive it. With that in mind, he had to create an escape route for himself and Agni. The mule golem could be easily placed in the secret passage to wait. Luckily, with his ever-increasing golemic knowledge, he didn't have to endanger himself too much. I finally got this thing working. The runic mines and bombs weren't his only plan. Everything hinged on the crystal ball that was placed on a large square display. There were many runic symbols everywhere on it, and the orb fit nicely into a top compartment. Inside of it, there was a runic battery that helped power the construction. Time to test it. Agni, keep watch. Don't want any monsters running the test run. The ruby wolf yawned a bit while not spotting any enemies in the vicinity. Agni had cleared out the area a long time ago, and now, after roaming for 2 days, he was bored. Roland grabbed one of the better-looking spider golems. With a gentle finger poke, he attended it to the wavelength of the device he had created. This blocky creation was something akin to a remote control, just much stronger. With the added batteries and his own mana, he would be able to move the golem remotely even from a great distance. Then there was the crystal orb on the top. It had been a while since he had started his work on runic crystal balls. It was somewhat difficult, but he did manage to connect it to the golem's eye sensors. The image wouldn't be that clear, as the golem saw things somewhat differently than the humans that made them. Finally, he placed his hand on the large remote box. It started glowing with the usual blue light as the runic symbols became active. After about half a minute, he was finally able to see an image. What he saw was a blob of red coloring, and also various shades of blue and green. The image he got was something similar to heat vision or infrared. Regretfully, they were down in a heat-filled dungeon, which made things difficult to see. Thus, he started circling through the options that he had. The golem eyes were quite sophisticated devices. They had various possible settings, which infrared vision was just one. The next one that he switched to produced a somewhat bluish creature that looked like some kind of ghostly dog. Roland's golem at this point in time was looking at Agni. The ruby wolf was a creature filled with a lot of mana, so he shone quite brightly when filtered through the golem's mana detectors. While this type of vision would normally not be that great as it only outlined mana, in a dungeon it was different. The walls, the ceiling, everything in this place was filled with this blue energy. Thanks to this, he was given a world filled with blue, with everything being outlined nicely. The air didn't have enough mana to register as much, thus it didn't block the view too much. This doesn't look too bad, but I think it can still be better. Roland continued to fiddle around with the image the crystal ball was giving him. With the possibility of combining some of the various visual options that the golem eye offered, he was finally able to make it satisfactory. Now the spider drone was ready to venture through the hole and perform some tests against the Tier 3 monsters inside. Okay, Agni, come here, we will wait by the entrance. If something happens, we will run. Don't even think about attacking anything that comes through there. Do you understand? Owo. Agni flopped out his tongue while running circles around Roland. He was smart enough to know the dangers but was just probably curious what his master was planning. Good, let us begin. All the traps are set in place. Roland had previously blocked the opening with a larger boulder, but it was now clear. The walls next to it were plastered with runic scrolls from all sides. If something tried to bust through those walls, they would quickly explode. With so many scrolls there, even a Tier 3 monster would be stopped in its tracks. This wasn't all, as more of the smaller card-sized scrolls were scattered on the ground. They weren't as explosive as the large ones, but would probably at least stagger his foe. While it was blundering about, Roland and Agni would have enough time to quickly run into the secret room behind them. While monsters tended to chase their victims for a while, there was a timer on it. After some time, the monster would lose interest or forget about what it was doing. It was a game-like phenomenon that convinced him that he would be able to get away if the need arose. With everything in order, Roland kneeled down before the box and started operating the golem through it. By inputting commands, he was now able to make the spider drone move around. He was already used to this task, so there was no need for any further tests, and the golem quickly made its way towards the hole in the wall. It crawled up and peeked right through it, and to Roland's surprise, there was a juicy test subject right on schedule. In the middle of the corridor the hole led to was the same monster type he saw here a month ago when he was here the last time, an infernal skeleton champion. Good, it's not the lick. This one shouldn't have any ranged attacks besides fire breath, he commented while moving the golem through the hole a bit more. While clearing out the path, he made sure that the drone would have enough space to move around. The path that the golem needed to take was only about 1 meter in length. From his tests, the other dungeon started right at the end of that 1 meter long path. With that in mind, he positioned the golem right outside the range. He already knew that the monsters would attack the golems, as one of them had already been trashed. Well then, here goes nothing. Just to be safe, Roland turned around and opened the secret door that was right behind him. It was time to see how the monster would react to an attack. With another command given, a latch to the side opened out, and a small rod on a joint slid out. It pointed at the monster's head area while slowly charging up with mana. Soon a bright blue arrow of condensed energy flew forward the Tier 3 infernal skeleton champion. Roland's face was glued to the crystal orb that was showing him the image, and it was clear that the monster felt something. The monster was looking somewhere to the side, but as the projectile entered its dungeon, it turned to face it. This didn't mean that it was fast enough to protect itself. The golem's aim was true, and the mana arrow connected with the monster's head. Direct hit. It suffered some damage. Roland's golem could measure its enemy's health points. The mana arrow, that was a lower-level Tier 2 spell, had managed to lower it slightly. When going through the numbers, the damage was minuscule and not worth mentioning. The monster's head that was hit didn't move much. Its face was covered by a Roman-styled helmet that didn't protect the front too well. While the helmet rattled slightly, the monster didn't budge from its spot. The flames that burned from its eye sockets started burning brightly as it looked towards the area that the mana bolt came from, but it's not doing anything at first. It looked like the monster would do something. It started to look at the spot the attack came from, and there was a clear surge in mana inside of its body. Then after a moment, it subsided and the monster went back to looking to the other side. This somewhat confirmed what Roland was suspecting, but more tests were in order. Thus, without waiting, he moved to fire off more mana arrows towards the monster, this time around 2 in sequence. Just as before, the skeleton's face was smacked with the mass of mana, and its health decreased by a smidgen again. It turned to face the spot it was attacked from and waited. Then, while looking at the spot where Roland's golem was, another mana arrow flew its way. Now there was some movement. This monster was holding a sword and a shield. The moment the mana arrow entered its range, it moved to block the attack with its shield. The arrow was unable to put a dent on the shield the skeleton was holding either way. It moved. Slightly, it's still not charging the wall, nor does it seem enraged. While the monster turned to face the hole in the wall and reacted to the second attack, it soon returned to what it was previously doing. After these tests, Roland was almost positive that he was safe, but to be sure he continued for some time longer. But as time passed, it became clear that this would be a perfect spot to raise his levels. A magical bolt of energy flew through the air and connected with a face made of only bones. It was a direct hit on a Tier 3 monster that didn't do much to evade it. It came flying from a small mechanical spider that had its metallic legs pressed into the rocks around it. I don't think I'll be able to kill this thing like that. Roland, who was controlling the spider golem, gave out a sigh after continuing to pelt it with mana arrows. Even though he could land direct hits on the monster's head, they weren't doing much damage. The moment the monster's HP dropped below 80, it also started to regenerate its own HP through some skill. This self-regenerating effect wasn't that strong, but it canceled out the golem's attacks in the process. It was clear that if he wanted to kill this creature, he would either need to do it himself or utilize all of his golems. It does seem safe, but it might also react to a living being differently than to a golem. While the test that he performed went well, he still wasn't sure if the monster wouldn't attack him. In theory, he should be safe, but this didn't keep him from worrying. Now came the real test, one that involved him using an attack spell just like the golem did. Agni, stay here. Roland used his remote control station to pull the golem out of the hole. The constant usage of mana arrows had also drained most of the golem's battery that needed to now be replaced. Thus the spider golem dislodged itself from the small hole that was made for it and returned to its creator. For the time being, Roland decided to replace the battery, while also ordering the other golems to spread out around this area. While previously he only intended to run, now he might need a distraction if for some reason the monster burst through the rocky wall. The golems would only serve as more targets, while he and Agni escaped into the secret passage. Normally, anyone would have a tough time approaching that hole with all the mines that he had placed there. Luckily, there was a big advantage in being the creator of those runic mines and explosives. Due to the extensive studying he had to go through, he figured out a couple of new tricks. One of them was to give the items that he created a sort of back door. Now with a small jolt of his own mana, he could produce a sort of disabling effect when wearing his armor or having a sort of master key item with a specific runic program on it. Thanks to it, he could disable all of the mines that he placed here. He could even put them on a timer or activate them when he was out of range. Thanks to this, none of his current creations would be able to harm him, as long as he was in possession of an item with the master key function. I'll disable them for the time being. It was time for the big test, so he decided to disable the mines while slowly approaching the hole. He felt a bit silly for being so overly cautious, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Would those guys be okay if something happened to me? A strange thought crawled into his mind as he was staring at the side profile of the skeleton champion. He thought to the people above ground. Elodia had recovered her deed to the orphanage, but if he vanished, Arthur would probably not help her if any of the merchants did something similar. Bernir, that was a half-dwarf and shunned by the Dwarven population in the city, would have a hard time finding work. His wife had also crossed the line after associating herself with Roland, so they might have to leave the city altogether. After opening the shop and becoming a business owner, other people relied on him being there. While they would probably be able to find a place to stay, their lives would become difficult if he was gone. It was a strange feeling where people relied on him, but he was not averse to this responsibility. "You sure are an ugly one," he called out while looking through the hole. The monster didn't react, which prompted him to walk a bit closer. It really couldn't hear or see him in any way, shape, or form. Didn't seem that there would be a problem, thus he brought out a magical staff. The design was quite rudimentary, with a large mana stone as the focal point. Agni, that was watching from the distance, quickly picked up on the stone's origin, as it was fashioned from the previous boss monster's remains. The staff wrapped around this gem at the top. This was his first Etha Durasteel product that he had fashioned with his new smelter and forge. Here goes nothing. The monster on the other side started moving away. It seemed it was bored with getting its face pelted with mana arrows. This was great, as if something went wrong the monster would need to turn around. Thus he took aim. The staff's shaft started glowing as the runes on it became more visible. Infernal Skeleton Champion. It was an undead creature with a fire aspect to it. Normally, undead monsters were susceptible to fire but resistant to the cold. These creatures were the exact opposite, yet unless a person could generate enough cold energy to douse their flames, they would continue to function. Their biggest weakness was in holy energy, but that element was exclusive to priest-type classes. They were the best class to bring along when fighting a large number of undead creatures. While there were magical items that were able to produce divine magic, the assistance of a priest was needed. There was a peculiar manufacturing process for those types of weapons and armor which he had read up on during his learning phase. The worst part about it was that such weapons needed to be constantly recharged by the same type of priest that lent their blessing. The only way to go around it would be to get some specific materials that had divine energy in them. He considered paying his old acquaintance a visit, but in retrospect, he didn't really know Sister Kasha that well. Whenever she spotted him walking around town, she would try to shove the teachings of Celeria down his throat. He was also unsure if he could trust her with his workshop, where she would need to come to craft these special divine items. Thus, instead of going with any particular element, he decided to use the basics. A Tier 2 Frost Lance would not be able to combat a Tier 3 monster's flames. Instead, he decided to produce the strongest non-elemental spell that he could. The staff continued to glow in a blue hue while forming a ball of light before it. This ball of light started spinning around and changing shape into a drill. This drill of pure blue mana continued to accelerate while producing a piercing sound, which the monster on the other side could not hear. This was no simple spell. It was more similar to the one he produced all those years ago against the Ant Queen. It was a combination spell that stored all of the mana energy at a single point while adding a spin to it. A massive amount of mana was being produced and also drained from Roland's reserves. With a resounding, the spell in the shape of a drill flew forward and caused the Dugup opening to be widened in the process. The monster stopped in its tracks as the bolt of blue energy entered its dungeon, but just like with the golem, it was not fast in its reaction time. The spiraling spell connected right with the monster's head. At first, Roland was surprised as the skeleton didn't just lose its head on the spot. The spell slowly drilled itself into that skeletal jaw before exploding. He could see the entire corridor, where that flaming skeleton was standing, shake and be covered in blue light. The flash of azure subsided rather quickly and revealed a headless opponent that was just standing there. Roland could see the health bar getting lowered drastically as the monster clearly received a critical hit to its head. Regretfully, this wasn't over. The undead creature could function without its head, but would not be unable to see. These types of skeletal enemies possess something called a soul core. It looked like a flame of energy akin to a will-o-wisp with varying colors. This flame could be situated in various areas of the monster, and in the lesser flaming skeletons, it was inside the skull. This was also what Roland had hoped when targeting its flaming head. It seemed that this core was not there as the health bar only decreased by about a quarter. The monster was covered by heavy armor, which made spotting the weak point even harder. Damn, it might be in the chest cavity. The second spot for this flaming core would be inside of the monster's ribs where the heart would be. The biggest problem with that was that this monster was wearing heavy armor, but luck was still on his side. The enemy was now missing a head, and after swinging wildly around itself, it just stopped. It was unable to detect where the attack came from. It could not detect where Roland was standing. Thus, instead of running, he just continued with another mana drill spell. With another charge up, the spinning projectile that was composed of pure mana energy rocketed towards its target and connected with another loud sound. Roland wasn't sure what the armor was composed of, but luckily it wasn't something resistant to mana. The spell met some resistance, but continued to corkscrew its way inside of the monster's torso before vanishing into a burst of tiny mana particles. The hole it produced wasn't that big, but it was a beginning. Without having to worry about getting attacked, he could just focus on attacking. The monster was quite resistant, and he needed to pelt it with the enhanced runic spell over and over again. But finally, after downing down a mana potion, he saw the last bit of health of the monster shot down to 0. Infernal Skeleton Champion has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. Tier Breaker title, a title given to people that have managed to single-handedly slay an adversary that is a tier above them. When fighting against opponents of a higher tier, the bearer of this title will receive a buff. The moment the monster hit the floor, he was flooded with a myriad of system prompts. The first thing that he noticed was the title that he was given. He wasn't sure how large of a buff this was, but perhaps it would alleviate this tiresome drain on his mana reserves. He was left sweating, and with a headache after having to force himself to blast the monster repeatedly with a spell that went over his own limits. Then there was his level that shot up to 123 just for slaying this one monster here. With this, he was reaching the limit of 125, at which he would need to change his class to progress further. The staff didn't break down. Good, if he attempted to make this staff from deep steel like his old wares, it would have certainly not been able to take the burden of this enhanced spell. Now, on the other hand, after adding some special minerals to the mix, the new Durasteel staff was still working fine. It had lasted through the test, but he was already thinking of making some improvements on this grinding method. The only reason that he decided to make this staff was its mobility. Without knowing how the monster inside would react, he needed something light. Now he was positive that he could just pelt the monsters inside with a barrage of spells. He could bring something larger. It would be a shame to leave here only after killing one monster. Then what should I do about the spoils? While the levels and title were nice, he stood before another question. What should he do with the dead skeleton? After receiving his last spell, the monster, along with its damaged armor, was thrown against the wall. It was now close to the end of that corridor, where there were probably other opponents lurking about. There were some options here. First, he could just leave the damaged armor be and wait for another monster to appear. This would be the safest route to take where he wouldn't lose anything. The second option would be to widen the hole between dungeons and quickly go inside to grab the monster's remains before they fade away. This would be the most dangerous decision, as he didn't really know if there were any traps in that corridor, or perhaps some hidden monsters that he couldn't see. Should I go with option 3? He turned around to look at the spider golems that were on standby. The safest way of getting the loot would be to send the golems in. They could drag the monster's remains over to this chamber while he remained safe. After the monster was dead, its remains would be able to pass through the barrier between the two dungeons. The golems had grappling hooks with nets that he designed against the boss monster. In theory, he could try shooting it from the safety of this chamber and then pull the monster's remnants in himself. This was probably the safest way to get to the loot while not risking his golemic creations in the process either. There was one problem with this approach. he didn't think the net would be able to encase the dead monster that was down on the floor. It was designed to envelop a large target that was standing up. For it to work correctly, he would need to use the remote control and probably have one of the drones go in. Is it worth it? Roland started calculating in his head. The monster's remains could be used by alchemists. They ground the bones into powder and turned them into various concoctions. Then there was the armor that was probably made from a good metal. While the chest part had been damaged, the rest was in good shape. Everything could be sold to make a sound profit that could go for more than the resources needed to build a spider golem. When adding everything up, he decided to risk one of his creations. First, the net was shot out by one of the other golems. Then he used the remote control to maneuver a second unit into the other higher-tier dungeon. There the golem was used to shift the net in a more favorable position. For once, luck was on his side, as he was able to start pulling before anything on the other side could get closer. The hole through which he was previously aiming had also increased in size after being pelted by multiple intense mana drills. Thus, right before another monster appeared, he was able to get the remains of the Tier 3 monster out. The only part that was left behind was the head that was dislodged in the beginning. This is made from an alloy. It has some deep steel in it, but also durium, and what's this? Resistitium. With his current identification skills, he was somewhat able to read into the composition of this suit of armor. He was not able to figure out all components nor the distribution. Resistitium was another metal that was seen as something between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. Its strength came in being able to absorb physical attacks. It was quite lucky that the monster was wearing armor that was very resistant to physical attacks, but not so much when it came to magical ones. Perhaps he had used up all his bad luck in his first 10 years, and now it was time for the renaissance of his life. Something is coming. While looking at the spoils, he noticed a shadow moving in the distance. Another monster was coming his way, and he was certainly intending to get to this level cap before getting out of this dungeon. A high-pitched whistling sound filled the cavern along with a blue glow. The light soon took form as it spiraled around in place to form a drill of azure. This energy construct quickly vanished from sight as it rocketed forward towards an ugly-looking monstrosity. Venomous High Ghoul has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The level limit has been reached, unable to gain more experience. You have gained a new skill. Runic Eye of Truth. Roland moved the still glowing magical staff to the side. It was producing a lot of smoke while looking somewhat used up. It was showing signs of runic erosion. The glowing symbols weren't as clear, and the magical spell that he produced had diminished in power. I guess even Durasteel can't handle altered runes like this. The spell that he produced was probably something between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 rank. It had enough power to kill off stationary targets like the ones inside this grinding spot, but was inefficient. It required for the caster to fill it up with their mana for too long, thus causing the runes to deteriorate faster. That creature's regenerative skills were far too high. First, he came across the infernal skeleton champion, then he also saw a lick, but the monster that stayed in the corridor was this ghoul. While ghouls were seen as a lesser version of a more intelligent monster that was a vampire, they were not weak. Some could even overpower their more conscious brethren in a fight. They were undead creatures that could mend their own wounds in a matter of moments. With no other targets that he could choose from, he was left in a prolonged ranged battle where he slowly overwhelmed the creature with his runic magic. This of course overloaded the weapon he created, while also made him use up quite the amount of mana potions in the process. For the time being, it did its job, but the next time he attempted this venture, he needed a change in weaponry that wouldn't drain him of his magical energy. Best if I leave this one be. The dead ghoul was already decomposing into a pile of flesh. The moment it was dead and unable to regenerate itself, its body started to break down. The only usable part would be the Tier 3 mana stone it had, but regretfully another monster had decided to stay in the room. It was quite a surprising sight. It was the lick type that showed some interest in its dead comrade. The monster did something that he didn't expect. It picked up the sparkling mana stone from the ground into its bony hand and then promptly ate it. While Roland wasn't a specialist when it came to monster behavior, he was sure that this was not something ordinary. The monster couldn't see him, but even after eating that mana stone, it continued to stay in that corridor while staring in his direction. After maxing out his level, there was no reason for him to kill more Tier 3 monsters other than farming their bodies for materials. The staff he made was still operational, and he could always repair the runes, but for the time being he decided to close the opening to the other dungeon. Instead, he would use the rest of the time to gather up more of the ores. Thus he placed some boulders in the opening to not have to see the ugly flaming skull of the lick. With his new level also came a nice surprise. He had gained a new skill when his Runesmith Lord class had maxed out. Runic Eye of Truth active skill reveals the truth of the world to its user. That's kind of vague. What is this truth? If it's the truth, Why is this skill called the Runic Eye of Truth? And not just Eye of Truth, he had many questions about this skill, but the fastest way of discovering what it was about was just to use it. As with all the skills that came before, there was a sort of implantation of knowledge the moment he received it. How he could activate it was known to him, but what it did was another thing. The spider droids were back at work, and Agni was patrolling the area so he had time to test things out. Without much reservation, he decided to activate the skill. This time around he would learn an important lesson. Not all skills were the same, and some like this one had drawbacks. First, the skill activated, and he could feel a large chunk of his massive mana pool being drained in an instant. While he couldn't see it, his left eye began glowing as something appeared before him. This something were runic components, and they were everywhere. At first he was baffled by what he was seeing. The dungeon walls, the lava pool, even the air was covered in runic symbols. It was somewhat similar to the world of illusions that he witnessed all those years before, but he was certainly not in an illusion. Roland didn't get much time to figure out what this new skill was trying to show him. After a couple of seconds, his head felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer. He was burning up, and the longer this skill was activated, the blurrier his vision became. Then just before he was about to pass out, he managed to cancel the effect. He dropped down to his knees while clutching the left side of his head. He could feel something dripping down from this side, and when he pulled his hand away, there was blood. His left eye had suffered an injury, and he was bleeding from it. The pain was sharp and his vision blurry before him. Without a second thought, he moved his hand into his satchel to take out a greater potion of healing. With haste, he poured it over his eyes while also drinking the rest. Thanks to his quick thinking, the pain started to subside, and his darkened vision also slowly returned to him. Roland felt something moist touching his forehead, which turned out to be Agni's nose. He had collapsed on the ground and actually passed out for a few minutes, which gave Agni a scare. His head was killing him and he felt like puking. "I'm fine, Agni, just give me a moment." Slowly he moved over to a larger rock that he could lean against. There he tried waiting it out. The piercing headache that he received didn't subside even after he drank some mana-restoring potions along with the healing ones. Only after half an hour did he find himself released from the sharp pain that felt like the worst migraine he ever had. What the hell was that? Roland placed his palm over the left side of his face where the skill was activated. His eye was still pulsating, but thankfully he could see through it. This was the first time something like this had happened to him. He heard of skills injuring their users, but not by this much on the first try. After calming down, he thought back to the moment he activated the skill. The world seemed to shift into something different, and most of the surroundings turned to runes. Runic Eye of Truth. Wait, he tried to figure out this new skill, but his memory was somewhat hazy after the splitting headache occurred. But thanks to his high intelligence, he was able to go back and remember. Not everything was covered in runes. Agni was there not that far away, and he did recall the ruby wolf moving into his line of sight. His wolf was not composed of runes, while almost everything around him was. Maybe it doesn't work on living beings. After some time to deliberate, he came to a few conclusions. He wasn't totally sure, but considering that the dungeon was covered in runes could be attributed to its magical nature. That would somewhat explain why everything was composed of runic components. This eye skill was somehow translating everything into runic language, but the strain on his eye was too massive for him to use it. That could be the case, but I could also be wrong. Perhaps the skill didn't work on Agni, because the level was too low. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but after suffering through that sharp pain, he wasn't too keen on activating it again. Perhaps if he left the dungeon and tried it out in a location devoid of mana and magic, he wouldn't suffer that much of a backlash. Perhaps if there were fewer things in his range of vision, he could alleviate some of the pain. Finally, he decided to stand up, but found it hard to keep his legs from shaking. Even with all his stats and a rather high level, the new skill put him through the ringer. For the time being, he decided to seal off this new ability as he clearly couldn't handle it yet. Perhaps he would need to increase his level to actually be able to stomach it. It took him several hours to get a hold of himself. The potions that he had with him didn't do much to alleviate the sick feeling he experienced. There were still more ores to mine before he could leave. The spider drones continued to drill holes near the ore deposits as he decided to take it easy and just pick up what they mined out. After venturing here once, he had worked on the mining software of these golems. They were able to distinguish between the more worthwhile minerals now, which made this expedition a bit more lucrative. Thus he continued his work while feeling somewhat exhausted. Only after about a day was he back to his old self and working along with his golemic creations. With this being his second mining expedition, he had managed to bag a bit more than previously, while also minimizing the size of the more useless volcanic chunks of the dungeon. His way back was uneventful. Just like last time, he waited for people to clear out while looking at his radar that he expanded as wide as he could. No bandits or robbers greeted him this time around. probably the people from the Thieves Guild would be more careful after one of theirs never returned that day. When he returned home, it was early in the morning. The mule Golem slowly lumbered behind him as he entered his house. Even though he spent less time on this expedition, he felt much more exhausted than last time. He wasn't sure if it was due to the new skill he used or the mana spent on blasting the Tier 3 creatures. There were two things on his mind. The first one was the new skill, while the other one was his new class. Finally, he reached level 125 and his Runesmith Lord class had reached its maximum. Now he would finally be able to change it, but to what he wasn't quite sure. Before he attempted the change, he kind of wanted to test this new eye ability out. Perhaps he would need to for the coming class change, but for the time being, he decided to go to sleep. It was early morning and the shop was closed tomorrow so he could relax. Roland opened up his eyes to discover a familiar-looking ceiling. His body was bare and surrounded in water as he had fallen asleep in the bathtub yet again. After raising himself and wrapping a towel around his nether regions, he noticed a note on the bathroom door. "Please stop falling asleep in the bathroom. You'll catch a cold. I also left you some food in the runic cold box." It was a note from Elodia that apparently visited him when he was out cold. It was late at night and he had slept through the entire day. When outside, he found some sandwiches in his refrigerator that he quickly devoured. After a day's rest, he felt rather refreshed and ready for more work. First came the unloading of the mule Golem. With more durium, he would be able to create the Golem for Arthur now. But before that, he also intended to attempt a class change. The only thing remaining would be to visit the Sun Church and get a few class change crystals, perhaps more than one if he finally did fail. Even if he had more, Bernir or Elodia could always use them instead, as they were also slowly leveling up and reaching higher levels. Before even attempting this change, he decided to see what was up with this runic Eye of Truth. If his theory was correct, the best way to use it was in an environment devoid of magic or many magical items. For his testing ground, he decided to use an empty storage area that was recently built. There wasn't anything in there for the time being and the walls were thick. Even though the walls were reinforced via magic, they weren't constantly radiating mana like in the dungeon he visited. After some preparations, he closed the door to this room while also placing down a wooden box. On this box was a small card which had one of the most basic spells on it, a mana bolt. If this skill was affected by the number of magical items and their grade, then choosing something on the lower spectrum would make it easier on his eye. I guess here goes nothing. To the side, he had some recovery potions. One of the bottles was already open so that he could pour it on his face if his eye started bleeding again. Then there was another tiny bottle that he instantly drank. It was a pain-numbing solution for just in case. Besides the box and the card, there was a single chair on which Roland sat down. After going through the pain just a few days before, he was really not keen on activating it again, but he needed to know if he could use this skill in any way before moving on. Here goes nothing. With his mana being full, he activated the skill once more. This time around, the pain wasn't as bad as before. His eyes started glowing while he focused on the runic spell scroll before him. Just as he had theorized, if he didn't move around and just focused on a smaller point before him, the skill was somewhat usable. Even with that, his MP was dropping rapidly, but he had enough time to see what the skill was doing. This time around, the only object that was covered in runes was the spell scroll. The wooden box remained just as it was. What the skill showed him was similar to what his debugging skill did, but just in uniform color. Roland thought to himself while quickly canceling out this mana-hungry ability. While the first test was over, this wasn't over. If the skill was just a worse debugging skill, then it would be something to laugh about. But he had an idea of what it could do to help him with future endeavors. For the next test, he brought out a simple dagger. It looked old. The material it was made from was also not good. But this didn't matter. What mattered was that this was an enchanted item instead of a runic item. It was an old dagger one of the adventurers left behind after buying a superior one from his shop. Now it would be useful and show him if this skill could be used. Thus, as before, he activated the skill while staring directly at the dagger. Then, just as he had speculated, he saw it. Instead of enchantments, he saw runic structures. These structures he recognized, as they were for the sharpness rune that he had runecrafted many times in his life. Just as his mana went below half, he quickly deactivated the skill. While he would need to test the eyes on higher quality items, it was clear what this skill was really doing. It was somehow translating the magical language into runic. But this wasn't over yet. One more test remained. There was another usage that this eye skill could have that he was itching to find out. Thus, he quickly drank some mana potions while taking a small break. After 2 uses, his eyes started getting slightly strained, but he was able to continue. How did it go? Yes, source of all magic. He began chanting. It was time to cast a spell. Even now, he felt a bit silly when uttering the chants, but after seeing other mages do it, he somewhat got used to it. A ball of blue light appeared in the middle of his palm as he finished casting. Then quickly he activated the skill, and to his surprise, he was also able to see them runes. The ball of blue light had a runic structure that clearly was a direct translation of the same spell. Ha. It really works, I can use it like this. Oh shit, it hurts. His joyous outburst was short-lived as his left eye started burning up once more. He quickly cancelled out the skill and doused his face with a healing potion along with the pain-numbing concoction. Even though his face hurt and he felt like puking, this discovery brought a smile to his face. My head, are you all right? Yes, I just need to rest for a bit. Roland was sitting on a chair while holding some cloth to his forehead. There was a clock of ice wrapped around it as he tried alleviating some of the pain. Yesterday he had tried using his new skill, and today the aftereffects of its use were still with him. After the first time in the dungeon, he didn't register any aftereffects, but now there was an actual debuff. It would persist for another 6 hours, and the only way to get rid of it would be to either go to a priest or drink a high-level potion. This made it seem that this new skill that could translate spells into runes was tough to use. Even after analyzing one of the simplest spells, he was out for almost an entire day. The debuff made him have a migraine and also caused his mana to run wild. If he attempted runecrafting at this very moment, he felt that it would be a failure. Are you sure? Did you try the healing tincture? Yes, it wasn't strong enough. I think I might need to go to the church. I need to pick something up from there anyway. Roland commented while standing up. It was early in the day and the shop would be open. Elodia was with him, but she needed to prepare the store. The reason he needed to go to the church was not really to ease the pain or the dizziness. It was to get a class change crystal. The only real problem was his skills that didn't quite hit the cap yet. This didn't mean that he wouldn't change his class, though. The second Tier 2 class mostly didn't take into consideration the other Tier 2 class. Mostly titles and special requirements mattered, but he would need to see the list before he made a decision. Then there was his new ice skill that he had no hope of leveling up anytime soon. This did put him in a conundrum, as he would probably not be able to max all his skills within the first 25 levels of the new class he chose. While his leveling would start to slow down when he got closer to level 150, he would be able to attempt a class change. Tier 3 was something that he had set out to do in the shortest amount of time possible, but unless he had the skills up, he feared that the choice of classes would lessen in quality. Is that so? Have a safe journey then. Elodia just smiled at him after hearing that he would be making a trip to the church. After giving Roland a smooch on his aching forehead, she along with Agni left for the store. The Ruby Wolf was able to leech some of those experience points along with his master. He too was now able to get a new class, but he would need to wait for his master to recover before he chose a new form. Almost right after Elodia left the house, Roland made a quick jump to the bathroom. He felt like he was back at his first year of college. The first few parties were quite hard on him then, and his stomach took some time to get used to all of that alcohol. I really need to get something to alleviate these symptoms. After relieving himself of his breakfast, he felt slightly better but still not at full capacity. Quickly he got his coat along with his light half-plate armor that lacked most of the hard-to-putin parts. Without wanting to mope till the debuff had run out, he headed towards the city. The walk there felt longer than usual, but he managed to not stick out. After about 40 minutes of uneven walking, he managed to arrive at the church. Even now it felt gaudy to him. At first it started out as a small building, but now it looked like some kind of cathedral. He wasn't sure how they did it, but magic was probably involved. While the people in this world lacked the proper modern tools to build high up, there were certain magical ways of producing magnificent-looking structures. Back at his own workshop, he performed some wall enhancements, but it was nothing at this scale. He only dug up square-shaped rooms and reinforced the walls. They weren't pretty, but they did the job. Praise the sun. The moment one of the nuns spotted him at the church grounds, he was greeted by their trademarked greeting. He only nodded at the nun that was dressed in a red and white habit. It looked strangely similar to the clothes that nuns wore back in his world, just with a different color scheme and a large sun symbol on the back. Do you wish to hear the word of the Holy Mother? The nun asked while for some reason zoning on him like a hawk. Roland had a bit of trouble hanging out with these religious people. Some of them would always change the subject and try to preach to him. Most of the time they were only trying to receive a donation or peddle their wares, so he decided to just cut to the chase. Is there an available priest? I would like to have a debuff removed and also buy a class change crystal. Oh my, a debuff. You have been graced by the lady's will. Elder Sister Kasha is receiving today. The girl that he was talking with was a low-leveled nun below the age of 20. There was a certain power structure in the church like everywhere in this world. They did give each other certain ranks, and it was easy to figure out by the way they referred to each other. Sister Kasha, for instance, had leveled up past the 100th level and would not be around the gold rank adventure level. If a nun achieved a level over 100 and managed to get her second Tier 2 class, they would be referred to as Elder Sister. Then if they managed to get into a Tier 3 class, they would be given the title of Mother. It was similar with their male counterparts, which would normally be only called father after attaining a Tier 3 class, though there were exceptions, and sometimes some of the more elderly priests would be given this title as more of an honorary one. Ah, Sister Kasha. Roland cringed a bit after hearing that the woman that he had to share the tent with was the one on duty. Memories of her trying to shove her whole Bible down his throat came rushing down his throat. While she was quite the beauty, it was mostly ruined when she opened up her mouth and started preaching the gospel. This world was different than his other. While Roland had never been big on religion, he was not so sure now. There were clearly things at work here that could not be explained with science. Everyone had access to a strange system that gave them superpowers. Then the people at the church were getting strange blessings from their gods. Apparently, the devout believers would even hear the words of God and meet with them inside of the class change trials. If that was just an illusion created with the devout believer's mind, was up to debate. While these people were somewhat annoying, it was also true that they did good deeds. The orphanages were mostly run by them, and they did give the youngsters enough time to prepare for their adult life. They did not force anyone to become a priest. At most, they tried to convince them to pick their side. Thus, his opinion of the Loilia church was mostly on the positive end. Just like in any organization, there would be bad apples as the priest that Elodia ran into, but he could not hate the whole organization due to a few bad incidents. Nothing was perfect. People still kept some of their desires even after putting on a habit. "Do you need me to show you the way?" the girl asked, but he just shook his head. He had already been here to get his class change crystal when he used it to change to his current class. Then later, he picked up one for Bernir when he had reached a higher level. There were a few sections to this building. The biggest one was what everyone would see. The inside was spacious with a high ceiling. On the end was a podium where the priests or nuns would perform their sermons. They had a large pipe organ in the back that was used to play some of the tunes. The stained glass windows in this church were quite stunning. They depicted Loilia in various ways as a beautiful woman with 4 fiery wings. In most depictions, she was shown with a sword and shield in her hands. While she was considered to be a motherly figure, people also revered her as a battle-hardened god of war. This was similar for any of the other divine beings that had some sort of battle background to them. It was as if every one of the deities needed their believers to be poised for combat. While the moon and sun churches were the most prevalent, there were some others. Some ran deep in the underground, like the cult that he had encountered all these years before. He found himself in this large hall. Luckily, the mass was over, and the elder sister nun was accepting visitors. Kasha was not the highest-ranking person in this congregation, but she was the second in command. There were no Tier 3 priests here yet. If she continued on her path, then probably after some years she could attempt the class up. Name: Kasha L109 classes. T2 Sun Maiden L9, T2 Sun Priest L50, T1 Acolyte L25, T1 Cleric L25. There she was in the distance. Her hands were glowing with a golden light as she was healing some people. The miracles that the priest produced were very eye-catching, and even standing close to them would give a person this warm, tingling feeling. It was very easy to get lost in this spectacle, and it was natural that many people flocked to it. From Roland's perspective, it was clear that they were purposely showing off the healing magic to the masses. To the untrained eye, this would be something unfathomable, but to him who had dabbled in runic magic, it wasn't that special, I wonder. While normally he would make nothing off it, now with a new skill in his possession he was curious. It was a skill that translated magic into runes, but what of healing miracles? From what he could tell, these healing magics were considered different from regular magic. While they did use mana as the basic resource, there was something else there. Would this skill allow me to copy healing miracles into runic spells? He had heard of divine weaponry, but to his knowledge those required special preparation. Perhaps even if he could copy a healing spell, he would need some special material to power it. Then there was also the issue with him feeling terrible. If he attempted to use the eye skill now, he felt like his eye might fall out of its eye socket instead. For the time being, he decided to save this thought for later. Perhaps when he leveled the skill by examining lesser spells, he would attempt it on healing miracles. For all he knew, it would put an even greater strain on him than when he activated it down in the dungeon. Thus, for now, he placed himself in the line that was waiting for healing. This was one of the peculiarities with this church. It was run by an all-female cast of nuns and clerics. In some other churches, he also saw clear favoritism for people that could pay for the services, but here there was a proper line. While they did require everyone to pay, he also heard that some of the sisters were offering their services for free in the off hours for the people that just didn't have any money to spare. Praise the sun. Oh, this is a treat, isn't it, Mr. Wayland? Finally, after waiting for about 20 minutes, it was his turn. After he lowered his hood, it was apparent who he was. Sister Kasha knew him the most from that one expedition, but from time to time, he did have some run-ins with her in the city. Yes, it's me. I require your services, Sister Kasha. Oh my, if I knew that you were coming, I would have prepared some tea. Why don't you wait a moment? We could have a nice conversation about Our Holy Lady, just the two of us. I don't think I have the time for it, and the line behind me is quite long. You probably won't be finished that fast. Roland had left early in the morning, and it was only the start of the day. Kasha would probably need to be here for most of it, so if he actually waited it would be nightfall before he got healed. By that point, the debuff would have run already out anyway, so there would be no reason for him to stay. Oh, silly me, I just wanted to catch up on good old times. Then what can I do for you, Mr. Wayland? You do look a bit pale. Please give me your hand. He nodded while sitting down on a stool in front of her. The priest classes had some special skills through which they could figure out people's alignments. Thanks to those, they would know if their skills were good enough to help. It was a strange feeling. The moment she placed her small hand on his, it felt as if he was pricked by many tiny needles. This sensation subsided rather quickly, and it was time for him to get healed. Without letting go of his palm sister, Kasha started performing one of her curing miracles that made his entire body glow in a golden hue. From the onset, it was clear that this debuff wasn't that simple. Normally, the curing would go by faster, but his body continued to radiate divine energy for a good 15 seconds before Kasha pulled her hand back. Her forehead was a bit moist as it was clear that she had spent a good chunk of her mana on this one cure. That was a peculiar alignment, Mr. Wayland, but you should be feeling better now. She gave out a huff of relief as she was clearly fatigued. The drowsy feeling that he felt had subsided almost instantly, and he was back to his old self. After the treatment was over, another nun with a tray came over from the side. Onto it, he dropped down some coins. While there was no set price here, the nun's facial expression would mostly shift until he got the correct sum. Praise the sun. The trainee nun that was there to collect the coins smiled at him brightly while he felt robbed. While the holy miracles worked faster and didn't have any side effects, they did cost a lot more than curing and healing potions. If the situation wasn't dire enough, he would have probably decided to wait, but he did need that class change crystal or two. Yes, I would also like to make a purchase. Is the shrine open? The church store was mostly situated in a side room along with a shrine. Their people could buy various blessed items. Services like imbuing weapons with holy energies were also carried out there. Churches that were stationed close to dungeons with undead creatures were making quite the coin from such services. The shrine is always open to our flock. Remember to be quiet, as this is the house of the lady. The younger girl nodded while he stood up. Kasha looked a bit drained, so he just said his farewells and went towards the shrine. The line of people with various alignments continued to grow, so she had other things to worry about. Inside of the shrine, he found another nun. This one looked much older than the rest, but her level wasn't all that high. It was clear that she didn't have much talent for healing arts, and without going on dungeon rungs, even priests were unable to level up. There were various accessories like necklaces, pendants, armbands, and talismans on display here. They were all imbued with divine energies in some way that was kept hidden away from the public. A craftsman could live a nice life if they ever managed to strike a deal with a city church. They would be given massive amounts of gold, but also forced to keep quiet about the ways of making divine gear. For the time being, he just pointed to the section with the class change crystals. After his vigor had returned, it was time to check his and Agni's progress. With his skills not being fully matured yet, his wolf would be first in line for an evolution. Then it was time to visit his old apartment yet again. Perhaps when he left it, he would have a new class. Well, this will be the last chappie for now. We'll be back around the end of the next month though. Volcanic Dire Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, an evolved variant of the common wolf monster seen in volcanic dungeons. At this point, their entire body begins to be covered by volcanic rock that is both resistant to heat and physical attacks. Ruby Dire Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, an evolved variant of the uncommon wolf monster seen in volcanic dungeons. The rubies that cover their bodies are resistant to certain magical attacks. Dire Ash Wolf, Earth Beast, an evolved variant of the common canine-type wolf monster found in various dungeons. They are much larger than their lesser evolved variants. Mystical Dire Ruby Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, a rare variant of the Ruby Dire Wolf. They can be distinguished from the less rare variant by the ruby horn growing out of their forehead. This horn is used by them to channel spells and absorb ambient mana. There aren't as many options available as before. Roland looked at the choices of monster evolutions for his mystical ruby wolf. While there were 4 options that he could see, there was only one that was realistic. More time had passed this time, and Agni's skills were all leveled up. Monsters had an easier time getting their skills maxed out than people of the many races, thus Roland didn't need to wait like the last time. I guess you're becoming a dire wolf, Agni. Ow. At this point in time, Roland and Agni were out on the porch. After finishing up his business at the church, it was time to help his beast friend to reach the new form. He hoped to get another new rare variant, but it didn't seem that Agni would be progressing over the mystical variant. This wasn't bad, but after getting rare classes left and right, it was strange to not get anything new this time around. Have you decided? Asked a womanly voice from afar that belonged to Elodia. Ha, I wonder how he will look now. Said Bernier that was there as well. His wife was back at her own shop, so she would miss this metamorphosis. Yes, I think he will get a bit bigger, but won't look that much different. Okay, everyone just stand back. For now, I'm going to activate the evolution. The shop Elodia was in had a window opening towards the inside of Roland's walled-off home. From there, she would be able to see how the house wolf reached a new form. While she had seen some beast tamers working at the Adventure Guild, she was still quite interested in seeing how Agni turned out. After Roland activated the evolution option in his system, Agni's body started glowing brightly. The light was contained in one spot, which allowed them to see most of the change. His mane expanded, and the gem on his forehead started to get longer. If this continues, he won't fit in the house anymore. The transformation was a success, and now everyone was looking at the dire wolf version of Agni. His size increased by about 25%. The mane was covered in even more rubies, and his musculature had been enhanced even further. AWO. Agni howled out, which caused Bernier along with Elodia to flinch. This was a level 100 monster with its second tier 2 evolution now. Even down in the current dungeon, Agni would not find many monsters that could keep up with him. Name: Mystical Ruby Dire Wolf L, 100x type. Fire Earth Beast HP 36,963,696, MP 43,874,387, SP 55,045,504, Strength 125, Agility 174, Dexterity 80, Vitality 143, Endurance 155, Intelligence 143, Willpower 130, Charisma 8. 15. Roland glanced over Agni's new stats, and he could see that his tamed beast wouldn't have any problems taking out gold-ranked adventurers. Then there was the elongated horn that was supposed to be able to fling spells at people. Previously, he only had a smaller gem that could absorb mana. Now it was supposed to be some kind of release point. Whoa, calm down, Agni. What did I tell you about licking my face? While he was trying to look over Agni's new status page, his dire wolf decided to jump on him. If it was Elodia or Bernier, they would certainly buckle under the weight, but Roland was able to dig his feet in and take it. You're getting heavy even for me. His size had increased even more, but it also didn't tell the whole truth. The rubies that were on his body increased his weight even more. His skeletal structure had also been enhanced, and the chompers that he had were now even larger and sharper. Some of the skills had evolved and changed names. For instance, the old Fiery Bite changed into Flame Bite, Ruby Tail Whip became an enhanced Ruby Tail Whip. There were also some new skills and improvements that he spotted after the evolution finished. Mystical Tier 2 trait increases MP by 15. Ruby Tail Dart skill. The Ruby Tail tip can be launched as a projectile. Fire Breath skill produces a stream of fire energy from the beast's mouth. Agni's mystical tier had increased, which gave him even more mana to use. This would probably come in handy. All the mana-related skills like mana shaping, mana regulation were there, along with something new that he brought up. Destruction Magic Fire Earth L, one passive skill, gives the user the knowledge to cast basic destruction spells of the given element. This trait also allows the user to learn other spells from the given element. If the spell can be learned, depends on the user's intelligence stat. Instead of a list of spells, he was given a passive skill that was similar to a trait instead. Monsters cast spells in various ways. Some used incantations just like humans, but for beasts like Agni that would be impossible. Most of the time, the monsters would be given various spells to choose from in the form of spell skills. If he understood the explanation correctly, then Agni was given the knowledge to cast some basic spells, at least at first. It seemed that he would also be able to learn or mimic other fire spells if he ever saw them later on. It was also a dual element trait, which meant that Agni could learn earth spells and fire spells at the same time. Well, I have a customer, so I'll see you boys around. Try not to destroy too much of the workshop. Huh, what do you mean? Elodia shouted out from her window at Roland, who was deep in thought and rubbing his chin. I know that look. You're probably going to do some dangerous tests. Try not to blow the whole house up. Roland rubbed his head while watching Elodia step away. It seemed that after being around him long enough, his tendency to perform dangerous tests in his little secret laboratory was known. The lass is right, but what do you always say? Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. His assistant just laughed while returning to his own side of the workshop. With so much work on his hands, Bernier was also close to attaining his second Tier 2 class. Luckily for him, the higher the rarity of the materials a craftsman worked, the faster they leveled up when working with them. Thanks to all the new Durasteel that Roland had brought over along with the new smelter, Bernier was going through levels like crazy. Other young craftsmen would need to prove themselves for over 10 years to be allowed the same privilege. If you need any help, just call me, but I won't lie, working with this new smelter and forge is proving difficult even for someone as talented as me. Don't worry, I don't think I'll need any help, just focus on your craft. And don't forget to prioritize those golem components. I need to get that prototype ready for the auction house. Bernier's level was a bit low to work on the new materials. Even though he was leveling fast, he could also break the expensive equipment if he didn't focus enough. For the time being, Roland agreed to give him some space until he got used to it, plus he had other things to worry about now. Let's go, Agni. While his workers were busy with their side, he decided to move down into the firing range below. There, together with Agni, he wanted to test how well his wolf was able to perform spell casting. Okay, do you see that target? First, show me that new tail dart skill. Can you hit that dummy from here? It was a little strange to just talk to his tamed beast, but he knew that Agni could mostly understand him. Perhaps he wasn't able to pick up on all the words, but the intent of them was understood. Woof! Agni's loud bark echoed through the workshop. His voice certainly got a bit deeper after the evolution. One of his dual tails rose up into the air while stretching out to about twice its length. The red gem on the end of Agni's tail was already quite pointy. It had changed in form after the evolution, and probably to accommodate this new skill. After Agni took his aim, the ruby tip shot out of his tail at an alarming speed. It connected with the wooden dummy with a loud and made it through it to the other side. It then shattered into smaller pieces on the wall behind it. That would probably hurt a lot. Roland looked at the small hole in the target, but it was hard to tell how much damage this projectile could do to an armored man or beast. The ruby also was only the size of a dart and had no other special qualities. But it also seemed that the ranged attack could be quickly repeated as Roland saw the ruby on the end of Agni's tail quickly reforming itself. About 15 seconds with 2 tails, not that bad. Now when facing ranged opponents, Agni could pelt them with some ranged attacks that didn't require much concentration. It would also be a good attack to interrupt any spell casters from casting large spells, which made this skill somewhat useful. But Roland didn't think it would be strong enough to finish anything off, mostly to be an annoyance to look out for. Okay then, let us move on. Agni, I want you to try casting an attack spell at one of those targets. Anyone will do. Can you do that, boy? Now came the real test that he was interested in. Could his beast cast spells with that horn? From the trait's explanation, it seemed that Agni was given an injection of knowledge on how to use it. Ow, woof. After receiving the order, Agni turned back to the training dummies. He moved his head down a little bit and pointed with the horn on his forehead towards his target. There he stood for a few moments without doing anything. It was as if he couldn't do it, but soon enough Roland could see a shift in the mana around that horn. The protruding horn was quite uniform and smooth. It looked quite pointy and could probably be rammed into opponents as well. The mana started swirling around it while moving out of Agni's body. Soon a red light formed at the focal point atop his head. The red light started to quickly shift as it became a ball of flames. At this moment, Agni raised his head up before whipping it forward to release this concentrated bolt of fire energy. The spell flew forward the same training dummy and collided with the wood it was made off. A small explosion of flames covered the area around this target made of wood. The wood quickly burst up in flames while some splintered off after receiving the hit. The spell performed here was a simple firebolt spell, which was slightly above a regular mana bolt spell. With the added fire effect, it produced a scorching inferno around the point of collision. Alas, this was somewhat a beginner-grade spell, and it couldn't eviscerate the dummy it hit. Even then, the wood was clearly burning up. The added flame effect was clearly successful in causing lasting damage. Roland nodded while pointing out with his hand. The gauntlet that he was wearing started glowing blue before releasing a ball of water towards the burning target. The magical liquid quickly overpowered the flames and caused a lot of smoke and steam to form instead. But with the help of the ventilation system, this room would quickly become clear. Good, not bad. There was some power behind that spell, but you'll have to practice Agni. The activation time was quite slow. The firebolt spell that he produced was somewhat sluggish. It was as if Agni was a mage that had to chant the whole spell himself. But this was only the beginning of his tamed beast's spell-slinging days. The skill that gave him the knowledge to cast these attacks was only at level 1, then there were all the mana-regulating skills that were also there. If Agni just continued to level them up, Roland was sure that the speed would increase. Perhaps he could even reach his own runic spell-casting speed. Okay then, Agni, show me that fire breath now. The testing continued for a bit longer until Roland was satisfied with his partner's performance. He relied on Agni down in the dungeon, so he needed to know the extent of his new skills and his physical capabilities. Perhaps with a few more levels, he could task Agni with taking out the boss monster in that cavern to him. After it was done, he released Agni back into the wild, which was to guard the shop again. With the more ferocious look that he had, it would keep the troublesome elements from starting anything. There would be a bit of a problem with the increase in size. First, he would need to go to the guild to get him checked. Now, after reaching level 100 and his second tier 2 evolution, Agni would be seen as a dangerous monster. It would be hard to take him into the city without putting a muzzle on him. He could already see some people screaming out in fear if they ever came across Agni without a leash. It would look like some kind of monster was lost in the streets. Then someone of Armin's IQ could decide to engage him in battle without hearing them out first. The more troublesome part is when he returns after escorting Elodia to the city. Luckily, he is fast enough to not be caught by any stupid adventurers. There had been a situation where on the way home Agni was spotted by some new adventurers. He was fast to duck into the forest and run home without causing any trouble. Now he was larger and rarer. Roland wouldn't be surprised if some poachers targeted him for the rare monster parts like the horn on his forehead. I'll worry about that later. I need to focus on myself now. Finally, Roland looked at his own status window again. His level was 125, and he was ready to attempt a class change. Name: Roland Arden L. 125 classes. T2 Runesmith Lord L50 primary T. 1 Mage L25 secondary T. 1 Runic Monoscribe L25 XT 1 Runic Blacksmith L25 tertiary, HP 59,615,961, MP 1,491,314,913, SP 79,947,994, Strength 150. Agility 125, Dexterity 189, Vitality 161, Endurance 173, Intelligence 227, Willpower 207, Charisma 18, Luck 11. Back in his room, he looked at a job change crystal that he recently bought. To others, he would be gone for seconds, but he was unable to foresee just how long the next test would take. If he would take it or wait was also up to debate. First, he needed to see what the new class options were. I guess here goes nothing. I guess everything is ready. Roland looked down at a crystal that was on his desk. He was now in his office that was filled with various books and notes concerning his runic research. A lot of time was spent in this room deliberating runic programming that he was slowly becoming an expert in. How do these things work? Before using this strange crystal, he decided to just pick it up. A thought crept into his mind after receiving his new peculiar skill. Is this just a magical item like any other? Perhaps I could. Though the urge to test something rose, he had to stop himself from activating his new identification skill. The class change crystal was probably a high-level item. If he attempted to use his newfound ability to scan it, he felt like a migraine would be the least of his troubles. Previously, he was already able to decipher regular spells and convert them into runic language. The question he had was, could he do it with any magical item? Were there limits to this skill, and if he could just use it to help him understand magic even more? After gaining this skill, he was becoming convinced that all magic was more uniform. If he saw the runes just like a programming language, then perhaps all other schools of magic were just software that could be made with it. This didn't mean that all magic could be translated into runes. Perhaps there were some restrictions or outside sources of power that would be needed. In his old world, there were a plethora of programming languages, all with their pros and cons. If I figured out how to make runic versions of this crystal, I bet the church would have my head. A runic creation that could work like a class change crystal would probably be seen as blasphemy. Even worse if he could just engrave it on metal that could last through the class change without breaking. He would be eradicating the hold of the church that it had on the class change market. I should probably focus on my class change, not like that skill is usable. He gave out a sigh as he knew that if he attempted to use the runic eyes on something complicated, they would start bleeding. For the time being, the decision to slowly level this skill up was made by him. He would use lower-level scrolls and spells to gently progress it without getting a debuff each time. Perhaps when it leveled up a couple of times, it would become usable. Thus, the thoughts of his new skills usage was tossed into the back of his head. The crystal was in his hand while he was sitting back in his chair. After clenching it tightly, he activated it like he already did 4 times before. Here I am again. The more it feels like my past life was just some kind of bad dream. Roland was looking out through what appeared to be his old apartment window. He knew well that everything here was some kind of illusion, and that he was only in a replica created from his old memories. Is the view becoming clearer? When he first changed his class, the whole place outside was somewhat foggier. Now, on the other hand, he was convinced that the view on the street was becoming clearer. It was as if he could see further outside the more he progressed through the classes. While this was an interesting thought, he wasn't here to reminisce about the good old days. At this point in life, he had mostly given up on ever returning to his old world. While his real parents were still out there, it had been so long that they had probably forgotten about his existence. 15 years. While the PC was loading, he tried to remember some of the faces of his previous family members. It didn't seem that his high intelligence stat would help him out with the old memories. Most of their faces were a blur. They had become a distant memory, and the new world that he was in now was his new reality. Roland was quick to use the mouse to bring him to the class change screen. There he saw quite a large number of pixelated avatars. All the old classes were there as they never went away. Even though he was a Tier 2 class holder, it didn't mean that he could pick a Tier 1 class if he chose. No mage classes as always. There was one class that he was somewhat interested in. It was the rune mage class. Normally, he should have had all the prerequisites for it, but it was not there. This was something that he expected, as it was not there the previous time that he attempted the Tier 2 class change. Let's see. There they are. He turned to the crafting classes and instantly saw a couple of new ones. These were clearly there now because he had started working on his golemic creations. When he hovered on one of the walking pixel representations, he was given one of the names, Golem Craftsman. This was the simplest of the classes, but it wasn't the only one there. It depicted a tiny pixel version of himself working on something that looked like an iron golem. Then right next to the Golem Craftsman class was a runic variant just called the Runic Golem Craftsman. It was clearly the superior version that focused on runes. Golems came in various shapes and sizes. Runes were mostly used by Dwarven craftsmen to make them work. This didn't mean that a person couldn't make one with enchantments or with the help of mages. But with the help of runes, a craftsman could fashion one themselves without having to expand the size to fit the bulky enchantments on them. A golem-like spider drone that he created would be hard to come by when fashioned by an enchant smith. The limiting factor was also in the lack of customization that those types of golems faced, yet they were somewhat easier to find as they were simpler in design and came in lesser variants. Most of the bulky humanoid monstrosities, like an iron golem, were created through enchant smiths, while the more specific designs came from runesmiths like Roland. Runic Golem Craftsman seems like the better choice, but there are more. Golem Designer. And Runic Golem Designer, when he read the name, a certain title popped into his head. It was the one that he achieved when he first created a custom variant of the spider drone. Thanks to the title, he was probably able to unlock the more prestigious version of the Golem Craftsman and its runic variant. Not many craftsmen were able to design their own creations. Most of them just regurgitated old models, and most of the time produced an inferior version of it. Only after understanding how to build one from scratch could they even attempt to customize. Roland, on the other hand, made sure to go through everything. He didn't want to just copy others' work. He wanted to create new options for himself. His class was somewhat special, thus he needed to change almost all of the schematics he was given. If he wanted to augment himself further, he needed his creations to profit from all his rune-related skills. Most of the old plans tried to limit the mana usage or cut on the materials. He, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about mana that much. He could create items that would make a regular person pass out from one use. Is there something better? Before making his choice, though, he needed to see if there was something even more interesting. He had hoped to find another Lord-type class, but even after going through all the options, there weren't any. Roland leaned back in the gaming chair that he was sitting in. The lack of any Lord-type classes was something that he was expecting. The runic variants of the classes were already rare and prestigious. Then that variant popped out of nowhere and gave him a higher stat multiplayer. After receiving this class, he did some research, or at least tried to do. It was still a topic that he would rather evade, so he could not drop the class name directly. What he did was just look up more research material concerning special classes, ones that might even raise the stat multiplier. There were some records of unusual classes that raised one's stat multiplier in the Magic Academy records. They were not mentioned by name, but they did exist. They were somewhat lacking compared to his Lord class, which made it seem even more outstanding. There was something interesting about them that they all shared with each other. It seemed that they had specific limiting factors. It was mentioned that such classes which went above the regular tier multiplier were one-offs. A person could only gain one per tier. This, of course, could have been untrue or just meant that the people with these classes didn't meet the requirements to get two of them. Was Roland different, though? He didn't think he would be able to just get more prestigious classes without an end. This one was already more than he had ever expected. What to do then? There were some options first. He could just wait and try gaining more titles, perhaps some new traits. He could try waiting it out to maximize all of his Runesmith Lord skills, the new Runic Eye of Truth included. The problem was time. Leveling up all of those skills would probably not be easy. He would be wasting years of experience points if he didn't change his class now. Some of them would be kept over, but there was a limit. I don't think I have the freedom to wait. Another sigh escaped from his mouth. If he could then, he would probably decide to wait. The leveling process wasn't that important to him as long as he could progress his skills, but he still lacked the capabilities to protect himself or the people around him from enemies above his tier. The times in the city of Albrook had been good to him. Years of peace and mostly progress had continued after he arrived here. This didn't mean that this would last forever. If the old foes didn't show up, new ones could be around the corner. This world was not safe. Danger lurked everywhere. While the skirmishes with the other countries didn't break out into a full-blown war, it was also something real. Being a talented craftsman and a commoner, he could be easily forced to participate in it. Peace and quiet was not something that he could see on the horizon. With the coming of the young noble, the market was now open to him, but this would bring more trouble with it. For the coming battles, he needed any help that he could get. If this class turns out to be crap, I could always go for Tier 3 sooner than I originally planned. While Roland didn't want to cut his classes short, he could always reach Tier 3 when he hit level 150. This would mean that he would leave this runic golem designer at level 25, which he wanted to avoid. After receiving the special eye skill from this current class, he was interested in what this class would offer. Without maximizing the new Tier 2 class, he would not be able to get anything similar, as these types of abilities only appeared at higher levels. Roland started moving the mouse cursor through the other classes yet again. Old and new classes littered the screen, which caused the pixelated representations of them to get smaller. He almost decided on the Golem-related one, but then he spotted something that he had missed. Wait, what is this one? Runic Engineer. The representation of this class didn't showcase the tiny person working on a golem, so he somewhat ignored it. Instead, it depicted the class working on some other contraption instead. It was hard to pin down what it was, but it was mechanical in nature. Could this one be better? He thought back to his Runesmith Lord class that kind of encompassed a broad range of skills. In a sense, it was somewhat a combination of the Rune Mage class and the regular Runesmith class. It allowed him to easily access the inner workings of the runic operating system, while also boosting his basic runecrafting skills as well. If this engineer class was something similar, it could go beyond golemic creations. It could very well help him create other things besides golems, like his generators. Perhaps it would give him more for his buck than just a runic golem designer. This was getting complicated now. Before he made another decision, he decided to hover the mouse over each and every class to see if there was something even more interesting. After spending a couple of minutes, he ended up back at the two choices before him. Roland asked himself a question. Did he really want to just hyperfocus on golems? Was this the only choice that he had? If he was a person of this world, he would certainly go for the golem option. It was a well-studied profession. He had gone through many books and schematics thanks to his connection with the Magical Academy. The runic golem designer was the safer choice, but it probably didn't bring anything new to the table. He would probably just gain some skills to help him work with golems and their cores. What he could expect to get from it was skills that would let him do his job faster, but he would probably be limited to golem cores as the base for all of his creations. The golem cores had some flaws. One of the biggest was their fragility. Even when a craftsman placed the core on the inside of the golem, enough strikes from a sledgehammer from the outside could generate enough force to crack it. What if this engineer class gave him more options? Could he perhaps design something different than a golem core that wouldn't be as fragile? Perhaps he could alter it in a way to suit his needs. Not every runic item needed a golem core to run. Well, I could always leave during the trial and go with the other class if it's bad. Thanks to having money, he would be able to retake the trial even when he failed. He could also end it on purpose and come back later if the class turns out to be incompatible with his needs. Only after passing the test would the class be locked to his status screen. Before that, he could test them all. After weighing the pros and cons of his current situation, a decision was made. The runic engineer class was selected by him, and the VR headset popped out as always. Roland placed it over his head and waited for the trial to start. The world around him started to change as he was transported to a new location. The bright light that filled his vision previously slowly subsided as he found himself in some kind of open area. The first thing he noticed was the stone slabs on the ground, along with the somewhat chilly environment. It looked to be some kind of storage area. To the sides, he could see various materials that he was familiar with. Metal ingots, tools like blacksmithing hammers, tongs, and even larger devices like a forge. This was certainly not a coliseum that he remembered when he attempted the Runesmith Lord class change. It seemed that this one would be more about crafting than combat, but what he was supposed to make was the big question. I should look around. There is always a short time before these tests start. Thus Roland took a step towards the shelves containing various items. The place that looked like a huge storeroom had to have some clues on what he was supposed to do here. This place is a lot larger than I expected. Roland was looking at the high ceiling of the storage facility he was walking around. After going through it, he realized that it was probably the size of an airplane hangar. There were rows upon rows of shelves and racks. On them were various items, some out in the open while others were in cardboard boxes. Everything was somewhat organized, and there were even labels on the boxes along with sections dividing the various materials by type and use. After going around the place a few times, he did discover a few other interesting things. One of them was an area that was clearly meant for crafting. It was on the far end of this large storage space. It had a large smelter that had a somewhat similar design to the one that he worked with. Not far from it was a nice workbench along with a forge. It was a nice smithy that every blacksmith would be familiar with. This wasn't all, as right next to this place was some kind of office. In it, he found a whiteboard with a set of markers with which he could write on it. There were also many sheets of paper of various shapes and sizes. It looked like some kind of space where he could create schematics for items. This somewhat gave him an idea of what this test was about, but there were far too many materials. He would probably be able to make a small battalion of golems, with everything here as golem cores were amongst the items scattered on the shelves. There was one peculiar thing about these items. Not everything was just raw materials. Some items were out of place, as he even spotted complete joints that would fit on some golemic creations. It was as if instead of making something from scratch, he was supposed to assemble it from the parts scattered around this place. Maybe the raw materials are only there to fill some gaps. Roland spoke out, but no one replied. After examining this section of the area, he decided to go towards the other end. There he found something peculiar that made him think that it could be used for the coming trial. Various boxes made from some transparent material were lined up. After giving them a knock, he realized that they were made from something similar to plexiglass from his old world. What made these strange were the handles on the front through which he could open them. Do I need to place something into these glass containers gave him that impression. It seemed that the test would ask him to make something, and then place it inside of one of these transparent cases. They all varied in size. The smallest one was around half a meter in length and width, while the largest could fit a whole car into it. Behind these transparent containers, there were some peculiar features that he was familiar with. One of them was a timer. This one was a more modern one. It was divided into 6 sections that were probably for hours, minutes, and then seconds. This reminded him of all the previous timed trials that he took. It was clear that he would have some kind of time limit to produce something and then perhaps place it in the glass object. Then below it was something more interesting. It looked like a big flat TV screen, but just like the clock, it was turned off. The screen had no buttons, nor could he see any remote control to turn it on. Then to the side of this screen, there was some kind of rectangular slit. It was quite narrow, and it was not letting any light through it, which made it seem that there was nothing on the other side. I read about some of these tests, but none of them were like this one. Roland made sure to study up on all the possible trials that could come up. Normally, when it came to crafting classes, they would only need to create an item that would be graded by the system. Then when battle classes were involved, they would mostly just need to defeat a set amount of enemies. The places that these tests took place were more in line with the world outside, but for him, there was a mix of old and new technology. Even the VR headset in his old room were something that was never recorded by anyone else. This place that he was in also looked like some large company storage from a shipping company from his old world. I guess these tests take into account the life of the person taking the test. This only makes it more difficult to anticipate them in the future. His old life and his new one were beginning to mix together. The old trials seemed more in line with the new world he was in, but this one did look different. But what was he supposed to do here? There was no writing on the wall and no indication of what he was supposed to build. BRRRP. While he was looking around for more clues, he heard a strange sound coming from the slit in the wall. It sounded strangely similar to an old printer that he once had, and to his surprise, a white sheet of paper started to come out of that narrow opening. He could clearly see that there were words being printed onto this white paper. This was probably a clue to what his task would be. Roland thus quickly moved over to the piece of paper to grab it before it was dropped onto the floor. This is instructions for manufacturing. What Roland was holding was probably the item that he would be building. The words looked to have been printed with an ink printer, and as he was going through them, he also noticed that one of the glass containers started to change. The metallic part produced a glow while the others remained the same. I guess it wants me to make this, and then place it into the glowing glass container. Roland scratched his head a bit after going through the piece of paper. The instructions were kind of vague, so he wasn't sure what he should make of it. Requirements. Between 300 to 600 luminance give out a warm glow resistant to minor shocks. The list was quite small and also included a luminance factor in it. Thanks to Roland's broad knowledge, he knew what it meant. Spells that produced light were counted in that measurement scale. He had already created runic lights and even configured them to produce a specific luminance rating. I see. There was also another change in the environment. Besides the now glowing glass case, the large clock on the wall started glowing. A number appeared in front that showed 12, and it was followed by more as the time started to pass. 12 hours. From how fast it was going, he was assured that he had half a day's time to complete this project. The first test for him would be to fashion some kind of lamp that could take some hits without breaking. 12 hours didn't seem like a lot, but there were various items around these shelves that would make the process a lot faster. He would obviously not need to create everything from scratch, as he just needed to find some parts and combine them. There were also no real limits of the shape or size. At most, it needed to fit into the half-meter tall glass box, but besides it, he was not limited in his design. But was there something more? Did he really only need to look at these 3 points and fashion it accordingly? The illumination factor won't be hard, and this warm glow, I can just use a fire-based rune, though it didn't put anything specific about the heat. The only tip towards the glow was the warm part. He could only eyeball it. Perhaps he could fail if he made it too hot or too lukewarm for the test. The main part that he was concerned about was the shock resistance. This made it seem that he would not be able to make an old-fashioned light. Luckily, he was not a regular craftsman. He imprinted runes into hard metal to make them work. Making something like a shock-resistant lamp would be quite easy. First, he would need to find the correct components. No limits to the materials were mentioned, so he could probably go with anything. This did seem like a trial test. The instructions were minor and he had a lot of time. Probably after he fashioned this runic lamp, he would be shown what this trial was truly about. For now, he was unsure if it would be measured on the 3 bullet points or if there was something more to it. First, let me find a power source. While he would like to have used his own battery design, he was unsure if that would be possible. He was only able to charge them after making the wind turbines and wiring up his entire workshop. It was a long process of development, but luckily for him, he did find mana crystals that would do nicely. They were in an aisle filled with other gem-like items. Many monster crystals of varying shapes and sizes were also there, but they all capped out at Tier 2. The largest one that he could see was somewhat similar to the Tier 2 boss monster dinosaur that he had defeated previously. Thanks to an old experience, he knew that using a power source along with a weak runic enchantment would be a bad idea. Something like a runic lamp that only needed to produce a glow similar to a desk lamp wouldn't need that much mana to work. Luckily, mana fluid was also here, and he had already seen some other parts with which they could go together with. Thus, Roland began assembling the required components and then brought them all over to the crafting area. While he thought that he had a lot of time, it took him quite a lot of it to find everything that he needed. The whole place was quite new to him. Even with the labels, it was difficult to get everything that he wanted. First came the power source. This would be mana fluid that was going to be inserted into a small metal cylinder. The fluid came in a canister that reminded him of ones used for fuel in his old world. He had found a small funnel to help him pour it into the cylinder that first needed to have a hole punctured into it. The tools here are outdated. He had hoped that this trial would somehow produce his runic power tools, but there weren't any. It would have been easy if he had his runic drill along with his heating wands. It would have been easy to just get the fluid in and then weld it shut. Afterward, he could inscribe runes over it to make it into a working battery. For the time being, he would have to revert to his old blacksmithing techniques. What would be the battery was hollow on the inside, so he only needed to puncture a hole through it after heating it up. The mana fluid was somewhat heat-resistant, so even when he was closing the opening via more melting, it wouldn't blow up into his face. It just needed the proper runes on the outside to prevent it from overheating later when the lamp was drawing power from it. With the battery in place, he now only needed to concentrate on the outer shell. The only requirement would be to make it glow, give out some heat, and be resistant to minor shocks. This could be achieved in various ways, but he was limited. There was no time to make something eye-catching. The test didn't mention that the item that he made required to be artistic in nature. For that reason, he decided to make it work while ignoring its outside appearance. Thus, the somewhat ugly and rough outer shell was made. It was fashioned out of deep steel plates that he was very familiar with. He had found ones that would go nicely together. To the bottom plate, he would attach the power source by melting some metal and letting it set. The required runes on the battery were already set in place before he attached it. In the end, the whole thing ended up looking like a box. On the outside, there were visible runes that were engraved on the shiny grayish deep steel. After years of runecrafting, it was quite easy for Roland to plan out the entire runic structure without any need for a proper schematic. Everything just clicked into place, and after injecting mana, the box started giving out a light of exactly 450 luminance. He decided to go for the middle spot from the description, as he was hoping to get some bonus points for hitting the sweet spot. With a lack of instructions, he decided to make the box give out light in all directions equally. Thus, it could be placed on any side and it would continue glowing. The whole procedure didn't take him the whole 12 hours, as he still had about 5 remaining. Probably if he was more familiar with the layout and had his own tools, he would have done it faster. The moment of truth came as he arrived at the glowing glass case. In his hand, he had the somewhat bulky-looking light box. On one of the sides, there was a small circle through which he would be able to turn it on. The test didn't mention anything about on and off switches. I hope this is enough. After turning it on, he placed it into the glass case. He still had some time that he could spend on some improvements, but he felt like speed also counted into the test. Perhaps he would be given more time for the next creation if he turned this one in faster. The moment he closed the container, he could see the light on the ground go out. At first, he expected it to just vanish, but instead, the whole glass case started sliding down into the ground. It was similar to the previous trial he took, where the workshop slid down into the battleground to make way for the battle. Here it was a bit different. As soon as the container with his item disappeared into the ground, it started going back up again. There was a difference though, the square box that he placed inside was no more. So what now? He looked at the empty spot where the lamp he made was previously in. The glowing had stopped and now he was just waiting. It took a few moments, but the clock that was ticking down had also stopped, which meant that something was happening. Soon the monitor that was below the timer suddenly went on. At first, it looked like static. It was as if there was no signal, but with time he began to see something on the screen. It looked like a humanoid figure. It started out somewhat blurry, but soon the image became sharp. A mannequin. What he saw was not a human, it was some kind of puppet. It had all the required joints that a person would find on a dummy. The face was lacking in any shapes and was devoid of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. This strange thing was just sitting in a chair while leaning forward. Then Roland noticed it. The box that he made was placed on some other books that were on a desk. This desk was the one that this puppet was sitting in. It made it look like it was trying to read another book while using his box as the source of light. What is this? At first, Roland was not sure what to make of it, but then he remembered some of the old games that he played when he was still in the old world. There were some games where you added things to the world and then watched a simulation play out. For instance, he would create a bridge from provided parts and then see if the simulated cars could pass through it without the bridge collapsing onto itself. This looked somewhat more intricate, but it was somehow trying to simulate a person reading a book. Probably the light requirement was for this part, and soon he would know why it also needed to be shock resistant. The mannequin started moving around, and it elbowed the stack of books that the light box was on. The box fell down to the ground along with some of the other books. The box had to take some damage from them, but survived through this fall. The puppet slowly leaned back down to pick up the box as it went back to reading. From time to time, he would also see it reach out towards the light. It was as if it was trying to warm its cold hands on it. I guess that's why it wanted it to give out a warm glow. Roland was baffled by the strangeness of this trial. It seemed that he would need to predict the simulated scenario that would take place on this TV screen, along with following the instructions that were probably events happening during the simulation. After a few minutes, it was completed, and the image turned back to the static. Before he could deliberate if he did well or not, the screen shifted to another image. This time around, he could see a table with words in it. The moment he read the first one, he already knew what it was. Roland's eyes were glued to the display screen on which a table appeared. It was similar to a status page, but it didn't have any numbers to it. Is this my score? I guess instead of numbers and percentages, it went for letters. This made him think of a school grading system that some countries from his previous world had. Speed A, design C, functionality B+, rune quality, a simulated event B+, final grade B+. It seemed that it was the highest grade that you could get from the test. If it was anything like in his old world, then F would be the lowest. While he did good on the test, there was one that stuck out from the rest, the grade for design, probably making it just a plain old square with nothing else lowered it. Do I need to make it look more intricate and fashionable? He pondered this for a moment while looking at the grading system. It was clear to him that the 3 bullet points that appeared on the piece of paper were the main requirements. And it were some clues for that simulated event that he was now graded on. Perhaps if he didn't rush it, he could have gotten some better results. It was still a lamp that did its function, but perhaps if he altered it to be standing up on something, he would have gotten an A in functionality. The test seemed to be lenient, as it gave him a B+ for it anyway. Perhaps the other tests will have more bullet points that count towards the grade. Roland continued to look at the screen that had given him his rating. There was one small problem. Even though he continued to stay there, nothing happened. The timer above it continued to tick down instead of stopping, which at first made him quite confused. Did he need to do something else? Was the test not finished? That's not it. He shook his head as he was convinced that this part of the trial was over. The small hint of what was happening was the small text under the large table with his grades. Please wait. The clock above the TV screen continued to tick down, and it would take some hours until it reached 0. What was happening was probably due to him finishing up fast. Before the clock counted down to 0, the next stage of the test wouldn't start. This left him with slightly below 5 hours. Now, if he was correct, then spending some time in this hangar to look around would probably be a wise thing to do. There were some sections that he didn't examine, and there was also the lack of proper magical tools that he was used to. In 5 hours, he could easily assemble some helpful items that would probably help him through the next few tests. This was probably the reward for getting an A in speed. What this trial was testing were his capabilities of assembling. He was given the basic tool for everything, but would these be enough for the completion of the later tests? While he had his theory, there weren't that many indicators that the next test wouldn't start while he was gone. Thus, for the first hour or so, he was forced to remain around this area. He continued to peek at the screen while going through the shelves and gathering materials. Luckily for him, there was a section with some baskets and even a cart that was strangely similar to one a person would find at a store. For the time being, he concentrated on gathering resources that could aid him in further manufacturing. For this, he would first need precise runic welding wands that could help him combine the various pre-made materials here. From what he was seeing, this was not a test on his blacksmithing skills. It was more of a test of his manufacturing skills. In some aisles, he even spotted fully made sword blades that were only lacking a hilt. In another section, there were various hilts that just needed to be matched with the correct blade and correctly assembled. In his shopping cart, he had also brought over quite a bit of mana fluid. While he had a lot of mana himself, sooner or later it would run out. Crafting simple runes didn't drain him too much, but he needed to see the bigger picture. Creating a proper power generator was impossible, but he didn't need to limit himself to it. Thanks to the many resources around, he did not need to worry about such things. There was no need for him to make a generator of any kind. Converting electricity back into mana was not needed here, as he had enough mana fluid to go around. What he needed to watch out would be to contain all of this fluid in a resistant container through which he could power the tools. For this reason, he had acquired a large drum that was made from a resistant alloy. It was a mix of some metals that he was familiar with, like durasteel and deep steel, which would make it adequate. This drum didn't have any sort of openings for some reason, but this made it perfect for his power generator. He only needed to puncture the top and then fill it up with a lock-in's fluid. But before attempting this, he would need to inscribe the correct runic patterns on the outside and also check if the drum wasn't too thick for the runes to work. There was a certain limit at which the runes would be unable to draw the mana from the fluid, but in this case, he was lucky and it would work. I have the container and the fluid, even the cables. Roland looked at the precisely created cables through which he would be able to run the mana through into his new tools. For some reason, even this was in a section. The more he continued to look around this place, the more he concluded that he was supposed to alter this simple workshop. But while it was nice to find all the materials he needed, it also pointed towards a more concerning matter. With so many components everywhere, the scope of the trial started to grow. The further tests would probably get increasingly more difficult, and he would only be limited by his own resourcefulness and not by the supplies he was handed. That leaves me with 3 more hours. Can I do it? Roland looked into the distance where he could somewhat see the clock. It was ticking down normally, but what would happen when it finished was unknown to him. Would it just spit out a new page, or would there be something else? He still didn't know what the rating system was for. Was a B+ even enough to go forward, or did he need to get an A? There was also doubt in his mind about the validity of this runic engineer class that he was trying out for. It didn't offer him any new knowledge, as some of the Tier 1 trials before he started them. For the time being, he could only speculate on what it would offer him in the future. Thus, while the time was winding down, he concentrated on preparing his new makeshift battery that would help him use some of the tools if he ran out of mana. The process was kind of rudimentary, as he only needed to heat up the metal drum with the help of the forge and hammer runes into place. This required a lot of concentration, but for some reason, the mana flow in this trial was somewhat good. There were also no distractions. It was deathly silent in here, as only the sounds of his hammering echoed through it. The whole structure was probably only an elaborate illusion that he even might be able to examine if he activated his eye skill. But he decided against that, as he was afraid that he would incapacitate himself if he tried to examine such an intricate magical environment like this. This should do it. With the help of his enhanced body and skills, he was finally able to create his makeshift energy generator. From the outside, it looked like a boiler with a few sticks sticking out from it, and it was also covered with various runic symbols. These stakes had wires wrapped around them, which then led over to his runic wand. This one in particular looked like a soldering iron, and it was used for something similar. The end would go quite hot and be able to melt most of the metals in this place. This tool was made so that he could weld materials together, as it was a lot faster than doing it the old-fashioned way. There was no time to produce higher quality tools like a drill, yet, but perhaps if the next trial was an easy one, he would have enough time to tinker some more. When the clock in the distance was at about 5 minutes, Roland decided to leave this workshop area. It was time to find out what the next trial was going to be. Probably he was in no danger of failing just yet. After arriving, he waited diligently for the clock to run down to 0. When the last minute started, he also heard some kind of strange dinging sound. It was clearly an indication that the time was running out. The numbers on the counter changed colors to red as they continued to tick down until they zeroed out. The TV that looked frozen finally sprung into life almost at the same time as the time ran out. Roland was a bit surprised the moment the next screen popped up, which represented a somewhat cheerful-looking panda. It looked very cartoonish and was holding a large congratulations sign above its head while dancing at the same time. A sort of victory tune played to accompany the panda's dance. This whole thing was accompanied by some music that suddenly was cut off along with the video on the screen. The whole TV went silent and turned off as if the strange spectacle didn't occur. Before Roland could ponder this occurrence, he heard printer noises to his left. The slit in the wall started producing another piece of paper with new instructions. Is this supposed to be vague to test the person, changing the class Roland wanted to give out another sigh as these tests were starting to annoy him? Most of the time he had no idea what he was supposed to watch out for. Perhaps next time he would do as bad as he could and fail so he could think of a better strategy in peace at home. Let's see. What do they want me to do this time? This one is somewhat different. A party of 4, 1 dagger rogue, 1 shield warrior, 1 ranger, and a spear warrior are heading through a treacherous forest. Soon they will encounter wild goblins that are led by a tier 2 hobgoblin shaman. They find themselves without proper weapons. Instead of a list of requirements, he was given a short description this time around. He could already imagine 4 puppets representing these classes going into a dark forest and being attacked by goblins. The biggest problem in this scenario was that he wasn't particularly sure of how many goblins they were up against. They had a chieftain that was a shaman. This was something similar to a human mage that used various rituals to fire off spells. This type of monster would use incantations in its own goblin language. It used its minions to protect itself while throwing various destruction spells at any people that it came across, which made it a dangerous foe. The strategy to go against such a foe would be to somehow keep it from casting spells. The party that he was working with did have a ranger with them. This tier 2 class was good at shooting a bow, which could be used to keep the shaman from casting. When looking at the composition, he could imagine the warriors protecting the ranger while he kept the shaman busy. Then the rogue could try sneaking up on the shaman for an assassination attempt, but would that even be an option? Roland didn't know how these adventurers would act in the scenario. He was supposed to supply them with items that would help them survive a bout with the goblins. They all had tier 2 classes and their opponent was of the same tier. It wasn't mentioned in the page, but he expected there to be some other hobgoblins in the mix. Is it enough to make weapons for them? Will it be that easy? He wasn't sure. This was only the second test. It seemed that it might be up to the quality of the weapons and nothing else. This would probably be the focal point of this timed trial, but it didn't mean that he could add a few items that could shift the tide of battle. But that depends on how much time I will have, Roland mumbled to himself while looking up towards the clock that was above him. There the first number shifted to 24 before quickly dropping down to 23. He would have a day to prepare everything, which wasn't a whole lot to make 4 sets of weapons. After seeing the timer, a clicking sound escaped his mouth. Before moving back to his shopping cart, he decided to take a look at the glowing glass case. This one was larger than the last one, and thanks to his skills, he was able to measure its size accurately by just looking at it. One of the weapons that he needed to create was a spear. These, though, varied in length and size quite a bit. This container had a limited capacity, and he would need to limit himself to around 2.5 meters. If he placed such a spear at an angle, he thought it would fit. He then quickly turned around to where he left the shopping cart. First, he needed to get the parts for his creations. The spear would be one of the easier ones to create, as he just needed to find a long enough shaft to fit on some of the pre-made spear tips that he had previously seen around this place. The spear was one of the easier weapons to use and had various advantages over the popular swords with their superior reach. For the spear tip, he would need one with some wings at the side which would stop the tip from over-penetrating during a thrust. If he just fastened a smooth tip, it could over-penetrate through the monster's body and get stuck, which could cost the user their life. Then for the other warrior, he would go for a regular one-handed sword and shield combo. As previously seen, he would only need to attach the hilt, along with any add-ons like mana stones, to lower the mana requirement for the runes that would be added later. Thanks to the names of the classes of the adventure party, he would be able to choose the correct runic enchantment. No one in this party had much mana, which limited his choice to the more basic spell augmentations. This was not a problem, as he believed that this was just the part of the test. Putting on the strongest runic enchantment could be counterproductive depending on its user. Not many people would be able to use Roland's custom runic armor, as they would just get a migraine after a few spell uses. It was the same in this case, where less was more. Everything that he needed was here. If he actually had to make everything from the ground up, there would be no way for him to pass this test. But as it was, the most time would be spent on modifying the hilts to house sockets for the mana stones, and then doing the runic augmentations correctly. Let's get to work, he nodded to himself and then disappeared between the aisles of materials. I feel like they are missing something. Roland was looking at the basic set of weapons that he created for the next scenario. The weapons were fashioned with mana stones and were ready to cause some damage. While the clock was ticking down, he decided to examine the items that he created with his analyzing skill. Winged Spear Deep Steel Lesser, Piercing Rune Highest Longsword Deep Steel Lesser, Sharpness, Rune Highest Spiked Kite Shield Deep Steel Lesser, Mana Barrier Rune Highest Longbow Bronzewood Lesser, Steady Aim Rune Highest Dagger Deep Steel Lesser, Sharpness Rune Highest Throwing Knife Deep Steel Lesser, Paralyze Rune Highest Dagger Deep Steel Lesser, Sharpness Rune Highest Arrow Bronzewood Deep Steel Lesser, Fire Rune Highest Arrow Bronzewood Deep Steel Lesser, Velocity Rune highest, he decided to use one of the materials that he was very familiar. With deep steel, there were many pre-made parts that he only had to attach himself. It was clear that this test mostly rated his problem-solving capabilities and not just pure crafting. For the spear warrior, he went with a model with wings below the tip, and along with a piercing rune that would augment the tip during penetration. This magic increased the forward momentum during a thrusting attack and helped generate more power. The other weapons also had similar simple enchantments that he had been able to perfectly runecraft on them. Roland was worried about the mana usage, thus he also placed mana stones on each of them to further augment their longevity. The biggest problem that he faced was with the bow. This was not a weapon that he was very familiar with, and the material used was unfamiliar as well. Bronzewood was able to stomach certain runes without going up in flames as regular wood. But it also was someone hard to work with, as he had to actually carve out the sockets for the mana stones and glue them in with a mana transmitting adhesive. Luckily for him, there was everything that he needed here. Thanks to his leveled up analyzing skill, he was able to quickly find the correct vial. While the sections were somewhat labeled, most of them didn't go into much detail. For instance, if he wanted to get a chain of some sort, there would be a shelf full of them out there. They would be separated by type and material, but the labels didn't go into much detail further. He would need to use his own eyes and skills to determine which were made from deep steel and which were from regular iron. Without working at the forge and having to haggle with merchants for years, he would probably not be able to get through this task. He was also forced to fashion multiple arrows from the same material. They weren't that difficult to make, but he decided to place small runic enchantments on them all. He didn't know if the scenario would give the archer from the party their own arrows, so he was forced to make quite a lot of them. While he wished to place something like a guiding arrow spell on them, he feared that it would be too much for the archer to handle. The bow already had its own runic enchantment that would help them steady their aim, even in a stressful situation. It didn't drain much mana, as it didn't really help with the arrow shooting. It just eliminated some of the outside factors that would make an archer miss. Most of the arrows he assembled were just regular ones without any enchantments whatsoever. Then he made two that he thought could be used for the more tougher opponents. The lesser velocity rune, when activated, would increase the momentum of the arrow fired. Thus it would add to the penetrative power and speed of the arrow, making it into an even deadlier projectile. It would use up some more mana, but in the hands of a skilled archer, it could be used to penetrate through some hard defenses. Then there was the fire rune that he thought could be utilized in the forest setting. They were going against goblins, which would probably try to surround them while hiding behind trees. The flame rune could be used to set the environment ablaze and force the enemies out of their hiding area. Yet it could also backfire if used wrongly, and the party got themselves entrapped in a burning forest. The biggest problem with this scenario was that Roland had no way of knowing what the puppets would do. He could only hope that they would not randomly fire off the weapons he provided to them. The rogue was also provided with some throwing knives that could paralyze their opponents, but would he use them on a hobgoblin for a quick win, or waste them on a regular one that he could potentially just defeat with his regular weapon? While this should do, I'm not sure the style grading will be that good. Roland wasn't really used to making beautiful-looking weapons. He valued functionality over style any day of the week. Polishing these weapons to perfection and giving them a nice paint job could potentially raise that grade, but it would also cause him to lose more time. The quiver that he fashioned for the arrows was also quite basic, produced from a tuba-shaped leather container and some straps that he listened to it. The only stylish part of his creations were the various mana stones that were placed in strategic locations. Without them, the weapons and shield would probably look quite plain. Yet he didn't feel like wasting his time on making them more beautiful would be very advantageous to him. While thinking, he turned his head towards the clock in the distance. 20 hours had passed since the test had started. He was finished with looking over his creations that were in working order. Now Roland could either place them in the glass case or add some finishing touches that would probably not add anything to their functionality. I guess the style and speed rating should equal themselves out. I don't need the highest grade, I just need to pass. After nodding to himself, he packed up everything and made his way towards the trial area. There he deposited all of the items into the large box. The spear needed to be placed at an angle and barely fit along with all the other weapons. After closing the large container, it started sliding down into the ground, and now he just needed to wait for the TV to turn on. The TV screen activated after the time was up and presented him with a zoomed-out location. It was hard to make out anything but the large trees that were everywhere. Soon it started zooming towards another location, and he could finally see the party of adventurers that he had outfitted. Like in the first test, the represented humans looked similar to test dummies made from wood. These ones were wearing leather and even half-plate armor. The shield that he made was quickly recognized by him, as the puppet that was in the front was holding it with its wooden hand. It strangely fit perfectly into its hand. As he had no measurements of the people using these weapons, he tried to imagine your average shield warrior size. The spear warrior was in the back, while the ranger and rouge were on the sides. They were in a basic formation, with the warriors ready to meet the danger head-on. They continued to just walk slowly through the forest, while Roland was giving a somewhat third-person view of the scene. The screen didn't have any buttons or remote, so he was unable to see where the goblins would be hiding, but soon the action began. The rogue that was in the middle turned to the shield warrior, and it was as if he was trying to say something to him. The warrior nodded while raising his shield to protect his head. This was then quickly followed by a few rocks hitting the kite shield that he created. The rocks were something that some goblin tribes loved to use before attacking. While it would allow them to stun some of the enemies if being successful, it also gave away their position to the adventurers. A blue light escaped from the shield that he manufactured. It expanded to form a wide enough mana shield to take all the rock hits from the front. While the rocks continued to hit, the ranger looked into the distance, while pointing out with the bow towards the small pack of goblins that were throwing rocks at them. Roland could see the quiver of arrows that he made being used. The ones that had a runic enchantment were standing out as the knock part at the end had been colored blue. The ranger puppet took out one of the regular arrows and fired it towards one of the goblins in the distance. A clean hit between the monster's eyes caused the other ones to scatter to the side. With so many trees and bushes to hide in, the ranger was unable to get a clear shot. While he was waiting, the spear warrior and rogue moved towards the front. The peculiar thing about the goblins on the TV screen was how they looked. Just like the wooden puppet adventurers, they were not very fleshy. They actually looked like stuffed toys, and the arrow that went through the head of the first goblin just made some of the cottony insides spill out. Soon a battle erupted between them as the goblins burst from their hiding place. The party of wooden adventurers didn't seem to have a problem with taking out their opponents. Their runic weapons were glowing with a blue light as they activated them quickly. With the added magical enhancements, they were able to cut through the rusty goblin short swords and wooden clubs with ease. It seemed that the battle was over, and the 6 green monsters that were the height of 10-year-olds were down on the ground. While they were victorious, Roland knew that it wasn't over. The scenario dictated that there was some kind of hobgoblin shaman which had not yet been defeated. After this little skirmish was over, the journey continued, and the party arrived at a clearing. There another battle waited for them, this time around with the big boss monster that was the hobgoblin shaman. The hobgoblins were more the size of a human. This one was the same. It was wearing a raggedy black robe that made it look like some kind of warlock. In one hand it was holding a wooden staff with what looked to be a human skull at the top. The eyes had 2 red gems that were glowing and taking the form of some kind of spell. Due to the previous small skirmish, the monsters were already aware of the puppet adventurers. The shaman was standing upon a rocky ledge and looking down at the spot where the party of 4 came out. Before them were about 10 small goblins with hobgoblins sticking out. It was somewhat hard to make out the real numbers as the TV screen kept switching around the scenes. But suddenly it started. The shaman that looked like a stuffed toy animal opened up its mouth. The goblins reacted as they charged towards where he was pointing out with his skull staff. Magic gathered around this weapon which looked quite realistic. It was clear that the monster was chanting a spell. While Roland wondered why no one had decided to install any sound system to this spectacle, the ranger pulled out another arrow. This one was runic in nature. After taking aim, he could see his bow glowing blue while the arrow shined in red. It seemed that the puppet archer was actually thinking a bit. The fire arrow that he made was shot in a nice arc, not towards the shaman directly, but the bushes that were right next to him. They quickly caught on fire and produced a lot of flames, which caused the toy shaman to fumble its incantation. The bushes and trees looked very dry, which caused the flames to quickly spread. While the shaman was standing on an elevated position, there were still trees there. With all the produced smoke, it would also be hard for any breathing. A caster's tone during the incantations mattered as well. If they were off by too much, the spell would fumble. Only if they achieved higher levels and tiers would something like chantless incantation become unlocked. It seemed that this simulation took this into account, as he could see the cute shaman coughing while running away from the flames. A fight ensued where the adventurers tossed themselves against the green yet somehow cute-looking plushies. With the help of their enhanced weaponry, they were able to cut open their bodies, the flesh inside represented by red cotton. It was somewhat hard to make out. The TV screen had a very limited field of view. It also kept changing angles and zoom. From what he could tell, his weapons were surviving the onslaught. Even the shield spike was used by the warrior holding it, just as intended, by ramming it into a hobgoblin's skull. Surprisingly enough, he managed to predict most of the fight, as the rogue did use the throwing knife to paralyze one of the hobgoblins near to the shaman. He then kept him busy until the rest of his party was done with the other plush monsters, to then finalize their kill on the last boss. I guess that's it. After it was done, they held their weapons high into the air, while Roland spotted some stuffed toy innards on them. Just like last time, the TV screen then turned itself off and shifted towards the grading portion of the test. Speed B+, design C, functionality B+, rune quality, a simulated event, a final grade B+, another B+. It still doesn't like my designs too much. Besides how they looked from the outside, the weapons he made functioned well in the simulated scenario. Now after getting his grades, he was free to work on some new tools for the next scenario. He had 4 hours left from the 24, which still gave him quite a speedy rating. His little power source was used to help him connect a few parts here and there, but he needed other attachments. One of them would be a drill and something to polish metals on. The grinding wheel would be an easy modification as he already had one here. It was just not connected to any power source. It was just one of the basic tools provided like the forge and smithing hammers. At first, he did think that the drill would be somewhat troublesome to make, mostly the drill bits that he would need to make in various shapes and sizes. Yet for some reason, he did find them just lying around along with the nails in a section of this large storage hangar. He even managed to find a clamp similar to a drilling jaw and chuck. This was really just a test of his managing skills. Everything that he needed was already here. With the 4 hours remaining, he managed to assemble a replica of his runic drill and then connect it to the power source. Now equipped with the drill and runic grind wheel, he would be able to get his work done faster. Just as he was about to be finished, he heard the sound of the clock. The last minute was ticking down, and it was time to go check what was in store for him next. When he got there, the last 5 seconds were going down until it zeroed out, after which the congratulations screen started playing and was followed by more printer sounds on the side. Roland took some time to look at the paper and then the clock above. He had already been stuck here for 1.5 days, yet he did not feel sleepy at all. This was not due to his sleeping resistance. This testing area was somehow making him not sleepy. I think this test is going to be one of the long ones. He had read up on some trials taking weeks, some even months. There was no clear rule of what one could get. While a month passed here on the outside world, it would be only a couple of seconds. 2 of the tests gave him high ratings, yet they were only the beginning. It would only get harder from this point forth. It has been about a week. Or has it been more? Roland was looking at the clock in the distance while also screwing in a couple of bolts to hold a golem's joint together. Just as he had predicted, the tests were quite lengthy yet not that hard. At this time, he was already on the 5th one, which told him to create a golem. The 3rd test was another large order, which consisted of mining tools for a group of 10 miners. He was given a specific list of requirements that he had to adhere to. While it wasn't all that hard, the number of items plus the lack of much time added together. After he was finished with the 4th test, he was slowly wondering if he really wanted to continue with this class choice. It seemed to turn him into a factory worker that just went down through a list of commands that he needed to follow through. It did feel like he was in a simulation of a workshop, and the piece of paper was a ruthless boss that didn't care if he would be able to complete the order or not. After the 4th test, he was close to giving up on this class. The skills that he would be receiving were still unknown to him, but by what the tests were giving him, he had an idea about them. Probably what he would be getting would be abilities that would aid him in manufacturing various contraptions, perhaps something to speed up the process. In the 4th trial, he needed to outfit a party of soldiers with ranged weaponry. After innovating his workshop, it was not hard to emulate his runic rifle designs. There was plenty of mana fluid to go around, and the gun was easily manufactured, as it didn't really possess that many moving parts as its modern-day counterpart. Luckily, his scores were high, as he had feared that perhaps going with a more traditional crossbow design would have been better. The wooden defenders didn't seem to have trouble shooting down their foes with the rifles, and he had slipped in enough replacement batteries to last them through what looked like to be a fortress defending scenario. Then finally, when he was about to reconsider this test, he was given the 5th test. There he would need to design a golem. If he was getting a golem to work with, then it should mean that this class also offered some benefit to making these creations. As if out of nowhere, an aisle appeared with various parts that he could assemble a golem with. Previously, he had seen some basic golem cores, but only after he managed to get through the 4th trial did the place alter itself. He had already had a suspicion that this place reacted to what he needed, and somehow created the required components that he would need to complete the test. What he only needed to do was to assemble them correctly. From the beginning, Roland didn't think that this class change would be harder than the Runesmith Lord 1. This was mostly due to the second Tier 2 class test being geared towards people with Tier 1 classes. As someone with a somewhat broken Tier 2 class already, he was able to compensate in all of these trials. His large mana pool allowed him to create better and more precise runes without getting tired. The higher stats multiplier made him work faster while also still being precise. This allowed him to finish the tests quicker and thus upgrade his workshop in the process. This golem that he would need to make was now the 5th trial, and it seemed to also be the most difficult one. He even found himself going to the office area to draw up some schematics. The note with the bullet points was stapled onto the wall and next to the whiteboard. Requirements: create a humanoid warrior golem height between 180 cm and 210 cm, weight up to 500 kg. Armaments need to include a one-handed weapon, and shield. The instructions were vague as always. He predicted that his creation would probably need to face off against something. While the requirements were for him to only build a golem that was carrying a sword and shield around, this didn't mean that he couldn't innovate. The more he could cram into the golemic creation, the more likely it would win against the foe it would be facing. Thanks to how this test was set up, he was able to find a plethora of parts. What he needed to do is to assemble the framework and then armor it up. The hardest part would be to alter the golem cores, as they seemed to be just blank. Yet thanks to this, he was starting to think that the class he was getting would be also receiving some golem core-related skills. This was mostly his aim for the new class. Unless he would get something that would make his life easier, it would have been better to go with the runic golem designer. What he was aiming here for was a class that would not only help him with creating golems, but also various other creations. The golem core could be used for much more than just golems, or at least that is what he was thinking. It was just something to store the runic software on. It would make the runes work as the runesmith programmed it in. There could be many other uses for them. He could see them working as the basis for many smart devices. Mage Towers, for instance, implemented something similar but more sophisticated. He couldn't really get his hands on that research as the professor denied him. His explanation was that research of the arcane arts would only muddle his current knowledge. Focusing on runecrafting was already a huge undertaking, and he somewhat agreed with the sentiment. Learning a new field of magic would just stifle his progress, and perhaps in the future, he would have enough of it to continue with this path. After creating a schematic for a Tuligid golem, he got to work. This time the timer was maxed out at 99 hours. The strange thing about this fact was that the clock wasn't ticking down. It looked to be stuck in limbo, even after he spent a full day of working on the current design. There could be a couple of reasons for this, but he went with the most probable one. The time for this test was probably over the limit of this clock counter. As he continued to work, this also became true, and after adding up the hours, he came to the conclusion that a week's time was given to him for this test. This might be the last one, so I should focus, otherwise I'll lose my mind. The place was filled with fake light. There was no day or night cycle, and if the clock wasn't there, he would not know how long he had already been here. It was clear that one of the things that this trial was testing was his mental fortitude. Day by day, there was another order that he needed to fulfill. Even when he was done with a trial, he continued to slave away to improve the state of his temporary workshop. Without his parallel thinking skill, he felt that he would have not been able to finish the tests as fast. It was as if he was not alone, as if he had a second person working with him. While one part of his mind was working on the correct rune paths in his head, the other was assembling the golem's leg joints. There was no crane to hoist this new creation up for easier access. He had to somehow assemble everything on the ground and then have his creation stand up on its own. Getting it into the largest glass case would otherwise not be possible. First came the legs that would have the bulk of the weight in them. A humanoid golem was not as balanced as the spider drones he made. This type required a solid base, as if he fell down, gravity would cause additional damage. Luckily, the magic runes somewhat counteracted the weight problem of these constructs. Without it, some of the larger models would just crumble under their own weight. In his old world, there was something called the square cube law. In short, it stated that an increase in size would be followed by an even larger increase in weight, which would in turn limit the scale of possibilities by quite a bit. In this world of swords and magic, it seemed that this law could be circumvented, either by the use of magical materials that could withstand the increase in size, or by magic. This was also part of his own studies. The runic diagrams he was given from the Magical Academy could be applied to golems to help them not crumble under their increased weight. The biggest issue with circumventing this law by magic was that it required constant magic. If the golem ran out of it while moving, the joints would break apart. The one that he was creating here would not be that big, so it wouldn't need to be boosted by magical runes that much. Yet if it was, its movements would be enhanced along with its speed, which could turn the tide in the coming battle. So he continued with the less than optimal assembly on the ground. Luckily, the golem didn't need to be too big nor bulky. Thanks to this, he didn't have trouble bringing over all the required parts. The toughest part wasn't actually assembling the outer shell, but mostly working on the inner workings, that was the golem's operating system. This was the only thing that the trial ground didn't provide him with. Thankfully, in the past, he had gone through a plethora of golem cores. Even though he had stuck to making spider-like golems, he had tinkered around with smaller humanoid ones. The design that he went with made it somewhat look similar to his own runic armor, but instead of himself on the inside, it would be filled out by the inner skeleton. The chest area would house what some called the golem's heart, but to him, naming it the golem's engine would be more appropriate. It was its power source, without which it would be unable to function. Due to it being filled out with mana fluid or mana crystals, it was required to keep it somewhat further away from the core that was susceptible to breaking. What he could do was insert as much fluid into the tank that the weight limit allowed him to do. Luckily, this wasn't his first rodeo, so after assembling all the parts that he was given into a proper skeleton, he was finally able to activate it. The golem came up to exactly 2 meters and was slightly taller than his creator. Its head was empty for the time being as he only needed it to stand up. After working non-stop for half a week, his creation's framework was ready. He followed one of the most basic designs which had been already tested by many other runesmiths before him. Now at this half point, what he was left with was a canvas onto which he could deliver the finished product. The legs came out a bit bulkier than the rest so that his creation would have a lower center of gravity and keep it from being tipped over. Luckily at this size, he didn't have to worry about not being able to stand back up nor about the inner skeleton from snapping from too much stress. The chest area was also a bit bulkier than the rest, as it housed both the golem core that was closer to the upper area and the golem heart that was closer to the groin. The shoulders were rounded to emulate the look of a generic full-plate armor. The golem would not have trouble raising its hands or performing human-like movements. On its left hand, he attached a large round shield that was outfitted with several runes. On the inside of the shield, he had placed various mana stones to minimize the mana usage as he always did. The note didn't say that he couldn't attach the shield directly to the golem's forearm, which he did. Instead of having his creation hold the shield, he used its hand to form a weapon. It looked like a stump with a gem at the end, but in reality, it was just a modified spell wand that used the gem as a focus point. For the melee weapon of choice, he went with a large mace. The golem had enough power to swing it around, and he was unsure of what his creation would be fighting, but he was counting on it being another golem. What better way to test if the trial taker was proficient at making golems than having it fight another one? At the top point, it had a head that was mostly just there to house the main golem eye. The head part had 2 of them that were in the front and also in the back. There was not enough time to give it any more alternatives, or to update the operating system to use them. Thus the time for his creation that he fastened and welded together from all sorts of parts to be tested had come. It had a modified version of a basic runic combat program along with all the rest. Roland was not quite there, yet when it came to altering the software too much, so he would need the old tried design to do most of the heavy lifting. Hope this goes well. With only 15 minutes remaining on the clock, he ordered the golem to climb into the glass cabin into which it barely fit in. Soon it slid down into the ground as all his other creations did before. The TV screen soon turned on to show him an arena that was quite similar to the one in his previous class change trial. Just as I thought, it's made from wood. Roland could see his own golem that was made from deep steel and some other more mana-conducive materials on one side. On the other, there was something that looked like a bulky wooden puppet with a shield and sword. This is something that he expected. All the other simulations involved either stuffed toys that looked like monsters or wooden puppets. Roland wasn't sure, but the wood that the golem was made of was something similar to bronzewood. There were other kinds that would fit a larger humanoid puppet like this, which it probably was made off. After the enemy became clear, Roland let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if this was by design, but being against a golem made from wood would go in his favor due to how he customized his golem. Wooden golem was somewhat similar to his own. This was probably due to the fact that he modeled it by a popular design. It didn't look much different than a regular runecrafted iron golem that a person could find at a proper Dwarven workshop. Soon the 2 golems spotted each other. Each golem's eye homed in on the enemy before them while giving out a red glow. Even though these weren't large golems, they were still slower than the average human warrior. This was why most people would never order one at this size, as its decreased size was more manageable. Though with better schematics and materials, one could create golems that are both agile as well as deadly. By the way these 2 were fighting reminded him of old toy commercials, where small plastic robots punched themselves out until one lost its head. Their movements were robotic, and even he that wasn't a masterful warrior could tell where the next strike would come. At first, he was worried that his creation would soon falter. While the deep steel was more resistant than the wood that the wooden golem was made from, it was assembled in a worse way. The wood was lighter so it could be thicker and didn't require a skeleton on the inside. His golem, on the other hand, had many hollow sections that wouldn't last a prolonged pounding like this, but it wasn't limited just to its mace. It also had a shield hand with the gem at the end. At this moment, it was pointing at the wooden construct. In a matter of moments, a burning inferno surged from this magical arm. It engulfed the wooden puppet with magical flames and continued to release them while the opponent tried to shield itself. Even though the wood it was made for was quite resistant, it was not fireproof. Soon it caught on fire and started to burn up from the outside. While the damage that it was taking was still moderate, the constant increase in heat did its work. The wooden joints soon started giving out while the golem was swinging around, and it soon lost one of its arms. Now without a shield in hand, it was mostly defenseless, while Roland's deep steel golem still had its along with the mace that started delivering crippling blows. The end result was as he expected. His golem remained standing after suffering some minor damage during the exchanges, while the wooden one was down on the ground and burning up. Even to the end, his golem continued to blast it with a torrent of heated mana, as if it wanted to make sure that the enemy was dead. Only after the light in its golemic eye faded did the test come to an end. Was that the last one, or do I need to spend another week in this place? Even though Roland didn't feel tired or hungry, having to be with his thoughts for 2 weeks straight was slowly getting to him. It was as if he spent a whole month in isolation, while having to constantly use his parallel thinking skills to manufacture new items. Then, as he was looking at the grades, he felt the whole place rumbling. It was similar to the way his other class trial ended. He could see a hidden doorway appearing right next to the TV screen that was congratulating him for his victory. Now, is this the end, or just the way to a more difficult trial? Final grade B+ Roland wasn't even that much interested in his final grade while looking at the door that appeared next to the TV screen. It looked like a regular wooden door with a regular handle. He just needed to reach out with his hand to open it, yet he was considering if he really wanted it. This would either take him to the exit, perhaps a similar area with books like on his previous trial, or to a new area with more testing. The first 4 tests added up to about 2 weeks of time, spent with the last one adding another week of constant work and no rest. While for some reason his body wasn't feeling tired, he was reaching a boiling point. By the way these class change tests were structured, he expected this to be the end. It was a bit easier than all the other trials that he took, but this was something that he expected. Tier 2 class change quests were more difficult at Tier 1, as they didn't scale as well when a person at a higher tier was taking it. If he had to take this trial when he was at level 75, he wasn't so sure that he would have been able to pass it. At that point in time, he didn't really have that much knowledge concerning golems or their cores, nor did he have the stats to help him manufacture multiple weapons at once. With his Runesmith Lord class, he was able to quickly copy the runes from his memory. This helped him immensely during the tower defense section of the test. Without the diligent studying that he had done throughout these years, he would also be unable to pass this easily. It was more thanks to his diligent work that he was able to somehow breeze through here, and not an indication that the class was useless. Now he had a decision to make. Does he walk through this door and claim his new class, or would he try to fail? How would he fail this class trial after solving all the problems? From what he knew, there would be some ways to not finish the trials after passing most of them. One of them would be to just wait it out. These things did have a time limit, but how long that would be he didn't know. The fastest way would be simulated death. He would need to die within the trial ground. Pain was felt in the same way as if he was in the real world, so he would rather not have it go that far. Will that runic golem designer be any better? He didn't get any information about what skills he would be getting from neither of the 2 classes he was interested in. The name was the only thing that was a hint, along with the little sprite on the TV screen. The runic golem designer class was probably part of the dwarves' heritage. It would probably be impossible for him to get anything out of them. The thick-skinned crafting race never appreciated outsiders within their field of expertise. He wouldn't be surprised if they bought up all the skill books and pieces of knowledge that allowed others to go down this path. What he could expect to find in the trial of this class would probably be golem crafting. Perhaps the trial would be similar to this one, where he only needed to assemble parts and have his creation battle with other ones. He expected it to mostly focus on just that, while this runic engineer class was more broad in scope. Only at the 5th iteration of the test was he given golem parts to play around with, yet he would require similar skills to pass both class tests. The big question was if he should specialize or broaden his horizon. Did he only want to make golems or utilize different techniques for more varied runic creations? In the first place, the runic engineer class was already focused on one field, that was runes. Not like he would be spreading himself too thin and becoming a jack of all trades, master of none. His main discipline would still be runes and crafting. He would just be able to apply them to more. Perhaps together with the Runesmith Lord class, his Tier 3 options would present him with something unique. Are there any engineers in this world other than me? While Roland had gone through a second-rate college, he was still an engineer with a degree. He was stuck repairing computer parts, but thanks to that he was convinced that this class was somehow tailor-made for him. Probably without the skills that he gained from his first life, he would be unable to get this option. With that in mind, he took a step towards the door and placed his hand on the handle. After moving it down, he pushed the door open. A bright glow greeted his face that quickly faded away to show him the inside of this room. Without doubt clouding his decision, he finally took a step towards his new destination. Roland collapsed on the ground while holding his head. A splitting headache was taking over as the stress from the class change trial flooded into his head all at once. It was as if it was waiting for this very moment to knock some sense into him. After passing through the door, he arrived at a study. It was very similar to the one he saw during his last class change trial. There he was given books to study runic engineering that allowed him to gain new skills and traits. The biggest problem was that he needed to go through the books one by one and study them. This caused him to spend even more time without getting to rest his mind there. Luckily, one of the passive skills that he received would help him in the future, as it was stress resistance. Stress resistance passive skill. A person with this skill can resist stressful situations more and doesn't buckle under pressure easily. The skill is boosted by the user's willpower stat. Runic restructuring active skill allows the user to immediately alter a runic structure to one of his choosing that is not above the current rune's tier. The skill is dependent on the user's intelligence stat. Creativity trait, a trait that allows its user to develop and express their ideas in new ways to help them innovate. Resilience L1 passive skill. This skill gives its user the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, their resolve unwavering. The skill is boosted by the user's willpower stat. After the moment of weakness, Roland managed to gather himself off the floor. The pain quickly subsided, which could be thanks to his new resilience skill. He felt that his headache had become numb, and while there were some aftereffects, he wasn't feeling that bad. Engineers were sometimes forced to work long hours without sleeping while constantly tinkering on their machines. Thus, they needed to be resilient, while also resistant to bouts of stress that could cause them to fumble. Together with the skills that allowed him to go without sleep for days, he felt like he was turning into some kind of robotic existence that could work for days without end. Now it seemed that even if he didn't sleep, his mind would not be fatigued anymore, nor would he feel a need to rest. After leveling those new skills high enough, he might be only limited by his body, while his mind would never falter. Then there was the strange creativity trait. It was supposed to help him come up with new ideas. The explanation was vague, but creative people seemed to be able to find ways of going around problems that were previously not there. Perhaps with the help of this trait, he would be able to create new runes from old ones. The last skill was also quite interesting: runic restructuring. It gave him the possibility to alter his runes in a more drastic way. It was a skill and would be quite instantaneous, which during a battle could save his life. For instance, if he had a runic wand that could only produce a frost spell, during a battle with an enemy that was susceptible to fire, he could alter the runic structure during the confrontation to alter it. Probably the rune would degrade slightly in the process, but if he leveled this skill up further, the damage done to the runic structure could be erased. This wasn't the only boon that was offered to him in the trial. He was given several books on runic constructs that he could read up on. With their help, his manufacturing capabilities were now boosted. There were also some secrets concerning golems that he had not heard of before. With the help of this newfound knowledge, he would be able to fashion golems with improved operating systems. While I have gained some new knowledge and useful skills, there isn't anything, in particular, that would affect the golems, or at least not yet. This was just the beginning. His new class was still fresh. Even though there were no new abilities aimed towards his golems, there could be later when he gained a few levels. The quite painful eye skill that he received was only delivered to him at the end of his last class. Now, with the resilient skill in his bag of tools, he would probably be also able to use it for a longer period of time. After glancing over his new boost in stats and confirming that his 2x multiplier was still there, he decided to get a move on. His body didn't feel tired, but the experience of not getting any sleep for a whole month was somewhat weighing on his mind. But with the help of his new skills, he was able to waddle outside into the living room. There he found some leftover food on the table that he was quick to gobble up. Anything that he could find was taken in to replenish some of that lost mental energy that was slowly returning to him. Even with the new resilience skill, he found himself spacing out in the chair for a few moments before finally hearing a voice calling out to him from the side. "Are you okay? Huh? Oh, it's you, Elodia. Yes, I'm doing fine. Just give me a minute." Roland waved to her while smiling weakly. "You don't look fine. Why are you so pale?" "Oh well, I just need to walk it off. I'll be fine in a minute or two. Must be the side effects of the class change, nothing to worry about." He did not hide the fact that he had managed to change his class from her. Previously, they even had a discussion about the possibility of him attempting it. While there was no danger of dying from such a trial, some of them did weigh on the people taking them, and this runic engineer one had been one of them. "Why are you like this? You need to take care of yourself more. How about you go rest?" Elodia shook her head around while getting closer. The first thing she did was place her forehead against his to check if he had a fever. Roland remained in place as the gesture was quite soothing to his tired mind. Yet while some dirty thoughts flooded his mind to use this situation, he was really too tired to act on them. "Yes, I should probably go to bed." "What time is it anyway?" After so much time had passed during that trial, he was somewhat confused about the time of day. Was it the beginning of a new day, or was Elodia closing the shop down for the day? He was sure, but when he asked her about it, she started looking more concerned. After some struggling, he was shoved into his bedroom to rest. Now get some rest. Agni, don't let him leave this room even if he orders you. Owo. Agni, that had now become bigger and was a dire wolf, gave out a resounding howl that caused some of the glass windows to vibrate. It seemed that he was pleased with his new guard duty as he curled up before the exit door while Elodia left to go outside. The rest was kind of a blur as Roland quickly fell asleep. Why do I feel so heavy? At the break of dawn, he opened up his eyes. While he felt somewhat refreshed, he also felt somewhat sweaty. There was something on his chest, and it was far too heavy to be his girlfriend. When he opened his eyes, were greeted by crimson fur that belonged to a certain ruby dire wolf. Agni, what are you doing? Get off me, you're getting too big for this. It seemed that his tamed beast had crawled into bed with him while he had passed out. This was something that occasionally happened, but with each new evolution, it became harder and harder to stomach. Now when Agni was beginning to weigh more than even he did, it start to become a problem. Woof. The moment Roland raised his voice, he was hit in the face with something rather hard. It was the ruby tail of his wolf that was randomly swishing about. While Agni was quite happy to hear his owner's voice, he was going through pain as his face was smacked around. For one reason or another, Agni's posterior was resting on Roland's chest, and after a few swats of the tail was promptly removed with a forceful push. I said, get off me. That was heard along with Roland's shouting. Agni landed against the wall, but he quickly adjusted to fall down onto his 4 legs. Instead of a punishment, it seemed that he took it differently as he just jumped back onto his master while attempting to lick his face. Roland found himself dodging the rather long pink appendage while using his parallel thinking skill. Regretfully, some slobber got onto his shirt as the attack was quite abrupt. Not even he could have seen this rude awakening coming. Okay, run along now. After washing his face, he released Agni outside. It was still early in the morning, and it would take a few hours until Elodia arrived to open the shop. For the time being, she mostly spent her time at the orphanage while shortening her stays at his home. He did not complain, though, as he had other things to worry about, like the golem that he needed to produce. I guess I can stall it anymore. I need to make that golem. First impressions were important, so he intended to put as much of his skill into this new golem variant as he could. But after the test he had been through, he thought that he would be easily able to come up with some nice improvements over the old models. Though before he grabbed his blacksmithing hammer, he took some time to think about a new possibility. From the corner of his eye, he saw a small black satchel. It was just your average spatial bag with the smallest enchantment possible on it. This will either give me the biggest headache I have ever had or will be one of the biggest discoveries. He grasped the satchel in his hand and slowly headed downstairs, his target being the empty room where he previously tested his rune eye skill out. Name: Roland Arden L. 126 classes. T2 Runesmith Lord L50 Secondary T2 Runic Engineer L1 Primary T1 Mage L25 Tertiary T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X HP 61,066,106 MP 1,492,114,921 SB 89,558,955 Strength 161 Agility 127 Dexterity 195 Vitality 165 Endurance 177 Intelligence 230 Willpower 211 Charisma 18 Luck 11. There was a limit of how many passive class buffs he could select, with the Runesmith Lord 1 and the new one he needed to make a decision. After some consideration, he decided to go with his first mage class. It gave him a big boost to mana and mana regen, while the Runic Blacksmith went for stamina. There was a lot of overlap between the Runic Blacksmith, the Runesmith Lord, and his new Runic Engineer class when skills were considered. Runic Engineer class increases stamina by 30 and stamina regeneration by 20, lowers mana consumption while inscribing runes and using them by 15. The passive buffs that this class was giving him made it seem that it was focused on work. The stamina increase and regeneration, along with all the passives, would allow him to work for longer without getting tired. His mana reserves didn't get much of a boost after attaining this class, mostly due to the Runic Blacksmith mana increase not being there anymore. But with how large his mana pool already was, he wasn't all that worried. Then he also got a decrease in using runes, which would probably still offer him more uses from them in the long run. After going through the list of new abilities of his new job, he did want to give out a sigh. All of these skills would allow him to work more and get tired less. His initial goal was to work less, not more, but this system was just pelting him with abilities tailored to just that, working more. The stamina increase wouldn't only help him swing a heavy hammer for longer, it would also aid his dungeon runs greatly. The heavy armors that he wore did drain his stamina during battles, and the increasing heat only added to it. Still, It was mostly a manufacturing class, so there would probably not be many skills that would directly aid him during battles. Will the increase in stamina help me with this? Roland's status screen flickered away while he looked to his hand. A small leather satchel was there, with one of the simplest spatial enchantments that he owned. The item he was holding was something that he once found in the dungeon. It probably belonged to a new adventurer that either died or ran away from monsters. The enchantment on it was quite faint. There wouldn't be space for many items, but it was still better than bringing a backpack to a fight. Now the big question on his mind was, could he copy the spatial enchantment with his runic eye of truth? He placed the small leather satchel down on the workbench while standing in the mostly empty room. His head was already starting to hurt after the memories of the previous activations of this skill flooded it. The experience that he went through was truly uncomfortable, and even after all of them, the skill didn't level up once. Thus, he could do two things now. Either he waited for this new skill to go through a couple of levels while he examined simple runes, or go through with it now. The first choice was the more logical one, as the success increased, and the strain on his body would probably be reduced. Yet for someone that didn't know what the next day could bring, this might not be an option. Even though he might have gotten the stress resistance skill, this didn't mean that Roland didn't worry about his future. Now even more after he was slowly getting attached to other people around him. If he was able to create a spatial rune, then his work would be taken to another level. There would be so many new possibilities. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to use the bulky golem on his mining attempts. Instead, he could inscribe a rune onto his armor that could house some of his creations. This was quite a lofty goal, as even the large spatial bags that he owned had their limits. Their size limit was mostly to about 4 to 5 square meters, which was enough for cut-up monster parts, ores, and his golems. How difficult to recreate one bag would be he could only speculate, then he would need to worry about the implementation. These magical bags didn't seem to need any mana to work, but this didn't mean that the runic variant wouldn't. While normally a person became more restrained, this didn't apply that much to Roland. After going through many experiments, he was willing to put his body through pain to achieve his goals. It would be the same now, as he didn't want to wait months or years for this skill to level up. To prepare himself for this test, he decided to bring along some of the leftover healing and mana potions. These were now slowly running out, as he had been having to douse his face with them to make the pain go away. The pain-numbing ones were the first one that he used, while hoping that he could get through this. Resilience was his newest skill, but he wasn't sure how it worked. It didn't seem that it would lower his pain threshold, but instead let him recover faster from difficult situations. But he wasn't sure if willpower would help him with the pain, but it might help him keep a cool head to note down the runic structure. Next to the satchel that he was going to examine was a stack of blank sheets of paper. Instead of a pen, he would be using a pencil, as he wasn't sure if he could keep his hand steady so the ink would not spill over. While he was confident in his memorization skills, he wasn't sure what he was in for. This could be a new runic spell structure that was altogether different from the ones he had witnessed. The plan was to peek at it for a few seconds and then quickly deactivate the eye skill. Then he would just need to scribble down what he had seen and continue. Well then, here goes nothing. Roland nodded to himself before placing the satchel on the workbench. There was nothing else around it besides one of the clear paper sheets and his pencil. After sitting down on a stool, he steeled his resolve before activating the runic eye of truth. One of his eyes started glowing to indicate that he was using this special ability. It took about a second, but soon he started noticing glowing blue runes appearing on the spatial bag that he was looking at. This, as before, was followed by a throbbing pain to his eye, but he powered through it. Seconds started passing, and while holding his breath, he continued to look at the runes before him. The structure was truly unique. It didn't seem to resemble any elemental spell that he had seen before, nor any of the illusion ones either. It looked like a totally different field of study, spatial magic. This field of magic was already widespread through this kingdom, yet it was a lot more difficult to get into than elemental magic. It required the mage to alter the space around them, and the most prominent form of this field was spatial storage. His only contact from the magical academy would not explain much even when he asked. After more time had passed, Roland started speculating that either the professor was stingy or he didn't know as much as he would let him believe. Now, after witnessing the runic structure before him, he understood that perhaps he was right in not offering him an answer. Within a few seconds, he was already sweating bullets and forced to halt his attempt. His hands continued to work, though. Every runic structure was noted down along with any speculations on how it might work. Yet there was quite a bit to decipher from this. The skill was somehow translating the enchantment into runic, but didn't explain anything. Already he was seeing shapes that he had never seen before, both at the circuitry and the software level of his knowledge. After the peak, Roland had to lean against the workbench while taking a few minutes to rest. His head was hurting as always, but it was not a level that he could not continue. He wasn't sure if it was due to the resilience skill, but he found the pain going away somewhat sooner than before. Thus, after feeling better, the noting down continued until a certain point where his hands started to shake. Finally, after the third activation, he seemed to have reached his limit. A lone droplet of blood dribbled down onto the white paper that he was writing on. It was clear that if he continued past this point, he risked injuring himself greatly. Yet there was a small reward that followed after this punishing act. You have gained a new skill. Pain resistance L1. Pain resistance L1 passive skill. Anyone possessing this skill gains a resistance to pain. This skill is affected by the willpower stat. The moment the skill was added to his repertoire, he started feeling better. With his abnormally high stats and the Tier 2 multiplier, the pain resistance skill was boosted. Pain resistance, I need to be careful with that. Roland grabbed a healing potion from the side along with a mana potion. While the skill seemed good, it was a double-edged sword. Pain was just a mechanism through which the body showed a being where it was injured. It alerted of the presence of the problem that could potentially cause harm, and without it, a person would be unable to tell before it was too late. If his body became numb to any form of pain, then he could let injuries fester. He could become unaware of an injury that he might have suffered. But it also would help him push through pain in dangerous situations, thus he would need to be careful to not endanger his own body. Would be nice if I could use those priest spells. While resting his eyes, he thought back to the time he saw Sister Kasha use her healing miracles. The healing potions were somewhat inferior to the divine magic a priest could perform. They were slower working, and their potency was also lower at a base level. Buying high-grade elixirs would shorten the gap, but those were hard to come by in a place like this. This was why bringing a cleric for prolonged dungeon runs was always a must. While the potions would run out, the healer could recharge their mana with time and offer aid for a longer period of time. I should probably stop for now, Roland mumbled while looking at the notes that he made. Even though he could only glance a couple of times, he had managed to draw up partial schematics of some of the new runes. For now, he had focused on the elements that he didn't know, then later he would be able to perform some tests. Yet he wasn't sure if he should be performing tests on spatial magic quite yet. What if he created a miniature black hole, or got his limbs sucked into the warped space that these spatial spells created? This was a dangerous field of magic that had already caused some old archmages to vanish from the face of the world. While he wanted to continue, his body was feeling sluggish again. For the time being, he didn't receive another debuff, but if he continued past this point, he felt that it would appear again. Thus he decided to postpone his spatial rune research. There were other pressing matters that he needed to attend to. One of them was the golem that he promised to construct for the Lord. It would be his re-entrance into the world of auction houses and a chance for his brand to be released into the world once more. But before that, he also had another skill that needed testing, the runic restructuring skill. Thus he grabbed the notes that he had made and headed towards the main workshop area. There he rummaged through the shelves to find an old gauntlet made from regular steel. It was an old product that didn't have much worth now, but he could use it to test this new skill. This gauntlet had an old rune that could produce a mana bolt from the palm area. With it, he headed towards the testing area where all of the previous ranged tests took place. Even before arriving there, he could hear sounds of spells being discharged. Oh hey boss, finished with your tinkering. It was Bernier, and in his hand, he had the runic rifle. While the two girls didn't take the gun training too seriously, his assistant did. He always took some time from his day to shoot up the training dummies. Regretfully, he wasn't gaining any marksman-related skills, even due to firing this weapon daily. Somewhat, I just want to test something, don't mind me. Roland just nodded at Bernier while entering, as he didn't want to bother him in his training. The old metal glove that he was wearing didn't go unnoticed, but he wasn't barraged with any questions, as his assistant knew that he was busy. While Bernier was shooting up the place, Roland tested out if his old creation still worked. After taking aim at a free wooden target, he released a bolt of condensed mana. With his current stats, the weapon was enhanced and delivered a devastating hit to the poor wooden dummy. It didn't go unnoticed by him that the regular steel that this glove was lined with was deteriorating fast, even more when he increased the output. But he was not here to congratulate himself on his improvements. It was time to test his new skill. Runic restructuring was activated. It was a strange feeling, but he needed to somewhat focus on the runic structure of the mana bolt spell. For his first try, he decided to go with something easy, shifting the mana bolt spell to something similar, which would be a mana arrow. While looking down at the glove, he witnessed the skill activating. The runes started glowing in a blue light while altering themselves before his eyes. The mana drain on him wasn't that big, all things considered, and after about 5 seconds the spell had restructured itself into the new one. He held out his hand before the target again and activated it again. This time around, instead of the bolt of mana, an arrow shot out. But after one shot, he noticed the drop in power along with one in quality. From the highest, it went down to high, along with burning through some of the material it was inscribed on. The testing continued for a bit longer as he continued to alter between other mana-styled spells. Soon enough, the runic structures started deteriorating into the lowest grades, and finally into something that could not be used anymore. The old glove had gone past a point where a quick skill could mend it back into its old form. It's just at the first level, so I expected this much. Perhaps if I combined it with the rune mending skill, it would last through more punishment. It's not that I can't change the rune structure myself, but this skill allows me to do it with little to no focus. It's also much faster this way. While Roland deliberated on the validity of using this skill in combat, Bernier had completed his aiming routine. He had walked over to where his boss was standing and mumbling to himself. Soon Roland felt a tap on his shoulder that caused him to lose his train of thought. "Hey boss, not sure if it's the right time, but I've finished with those golem parts that you wanted." "Oh, good job. Yeah, they are in the first workshop." It seemed that Bernier had managed to get through his Durasteel smelter practice. Now it was up to Roland to combine the parts into a golem that he wouldn't feel embarrassed about. Most of it looks to be in order. He is improving, but there is still room for improvement. After practicing his new skills and taking some time to bounce back from using his new eye skill, Roland was now looking over the golem parts that Bernier prepared for him. While he had not abandoned the ways of the blacksmith, he somewhat preferred assembling the parts than making everything himself. Bernier was quite skilled with his hands and had a lot of drive. It was clear that he had a chip on his shoulder and wanted to prove to the dwarves that rejected him that he could be just as good as them at crafting. His current class was armorsmith, but he was leveling up quite fast. Soon he would be level 100. But this was not the time to worry about his assistant's progress. He had already wasted enough time on fashioning the new smelter and running into the dungeon to get more materials. This had allowed him to level up faster, but he still needed to prepare something special for the coming presentation. The young lord seemed a bit suspicious, but he was the best way of fighting back against the Dwarven Union. With his help, they would not be able to go against him, at least not in this city. They had already wasted some profits in banning him from buying the resources that they could offer. In reality, a more symbiotic relationship with the Union would bring both parties more profits in general. Besides not earning anything from offering him base materials, they were in a constant price battle with each other. This was a good thing for the adventurers that could buy cheaper magical equipment, but bad for the stores and craftsmen making them. The only reason to continue on this path was that they wanted to monopolize everything. While they could earn more by directly working with him, they could get more out of it later if they managed to remove him from the chessboard. When he disappeared, they could increase the prices exponentially, and not one would be able to do anything about it. Playing the long game, Roland mumbled while placing the familiar spider golem parts on the workbench. What he was going with would be more of the same, yet after going through his last class change, he wasn't sure if this would be enough. His creativity was quite generic, and the number of C grades he received for his creations was staggering. While it was clear to him that outer appearance didn't matter that much when it concerned weapons, he was still selling a product. If the golem that he created didn't seem unique enough for the rich merchants, they would probably be inclined to pay less for it. This was not a weapon that a poor adventurer slowly saved up for. It was a premium product for the rich. His buyer base was different, and he needed to think about who he was targeting this golem with. Would this be a toy a rich merchant gifted to their son, or would it be something more? He somewhat decided on this part already after giving Bernier the order to make the parts out of Durasteel. This was a material that was reaching into the upper echelon of magical alloys. It could produce weapons that gold and platinum adventurers would use. This was in the ballpark of Tier 3, which he needed to take seriously. While I have to limit myself to my old design, this doesn't mean that I can't change it. While some time had passed, he still had enough to apply changes. This was not the time to be sloppy, and he still had some leftover materials from his last dungeon run. Thus he decided to leave the completed parts here while he returned to his office to draw up some schematics. It was somewhat a strange feeling to go through his past designs. Drawings started to lack something. He could not put his finger on it, but everything started to seem bland and uninspired. Was it the effect of his new class or the skills that he picked up? He wasn't sure, but inspiration hit him hard. The remainder of the day that he wanted to spend assembling the spider droid frame was instead spent on redrawing the golem schematics. There was much to correct, and some of the parts would need to be thrown out or cut up to fit the new design he was going through. This was not something Roland was familiar with, as he found himself spending hours on the smallest details. Solutions that he didn't previously see became quickly apparent to him as he continued to go through his old research papers. It all clicked into place, and when he was giving his drawings the finishing touches, he was roused from his trance by a knock on the door. "Are you okay, what?" It was Elodia's voice, and it was followed by Bernier. "See, I told you he was doing fine, it's just a blacksmith thing." He could hear the two talking with each other as if there was something wrong. Then he also noticed it. The whole room that he was in was a mess. There were old torn-up schematics everywhere with the new ones pinned to the board on which he finished working on. I'm coming in." Elodia opened the door that was unlocked with a concerned look on her face. Bernier peeked from behind him with a sorry look on his face, as if he was apologizing for letting her in. "You really need to take a break. You've been in this room for 4 days. Get some sleep." "Huh, it has been 4 days." Roland was shocked at the revelation that he had been cooped up in this workshop office for that long. There weren't any windows here to help him tell the time, and he decided to not place any clocks either. Then he had also made sure to make the walls thick enough to not let any sound in from outside, as Bernier's constant hammering could get annoying. "Look at this place. How can you work in this kind of mess? You didn't even eat the food I placed outside." Elodia looked at the room that was turned upside down. It seemed that the situation was serious, as she never really came to the workshop. She knew that he liked to work long hours, but even then he never spent this much time without coming out to see the light of day. It seemed that with his new class he really didn't feel fatigued as much, and only now when they mentioned it he started feeling sleepy. "Ah. I'm sorry I must have not heard you, but I was finishing up anyway. I just need to you want to continue working." Roland flinched a bit as he noticed the change in Elodia's voice. Her eyes narrowed while a glare appeared over her normally cute face. It seemed that if he continued with working he would probably anger this lady. It was a strange feeling to be stared down by a small woman that shouldn't pose any threat to his life, but for some reason, he felt apologetic for making her worry. "Okay, I'll do it tomorrow." He slowly placed the pencil on the desk next to him while Elodia followed his hand movement with her gaze. Then slowly, while moving the old schematics out of the way, he started going towards the exit where her and Bernier were standing. "I don't worry about this, I'll organize them later. Sorry boss, I saw you working hard so I told the missus that you were busy, but I couldn't stall her for longer." When he was out of the room, Bernier whispered into his ear. Now it all made sense why she was mad. His assistant fed her some excuses while he remained locked in his workshop. Not coming over for the usual meals that she prepared probably gave it away. The whole situation just made him smile a bit as he was not particularly mad for being disturbed. "No, that's fine, but we're not." The only part that he wasn't sure about was that Bernier made it seem that the two were married. It did seem like that from an outside perspective, as she did spend a lot of time in his house and even cleaned it from time to time. There was not that much of a dating culture in this world, and not everyone went through with a proper wedding. "Don't need to be shy, well, I'll leave you alone." After giving Roland a hard smack to the shoulder, Bernier left the workshop. When back in his home above, only now did he notice that he had really worked through almost 4 days. The sun was already setting, and even Agni served him with a hard tackle as if he didn't see him for weeks. His previous concerns of him becoming some kind of workaholic robot were slowly starting to become true. Even though he had managed to prepare a nice schematic for his product, it was not something he wanted to repeat. There was more to this life than being stuck in the workshop. A middle ground needed to be reached. Elodia's food was quickly gobbled up by him, which caused her to halt with the glaring. Their time was short spent as she forced him to take a bath. After working for that long, he was beginning to smell, and she clearly didn't want any part with that. Then, after managing not to fall asleep in the bathtub for once, he rested. On the dawn of the next day, it was time to finish up with his drawing and organize. It was finally time to prepare the modified spider golem. It would be about the same size as the older model, but it would come with some modifications and a new frame. The parts that would be reused would be the legs and some of the inner components, but the main chassis needed an overhaul. So this part is going to be the abdomen, and this is going to be the thorax. Back in the office, he had Bernier and his wife follow the new plan. The previous spider drones were made out of a single part and more egg-shaped, while this new one would be a double-parter. While making it composed of more parts would lower the golem's structure integrity, it would add some other features. Back to the drawing board, I see. Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's get to work. Bernier didn't seem perturbed by the idea of working more. The main reason was probably that he was grinding those levels, and the more he worked on the smelter, the faster he would hit that threshold. His larger-than-life wife was also very interested in the new design. Not many craftsmen had the pleasure of working on magical golems as they did. So they did. Everyone followed the drawn-out schematics that Roland had created. All of the parts that were needed had a separate page, along with the dimensions that needed to be kept. Roland was still a proper blacksmith. While he had less experience than these two, he did not trail behind by that much. Having high stats was also on his side, as both of them could only dream about having the amount of dexterity to aid them in their craft. The process was slow and cumbersome. Some of the runic repairs that he performed had to be postponed, while he tried to reach the deadline created by the lord named Arthur. Perhaps he was trying too hard for his first real auction reveal, but he wanted to leave a lasting impression. If he failed, there was a possibility that the lordling could decide to pull back his aid, and Elodia would be left out to dry as well. If the lord deemed it so, he could instantly remove her from that building that was apparently breaking some old laws that no one really followed. This time around, he made sure to take some breaks. The 8th working limit that he placed on his workers was somewhat ignored to a point. Bernier and his wife had no problem working 10 or 12 hours a day, as they knew what was at stake. With the increase of stats, it was possible for them to power through more without the mental and physical stress being overwhelming for their bodies. But even if that was the case, Roland was apprehensive about making them work for that long, as he did not want to repeat what his old boss did to him. So when the 10-hour mark was reached, he made sure to kick the both of them out. The days started passing, and the new forge, along with the new smelter, had gone through a rough period. Luckily, it did not break, and the runic structures didn't deteriorate even after many hours of work. The difference in material was apparent, as this new equipment would last him for years to come. Finally, after weeks of rigorous crafting, all the required parts were produced. Assembling them together came soon after, but after the extensive practice Roland gained during his class change quest, this didn't prove that difficult. The spider droid head was connected to the thorax, and it was circular in nature. On this somewhat flat head, he placed 3 golem eyes that would work as the main cameras. The head could slide around the circular axis it was placed on. Thanks to this solution, even if one of the small eyes was damaged, the golem would still be able to compensate. The abdomen that it had behind its head made it look like a proper spider. It was a bit taller than the head part at the front and could also open up, as it was meant to function as a storage. Inside would be enough space for a spatial bag and a few replacement parts. Then in the front below the head came the most difficult component to manage, 2 smaller-looking robotic arms that had multiple uses. Well then. Now I just need to revamp the whole operating system of this thing. He had spent designing this for some days and made sure that the whole construction was structurally sound. The hardest part was the weight distribution, as the abdomen was a bit bulkier than the head part, but with the 2 multi-purpose appendages on the front, he managed to equal it out. While the exterior of the golem was mostly in order, now came the tough part. He needed to connect everything to the golem core. Instead of his own batteries, he went for a more traditional solution with a compartment for mana fluid. This might take a while. It might have seemed that he only needed to push the on switch and everything would be finished, but this was far from over. All the new armaments needed to be tested. If the golem ended up shooting someone at the auction house, it would be his head that was on the line. Probably another month of work was waiting for him, which would cut it close to the previous agreement that he had with the young lord. Thus he almost barricaded himself in his own workshop for the remainder of the day that he had. This time he was sure to inform Elodia that he would be working for longer than usual. Only after promising her that he would take a longer break after the auction house visit was finished did she relent. He did not forget to slowly draw up the spatial rune from the small satchel he found in the dungeon. With each headache, he was getting closer to something that would allow him to slim down some of the current creations. Soon the days were passing rapidly, and the moment of truth was upon him. It was time to show his newly gained creation to the masses. Did I overdo it with this one? Roland was looking at what was his new golem. At this point in time, the golem was walking around and performing some simple tasks. Its 2 hands in the front were picking up wooden blocks and bringing it over to another location. While the robotic hands only had a 3-digit design, they could grab various objects. In the middle of this hand, there was a focus point that would dispense spells along with some other ones spread over its spider-like body. This golem would be considered a higher quality product due to how many runes were on it, but this didn't mean that it would sell. This only depended on the use it had for the person buying it. When it came to the market, the best model wasn't always the one that was popular. Most people wanted the cheapest version that satisfies the given problem that they wanted to solve with the product. The golem that he produced could carry around items, mine minerals, and also protect itself. Yet with more that he crammed into it, the more it would cost to make. Would a mining company need their golems to have attack spells inscribed on them? Most of the time the specialized products won out over the multi-purpose ones. Thus after this one was assembled, he was slowly wondering if he made the mistake of not focusing on one thing. It's too late to make adjustments now. Roland frowned a bit after looking at the slightly larger spider golem that he had made. The more he worked on it, the more improvements he wanted to give it. In the end, he produced a multi-purpose spider drone that could fight monsters, mine, and be used to transport various items. I might have to bite the bullet and lose some money on this one. This made him think of all the resources he used to build this thing. Luckily, most of them came from the mining spot he discovered, so even if he sold it under the market value, he wouldn't go out of business. But thanks to all of his work, he did manage to improve the operating system even further. In his hand, he was holding a control rod. It had some buttons on it, but he decided to make this remote control more similar to what the people in this world were used to. It didn't need much mana to run, so it didn't require any mana fluid. The person just needed to inject it, and then speak the commands out to make the golem perform tasks. Now what remained was to give it a nice paint job and then do the presentation at the auction house. Are we done, boss? Mostly. So if I go by this design, you want me to paint it blue. Yes, just don't paint over the eyes. After performing many tests to see if this prototype was working correctly, it was all done. Now he just needed to fasten the bolts and hope that there would not be any problems during the auction house visit. So decided on the name, a name. Roland replied to Bernier's question as he was moving things around to get to the blue paint. Normally, a craftsman would give something like a golem a designated name. It was a new custom variant of a pre-existing creation, but it was different enough to even be called a new model entirely. Well, it looks like a spider. How about Arachnia 1, Arax? What, isn't he that some kind of monster? You sure come up with interesting names, boss. While arachnids existed in this world, they were not classified as ones. There of course were spiders, but the more scientific names that were more prevalent in his old world were different. It didn't seem that the people from his world cared as much, or perhaps they funneled most of their funding into things that could aid the war effort or battling monsters. Oh, be quiet, don't forget to put it in the crate when you are gone. The painting process wouldn't take much as it was magical in nature. The various alchemic concoctions just required a droplet to change the whole outer layer of the metal it touched to change color. What Bernier only needed to do was touch it with the minimal requirement of this liquid for his job to be done. While there was regular paint here, this was much easier, and at this point, Roland didn't care about saving a few silver coins by going with the traditional paint job. With most of the work being done now came the part that Roland was not looking forward to. He would need to inform the Lord that he was finished and go down to the auction house along with his product. Roland was fine working for long hours, but when it came to socializing, he just lost all of his energy. While he had been an introvert even in his past life, his reclusive personality had gotten worse. Probably if he didn't meet up with Bernier or Elodia, he would have been living the life of a shut-in. Luckily, his unwillingness to work with others forced him to start his own business, which he could not really do on his own. So while he did dislike it, he was aware that it was a part of life that could not be avoided. Thus, while Bernier was giving the spider golem the finishing touches, he decided to pay the city a visit. His robe was in the usual spot along with his half-plate armor that he wore under it. Ever since achieving his new class, he had not left his house. Elodia was busy working at the shop, and Agni was with her as well. Are you going to the Lord like that? Elodia was the person that gave him the better set of clothes when he met his new partner, but he didn't feel that well wearing regular clothes that would put him at a disadvantage. Without any armor that he could inscribe runes on his capabilities to protect himself dwindled significantly. Perhaps if he figured out the spatial runes, he could somehow compartmentalize his armor into a smaller bracelet. How he would get it to spring up on his body would probably be the tough part of the design. He didn't feel like the type that cared about those things that much. The deal has already been made. My clothes shouldn't matter at this point. I'm also probably not going to meet the Lord. I don't think he spends all his time at the auction house. If you say so, just try not to get into any trouble. Don't worry, I'm not Armand. Elodia burst out into a chuckle while Roland felt a bit more relaxed at the expense of Armand's reputation. Soon both of them said their goodbyes. Agni, as always, was unwilling to leave his master alone after noticing that he had finally left the workshop. But he had become too large for the city. A large, dire wolf like him would scare the horses and people. It was refreshing to finally get out of the workshop. Even though this was supposed to be a volcanic region, they were far enough to not get any smoke. The air was nice, clean, and without any volcanic ash or sulfur mixed into it. The people at the gate were letting in merchants as usual. The town sure has grown, not sure if I can call it a town anymore. People were now everywhere. While the rush to get a footing in Albrook had died down, it only became rowdier. Everyone was working. The power structure had been established, which made the workflow more streamlined. But while this might have looked like the right road towards progress, he knew otherwise. Just like in all the other cities that he had seen, the gap between people was increasing. The workers with worse classes or ones just saving up for a class change crystal were down on the bottom. They were forced to sign lesser than stellar contracts to cover their expenses and became trapped. Then even when they regained their freedom, there would be no spot on the market left for them. To gain freedom, they would need to do what he did and try to establish themselves in another growing city. If not, they could just bargain with the current business owners for a better contract. While the big bosses at the top were busy with counting money, the people that they were using were too busy to care. If they made enough money to fill their bellies and spend a bit to get drunk, it was enough. Roland was convinced that a lot of these people took this as the norm. Without anything similar to union, they didn't have much leverage, so they adapted to their circumstances. If they managed to haggle a few coins for themselves, that was more than enough. In others' eyes, he was the strange one. First of all, becoming a human runesmith with no master was difficult, even more so when a person was stuck in a city with a big dwarven presence. Signing a contract with them would not be that outlandish and seen as the normal thing to do. Roland, on the other hand, was assured that a contract like that would just set him back by many years, or put him on a one-way road where he became nothing more than a rune-crafting slave. While his mind was clouded by thoughts of others, he continued to observe. The streets, while being busy, weren't that well kept. The slums in the distance was also generating a lot of poverty-stricken people that had no way of producing food. The people that decided where the taxes went lined their pockets while others suffered. Now Arthur Valerian appeared out of nowhere. He could somehow steer the budget that he was given to make the lives of the citizens easier, but he could also take it and invest it into the rich merchants or areas that generated more income. Roland was not sure what the right decision would be. On one hand, if the city was cleaned up, it could attract more potential investors. With more poverty, there would also be more crime along with the Thieves Guild's presence. Contenting with that element would be difficult, but if done correctly could offer the city a better path in the future. The easiest method would be to stick to the old tried route. This would keep Arthur in good faith with all the rich merchants and nobles that had invested in them. Perhaps the people at the bottom would somewhat suffer, but he would continue to gain money and power. It was the safer choice, but it would also not gain him much favor from the citizens. There was a certain limit of the one-sidedness that a city lord could go through with. A thriving city still needed able-bodied people to continue working. If their morale dropped, or if they were too hungry to do their jobs, the city would go under. The tough part was to balance both sides so that they remained content. If the working force left, then the city would suffer, but if the business owners didn't profit enough, they could do the same. Luckily for Arthur, he did have the dungeon, which was a gold mine. I wonder what he would do if I told him about the Tier 3 passage. Roland's little secret grinding spot was unknown to others. He still wanted to at least reach level 150 before he ever considered speaking out about it. This information was one of the biggest assets he had at the moment. Though without that much personal strength nor contacts, he would be signing his death certificate if he let it slip. There were ways of getting information out of people in this world, and a secret entrance to a potential B-rank dungeon was worth smashing some heads in. Finally, after walking for some time and thinking about his new partner in crime, he arrived at the auction house. This was the place where he first started out in the city. The sales of his scrolls were doing great before he signed up with the Adventurer Guild. They would still fetch a pretty penny, and he only became more proficient at making them. His only gripe with making more scrolls was that he felt that his talents would be better spent elsewhere. The scrolls didn't feel that useful when he could inscribe the same spells on almost everything. Pumping them out now wasn't as lucrative as in the old days. With Bernier and Diana working for him now, he could put much better runes on proper equipment. But there was an idea floating in his mind to streamline the process, and that was to make a printing press for magic scrolls. With his current knowledge about runes and golems, he might be able to create a program that could transfer his rune-smithing ability into a stamp. It would be quite the money maker if I could make some sort of factory to produce scrolls. While making everything by hand would be out of the question, if he could create a prototype to do it for him, then it was another thing. The hard part would be to copy over the rune-smithing skill into a runic structure, yet there was a way now open for him. With his new runic Eye of Truth skill, it could be possible, but if he could copy a skill that might not be magic still remained to be seen. Stop, this entrance is reserved for special guests. While thinking about new possibilities, he waltzed over to the VIP entrance. The guards here were quick to stop him, as he did look somewhat suspicious in the black robe that he was wearing. Here, what are you? Before the guard could continue shouting, Roland pulled out his golden supplier card that Arthur gave him. This should be enough, can I go in? To not look too suspicious, he removed his hood while showing his face to the guards. This card was proof that he was an important business associate. Yet they couldn't just let him through like that. Please wait a moment, sir. The card needed to be seen by someone that could actually identify it as the correct product. This hired muscle certainly didn't have any skills like that, and Roland was still a new face. Probably after this day, they would remember his face. I understand, but please hurry. Just as he had expected, another employee appeared along with the guard. They quickly bowed their heads before Roland while he just hand-waved it off. With this card in his possession, he would be able to get first-class service. No more waiting in lines or for his items to get checked by the person with the identification skill. He would be able to just directly hand whatever he brought over, and it would be prioritized by everyone. Is the auction house manager there? The manager. Yes, please come this way, Mr. Roland. While his face wasn't that known around here, they needed to show him respect. Not everyone could get that card that Arthur gave him. After passing the guard, he was led to the auction house manager's office that was not the same as the one that Arthur greeted him in. It was smaller, and on the inside, he found someone that he had never seen before, a plump-looking old man. Welcome, Mr. Wayland. I have been expecting you. Please sit down. Would you like to have a drink? The old man had a bright smile on his face, and he urged the lady that was probably his assistant to pour them both some alcohol. No, that is fine. I won't take long. I just wanted to report on the item that I was supposed to supply. Ah, is it ready? The Lord has been curiously asking for its arrival. Did he? Well, I'll be able to deliver it for the coming auction if that's possible. That's wonderful. The old chubby man seemed ecstatic at the revelation. Before the auction started, the young lord would probably inspect his new investment. If he for some reason disliked the design, Roland would probably be set back by many months. Thus the time to present himself to the city merchants once more was on the horizon.